Chapter 76. Sol Jihu couldn't win against Maria's pestering and forced himself off from the ground. He dragged Mikhail and Chohong, while Maria dragged Veronica out of the underground cavern. They eventually left the hilly region altogether and returned to their initial campsite. Only then did he feel that he had indeed survived the deadly encounter. Tears threatened to burst out of his eyes, but he suppressed them. However, Maria cried. Although her manner of speech was a bit on the rough side, in the end, she was still a human being just like him. Sol Jihu felt a sense of kinship from her and formed a quiet smile. "What are you cracking that grin for?" "Fuck you, is it funny watching someone cry?" As it turned out, Maria's sorrowful tears were for the crucifix she had to sacrifice during the ceremony. She said something about it being an item that no amount of money could buy, even if its cost was factored in the equation. Maria had lost her invaluable artifact, and her appearance was beyond messed up as well. Perhaps it was only obvious that she'd start unloading her tears with how wretched her current state was. Sol Jihu tried to console her as gently as possible with the words, "But we still got to solve the mystery." But Maria was triggered immediately and yelled back, "Does fame put food on the table?" She then proceeded to spit out all sorts of blaming fingers and sighs of lamentation. "I shouldn't have come with you lot, if I knew something like this would happen. Forget about 15 silver coins. I wouldn't have said yes even if you gave me 150 silver coins." But Sol Jihu had something to say about this as well. "Well, if you sided with me during the vote. I didn't know things would turn out this way." Maria grabbed his collars and began shaking him around in sheer madness. She shouted out, "Why? Why couldn't you have persuaded me better?" She was no longer thinking straight. She breathed like a raging bull, shot up from her seating position, and strode to where Mikhail and Veronica were sleeping peacefully. She then kicked the living daylights out of them over and over again. "She's gone mad." Sol Jihu sighed cautiously under his breath and switched his attention off from her. He shifted his worried gaze over to Chohong. Somewhat mysteriously, her hair remained in the shades of brilliant silver even now. With this look, she came across as a different person altogether. She was quite beautiful to behold, like a slumbering goddess quietly lying on her back. Sol Jihu wordlessly brushed her smooth hair for a little while longer before laying down quietly next to her, while he still held a strand of her hair. It was already early morning by the time he opened his eyes. He also realized that he slept like a baby after completely forgetting about standing as the lookout. Something like that should have never happened, but he was too fatigued and it couldn't be helped. The first to regain consciousness were Mikhail and Veronica. They were initially confused and unsure of what happened, but after Sol Jihu explained the situation, they understood the events that took place during and after the battle. They even began roaring out in anger when they heard of Girzal choosing to run away right after they became incapacitated. "Girzal, that son of a bitch." Mikhail huffed and puffed with a reddened face. "That fucking bastard. We'll see. I'll tell everyone, not just in Harem, but every freaking where to make sure he's got no place in paradise anymore." As the old saying went, bad news traveled fast. The impact of a fast-spreading rumor would be quite scary. Not one earthling would welcome another who readily abandoned his comrades in the middle of a battle. Sol Jihu would have done the same if he could. It was just that, there was no need to do so anymore. "You don't need to do that." "What? Why not? He's already dead." Just thinking back to that event pissed Sol Jihu off. The nest absorbed Girzal's corpse and recovered from the fatal injury both Maria and Chohong bet their lives to inflict. If his future vision didn't activate in time, they would all have been killed right there. Serves him right. Good thing he's dead. That son of a bitch. These two's reactions were slightly off from Sol Jihu's expectations. They came across as comrades who had worked together for a long while. Rather than feeling bitter or even sympathetic, they were busy clapping their hands in celebration. Mikhail opened his mouth after seeing the youth's expression. "No need to feel sorry for a bastard like that, you know." "No, it's not that I'm feeling sorry for him. He's the one who threw away our bond of trust. He committed one of the taboos of paradise. If he was planning to do whatever he wants, why bother entering a team in the first place? Why not fool around on his own, then?" Those words certainly weren't wrong. Mikhail smacked his lips a bit and silently studied the youth's reactions. He then quietly gathered his hands together in a pleading position. "I'm sorry. Not just with Gierzel, but, well, you were right. We shouldn't have gone inside, but we got blinded by our greed and—" Veronica also lowered her gaze a little as if she too had nothing to say to defend herself. "If you were honest, these guys didn't really meet Sol Jihu's standards. Compared to the previous expedition, they definitely lacked in many areas. Samuel and Veronica were on a completely different league as wide as the distance between heaven and earth itself. But then again, this was the level of team he managed to assemble in the first place. These two did their best. At the very least, they didn't try to run away like a certain someone, so that certainly counted for something. Perhaps that was why Sol Jihu could laugh. It's fine. Asterisk. The team packed up the camping site and got on the road back to Ramen village. There was one problem though. Chohong hadn't recovered her consciousness yet. Mikhail still felt sorry about what had happened and made a suggestion of goodwill regarding him carrying Chohong instead, but Sol Jihu immediately rejected the proposal. The youth's stamina hadn't fully recovered, but he still carried her unconscious frame without complaining once. In truth, he felt a bit uncomfortable letting another man touch her. The team needed around 2 hours to get back to the village. The first thing they did upon arrival was to rent out the biggest room in the inn. Others might have felt okay, but Maria and Chohong were both in a state where they desperately needed to take proper rest. Mikhail left while saying that he'd search for a carriage while Veronica went around to find a delicious meal after Maria ordered her to do so. Sol Jihu also stepped out of the inn. There was one last matter he needed to take care of before leaving this village altogether. He knocked on a familiar door and heard a voice telling him to enter. He stepped inside and spotted the elderly owner of the house. It was none other than the village head. "How goes with the request?" He didn't even bother to turn around from his seat to ask that. "It's been resolved. Mutants won't appear ever again." Closing parenthesis. The youth didn't miss that the complexion of the village head stiffening greatly in that brief moment. "I should thank you. However, it's only been 1-2 days since our last meeting, yet you seem to be very worse for wear. I guess the mutants were rather strong? You haven't seen us fight, yet you seem to know pretty well." Sol Jihu grinned brightly and kept his gaze locked on the village head. "Well, a famous mage such as yourself would easily figure out what happened." The village head maintained an expressionless face. He simply remained sitting in his chair, his eyes quietly closed. It seemed that he was swimming within the murky sea of his thoughts at the moment. He showed not one sign of movement and remained utterly silent for a long while. Just as the impression of time itself having frozen entered the youth's mind, the old man finally broke the silence and addressed him. "Did you kill it?" "Yes." Rather unexpectedly, the old man's reaction was rather tranquil. Or was it closer to being a mixture of relief and sorrow? It even came across as if a load was taken off his shoulders, too. "I see." Even his manner of speech had become curt as well. But the change was so natural that Sol Jihu didn't feel too put off by it. "Indeed, I kind of expected this. Back when you started talking about the research centers, I began suspecting it. Maybe you were just testing the waters because you had already figured out my identity." "I won't deny that." "How did you find out?" "Information related to my identity should have all been expunged by now." "Before I answer that, there is something I'd like to ask you first." The village head didn't say anything else. Sol Jihu pulled out a chair next to the old man and settled down.
First of all,
The youth took a little bit of time to organize his thoughts and only then asked his question. What exactly was that cavern? Was it a laboratory?
a laboratory, you say?
In a way, you could say that.
Well, the truth is, it's far closer to being a hideout.
Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head. Calling it a hideout certainly made more sense.
Village head. You created a hideout for a nest near your village.
I did say that a place like that had to be built. But I didn't personally construct it. It'd be more correct to say that it was built for me. It was built for you? Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head.
Was this old man trying sophistry on him right now?
The hideout was built by the residents of this village, actually. What did he mean by that? Are you implying that the residents of this village are your accomplices? Be careful with what you say. These people are trying to find a way to survive. So how could that be seen as a crime? The old man put up a simple complaint.
A way to survive, he said.
Sol Ji-hoo mulled over those words and slowly reorganized his thoughts again. So you escaped the duchy after the project was shut down and settled in this village. Afterwards, you continued on with your research. The adult villagers somehow learned of the truth and they decided to help your experiments.
Aren't you a smart one?
I don't dislike smart fellas such as yourself.
The village head smiled brightly.
Well, our interests lined up pretty nicely, that was about it. He then sighed softly under his breath and carried on. I wanted to achieve a tangible result somehow and make my glorious return. And the villagers wanted means to defend this village at all times from a potential enemy invasion. Do you get it now? Ramen village was located quite close to the border region. To put it simply, the villagers wanted some sort of a combat force that could defend them against the invasion of parasites that might happen at any given day. Considering that point, it wasn't as if Sol Ji-hoo couldn't understand their viewpoint, but even then, I'm rather surprised that the villagers helped out willingly like that. Especially when there are a lot of kids around too. What can I say? We're living in such a time.
The old man carried on.
There is no right or wrong in matters of survival. In this world, whether you are a righteous man or of a wicked persuasion, you have to gather under one banner and pool your resources to survive. That is the case, even now. But couldn't they have just moved elsewhere?
It's difficult to abandon the land you've been calling home for decades.
Well, I won't say something so stereotypical like that.
The old man formed a bitter smile.
But the truth is, they have nowhere else to go. We aren't living out in the sticks because we like it. Did your entry to the city get refused? If it's something as simple as entering it, then no, it's not that difficult at all. However, it's the settling down part that's the problem. Well, it's nothing to swear blue murder for. After all, regardless of which castle or city, there's always a limit to how many people you can take in. It's already a big task to accommodate all of you earthlings, so how could they spare any energy to look after people like us? The voice of the old man certainly came across as thorny to the youth's ears. But that doesn't mean we plan to die without putting up a resistance. If you're a human being, then you'd want to live on no matter what. The people of this village are no exception. That is why they had accepted me. The way this old man spoke, he sounded as if he was trying to protect the village, rather than blame the people living in it. Sol Ji-hoo asked his next question. Did you succeed in your experiments? No, I failed. The old man replied immediately. His voice was thickly laden with remorse. The Empire knew what the issues with the project were.
No, I also knew them. But I was just fooling myself with an empty dream, thinking that I couldn't let it end just like that. Issues, you say?
It wasn't just one or two. You'd need quite a lot of time for a nest to transform into a reliable combat force, and also, there was a limit to how much you could control it. Should I say that its efficiency was bad? The old man replied until then, before throwing a question of his own. You asked me this, didn't you? Why the level of the team I requested kept increasing?
Yes. I felt a little scared when you did that, actually. The answer is simple.
I wanted it to learn. To learn? A newly born nest is no different than a clueless child. The parasites possess a unique command structure, with the queen standing in the apex of their hierarchy, serving as the center of everything. The whole thing is like a network of a spider's web. Their roles are clearly assigned and the information is transmitted to one another. But no matter how much we researched it, we still failed to uncover the inner workings of their organization. Now that Sol Jihu thought about it, the mutants born from the nest were far closer to humans in appearance, quite different from how the medusa, bugs, or even cockroaches looked. Feeling genuinely curious, he continued with his questioning. In that case, it sounds like the experiment was not a total failure? It's now proven that the nest is capable of learning, so if the Empire seriously stepped up with their efforts, wouldn't they have been possible to shorten the gestation time? The old man blinked his eyes as if he didn't expect the youth to say something like that. Soon, though, he formed a bitter expression. Didn't I say it? There's a limit to how much control we can exert. He slowly got up from the chair and brought out a small box from somewhere. Click, he opened the lid to reveal a murky, dark stone the size of a child's fist. Sol Jihu looked at it with some interest. He thought it resembled a blackish jelly. This is rudium. You could say it's the essence of alchemy. Well, just think of it as the core ore used to control the nest. Such a thing was really possible? Sol Jihu's eyes sparkled. Perhaps finding his interest not unwelcome, the old man began chuckling softly. If you want to hear it, then well, I'll tell you. If your level of magic engineering knowledge is at least a quarter of what I know, then I'm confident of teaching you within 7 days. What if I don't have any? Please, spare this old man. I don't wish to draw my last breath trying to make you understand. The old man replied without missing a beat. He looked at the box and sighed under his breath. And it has gotten this small already. I meant to conserve it as much as I could, too. Is it impossible to control a nest without this ore called rudium? Yes. Not only is the manufacturing process very difficult, but more than anything, sourcing the ore that serves as its base material is truly the case of plucking the stars from the heavens. And on top of that, it's not even a permanent use item, but a consumable. The old man's voice trailed off at the end there, before he closed his mouth shut. Sol Jihu didn't need to hear the rest to make educated guesses, though. He urged on. You used what remained of this rudium to control the nest and continued on with your research. That's correct. And because of us, the hope of the village has disappeared now. No, it's not like that. The old man shook his head. The research has failed a long time ago. I'm not blaming you for anything. You haven't given up on it though. If I didn't have a choice on the matter, fine. But I hated the idea of giving up when I had already come so far. It's all right to ridicule me for being an obstinate fool. That was my reason, anyway. This self-reproach thing doesn't work anyway and only makes me look more wretched than I am already, so please spare me from that. So, is there anything else? I have 2 more questions. The old man gestured with his chin to signal, go ahead. The entrance hidden in the hills showed no traces of anyone using it for the past few years. However, my archer told me that there were traces of people inside the cavern. That's simple. Haven't you thought about the possibility of a secret entrance leading to the cave designed to avoid the eyes of archers? The old man grinned and tapped the floorboards of the house with his foot. And what else? What were you planning to do once the rudium ran out? I was planning to hand myself over to the kingdom. However, I figured that it was still good for 1 or 2 more uses. The old man answered without holding anything back. Sol Jihu thought that he had heard enough now. He got up, only to find a small pouch come flying his way. Upon catching it, he heard the metallic clings coming from it. It was the request reward. I should give you your due first. The village head gravely opened his mouth next. So, What will happen to me now?
I wonder. Are you going to kill me? Or, alternatively, you could report me to the royals and have an arrest warrant issued. Sol Ji-hoo studied the chuckling old man for a while.
In all honesty, he came here to satisfy his curiosity and didn't really think about what he would do next. Sure, Cho-hong got hurt pretty badly, but to him, it was hard to blame this old man for that. The youth contemplated his options for a bit before asking one last question.
Village head. Actually, there is one thing I'm really curious about. The old man spat out a long groan.
Fella. By any chance, are there people around you finding you rather annoying?
Tisk. Alright, go ahead.
Why did you do it? Both the Empire and Delpinion Duchy have been destroyed. There is no one chasing you down anymore. With your level of knowledge, you would have received favorable treatment no matter which kingdom you chose to go to. So why did you choose to remain in this small village? The village head pursed his lips. His hands were interlocked now, his index fingers lightly tapping on his knuckles. A short while later, he made his reply. Because this place needed me and my research. A soft smile suffused on his lips next. If it's here, then I have a place where I can stay. A place that needed him, where he could stay. Those words touched Sol Ji-hoo in his heart. I guess so.
The youth nodded his head in agreement and turned around to leave.
That answer was enough to decide on the old man's fate. Are you leaving?
Yes.
Ah, by the way. You owe me a debt for this one. What do you mean, I owe you?
I'm going to keep my mouth shut over this matter, you see.
But, I already gave you money.
Hey, come on now.
That was for the request besides, let's be honest here. It's far too little, isn't it? The old man broke out in a genial chuckle from that good-natured reply.
I don't mind you being strict with your calculations, but if we're playing by that rule, you also need to tell me something.
Quote. Your identity. Just how did you figure out everything?
I took a guess.
Stop with the bullshit that won't stick.
Sol Ji-hoo displayed some hints of being put under the spot.
Just letting you know doesn't sit well with me.
I had to work pretty hard to solve the mystery, after all. Are you really going to do this to an old man?
Why don't we do it this way?
I'll give you a hint so you can figure it out yourself.
The old man smirked as if he found the idea of the challenge itself ridiculous.
Ha!
Presenting me, the top genius of the Delpinion Duchy, with a riddle.
Interesting. Fine.
No going back on your word now. Just hurry up and be out with it. When there are 9 eyes, what will it be?
9.
What now? The old man formed a dumb expression, then. Now that his curiosity had been satisfied, Sol Ji-hoo sent a refreshing smile back to the old man along with a slight nod of his head and left the house.
Asterisk.
The youth returned to the inn only to be greeted by a pretty unfortunate piece of news. Mikhail had failed in securing a carriage. But, then again, this was a small village, and there wouldn't be all that many carriages going to and from Harem here. In the end, they had to settle for walking back home, instead. The team set off from Ramen in the middle of the afternoon. Sol Ji-hoo initially wanted to wait until Cho-hong regained her consciousness, but he also had to think about Maria's condition as she needed to get to her temple as soon as possible in order to recuperate properly there. They marched on throughout the evening and well into the night before finding a suitable location to set up camp. The dinner time remained rather boisterous. Cho-hong still hadn't woken up, but her condition had improved quite noticeably. Seeing that color of blood had returned to her once pale cheeks and that her breathing had normalized, he relaxed just a little more than before.
According to Maria's prognosis, she should be waking up before the day's end. And then, the team also got to solve the mystery as well.
As this could be considered a triumphant return in glory, the overall atmosphere was rather upbeat. With the exception of Maria feeling really depressed, that is. When Cho-hong finally regained her consciousness, It was some time after the team ended their dinner and had retired back to their tents. She massaged her forehead while getting up from her sleeping bag, before discovering Sol Ji-hoo sitting around as a lookout alone.
Her eyes grew extra large.
After sensing the movement behind him, he looked back and his eyes also opened wide.
He jumped up from the ground, and he quickly called out to her.
An expression of happiness spread on his face.
"Cho-hong."
"Wah, what happened?"
Cho-hong carried a confused expression.
"You were?" Sol Ji-hoo hurriedly approached her, but then, a sudden suspicious light flickered within his eyes. He coughed to clear his throat and spoke as if nothing was amiss. "What do you mean, what happened? Where are we? Weren't we inside a cave?" "A cave?" he asked back as if he didn't understand what she was saying. "What's the matter? Are you still asleep right now? We're on our way to Ramen Village, remember?" "What?" Cho-hong cried out in pure shock. "We decided to take upon the Ramen Village's request, remember? To subjugate the mutants and if it's possible, to find out where they are coming from."
Wait, wait.
Cho-hong frowned deeply and covered both of her temples with her hands.
Fuck. What's going on here?
We're still on our way to Ramen Village?
She quickly scanned her surroundings and her brows contorted rather grandly.
The signs of dumbfoundedness were clear in her expression. Soon, her eyes shot open wide and she sucked in a deep, deep breath. Her once dazed eyes began quaking noticeably. So that's what happened. Time reversal?
Or was it a dream?
She began muttering to herself as if she had an epiphany, and then, "Hey, let's go back." She took a big step towards him and spoke in a determined voice. "If we keep going like this, we'll all die." What? What are you talking about all of a sudden?
Just listen to me, will ya?
I know that what I'm saying doesn't make much sense, and I also know it's coming from the left field. But for the time being, let's go back to Harem. We gotta go back. What? I don't want to. I'm still going ahead. You know how much I've been waiting for this request, don't you? Cho-hong suddenly began pounding on her chest as frustration took hold.
Arg! Damn it, you're driving me crazy here. Really, listen to me.
Cho-hong froze in the middle of her speech right then.
She could see Sol Ji-hoo doing his best, and failing, to suppress his laughter. You!
Cho-hong's eyes grew wider and wider, and she hurriedly grasped her hair to confirm.
Sure enough, it was silver. You! The youth rapidly ran away from there. Bastard! I'ma kill you!
Cho-hong madly chased after him as well.
Ah ha 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 ha!
Stop right there. I said stop. The back of his neck got caught soon enough, and he was yanked down to the ground on his back. She climbed on top of his waist as if she was riding a horse. Hey, you! Did you have fun making a fool out of me?
I'm relieved.
Sol Ji-hoo panted heavily before forming a bright smile for the woman on top growling menacingly at him. Cho-hong hesitated after seeing that earnest, happy smile.
It's a relief that you woke up.
Do you know how worried I was?
Well,
His eyes were so serious, his voice full of his honest feelings. She could only blink her eyes at the gaze coming from below filled with his warmth.
She sneakily shifted her eyes away as her neck reddened gradually.
However, that lasted only for an all too brief moment. Her expressions crumpled and she yelled at the top of her lungs. How dare you try pulling a fast one on me? You think I will let you off the hook because of that?
Wait. Kook.
She roughly grabbed his collars and began shaking him around like a rag doll. It was only obvious that the sudden outbreak of a commotion would wake the sleeping people up.
Kook.
Stop, stoop. You better stay still, you hear? Save me. How dare you make fun of me? Why the heck is it so noisy? Mikhail was roused from sleep and, while rubbing his eyes, got up from the sleeping bag. Veronica had woken up before him and, even though she carried a sleepy face, Her eyes were sparkling as she continued to sneak a long peek outside the tent.
I'm getting killed. That's right.
Why don't we die together?
Don't worry, I'll kill you for real today. Ha! Isn't that Chohong's voice? Mikhail took a look outside and gasped out in surprise.
He could only see Chohong from the back, but he could also see her riding on top of Sol Jihu and violently rocking her body to and fro. Outdoor play, is it?
Kia. Look at her hips move.
Now that's something else. Mikhail stared at Sol Jihu with eyes of envy. He gulped down his saliva and sent a furtive glance at Veronica.
She received that, but then, returned a prim, uptight leer back at him.
However, the way the corners of her lips arched up, it seemed that she, too, was rather greatly aroused for the occasion. And a short while later, the grunts coming out from a certain part of Mother Nature, as well as the one flowing out from a certain tent, became a harmony that resounded out within the land.
And then, exactly like a lightning bolt in the middle of the night,
Maria was staying alone in the other tent, and she was far too dumbfounded to go back to sleep now. As a matter of fact, she thought she could see her own shock materialize in the air and dance in front of her eyes. Eventually, she buried herself in the sleeping bag with a depressed face and covered up her ears.
Fuck. Chapter 77.
It might have taken half a day to get to the village in carriages, but they needed 4 days of solid walking for the return trip home.
Maria didn't even bother to say anything and headed straight to her temple.
Even if the adverse reaction was small, a ceremony was still a ceremony at the end of the day. She mentioned that she needed to pray and recuperate in a temple the god resides in order to prevent her from taking on potential losses. On the other hand, Mikhail and Veronica looked as if they didn't want to part ways just like that. It was pretty obvious why they would feel that way. The abilities, judgment, and overall actions and behavior of Sol Jihu during the request itself had left a deep impression on them. It was difficult to estimate just how much he'd grow in the future when considering how amazing he was as a level 2.
They would lose nothing by getting close to him now.
After all, who knew what would happen in the future? Mikhail had finished with his mental calculations and made a friendly suggestion of sharing a few cold ones together. He said that he'd pay for the drinks as a gesture of thanks for saving his and Veronica's lives. Sol Jihu also busily tinkered with his internal abacus. He did feel this before, and even now it hadn't really changed. These guys weren't really up to his liking. However, their abilities should get a decent boost after reaching level 4. If he thought about the future, then it would not be such a bad idea to get friendly with them. Most importantly, though, the free alcohol-loving Chohong gave numerous hints of wanting to go, so he had no choice but to say yes. On that day, Sol Jihu did as the pub advertised and ate, drank, and thoroughly enjoyed himself until he was nearly drunk out of his mind.
He sang loudly and cheerfully with Chohong as they returned back to the office.
He took a much-deserved refreshing shower and laid down on his back on the bed. Having slept on the hard, unforgiving ground for a few nights in a row, this modest bed suddenly came across as the softest and most comfortable resting place in the whole world. This is so good. He really liked the scent of people living around him. He was no longer alone.
He was now an earthling who had made his nest in Harem.
A content grin crept up on his face as one thought after another slipped in and out of his head. His expression remained one of happiness as he drifted into his slumber. He only realized that Dylan and Hugo were not in the office on the following morning of his return to Harem. Since their usual luggage was nowhere to be seen, it didn't seem like they had gone out for a spot of casual stroll or some such, but Sol Jihu let it be. After all, he already knew those two had a mission to get to. He had no clue how long they'd be away for, but seeing that Chinzia personally came here to speak to the duo, the mission could not have been the kind that might end in a day or two. Since Ian was roped into it as well, Sol Jihu couldn't help but wonder if the royal family was also involved in this matter somehow. Hold on. Didn't that mean that it was only him and Chohong living in this building then? Wasn't it somewhat like a couple living together?
Oh, yeah.
Now that's refreshing. That really wakes you up for good, doesn't it? It was at this point that he heard her familiar voice. Cho-hong had finished up her hangover cure morning workout routine and took a shower before emerging from the bathroom while shaking her wet hair loose.
Wow.
No matter how many times he saw it, he couldn't help himself. Those pair of firm thighs emerging from the curves of the dolphin shorts.
Her healthily fleshed, teardrop-shaped buttocks connected to those thighs. And the arching lines flowing up from there to form beautiful curves resembling a fine white ceramic vase, with her rather appealingly shaped belly button in the center catching one's attention.
And then, as she wore the sleeveless white tee, her upright bosom proudly announcing themselves a step more than before. Maybe he stared at her for too long, because Cho-hong stopped drinking water and gave him a weird look. "What's up with that face?" What do you mean?" "Your eyes are wiggling like a pair of worms, and the philtrum below your nose is stretching down to the ground too."
Cho-hong walked over to the couch and settled down on it.
Sol Ji-hoo quickly took the spot next to her and began stroking her hair as if it was his new favorite hobby.
Her wet hair still shimmered softly in that arresting silver hue.
It all looked so pretty and soft to touch too, so naturally, he couldn't stop himself from touching it. Cho-hong was biting into a fruit but then felt a chill run down her spine and quickly spun her head to the side. He spotted Sol Ji-hoo tightly clenching onto some strands of her hair so he could wantonly brush his face against them. "What are you doing?"
Aw, it just feels nice, you see. And also, it's so cool to look at, too."
"Stop it. You're creeping me out."
"I wish your hair would stay this way forever."
"Stop dreaming, will ya? At the latest, it should revert back to the origi."
"Arg, I told you to stop already."
Sol Ji-hoo tried to tie her hair and make a pretty little shape, so she got rather temperamental and shook her head around wildly. All his hard work trying to create a perfect ribbon was now lost for good and he could only lament the loss in his heart. "Did you suddenly lose your screws or something? You know, you kinda look like a perv when you're being like this."
"Please, can I touch your hair some more?"
"Well, you treat me like a pillow, so it's all fair, right?"
"Ugh, you."
Cho-hong threatened to throw the fruit at him but took a big bite out of it instead.
"Orya." She then laid down on the couch and placed her legs on his lap.
Not wanting to lose out, Sol Ji-hoo also grasped her hair.
"Let go, right now. Or else. Then put your legs down."
"HNG." Cho-hong snorted in defiance. Her cheeks ballooned up and down as she continued to chew before she spoke to him.
"Hey."
"I'm going to the temple today. Wanna go together?"
"But I'm Gula. Aren't you Ira or Nvidia?" "Ugh, come on now.
You're a level 2, you know? It doesn't matter where you go, as long as you aren't a level 4.
She had a point. "Besides, I'm planning to stop by at Gula's place too."
"Really?
"But why would you go to Gula's temple?"
Sol Ji-hoo had been using her thighs as an impromptu drum kit and was lightly tapping on them, but after hearing her declaration, his hands came to an abrupt stop. Could it be?
"Hang on a minute."
"Seriously?"
"No. Well, it's not a definite thing."
"I'll know once I get there." Cho-hong carried a disinterested expression.
She avoided meeting his gaze and focused on chewing her fruit.
However, she couldn't entirely hide the corners of her lips from curling upwards every now and then. Sol Ji-hoo formed a bright smile for her instead. "For real? You're going to be a level 5? He poked her on the side, and she contorted on the couch while erupting out in a fit of laughter.
"Arg, I told you, I gotta go and see first." Cho-hong continued to laugh out as he tickled her.
"Why didn't you say anything?"
"I didn't expect a nest to suddenly pop up out of nowhere, you know."
"Which path are you thinking of taking?"
"I haven't decided yet. I'm not interested in going with Nvidia at all."
"If I go with Ira, then I'd become a Templar. If I go with Gula, there's a good chance that I'd end up as a Crusader."
A Templar, a Crusader. I'm jealous.
Even their names sound cool. Sol Jihu jumped up from the couch. There's no time to waste, then. What are you doing?
Come on now. Get up. Let's go.
Take it easy. I'll go after breakfast, okay? Besides, you think becoming a high ranker is that easy? It isn't. From level 5 onwards, experiences alone won't be enough.
Your contribution points are counted too.
Contribution points?
Cho Hong polished off the fruit by then. She lightly dusted her hand and nodded her head.
Contribution points, achievement points, they're the same thing. They look at how much service you've rendered to paradise until now, that sort of thing. If it's not enough, you can't get to level 5? Well, it's a bit hard to be sure, because… Cho Hong tilted her head this way and that before carrying on.
You see, even the royal family gets involved when it's time to advance to level 5.
Royal family? Really?
Yeah.
You go to a temple and get acknowledged there. Then you pull off the mission the royal family give you. Only then can you level up. It's kinda like an advancement test. Do you have to go through all that? No exceptions? Well, obviously there have been cases of people leveling up without taking a test, but that's only for those folks who had contributed a lot even as they got to level 4. You know, those people who don't spend a single point of their achievement points tally and only chase after one battlefield after another. There are practically no Earthlings who do that though.
Sol Jihu muttered to himself, it's more complicated than I thought.
Cho Hong shrugged her shoulders. It can't be helped. Once you arrive at the upper ranks, the way people treat you changes.
Oh. Well.
Warriors still have it easier than priests, that's for sure.
How bad is it for priests, then? I heard that you gotta get a ton of offerings ready and also prove your worth through some method.
It's all really annoying. Sol Jihu nodded his head.
I guess being a priest isn't as easy as it looks. You could say that.
If you get really technical about it, every class out there has its pros and cons.
It's the same story for magicians. In any case, should we hold a celebration tonight?
Cho Hong was taken by surprise from that. A celebration? There's no need. It's nothing worth celebrating about. It is definitely worth celebrating about. Carpe Diem is about to welcome its second high ranker, after all. I'm telling you, there's no need. It's too embarrassing.
Sol Jihu easily caught Cho Hong's waving hand and pulled her closer.
Don't be like that and let's do it. Allow me to splurge tonight so I can get something out of you in the near future, okay? Really? Well, if you're thinking that way. Yeah, why not? She probably didn't feel bad at all that someone was congratulating her like this because she stopped leering at him from the corners of her eyes and pushed herself off from the couch while pretending to be defeated by him. However, there was this bright smile blooming on her pale face. It certainly looked good on her.
She opened her mouth to speak in between her smiles. I wonder, will it be fine for only us two to hold a celebration? No helping it, then. When Dylan and Hugo come back, we'll just have to hold another one.
Keck. I can already imagine Hugo's face. When he finds out that I've advanced to the upper level before he did, he's gonna get a serious case of stomach cramp of jealousy. The two of them laughed out boisterously and left the office together. ****. They separated the midway. Cho Hong said she'd head off to Ira's temple first, and Sol Jihu told her that he'd be waiting at Gyula's. He wasn't expecting much today, but it'd be a total lie if he wasn't hoping for something to happen as well. However, it was as expected. There was no such thing as him shooting up to level 3 today.
I see, it wasn't enough. Foo.
Your greed is too excessive.
Still.
Combat experience indeed takes up the largest portion in getting to higher levels, true. Gyula's languid voice continued on. However, that is not the only thing to consider. Even if your current fitness level meets the criteria, you haven't mastered any of your level 2 abilities yet, have you?
Indeed, she had a point there.
And because she was right, Sol Ji-hoo had no choice but to swallow his rueful heart and accept her findings.
I understand.
Remember, it's not always a good thing for you to level up quickly.
You should try again after sufficiently preparing yourself. I will.
He then felt the sensation of a hand stroking his head as if Gyula found him adorable.
He lowered his head a little. It felt nice, though.
By the way, you have done admirably on your mission. Pardon?
It was a truly surprising turn of events.
Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head, but a thought entered his mind quickly enough. If it was a mission, then…
Are you referring to the request?
Does that mean exterminating the nest will have some kind of ramifications in the future? Such a simple, negligible thing won't affect the flow of events in any shape or form. Gyula sounded so gentle, but her words certainly were not. However, to think that you'd forcibly create debt and tangle the strings of fate together in that manner.
I had expected you to simply walk right by, but you surprised me. Foo.
If you mean by debt, can it be?
Was she talking about the village head?
Or Mikhail? Was it Veronica?
Or, maybe even the villagers?
In any case, I'm relieved.
Although the path ahead is a field of thorns, you now at least possess shoes to help you tread it.
I just don't understand what you're saying.
I'm praising you.
That will at least pry open a breathing space for you. !_.
Of course, it all depends on the choices you make in the end.
Here she goes again. He felt like falling into a pit of confusion every time he heard the words that sounded like him chasing after the floating clouds. Seriously, would letting him know in clear, concise words bring the sky down or something?
The causality will be brought down, yes.
Do not ever take the divulging of heaven's secrets lightly. !!
Sol Ji-hoo was grumbling inwardly but got shocked out of his mind from that warning.
Scared that he might get smacked in the head again, he quickly bade his goodbye and turned around to leave. He waited by the entrance of the temple for Cho-hong, but she didn't show up even after a long while. It seemed that she needed more time than they had expected.
Well, I guess I'll just head there myself.
He figured that he'd finish his cigarette first before leaving, but then he spotted a man hurriedly running towards him. Sol Ji-hoo had never met this man before.
Are you Sol by any chance?
Excuse me?
I am. But who?
I came from Ira's temple.
I carry a message from Chung Cho-hong. She says that she'll be late today, so don't wait for her and go back first.
Cho-hong said that?
I've delivered the message. Well, then.
As if he had nothing more to say, the man simply turned around and left without even a goodbye.
In all honesty, it was hard to make heads or tails from that message alone.
Sol Ji-hoo watched the man hurriedly climb down the steps of the temple while sucking in the last bits of his cigarette. Did something happen?
Asterisk.
Cho-hong might have said she'd be late, but that didn't mean Sol Ji-hoo would stand around doing nothing. He trained moderately until around dinner time, and he went out to buy an armful of booze and snacks before returning to the office.
He placed them down on the coffee table and settled down on the couch to wait.
She'd be happy when she sees this, right? However, no matter how long he waited, Cho-hong showed no signs of coming back.
The clock continued to tick over and the food was gradually getting colder.
Sol Ji-hoo began pouting as he fidgeted around. She only came back several hours after dinner time.
The night had already deepened considerably by then.
Sol Ji-hoo was napping a little on the couch, but he heard the front door open and his eyes shot up wide right away. Cho-hong had been walking with an energy-less face but then formed a surprised face after running into him. You weren't asleep?
Ah. That is, well.
Sol Ji-hoo's gaze was lowered, and Cho-hong followed it to the table filled with the grub. She gasped out in belated realization. Sol Ji-hoo was the same. Seeing that she looked exhausted and listless, that could only mean.
I uncorked the champagne a little too early. He admonished himself a little and cautiously spoke to her.
I guess you got delayed a bit?
Yeah, just a little.
I went to the temple and went to the royal palace too. Were you waiting for long? The royal palace?
Sol Jihu's eyes opened wider.
Is it done? Ah.
Well, something like that. Okay, what about that test, that mission thing, then? Well, that. Looks like I'll have to,
hash it out some more. For some reason, Cho Hong averted her gaze. Sol Jihu patted the spot on the couch next to him. What exactly had happened? Take a seat here and talk to me, please. There isn't much to say, really.
It's not a confirmed thing, anyway. Oh. I see.
She looked puzzlingly listless, and that naturally sucked out all enthusiasm from Sol Jihu, as well. You hungry? If not, how about something to drink? Cho Hong shook her head. Sol Jihu stopped lightly shaking the bottle of booze as his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. This woman refused a free drink? Something like that was utterly unimaginable. Did something happen to you?
No, not at all.
Cho Hong shook her head again. I'm not really in the mood, you know?
I'm kinda feeling pooped out, too. I see.
If you're too tired, you should get some rest first. This whole thing must have played on her mind because she hesitated where she stood for a while before a helpless sigh escaped from her mouth.
Sorry. She whispered softly under her breath and slowly walked away. Sol Jihu dazedly stared at her back as she entered the bedroom.
Did she just say she's sorry? That would be his first time hearing her apologize. Sol Jihu stood there in silence for a while, before opening his mouth. Is there anything I can help you with?
No reply came back his way, however. Cho Hong seemed to be really busy all of a sudden.
When he woke up in the mornings, she would be gone already, and it became a pretty common occurrence to see her return late into the night as well. Not only that, she didn't even show up in the training facility once, and, when it got really bad, he ended up not seeing her for an entire day. But when she did come back to the office, he found it hard to approach her from the way she chose to sit all alone. She would be either resting her chin on her hands as she stewed in her worries, or every now and then displayed hints of how anxious and pressed her mental state was. He kept asking her what was the matter with her, but all he got in return was, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Something did happen. Although he felt a bit saddened by her not confiding in him, it was true that people had issues they needed to sort out by themselves. Sol decided to patiently wait for her to come around and immersed himself in daily routines, instead. In the mornings, physical training. In the afternoons, abilities and mana training. And then, sleep. Like a squirrel spinning inside a wheel, he continued the exact same routine over and over again. However, the time continued to move on. One day, then 2 days passed, and then 3, 4 days went by. A week later, Cho Hong didn't even bother to show up back in the office at all. He had never seen her gone for more than 2 days in a row, so he naturally got pretty concerned. That wasn't all, either. He had no idea what kind of a mission Dylan and Hugo went off to, but those two also showed no signs of returning, as well. Just what on earth was going on here? Now that the situation had arrived this far, it was only natural that Sol Jihu would start suspecting that something was indeed very off. There definitely had to be something going on here that he wasn't aware of. Convinced of this, he didn't sleep that night and waited by the couch. Cho Hong returned to the office during the dawn of the 4th day of his vigil. She cautiously opened the door and trudged in only for her eyes to open wide in a pair of round holes. "What are you in bed?" Were you waiting for me?
Sorry. I had some things to take care of.
Cho Hong wasn't a fool, either. She continued to sneak a glance at Sol Jihu as he sat quietly on the couch and stared back at her.
It was easy to see that she did feel guilty about something. I'm so tired.
She tried her best to not notice anything and walk past him, but
Cho Hong.
His low, hushed voice stopped her feet from moving again. "Come and sit down next to me, please."
Tap.
Sol Ji-hoo placed his hand on the coffee table.
We need to talk.
Chapter 78. A bit of a rich scene played out on the third floor of Carpe Diem's office. Sol Ji-hoo and his knife-sharp questions continuously probing for the truth.
Cho-hong seriously going through a panicked fluster and waving her hands about in denial.
If any earthling who knew her true personality, the one that got her elected as one of the top 3 in the 6 crazies, saw this spectacle, then that person would have probably collapsed from the sheer weight of the mental shock he would be subjected to. A short while later, Sol Ji-hoo finally stopped interrogating her and his arched-up brows softened just a tad. So, you're definitely saying it's not a serious problem, right?
That's tilde right. I'm telling you, it's not an easy matter to climb up to high ranks.
Even then, I feel a bit left out here, you know?
I mean, at the very least, we could have butt our heads and try to solve it together.
It's easier to solve a problem with 2 heads than 1. Come on. I have my pride to think about. It's a bit embarrassing to ask around for help just because I can't work out a puzzle in a game, right?
I'm supposed to be a level 4, after all. Cho-hong giggled and hurriedly added something extra.
And besides, I just wanted to do this thing with my own power. That way, I can straighten my back and act with some pride when I become a high ranker. So don't be like that and be more understanding, okay?
She laughed and pounded him on his back.
The words, game, got on his nerves for some reason, but he kept his mouth shut. He didn't believe her, but now that she was coming out like this, he didn't have much to say.
I got it. In the end, Sol Ji-hoo chose to take a step back.
Cho-hong looked noticeably relieved. Still, if it's too hard, tell me about it, okay? Who knows? There might be something that I can help you with. Let me try my luck for a little longer. If I just can't solve it, then I'll ask you. Well, just like you said, it's easier to solve a problem with 2. What was it again? It's easier to solve a problem with 2 heads than 1. Sol Ji-hoo formed a bitter smile.
Right. Oh.
Cho-hong scratched the side of her head before throwing this completely out of the blue question at him. Hey, aren't you gonna go home anytime soon? Home? Why are you talking about my home all of a sudden? You know, just?
Isn't it time you go check out what happened so far back home?
Not at all. I don't want to.
Not going.
Sol Ji-hoo shook his head as if there was no reason to even think about this matter. Cho-hong stared at him for a little while and sighed softly under her breath.
Got it. Asterisk. Next day.
For the first time in a while, Cho-hong displayed a rather relaxed attitude in the following morning. They had breakfast together, and she even participated in his morning training routine.
It was as if she was thinking at least a little bit about him.
However, that only lasted for a short while. Sometime in the afternoon, she received a call through her personal communication crystal and hurriedly ran out of the office.
She didn't even mention where she was going, too.
As a matter of fact, she was in such a hurry that Sol Ji-hoo couldn't even think about stopping her and ask.
She's definitely hiding something.
He was in the middle of going through his usual afternoon schedule but decided to stop with his training then. He needed his undivided attention on training his abilities as well as his mana, after all. It was already hard to get any sort of improvement even after focusing every little fiber of his being. Yet he was now mired in all sorts of distracting thoughts and so, it was rather impossible to get any training done at this rate. Should I go and pay a visit to Maria to wish her well?
He was feeling rather unfocused anyway. Although little, he did feel a bit guilty regarding her situation. He quickly tidied up the first floor and left the office himself. Looks like they're almost done building that place.
As he was about to leave, he noticed that the construction work across the office was almost finished. Sol Ji-hoo stopped by at a local diner to buy an armful of food and drinks and went to Luxuria's temple. When he requested permission to visit one of the patients they had, the lady working in the counter displayed a deeply shocked expression. You came to visit who here?
Maria Yeriel.
That is so wild. Someone like her can have a visitor, 2.
Wow.
The elegant woman wearing the white priest garb muttered to herself and raised her hand high. A probationary priest busy sweeping the entrance put the broom down and approached the counter.
Will you escort this gentleman to where Miss Shit is currently residing?
Shit Aria?
No. I mean, Miss Maria? I understand.
The male probationary priest replied courteously and guided Sol Jihu. The route they took was different from the last time. They didn't head to the residential area. Instead, they entered deeper into the temple grounds where foot traffic became progressively lesser and lesser. After reaching a dark and dinky corridor, the male probationary priest confirmed which room it was and cautiously knocked on it before bolting straight out of there. The same thing happened back when Sol Jihu was escorted to the residential area too. Why were they all running away after knocking on the door?
Was there a ding-dong ditch culture here?
Sol Jihu thought about all sorts of dumb things as he raised his voice. Miss Maria?
It's me, Sol. He didn't hear any reply.
He only heard a soft, subtle sound of chick, chick from beyond the door.
He waited for a little bit before cautiously opening the door.
I'm coming in.
Keek.
Opening the door led him to an unexpectedly spacious room. It was so clean and tidy that he almost felt guilty trying to compare this place to Maria's former room. And then, his eyes drifted to the white bed and a small-statured girl breathing heavily lying on it. Miss Maria? Sol Jihu was taken by surprise and quickly approached her to find her golden hair completely soaked in sweat. There was a white towel placed on her forehead, and she barely managed to creak open her eyelids to stare at him from the corners of her eyes.
Sol.
Are you alright? Are you in a lot of pain? What brings you here?
No, it can't be.
Another favor?
Of course not. I just wanted to pay you a visit and wish you well.
That's all. Wish me well? Maria's voice, which sounded as if she was precariously balancing on the edge of life and death only a second ago, suddenly improved by a great deal. And then, when she saw the food Sol Jihu brought along, the light in her eyes transformed immediately.
Aw!
I was worried for nothing.
Swish! Maria grabbed and threw the towel off her forehead and hurriedly sat back up straight.
She wiped away the water on her face with her sleeves and then, snatched the food basket in his hands. Just as the youth's expression became utterly dazed after discovering the water spray bottle on a table near the bed, Maria stopped fishing through the food basket and asked him, "Where is my booze? Didn't you bring me one? You're going through a recovery, you know. So no booze for you."
I brought along a bottle of fruit juice, though.
Hey, do I look like a kid to you? Where is your common sense? But, I thought you were a kid?
Stop fucking around. I'm at the ripe old age of 18, I'll have you know.
Who the hell are you calling a damn kid?
Sol Jihu momentarily thought to himself,
so she was 18 years old, She's still a high schooler, then, before being punched in the face by a huge mental shock. She was equivalent to a second-year high schooler in the South Korean education system, yet she drank like a dang sailor?
Maybe, it's because you're a foreigner? What on earth are you on about now?
HNG, she snorted unhappily and bit into a loaf of bread with a vengeance. Seeing her grab that bread with both hands and only move her head left and right to tear it off somehow reminded Sol Jihu of an otter eating a clam, and he thought she looked rather adorable right now.
Nom, nom. Maria's cheeks puffed up when she opened her mouth to speak. Well, I still gotta commend you.
I mean, you bothered to come to see me like this when you must be busy out of your mind. Well, I just came by, you know, because of other stuff. He meant to say that he came here to wish her well during her recovery and also to build a more friendly relationship with her. Hey, because of other stuff, is it?
Maria smirked as she continued to chew. I hope you aren't treating me like an afterthought. No, not at all.
I didn't mean it that way.
Well, I guess it can't be helped. I mean, Carpe Diem must be going through hell right now, anyway. Nom. Cheer up, okay? What was she talking all of a sudden?
Sol Ji-hoo's complexion waned in an instant. However, Maria was too focused on eating the delicious bread to notice the change in his face.
Since you bothered to bring these, I shall gratefully accept them.
I'm fine now, so you should get going.
I saw Cho-hong's face earlier, and boy, it was no joke, I tell ya.
Cho-hong? She was here? Sol Ji-hoo was about to ask what Maria was talking about, but his thoughts clicked into place in an instant.
He could venture a guess and say that she knew what he didn't know. She seemed to be mistaken about something else as well.
Ah, well, we came separately.
We were supposed to meet up somewhere around here.
By any chance, do you know where I might find her? She's probably in the last room in this passageway. It sounded as if Cho-hong was quite close by. Sol Ji-hoo bade goodbye while saying that he should get going now.
Maria simply raised her hand and waved it.
The moment he left her room, though, his steps gained urgency.
The last room in this passageway.
The last room located on the left side of the passageway had its door slightly ajar, and a sliver of light leaked out from the open gap.
Following his intuition, he killed his footsteps and sneaked a look inside the room.
First of all, he spotted a few number of people inside. Soft murmurs of people drifted in and out of his hearing. But his wandering eyes were fixed to a single spot. It was a certain woman lying on the sickbed. Perhaps she sensed the gaze on her because her left eye shifted and locked onto Sol Ji-hoo's. At that moment, he forgot to breathe. Agnes? Chinzia saw that Agnes was silently looking at the door and shifted her own eyes in that direction.
It was right then, the door issued sounds of being flung open.
The crowd's attention was immediately shifted over there. Cho-hong, standing to one side, jumped in surprise. What?
Miss Agnes.
Sol Ji-hoo dashed forward without hesitation and stopped before the bedridden Agnes. Her state was truly wretched. However, the metallic, bitter scent of blood strongly wafted in the air and rendered that simple description wholly inadequate for the situation. Towels soaked in blood were found liberally around the bed itself, and Agnes's entire body was wrapped in thick bandages. Not only that, even her face, with the sole exception of her left eye, was wrapped up tightly. If it weren't for that, he would not have recognized her. What on earth had happened to her? Agnes was a powerful level 6 archer-class assassin only a step away from entering the unique rank. She was one of the biggest big shots in Paradise, and even Kim Hannah personally praised.
Miss Agnes. Miss Agnes. Like a broken robot, Sol Ji-hoo repeated the same words over and over again.
Just from looking, one could tell what he was feeling at the moment, so Agnes shifted her gaze away and let a groan leak out of her mouth. She had moved only slightly, yet the bandages wrapped around her neck was dyed in crimson red in no time. Who the hell is this bastard?
Stop.
He's not an outsider. This friend is also a member of Carpe Diem. The latter voice also belonged to another familiar person.
It was Ian, currently lying on another sickbed similar to Agnes's.
He raised his upper body up and slowly stroked his beard with a bitter face. Ian didn't look so good either. He only looked better compared to Agnes.
Master Ian.
How have you been? So, did you get to solve the mystery? Ian winked with his eye. Sol Ji-hoo was feeling too confused right now.
He just couldn't figure out what the hell happened. Meanwhile, Cho-hong was chewing on her lower lip with a complicated look on her face.
He shot a silent glare at her for a second or two before shifting his eyes to somewhere else.
He hoped for someone, anyone, to provide a clue.
After a moment of heavy silence, Chinzia, standing tall with her arms crossed and her index fingers lightly drumming on her arms, let a long groan escape from her mouth.
Looks like an apology is in order.
An apology? It was just one single word, yet Sol Ji-hoo was immediately overcome with a sense of ominous foreboding. Cho-hong didn't wish for you to get involved in this matter, but I.
Nunam. Be silent, Chohong.
This kid has the right to know, too.
Chinzia rebuked with a low growl and studied Sol Jihu with a pair of animalistic eyes.
He addressed her immediately.
Please, tell me what happened. Asterisk.
Several days ago, on the third floor of Carpe Diem's office. A mutated ogre?
Dylan froze up in the middle of lifting his teacup. Correct. The news came from the Federation.
First time I hear it. Didn't the ogre race get annihilated?
This is a freshly hot piece of news.
I can't believe it myself, but well, they say their situation has been greatly worsened because of the mutated ogre's appearance.
I hear that they couldn't defend their position and had to abandon the Tiggle fortress in the end. Tang.
Dylan roughly put the teacup down. I can't believe it. He's opened his mouth wide in surprise, which was quite a rare sight for him.
Isn't the Tiggle fortress one of the most important strategic points for the Federation?
They gave it up that easily? That just goes to show how powerful that mutated ogre is. What the hell? How did things get to that situation? The parasites were a race that fundamentally survived by parasitizing off other lifeforms. It didn't matter whether it was a corpse or not. They relied on taking over and wrestling away the control of bodies to shore up their fighting forces. Both the Federation and humans weren't idiots. Once the Beastman alliance got destroyed, or, more correctly, after the parasites used their corpses to parasitize and proliferate in massive numbers, the two remaining forces came up with a new strategy. And that would be to incinerate any remains, whether they be of allies or enemies. They chose to burn them all away because they would become the enemy's combat force if left alone. However, the parasite queen wasn't sitting around doing nothing. As if to ridicule the efforts of the two forces, she created existences called nests. Originally, the parasite as a species lacked the ability to conceive and give birth. No one knew just what kind of witchery was involved in this whole thing, but nests acting like pregnant mothers and new types of parasites being born from that ability gave incredible shock to other forces. That alone was already a massive source of headache. Yet now, the supposedly annihilated race of ogres made an appearance, too? That parasite whore is probably telling us that she isn't gonna sit back and watch the current situation develop.
Who? Chinzia exhaled the cigarette smoke and continued on.
That bitch is probably worried about one thing.
Us and the Federation joining hands.
That sounded plausible. The Federation might have welcomed the cave fairies into their coalition, but even then, they were only able to barely hang on against the concerted assault of the parasites.
And that delicate balance was tilting against their favor, all because of the mutated ogre's entrance.
However, the story might change if the Federation and humans decided to join forces.
Although humanity was the weakest of the lot, they were backed by the seven gods representing the seven sins. Along with the mass introduction of Earthlings, they could no longer be looked down that easily. But, seeing that the situation had become like this. Looks like that bitch is sure of it after the Arden Fortress incident.
She has shown us a brand new solution to her problem. This would be my first time not wanting to hear about a solution. Dylan's feigned weakness brought about a quick chuckle from Chinzia, but she continued on regardless. The Federation thinks that the appearance of the mutated ogre heralds some sort of an evolution in the parasite's ability to give birth to new life. Can I take those words as you saying that the number of nests will increase in the future and brand new types of parasites will appear?
The latter is correct, but not the former. Chinzia shook her head. Dylan.
The kind of evolution I'm talking about here isn't enhancing a certain species' already existing innate traits.
Okay, then what is it?
It's the change in the method itself. Dylan tilted his head as if he just couldn't get it. Nests are seen as an invaluable resource by the parasites since even medusas, the so-called final evolution of their kind, are born from those things. A nest has never really appeared in a battlefield before, and the rumor mill goes, there aren't that many to begin with. Do you know why that's the case?
No, I don't.
That's right. No one knows. However, there is a reason for everything.
Maybe they experience some kind of unknown losses.
Whatever the case may be, there is something we don't know yet. If not, nests would have appeared as a damn army and have swept us away a long time ago. The conclusion?
Nests can't be mass-produced.
However, what if the parasite queen began thinking about that problem this way?
Chinzia's voice became a little higher as she spoke up to hear.
Is there really a need to increase the number of nests while suffering from unknown losses? If you're talking about the ability to give birth, you can borrow the bodies of other species, no? Dylan's expression froze up almost instantly.
Chinzia, there's no way.
Why not?
The ability to give birth.
Chinzia formed a subtle smile and placed a hand on her chest.
I possess it. She then pointed at Agnes standing behind her.
Agnes here also possesses it. And, even if it's not human females, I'm pretty sure that paradise is practically overflowing with fertile females. Wouldn't you agree? Dylan shook his head. That makes no sense. Why do you think that? The main combat force of the parasites is the corpse army. We know this. Those things take over a body and start controlling it, sure, but it's still a damn zombie and nothing inside of it works anymore. But you're saying one of its internal organs is still functioning? What if you get caught while still alive? Dylan's words of vigorous denial came to an abrupt halt.
Chinzia spat the cigarette out and quietly carried on.
For example, being taken as prisoners.
Are you saying there are living prisoners?
Dylan, you should stop with your lackadaisical thought process. The Empire, the Beastmen Alliance, the number of nations destroyed by the parasites aren't just one or two. Just the number of species that lived there, you won't be able to count them at all. And well, I don't think the parasite queen is a dumbass who doesn't know the concept of taking prisoners when she's capable enough to devour the chief deity of this world.
Still, that's hard to believe.
Dylan looked to be at a loss now. Even if we say that your supposition is right, you still need.
You should also discard the idea of prisoners being only females while you're at it. Chinzia spoke, her tone almost entering the territory of ridicule.
Dylan now looked as if he had nothing more to say. And so, capture living males and females, infect them with parasites, and transform their innards to whatever the hell they wanted.
And then,
extract all the semen from the male until it's dead, and as for the females, repeatedly impregnate them and make them give birth. Wow, just imagining it gives me the chills. This crisis is a lot worse than anyone can expect, you know.
That's right. I guess it's time to get to the point of my visit. Chinzia uncrossed her legs and leaned forward.
The Federation has provided us with this information. The solution the parasite queen came up with this time isn't a single mutated ogre.
No, it's the mutated orcs.
Mutated orcs?
Right. Unlike with ogres, you can mass-produce the race of orcs.
There are quite a few heads when a litter is born, and the burden on the mother body is on the low side. To top it off, they can become a viable combat force very quickly.
What on earth is this about now?
Listen to me. The parasite army that has taken over the Tiggle fortress chose not to press their advantage. No, they chose to stay put and bide their time instead. Not only that, they even diverted quite a few of their numbers towards the regions that border human territory. However, they haven't invaded yet. What does this signify? Fuck. Dylan closed his eyes shut. The Federation thinks that the enemy already possesses the ability to mass produce. If we sit back and simply do nothing, soon we will see the torrential flood of mutated orcs in truly nonsensical numbers invading this very land. Strengthen their military forces by changing their previous method. If such a scheme becomes reality, there would be no meaning in the Federation and humanity joining hands. No, you could even say that all dreams and hopes would be lost completely.
And one more thing.
The facilities to mass produce their soldiers are all evenly spread around our borders.
So, now,
can you finally guess where I'm going with this? Simply put, they would mass-produce the expendable mutated orcs and invade humans with them, while the main parasite force would focus on the Federation. It was at this point Dylan realized the purpose of Chinzia's visit. So, what have the Seven Kingdoms decided to do? They are already making their move. Harem is no exception.
We need to destroy one of the facilities.
And the army? Didn't I say it earlier? Parasites have relocated some of their main fighting forces and placed them in several locations near ours. The moment the Harem army tries something, they will get devoured in no time. So what's the conclusion? Pick skilled Earthlings to form a small elite squad and infiltrate their camp. That is all. Dylan rubbed his face.
Damn it. I'm telling you, I'd like to get involved in a mission that's not life-threatening once in a while. Hee.
I feel exactly the same. In any case, as this matter requires our haste, Agnes has been chosen to act as the header. And from the royal family, the old geezer and lewd pink will participate.
Also,
Dylan, who was silently listening until then, opened his mouth. By any chance, can Hugo participate as well? Hugo? I was thinking that I might need a warrior I'm in sync with.
Well,
I guess at Hugo's level, it should be fine. Do what you want.
Chinzia shrugged her shoulders.
Oh, and also. Dylan finally lifted the cold teacup again and threw another question. Where is that facility located?
Asterisk.
And well, they somehow avoided the patrols and got near their target, but… Chinzia finally ended her lengthy explanation and took a long puff of her cigarette smoke while looking down at Agnes on the bed. Long story short, the mission was a splendid failure.
Only 2 people managed to come back.
That's what went down.
Sol Jihu was hoping for the best. Faces of Dylan, Hugo, and Teresa Hussey flashed in his mind. He felt his heart tumble to the floor and hesitantly asked.
Which means? We can't make that conclusion yet. Ian interjected right then. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Mutated orcs were roaming around.
That means the enemy indeed possesses a facility to mass produce. Ian blurred the end of his sentence, but Sol Jihu didn't need to hear the rest to figure it out. They could be held as prisoners. I can't be fully certain of it, but that seems to be the case. Ian formed a wry expression. The expedition team was near their destination but got discovered during their infiltration and had to fight their way out of a siege of enemy forces seemingly rushing in from all sides. The only reason Ian managed to come back alive was thanks to Agnes. If it weren't for her desperate struggle, these two wouldn't have been able to break past the siege nor shake off the enemy's pursuit. However, Agnes was still a human at the end of the day and there was only so much she could do. They were already fighting against overwhelming odds, and she simply lacked the ability to rescue everyone else when the expedition team members had been separated from each other. A short moment of silence later, Sol Jihu raised his opinion. We need to rescue them, don't we? We're here to discuss that problem. Ian replied first.
Even putting the mission itself aside, we obviously want to rescue them somehow.
But, then why? But how? Ian's head faltered as an indescribable expression clouded his face.
We formed the best team possible in Harem and yet, we still failed.
Since we were discovered once, their security should have tightened up even further. Unless we risk total annihilation and go for a frontal assault, we estimate that the odds of rescuing them is near zero. Even the frontal assault presented a problem. The difference between attacking and defending was as great as heaven and earth itself. Humans had never taken the initiative to attack first ever since the invasion began. Not only that, they were already in a bit of tight spot trying to defend themselves. But now, they were going to attack the enemy camp? It was already unknown whether the assault would even materialize, and even if it did, it would not be much different than delivering themselves to the open jaw of the tiger anyway. What about cooperating with the Federation?
We already thought about it.
They were the ones that gave us the information to begin with, so they must be operating their own infiltration squads, but… Ian pondered deeply for a while, before shaking his head. They most likely have suffered tremendous losses trying to defend themselves until now. More importantly, judging from the fact that they had to give up on Tiggle Fortress, we should consider that the Federation is also having a very hard time as well.
Sol Ji-hoo unconsciously gripped his fists tighter.
To this extent.
Were the differences in strengths this great?
Did this mean he had no choice but to watch from the sidelines while sucking on his thumbs? The notion of a rock and a hard place never felt truer in my life before.
We're still trying to find a way, yet we can't seem to find an answer.
What should I do? Sol Ji-hoo desperately combed through his memories.
Unfortunately, there was no way he'd remember the contents of a dream he had so long ago.
I should have jotted down everything as soon as I woke up. If only someone like Sung Shi-hyun was still around. The dejected Ian lamented with an energyless voice. It was then Sol Ji-hoo opened his mouth again. Where? That facility. Where is it located? Ian didn't immediately answer but chose to seek out Cho Hong's response. However, although she looked mighty unhappy right now, she still didn't say anything.
No, she simply tutted and avoided making eye contact.
Ian guessed what was in her mind and cautiously spoke up.
Sol, I must emphasize that this is not a matter that you can interfere with.
It's not possible, and it should not be.
Master Ian. Please, do not misunderstand me. I'm not looking down on your capabilities.
However, both the events of the Forest of Denial and the defense of Arden Fortress were child's play compared to this one. No, more importantly, this matter could be the epic-changing event that decides the flow of history from henceforth. You can still tell me the location, can't you? Ian licked his lips a little. He took a bit of time to decide, before. Well, if it's only the location. He spoke with a helpless expression. It's in Delpinion Duchy. And, at that moment. It's the Royal Laboratory. Sol Ji-hoo's eyes gleamed brightly.
Chapter 79. Cho Hong didn't return to Carpe Diem's office immediately.
No, it'd be far more correct to say she couldn't. Sol Ji-hoo turned around in a trance and left after the explanations came to an end.
He didn't even suggest going back together.
As a matter of fact, he didn't say anything.
Cho Hong felt this heavy pressure from his back silently growing further away from her.
God damn it. Cho Hong found herself pacing up and down the vicinity of the office for a long while before finally taking large strides up the steps to the side of the building. She breathed in deeply and swung the door open, only to find Sol Ji-hoo had already finished getting ready to leave.
She stood there and vacantly stared at him neatly fill his bag up. You.
Hey, you. What are you doing?
I've got a place I need to go.
Sol Ji-hoo didn't even bother to turn around as he answered.
Cho Hong nearly jumped up in fright before a wry chuckle leaked out of her lips. No way.
It's not that, right? What's not it? You're angry and just want to let me know about it, right?
Okay. I got it. Hey, let's all calm down and have a seat so we can talk like adults. Right? Let's talk for a second.
Sol Ji-hoo snorted derisively. What are you even on about? You think I'd rush into the enemy camp all alone? If not, that sure would be a big relief. Even then, Cho Hong's face was full of complicated, mixed-up emotions. However, Sol Ji-hoo completely disregarded that, slung the bag over his shoulder, and finally, picked up his spear. One wouldn't normally dress like that unless he was planning to leave the safety of the city for a while. Where are you thinking of going, then?
No need to worry about it.
What was that? I'll take care of this by myself. I also want to do it with my own strength, you see. Sol Ji-hoo walked right past Cho Hong.
She squeezed her eyes shut and quickly grabbed his arm. Are you really going to be like this?
What do you mean, be like this?
Hey, you. Okay, wait. Fine. I'm sorry about not telling you anything, but… No, that's not it. Sol Jihu abruptly stopped walking and made a curt reply. You did tell me something, all right. The problem is with you lying, that's all.
Cho Hong faltered a little, then. His eyes were as icy and hard as the air permeating within the office.
She gritted her teeth and shouted out. But, you also did that, too. I know I made you worry, but even you.
At the very least, I told you beforehand, didn't I? He cut her words off like a sharp blade.
And also, I never lied to you.
Cho Hong's face paled gradually.
Sol Jihu yanked his arm loose and stepped outside the door.
Where are you going?
He wordlessly climbed down the steps. Hey, Sol. He. Her pleading voice echoed in the air, but his figure soon disappeared from her sight.
Sol Jihu got on a carriage. Its driver was hesitant at first after hearing the request of getting to the destination as quickly as possible and to wait until the youth was done with what he wanted to do there. But when a silver coin was presented, there was an immediate change in the glint of the driver's eyes. The distance wasn't too far and there seemingly wasn't a good enough reason to refuse. Thanks to that, Sol Jihu got to reduce the travel time by at least 8 hours, but it was already dawn when he arrived in Ramen village. But then again, every second counted, so he ran as if he wanted to fly and pounded on a certain familiar door. Village head. Village head. That was just like a sheer lightning bolt out of the blue. The village head had been deeply immersed in solving that riddle the whole day before barely managing to fall asleep. Now rudely awakened by this ruckus, he hurriedly yanked the door open in fright. After discovering a completely unexpected guest, though, his expression first became rather dumbfounded before rapidly shifting into one of annoyance.
Fella, where did you forget your manners this time?
Village head. Save it. You have any idea what time it is?
I'm
sorry. Sol Jihu quickly bowed his head and apologized. But he couldn't finish the rest of the sentence, though. The village head quickly read the urgency in the youth, and he calmed some of his irritation.
Looks like you're facing a bit of problem.
Yes, you're correct. And so, you came back to collect the debt, am I right?
Rather than that. I truly need your help, village head.
The old man arched up one of his brows. The young man before him was an earthling who had uncovered his true identity. Compared to how he calmly analyzed every single point back then, his current atmosphere seemed rather different somehow. It looked like he had his reasons.
Do come in. And please, I beg of you. Lower your voice. I understand. Thank you.
Have a seat over here.
And, take a deep breath.
Now, explain what happened in detail.
Even if the problem is urgent, trying to solve it too quickly won't ever result in a satisfying answer.
Sol Jihu settled down on the chair the village head pointed at. He caught his heavy breathing and proceeded to explain what happened. What an idiotic plan. Those were the first words muttered out by the village head upon hearing the explanation. Let's forget about not being able to mobilize the army for a second here. Even then, to blindly infiltrate with only a small number of elites and destroy their facility? If you say they weren't underestimating the parasites, then all I can say is that your friends are stupid fools. His criticism of their actions was savage, to say the least. Doing enough reconnaissance work beforehand is a must if you want to succeed in your infiltration. However, they blindly rushed in with no information at hand. It's only obvious they would fail.
Tisk, tisk.
Sol Jihu was about to loudly voice his opposition but had to suppress his anger. After all, the old man didn't say anything wrong just now. Well, still. The appearance of these mutated orcs sure is an unpleasant surprise. It's somewhat understandable why your people ended up making the wrong move in their haste.
The old man coughed to clear his throat and continued on.
In any case, I'm guessing the reason you came to see me is because of my rudium, right?
Yes.
Sol Jihu urgently spoke up.
I beg of you.
I know it's a precious treasure, but… No, not really? Excuse me?
If we are talking about the original ore, sure.
But the raw material has been processed already to create rudium, so it has no value anymore. And with my experimental nest gone, it's completely useless to me. Sol Jihu blinked his eyes.
What I'm saying is, you can have the rudium. Thank you very much.
Sol Jihu hurriedly bowed his head. Well, just think of it as me paying off the debt. Besides, it's still too early for you to thank me. Wouldn't you agree? The old man suddenly formed a wide-open smile.
All right, so.
Say you take the rudium with you. What will you do next?
That is.
Right at that moment, Sol Jihu didn't know what to say.
Listen, young man.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. How about slowing down a bit? The old man studied the youth with wizened eyes for a little while before stating his observation.
Although you try to look calm and collected, I can tell that you're burning up inside right now.
I'm just… You think I can't tell?
Fella, you can't fool my eyes.
You pretend it's not, yet I can see that your actions are hasty and disorganized. The moment he heard the word, hasty, Sol Jihu felt an impact akin to a hammer striking his head.
He instantly realized what the village head was telling him.
The youth closed his eyes for a moment to collect his thoughts. You made the right choice to come and see me, even though you must be feeling quite urgent right now. However, don't you think there is something else you could get from me besides the rudium? When the old man gave out a free hint, the cogs finally clicked in Sol Jihu's head. That helped his nerves to settle down.
Now that you mention it.
Village head, you were once a mage of the Delpinian Duchy.
Foo.
And you worked in the royal laboratory, too.
I worked there for many, many years.
I know that place like the back of my hand. The old man grinned and stood up from his chair. Now our conversation is finally going somewhere. The village head turned around to fetch the small box from the last time, along with a fairly large piece of paper.
First of all, let's break down in detail the current situation.
The old man was, once upon a time, a highly reputed mage. His body may have aged, but that didn't mean his experiences and knowledge base would dissipate overnight. You need to consider that you no longer have any chance in infiltrating the enemy camp the old-fashioned way. No, maybe I should revise and say that you never had a chance, to begin with. There is simply no way that parasites wouldn't have prepared for an event like this. The old man's pen continued scribbling over the paper as he spoke. In any case, the first operation has failed, so the security should have been tightened up several times higher by now. So, the same tactic will not work anymore. If you want to succeed, you need to hit the parasites from where they least expect it. But, is there a way to take them by surprise, as you say?
Of course, with this rudium. Click, the old man opened the small box.
There it was, a murky, black-colored stone the size of a child's clenched fist. I told you that this thing is a consumable, right?
Yes. Originally, it wasn't this small. When I was making my escape with it from the laboratory, it was as big as a boulder. The old man spread open his arms wide.
With that in mind, have you ever thought about this point before? What point?
Look at me. I'm an old, decrepit man.
And my physical strength is pretty poor too. So, how could I have stolen a big rudium and safely escaped from the strict security of the empire and the duchy?
Now that sounded strange. Even if the order to shut the project down was given, the value of rudium ores still would have been rather considerable.
In other words, every single one would have been strictly guarded. So how did this old man steal one away?
The correct answer is magic.
Indeed, magic is always superior to everything. When you say magic, fella, have you ever heard of a transfer magic circle?
Sol Jihu's eyes opened up super wide.
What if there is a way to cross the border region without risking your life and limb and enter the laboratory straight away? Something like that is possible?
Well, yes. I used that to escape, haven't I?
So? Don't you think you can hit them from where they least expect it? Sol Ji-hoo tightly clenched his fist.
If what the old man said was all true, then… Meanwhile, the old man finally finished jotting down with his pen and spoke up.
Let me explain what I think. Now, look at this. The paper was already chock-full of texts and drawings. Even at a casual glance, it looked like the floor plan of the laboratory. The Royal Laboratory has 2 underground floors and 2 above ground for a total of 4 floors. The old man's artistic skill was rather excellent. Sol Ji-hoo expressed his admiration and focused on the village head's words. I'm not some incredible mage capable of using spells like warp or teleport, but when it comes to pre-installed magic circles, my story changes quite dramatically. Way back in the past, I used research as an excuse to come and visit Harem so I could get myself a hideout deep within the mountains. That's where I installed the transfer circle. If we use that magic circle, we can enter the laboratory's interior.
Correct.
That is, assuming the hideout and the magic circle are still intact, obviously.
And, when you use the transfer magic circle…
The old man drew a circle on a certain spot on the floor plan. You'll be transferred to the first hidden space over here on the first basement floor. The first one?
Hey, I'm a bit cautious type, you see.
The old man scratched his nose. I prepared 2 hideouts just in case something unexpected happened.
Well, I'll tell you about that later. Tap, tap.
The old man lightly tapped the floor plan with the end of the pen.
Let's move on.
I don't think there will be a need to go above ground in the first place. Why not?
It might have been an open secret, but well, it was still a secret experiment.
The floors above ground were used as sleeping quarters or served some other miscellaneous purposes. The actual experiments were done underground, you see. Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head. So, you need to search the first and second underground floors, but…
According to my deduction, there's a good chance that your comrades are being held on the first floor. We used the entirety of the second floor as the experimentation area and used the first floor as a sort of a paddock. In other words, we used it mostly as a pen. The old man continued on.
An operation plan needs to be simple. If possible, you need to be able to explain in 1 sentence. Tap. He put the pen down and pointed with his hand before drawing a line. Transfer to the first basement floor using the magic circle. Use rudium to achieve your objective. Return to the secret room to escape by using the transfer circle again. Those are the gist of the plan I'm suggesting. You understand now? Sol Ji-hoo stared at the village head with eyes of awe and envy. The youth had been feeling rather lost and hopeless, but now, he felt as if his eyes had been opened, and his blocked chest had been liberated.
Village head, are you a god in disguise?
Stop spewing nonsense.
The village head's nose clearly reddened somewhat as he opened his mouth.
Well, my plan certainly has a higher chance of succeeding than that dumb initial plan you told me about.
However,
he hesitated a little before continuing on.
I might as well come out and say it.
There are a total of 3 variables for you to worry about in my plan. The old man raised 3 fingers before folding the ring finger first. First, it's the current state of the hideout. Its current state, is it? Not just the one in the Arden mountain range, but the one inside the laboratory itself, too. No one knows what they are like right now.
I did hide them to the best of my abilities, but well,
who amongst us can predict what'll happen in the future? In the worst-case scenario, you may even find yourself right in the middle of the dang mutants as soon as transferring there. Sol Ji-hoo's complexion hardened. You can only hope for the best on that one.
Lamentably, there is nothing you can do about that.
If things do turn out that way, you need to escape immediately. Understand?
Yes.
The second problem has to do with the transfer magic circle itself. The village head folded his middle finger next.
I don't know the level of skill the magicians in Harem possess.
But the thing is, that magic circle can only be maintained for 30 minutes, tops. Worse still, if the magician's stamina runs out or if the mana supply is cut off deliberately, then the circle will shut down automatically.
Which means, everything needs to be taken care of within 30 minutes. Correct.
The important thing here is, regardless of whether mana is supplied or not, the circle will shut down after 30 minutes. And you'll need 72 hours to charge up a magic circle that had been shut down in that manner. Do you understand where I'm going with this? Is there a way to increase the duration somehow? Sol Ji-hoo's earnest inquiry caused the village head to rub his chin. I wonder. It might sound like I'm trying to make excuses, and I'm ashamed about that, but well, transfer magic itself is inherently a difficult magic to master. Even back in the Empire, there was almost no one capable of activating this magic with nothing but their own powers. Most had to rely on transfer magic circles. So, in all honesty, I'm not confident in improving the duration any further than 30.
I guess it can't be helped, then.
Sol Ji-hoo could only nod his head after hearing the old man's frank declaration on his limits. What could he do when it wasn't the case of not wanting to do it but being unable to do it, instead? And finally, it's the rudium itself.
The village head folded the index finger.
Mutated orcs shouldn't be high-ranked creatures, so you will probably be able to control them to some degree. You mean I should be careful since I won't be able to control high-ranked creatures? That's blindingly obvious.
No, what I'm trying to say is this.
Look at it. It's just too small.
Of course, I think you can use it plenty enough for around 30 minutes.
Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head a bit. What was the problem, then?
That's why you need to make a choice. The old man spoke up, this time sounding a bit grimmer.
Use the rudium to destroy the facility, or use it to rescue your comrades. This is a completely different problem unrelated to the magic circle's duration. But, can I do both?
You need to stop daydreaming.
Fundamentally, this problem overlaps with the other two variables. One wrong move and you will fail to achieve neither of your goals. Chasing after two rabbits would result in missing both of them.
Choose one, and focus on that. I understand. Very well. And then?
The village head added several more detailed information and let out a long sigh of fatigue. With this, it seems that I have done everything I can do for you. Sol Ji-hoo's lips parted but closed shut again. He wanted to express his gratitude, but the harvest this time was well beyond his expectations and he simply didn't know where or how to start saying thanks. As a matter of fact, he never even imagined that the door of possibilities would open up this much by coming here.
Ehehe.
I guess even you think this is a lot for a simple payment of debt, don't you? You're right. Looks like it's me that owes you now. How are you planning on repaying me, then? What do you have in mind? Sol Ji-hoo's reply brought about a shoulder shrug from the village head.
Well, let's think about that later.
I'll take my time on that.
Thank you.
Thanks can wait.
The old man smirked.
You need to come back alive first before you can repay me. So, don't you dare die on me.
Asterisk. Sol Ji-hoo left the village head's residence and directly climbed aboard the waiting carriage. On his way to the village, he felt pressed, harried, worried. But on his return trip, he was now a step calmer, collected, probably all thanks to the village head. Now that his mind had calmed down, the first person he thought about was Cho-hong. Along with that, a sense of guilt rushed in. In all honesty, he hadn't felt betrayal from her actions. Not to that extent, anyway. He could pretty much guess why Cho-hong tried to lie to him like that. But back when he heard the truth, he became really angry at her. Should he blame that one on him feeling hurt and disappointed? He wasn't sure, but anyways, it was a bit like that. The emotion he felt back then wasn't something he could properly nail down and describe in words. I'm sure Cho-hong was under a lot of stress, too. Regardless of what, his actions weren't what you'd call exemplary now that he had time to reflect on them. He made a mistake.
Just what would have gone through her head after hearing that the fate of her longtime comrades in arms was completely unknown.
He should have been more considerate towards her plight, for sure.
Did I really go overboard?
I need to go back for the time being. Sol Ji-hoo decided as thus and held tight on to the stuff the village had gifted him. Asterisk. The morning sun was already burning brightly in the sky by the time he arrived in Harem. Sol Ji-hoo paid the carriage driver's balance and ran back to the office building with all his might. He felt tired as he didn't get a wink of sleep, but he was too eager to show her the result of his work. He ran up the steps and flung open the door to the third floor. He immediately ran into Cho-hong. She had been pacing up and down in the room, but her steps came to a halt right then. Her anxiety-ridden face crumpled in an instant. Unexpectedly, she didn't open her mouth right away. And here he was, thinking that she'd start biting his head off. With her silently staring back at him, he was getting even more awkward just standing there. Trapped within this strange silence, the pair of young man and woman could only stare at each other, unmoving. The first one to break this deadlock was Cho-hong. "Where have you been?" Her voice was low, hushed, as if she was suppressing a lot of something. It seemed that she was a bit ticked off as well. Sol Ji-hoo closed the door behind him and cautiously crept inside. "Were you waiting for me?" "That's right. I fucking waited for you, you dumb asshole." Cho-hong's voice became rather rough. In fact, it was trembling noticeably as well. Signs of her trying to suppress her urge to yell out loudly were all too clear to see. "Are you happy now that you did the exact same thing back to me?" "Do what exactly? Didn't you do this just to get back at me? You narrow-minded fish-brained stupid bastard." She finally let go and yelled out. Sol Ji-hoo pouted as his response. "If that's what you think, I'm a bit disappointed." "Disappointed? Did you just say you're disappointed?" How can you even?" "I'm sorry." Sol Ji-hoo didn't say anything else, instead choosing to gather his hands together and apologize wholeheartedly. "Kayak?" Cho-hong gasped out a sound of swallowing something back and spun around away from him. She breathed in softly for a little bit before wiping away the edges of her eyes with her clenched fists. It was Sol Ji-hoo's turn to be surprised this time. "What's this? You're crying? Are you really Cho-hong that I know?" "Who's crying? You better let go. You stinking son of a bitch." Sol Ji-hoo tried to gently embrace and soothe her, but she twisted her shoulders and slapped his hands away. Although, there was no strength in her resistance. "I'm sorry." "Really? Damn it. You think I enjoyed lying to you? You don't know what I've been going through." "You're right. I really acted like a narrow-minded idiot." Sol Ji-hoo continued to apologize. And, you dumbass. Stop being like that, too. You are always, giggling and happy and stuff all the time. But when you got all super serious, do you have any idea how surprised I was?" Cho-hong poured out her dissatisfaction and sorrow like a dam bursting its walls. I know. I won't do that ever again in the future." "You idiot. Stinking bastard. You didn't even know what I've been through. You sutsutsu my baby. My baby was feeling really hurt, weren't you Tilda? Stop screwing around. Or else, I might really beat the living shit out of you." "Oh okay, then. Let's sit down first. We'll talk after we settle down." Sol Ji-hoo had to expend a great deal of effort to calm her down. Cho-hong rested her head on his chest and sniffled occasionally. She didn't really cry, though. Just her eyes became a bit reddened, that was all. She might have been a woman seemingly made up of pure steel, but she was also a human being at the end of the day. And a woman, too. She had been under tremendous stress lately, so when Sol Ji-hoo made her worry like this, she finally stopped suppressing everything and poured them all out. "Okay, so." A short while later, Cho-hong sneaked her gaze up at him. "Where have you been?" "Ramen Village." "Why there?" "There's something I want to ask before answering that."
Cho Hong hesitated but still nodded her head. Now that things had turned out this way, it seemed unnecessary to hide stuff from him now. What did you guys decide to do? We were planning to have another meeting today. To discuss the strategy? When? It's probably already begun, you idiot.
Because of you, I couldn't go.
What a mess.
Well, then.
We should get going, even if we're late.
I guess you're right, but…
Cho Hong let the end of her sentence drift away, before continuing on again. I don't know. I just don't know what we can do. We meet and talk every day, but the end results are always the same. We want to rescue them, but we don't know how to. Since that was a story he could sympathize with, Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head in a rather exaggerated manner. You shouldn't have kept everything to yourself, you know? In times like these, you should have come and asked your oppa right here.
Oppa, my ass. Cho Hong giggled slightly at Sol Ji-hoo's good-natured joke. Okay, fine.
Since we're on the subject, let me ask you. You have a good plan, then?
Of course. He admitted right away.
Wah! Cho Hong stared at him blankly. Meanwhile, Sol Ji-hoo got up from the couch. Hey. What did you just…
Keek.
He opened the door to let the brilliant sunlight in and form a halo around his body. He turned to look at Cho Hong still sitting on the couch and grinned brightly.
Let's go and rescue them.
Chapter 80. Just as Cho Hong expected, the meeting was stuck in the same place, going nowhere.
But it was difficult to call these people incompetent in this case.
This was a gathering of individuals who excelled in their own professions, but with their opponent being what it was, even they couldn't help but be lost like this. And that was precisely why the entrance of Sol Ji-hoo and his unexpected solution came across as a light of salvation, a slim ray of new dawn's light breaking through the darkness itself. This is amazing.
Truly amazing.
Ian continued to express his admiration with the face of a man completely entranced. Not a trace of his previous mischievous streak could be seen from the meaningful light flickering within his eyes. Like a drowning man grasping at straws, the old man clutched at the floor plan as if he wanted to bore a hole through it with his eyes. Although it's not bidirectional like warp, but two different locations are connected by bending the space in one direction. It may be unsophisticated, but still, what a surprising solution to a problem.
Wait. This would increase the load, so the restrictions are… Damn it. I knew it.
Ian continued to mutter to himself while the pen in his hand scribbled without rest on a piece of paper. A certain man studying the old man formed an expression full of apprehension. He glared on with sharp eyes as he silently chewed his lips. How considerate, all the explanations are already provided too. So, it seems the maximum weight limit in one transfer is 1 ton. If you consider the weight limitation when coming back, then the number of people. No, this isn't it. How about splitting up and transferring multiple times? God damn it. Then that's going to impact the mana needed to maintain the circle. Master Ian. The man couldn't endure it any longer and called out. Ian broke away from his fervent calculations and raised his head. Can we trust this information? This suspicion was entirely justified. After all, this information was simply too brilliant for a level 2 warrior to bring in. They were left frustrated and helpless by the current situation. Yet out of the blue, the impossible puzzle was suddenly solved like this? Should he say that the circumstances had improved too much now?
Indeed, it was understandable where his suspicion was coming from.
You're right.
I'd like to meet this man and have a chat.
Ian spoke in a hopeful-sounding voice, but Sol Ji-hoo shook his head.
He's already secluded himself.
And he isn't keen on coming out of his seclusion anytime soon. In that case, it can't be helped, then. This much is already a great deal of help, anyway. Ian readily accepted it. The man watching on opened his mouth again. I admit that this is a very good plan. However, there is still an element of risk here. What if this is a trap?
I know what you're worried about.
Ian abruptly cut that man's words off.
We've been rash and hasty once already.
Rest easy, for I shall make sure to pore over every little detail. With my skills, I should be able to judge the authenticity of this plan without a problem. The man backed off without any further complaints after hearing those words. Meanwhile, Ian carried on. We have something else to worry about instead. The important thing is, we got ourselves a feasible plan now. We have no time to lose. Reap. Ian tore the paper he was jotting down on and handed it over to Chinzia.
This is the coordinates of the hideout in the Arden mountain range. Please contact the royal court and ask them to search for the location. No need to contact them. Chinzia used a graceful hand movement to snatch the paper away and turned around to leave. We have a few fleet-footed people in our group if that's what you're looking for. 3-4 days should be enough.
Anything will be fine, but you need to hurry.
Chinzia wordlessly left the room.
Ian let his gaze linger in the direction she had disappeared to, before shifting his attention back to Sol Jihu with some excitement on his face. You've made a significant contribution.
Not at all. It's too early to say that.
Sol Jihu was humble in his reply.
I don't agree with that assessment at all.
Ian let a sigh escape from his mouth. He felt truly rueful right about now. If only they had this information at hand for their first mission. And then, even this item called rudium, too. If everything goes according to plan, we might even be able to pull this off quite easily. I can express my gratitude in many ways, but they simply won't be enough for the contribution you made. We can't be too optimistic yet. There are a lot of variables in this plan. That was undoubtedly true, but still, their current situation had improved by several folds compared to the first infiltration attempt. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Sol Jihu had done way more than what was required of him already. Ian hesitated slightly, exchanged glances with Cho Hong, and finally worked up enough courage to speak up. Sol? Yes? You see, I'm planning to make a full report of your excellent work to the royal family. Even if the mission ends up in failure. Of course, if we do succeed, then I shall ensure that your contribution is recognized first and foremost.
No one should be able to put their names before yours. With the exception of that mage in seclusion, that is.
What was he trying to say here? Sol Jihu could only tilt his head. So, what I want to say is. Ian spoke the following words with some difficulty.
What you have done for us so far is more than enough already. Only then did the youth understand Ian's words.
The old man was saying that there was no real need for Sol Jihu to participate in the mission itself. Will I be a hindrance to you all? Ian pondered that for a second or two before shaking his head with some conviction.
Technically, he would not be a hindrance.
Both the transfer magic and the rudium formed the core of this mission. A mission where battle wasn't the main goal, but the rescue was. Since speediness was a necessity, there was a good chance that the Festina earring attached to the youth's ear could play a vital role. Was that all? He was also a member of Carpe Diem, and that alone meant he had enough pretext to participate. And, if he were to assert his position as the original planner of this mission, then it had become even more difficult to reject his participation. Finally, the lack of Earthlings volunteering to go meant that the team was in desperate need for any extra hands they could find. Since I won't be a hindrance. Sol Jihu pocketed the rudium. The significance of that action was pretty loud and clear. Ian could only form a wry chuckle. So, you mean to come with us?
I want to go.
You're truly an indecipherable fella. Ian shook his head helplessly. If that's what you've decided, then I won't stop you. However, you need to be careful when we get there. He sighed in lamentation and returned his gaze back to the paper in front of him. Sol Jihu nodded his head to show that he got it.
Asterisk.
Just as Chinzia had said, the message of her people finding the hideout located in the Arden mountain range arrived 3 days later. Ian confirmed the state of the magic circle via the communication crystal, took another thorough look at the plan again, and finally gave his go-ahead. There were 6 people they had to rescue.
Richard Hugo, Level 4.
Ace Yui, Level 5.
Edward Dillon, Level 5.
Erica Lawrence, Level 6. Ibrahim Ali, Level 5.
Teresa Hussey, Level 5.
The rescue team was quickly formed, but the number of people was kept down to 6. This was simply because in case all 6 captives were rescued, they needed to consider the maximum weight limitation when trying to make their way back. Of course, the idea of splitting up the members to send them through the magic circle had been brought up, but that presented a problem.
The issue was with the mana, or rather the lack of it.
Ian calculated and then calculated some more for several days, and the number he came up at the end was 6 people. In all honesty, just trying to maintain the magic circle for 30 minutes was strenuous enough for him to worry about potential side effects on his physique. So he decided that, rather than eating into already too short mission time, they should minimize the number of people participating. And so, the rescue team consisted of Ian, tasked with activating and maintaining the transfer magic circle, Sol Jihu and Cho Hong, tasked with infiltration itself. As for the 3 others, a level 5 archer tasked with being a header, as well as a level 4 warrior.
Finally, a level 4 priest joined in to make up the final 6.
Since the goal of the mission was clear, none of these people were pressured into participating. No, only those who volunteered were accepted. And those with deep personal connections to the captives, people determined to successfully carry out the rescue, had been chosen. Once the mission was green-lit, 1 or 2 people began showing a sense of urgency. However, Ian didn't rush things. Depending on circumstances, prompt actions had to be taken, but since he already tasted failure because of being hasty, he couldn't help but be even more cautious than before. So, several potential situations were thought up based on the information Sol Jihu brought in, and only after enough number of simulation runs were taken did the group depart for the Arden mountain range.
Asterisk.
The hideout was nestled rather cleverly within one of the valleys of the mountain range. It was only as big as an okay-sized bachelor flat. Other than the square altar in the middle of the space with all sorts of geometric shapes carved on the top to create a magic circle, there wasn't anything of note in this room.
Even if only 6 people were participating in the mission, the accompanying staff personnel were rather large in numbers.
Since the conditions of the 6 captives were unknown, a camp was set up in case of a medical emergency. Not only that, an actual physician had been invited and several guards had been added to the group too, so the whole area had become rather bustling in no time at all.
Think of this magic circle as an automatic revolving door.
Ian opened his mouth to address the rescue team. The moment it activates, the door will continue to slowly spin around.
We need to finish our business within 30 minutes and return quickly.
If not, the door will close, and we won't be able to return.
Once this door closed, you'd need 72 hours before it opened again.
Everyone here had heard that countless times during the mission briefings until they felt almost fed up by it.
I was thinking of getting ready right about now.
But, have you all prepared in your hearts?
Yes. The archer tasked with the header's role replied.
What are you supposed to look for as soon as entering the lab? Search the vicinity and choose between wait, stay hidden, or withdraw.
Very good. Remember, everyone.
Regardless of your circumstances, if my own situation proves to be bad, I will not hesitate to return alone. Ian warned the group in no uncertain terms and took large strides deeper into the hideout. Then, he laboriously bent down. It might take some time to activate the magic circle with my measly skills. So, you should loosen up and get yourselves ready. But don't wander off too far.
Sol Jihu didn't move from the spot, though.
Gripping the spear tightly, he stared deeply at the magic circle. The nervous tension he felt forced his heart to pound even harder, and he simply couldn't move. It was him who said he'd go. If he wanted to, he could back out now. But, rather than letting himself get swallowed up by the power of fear, It's like I'm standing in front of the mission notice board again. While recalling the familiar memory, he activated 9 eyes. When he did, he got to witness the once ash-colored altar slowly change its hue. It's yellow. Sol Jihu clenched his fist tightly. Of course, he knew very well to be just as cautious with attention required as with any other colors. As its name implied, make one wrong move, and the color could change to orange, red, or even black in an instant. But, regardless, the color he could see right at this moment was yellow. Considering that he was about to step into the heart of the enemy's camp, this proved that the odds of success were not completely zero. He deactivated 9 eyes and began firming up his resolve one more time. As he was doing that, though, a pale-faced man emitting cold, hostile air like there's no tomorrow approached him. He had run into this man multiple times during the strategy meetings. This man was a rather handsome fellow possessing a sharp countenance with a pair of affable eyes. Also, he just so happened to be the level 5 archer tasked with the role of the header. Thanks. He expressed his gratitude almost right away, leaving Sol Jihu to blink his eyes in confusion. Thanks to you, I at least have a shot now. If we do rescue them, I'll properly express my gratitude then. We're in the same boat, anyway. Don't worry about it. Someone important to you is on the other side? The archer nodded his head at the youth's polite inquiry. My younger sister, Ace Yui. You didn't go with her the first time? I told her not to go from the get-go. But then, she got blinded by the number of contribution points on offer and ended up tagging along. The man's eyes narrowed to a slit. Who? He sighed softly and shook his head. In any case, I'm taking on the role of the header of this rescue team, and Master Ian has taken on the leader role. But I plan to consider your opinion as much as ours as well. Sol Jihu didn't know how to reply and could only pucker his lips in an "oh." It was his first time meeting someone so refreshingly open like this. You are the one who came to us with the plan, not to mention possessing the rudium, too. And I heard that you even contributed greatly during the Battle of the Ardent Fortress. He continued to speak about this and that, before he took a look behind Sol Jihu and suddenly extended his hand. My name's Ace Kazuki. Let's do our best. I'm Sol. Ace Kazuki lightly shook hands with the youth and turned around to leave. Almost right away, there was a sound of fabric rustling behind Sol Jihu's back, so he sneaked a glance and his eyes opened up wider almost immediately. There was someone quite unexpected standing there. Miss Agnes? In the end, you decided to go. Agnes was looking at him while somehow standing upright. But, I thought. Weren't you still in recovery? I've received a focused, intensive treatment, so I'm healed enough to take a stroll, at the least. Now that he took a closer look, she seemed to have improved a great deal than before. At the bare minimum, her entire body wasn't wrapped tightly in thick bandages anymore. But, still. You haven't fully recovered yet. What if your wounds flare up again? There is a medical center set up in the camp, so you don't have to worry. Besides that, Agnes's eyes were narrowed, the glint within them getting sharper. Are you really going? Yes. You know that you can back out now if you wanted to, yes? Even you're saying the same thing, Miss Agnes. A wry smile formed on Sol Jihu's lips. The thing was, even though the participants had been decided a while ago, Chohong still gave enough hints of wanting to see him back out of this mission. She didn't come out straight and say it, but still, it was pretty easy to tell. I'm just curious. Agnes slowly pushed her glasses back up her nose before carrying on. Now that I think about it, you also did something similar back in the neutral zone. I did? But, why? In all honesty, even Sol Jihu himself had no confidence to answer that question clearly and concisely. He knew full well why others wanted him to back out of this mission. After all, it was far too difficult and dangerous for a level 2 warrior to take on. If it weren't for all his achievements so far, he'd not be able to get a foot in the door, regardless of being the original planner or not. Even after that point, setting aside what Agnes wished to know, had more to do with his fundamental reason.
For instance, Ian was participating because he felt responsible.
Chohong was doing this because of loyalty. As for Ace Kazuki, it was for his sister, and the other two participants all had their own personal reasons, too. They all had a reason to participate, even if that meant they had to put their lives on the line. Since your rewards are guaranteed whether you go or not, it can't be about greed. And you haven't been a part of Carpe Diem for as long as Chung Chohong, either. So, why did you volunteer for this mission? Because I don't want to do that. Sol Ji-hoo threw that out there without much thought. Seeing Agnes's eyes grow larger, though, he realized his mistake and quickly continued on.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's just that, Miss Agnes, what you said sounded like the beginning of a compromise. That wasn't my intention. But compromise isn't always bad.
Oh, no. It's just what I think.
Don't mind me. He waved his hand around and mumbled something hastily.
Even if it was Agnes, there was something he just couldn't bring himself to tell her.
Because my emotions are making me do it. It was telling him to go. If he were to speak from his heart, then well, Sol Ji-hoo hated making compromises.
More specifically, he grew to hate the idea of it after experiencing that dream. It was all because of his gambling addiction.
He knew that it was bad. He knew that he shouldn't be doing this.
He knew that what he did was wrong.
Even then, just one more time. Just one more time, and after that, one more time. Didn't he become a broken mess in the end after making one compromise after another?
Now was the same, too.
He knew that he didn't really have to go. He knew that he had already done what was expected of him. He even knew that, if he were to keep stepping forward without realizing his own limits, then sooner rather than later, he might end up getting burned real bad. However, didn't Gyula say it? The future was not that easy to change. That he'd have to go through unimaginable trials and tribulations. That he needed to exceed his own limits.
He instinctively felt it.
He felt that the moment he started thinking, "Isn't it okay to back away since I've already done enough to create this situation? No one's going to look down on me now, right?" He'd soon be compromising himself once more. The first time would be difficult, but from the second time onwards, it'd get easier. If he kept reaching compromises every time he faced a situation similar to this one, then, in the end, he'd go back to how he was. Such a thought strongly bubbled up in his head. This would be more or less like him drawing a line on the sand denoting his own limitations and not willing to cross it. And so, Sol Ji-hoo decided to never reach a compromise with himself, at least with his emotions.
Like now. I don't want to live like that. Sol Ji-hoo formed a refreshing smile.
That's what I think. Agnes didn't seem wholly convinced. However, she wasn't going to dissuade him from going because of that. In the end, she quietly closed her eyes and accepted his explanation.
I understand.
A brief moment of silence later, she carried on. If your mind is made up to that extent, then there is nothing more I can say. Agnes spoke in a serious tone of voice before abruptly lifting her top up. Sol Ji-hoo was taken aback from the sudden strip show and was thrown into confusion, but then, a deep frown quickly formed on his face. Although new flesh was growing over it, seeing how deep the wound on her ribs still was, he could tell it must have been incredibly serious.
I didn't lose my hope even when the battle actually commenced.
Agnes finally continued on after showing him the wound. Several mutated orcs tried to rush us, but they weren't difficult opponents at all. Agnes's tone sounded too neutral for an excuse.
No, she was simply conveying what happened in a calm voice.
I can definitely be certain of one thing, that, during the battle, I had never let my guard down once. Meaning, I had focused all my being to keep an eye out on our surroundings.
Her voice became lower and hushed, causing Sol Ji-hoo to inadvertently pay even more attention than before.
But, just one shot. Agnes spoke up to there and stopped. "One shot, oh is it?"
Sol Ji-hoo asked back, confused.
"That's the best I can describe it." Agnes shook her head.
"I heard something similar to a gunshot, and everything before my eyes became white. When I came to, there was this hole in my ribs."
Agnes pointed to the wound.
Sol Ji-hoo swallowed his saliva. "I was able to barely stand back up thanks to the priest's timely healing spell."
But, even with a colossal healing spell, the wound couldn't be healed completely. "That attack made me feel the approach of death for the first time in a long while." It couldn't be healed with a colossal spell? The Cure Colossal Wounds, a divine spell that perhaps best represented the chief priests, one of the high rank classes available to the priests walking on the paths of a specialized healer. It was an incredibly difficult spell that Maria actually collapsed from using it just once. But then, that very spell was used right after she was wounded and still didn't work? It was truly an unbelievable story. It was around then that he heard a bit of commotion. Rays of bright light were creeping along the floor, by his feet.
Ian had finished activating the magic circle. "Looks like it's time for you to go."
Agnes slowly lowered her top. "Thank you for your advice.
Please, do not forget.
Be mindful of the unseen sniper." "I'll definitely keep that in mind. And I'll also see you 30 minutes later." Sol Ji-hoo bade goodbye and hurriedly walked away. He grasped the large shield being handed to him and stepped into the glowing magic circle. Soon, 4 warriors and an archer holding large shields surrounded the priest and the Ji-hoo from the front, back, left, and right to form a protective formation.
Ian slowly stood back up in the middle of the magic circle. "The preparations are complete.
We will be transferring in 50 seconds, so if you have something to say, now should be a good time to do so." "Hey! Stop trying to jinx us and let's get this show on the road already." Cho Hong angrily yelled out.
More people came closer to the circle to spectate. Meanwhile, Sol Ji-hoo began counting down in his mind.
As he counted, he wasn't sure where to look, so he stared at Agnes. Her eyes of worry, something she was doing her best to mask, gave him a feeling of comfort for some reason.
41, 42.
As the 50-second mark grew ever closer, the light emitted from the magic circle grew brighter and brighter.
47, 48.
And a short while later,
49, 50.
Just as he finished counting to 50.
Walk! The magic circle suddenly rotated and the world seemed to spin at the same time.
Several swirling voices confused his hearing, and his vision was being dyed in pure whiteness. As the feeling of being endlessly sucked in overwhelmed his senses, he worked his butt off not to let go of the shield. Soon, though, the sensation of the spot below his navel suddenly being yanked down smacked him, and then, everything around him darkened.
Chapter 81.
Should he describe this sensation as suddenly being yanked down by his feet?
Or, like falling off a cliff with a loud boom?
Without a warning, he couldn't breathe anymore. Dry and unpleasant air tickled his nostrils ever so slightly.
Sol almost coughed reflexively,
but he squeezed his already closed eyes even harder and endured it.
He knew he should open his eyes.
But, his ears were ringing out loudly and his brain was spinning inside his head. Every ounce of energy seemed to have seeped out of his entire body.
He moaned softly and instinctively fumbled around with his hand.
Once his fingers tightly grasped the ice spear's cool shaft, a strand of refreshing aura traveled up his arm and calmed the confusion in his head. "Is everyone all right?" someone whispered from close by.
The voice belonged to Ian. Only then did Sol feel his breath return and opened his eyes.
The first thing he saw was a wall.
More specifically, an ancient ash-gray wall coated in a thick layer of dust.
He hurriedly scanned his vicinity. Heaven seemed to have blessed them because he couldn't see a single parasite.
"Looks like this place hasn't been discovered yet,"
Mary Ryan whispered in a low voice.
She was the level 4 priest accompanying the team. She also happened to be a member of the organization that the Level 6 Imperial Knight Erica Lawrence was the leader of.
She owed her leader a big debt once upon a time, so she volunteered to become a part of the rescue team the moment she heard of the news.
Very good. Looks like we don't have to worry about staying hidden or escaping from here. Let's get started right away.
Ian urged the team. The sand had begun trickling down in the hourglass as soon as the magic circle was activated. They couldn't afford to waste 1 minute or even 1 second now. The 5 rescuers, excluding Ian, quickly walked out of the magic circle.
The rescue mission had commenced for good. The hideout was about 33 square meters in size.
It didn't even have something as common as a window. Excluding the altar with the transfer magic circle and a large bookshelf pressed tightly against the opposite wall, everything else in this room was in the same sort of ash-gray color.
Sol cautiously put the shield down outside the magic circle.
He then focused his gaze on Kazuki, currently kneeling down on one knee and pressing his ear tightly against the bookshelf. The mutated orcs were quite a different breed compared to the variants spawned by Ramen Village's nest. These things would definitely leave behind traces of their movements. Kazuki spent 20 valuable seconds to decipher the situation outside the hideout before quietly gesturing with his hands. That signal meant he hadn't sensed any presence on the other side of the wall. The team had agreed on a couple of simple hand signs to convey messages before commencing with the mission. Sol quickly made his way over there. Kazuki began pulling out books from the bookshelf in the order written on a slip of paper. Every time the pulled books were placed back on different rows and columns, the group could hear the distinct clicking noises of latches being undone. Eventually, he pushed the edge of the shelf ever so gently, which prompted the corner of the furniture to go out of alignment just a little. A thick curtain of dust cascaded down. Slowly, very, very slowly, Kazuki continued to push the edge a bit more and created a bit of a gap.
He immediately stopped moving and scanned for any movements beyond the wall.
After making sure of the hallway being deserted, he pushed a little harder than before. Creak, crack. The bookshelf rotated about halfway and a gap large enough for an adult to slip through was created. With that, a decrepit space lost to the decay of time revealed itself. The success or failure of the mission depended on how quickly they moved. They even had to economize on time spent on communicating. Once everyone exited the hideout, Kazuki pushed the shelf back in. He didn't push it back all the way, though. He only left a minute gap, one small enough that a casual glance wouldn't reveal that anything was amiss. Be careful. Ian, staying back to maintain the magic circle, looked on and whispered to the rescue team. Compared to the hideout, this new space resembled far more like a proper room. The sense of desolation still remained, but it was in surprisingly decent shape, considering that it must have experienced the violent winds of war.
2 pieces of information could be gathered, or guessed, from this site.
1. The parasites learned what sort of research went down here and began reusing this place for their new plan. Otherwise, this place wouldn't have remained intact like this. If that guess proved to be right, then the layout of the laboratory wouldn't have changed by a great deal. That would be the second guess, and it sure sounded like a great piece of news because they would be able to trust the floor plan the village head drew up.
They could see a doorway up ahead.
Kazuki took to the front and pressed against the door before gesturing with his hand again. Sol silently scurried over and settled down next to him. They didn't immediately open this door, though. Instead, Kazuki extracted a piece of paper from his pocket and flipped it open. The first underground floor was basically laid out in a straight line and was divided into 2 distinct districts. The research area where the 5 rescuers currently were, and the other one being the prison block used to lock away other species.
According to the village head's explanation, these 2 districts were connected via a massive bridge, and the stairs leading down to the second basement floor was located in the prison area.
Kazuki folded the paper and placed it inside his pocket, and then opened the door. A darkened corridor with no light revealed itself.
Kazuki quickly scanned the path up ahead before speedily advancing forward.
There were many doors to either side of the corridor, and it split into several branches as well, but he continued to advance without saying anything.
Sol suppressed his anxious mind and followed after him.
He knew that the path they were on couldn't be wrong. Ace Kazuki was a level 5 archer. His class was the Grand Pathfinder, one of the best classes available in the high ranks of the archer class. No other class came even remotely close to Pathfinders in regards to finding the right direction or ability to sniff out clues, so he'd be the first one to react if a problem suddenly manifested itself. The 5 rescuers safely got to the end of this corridor and stared at yet another doorway. They had not run into a single creature on their way here. Rather than them being lucky, it seemed more likely that the research area was not in use at all. Perhaps Kazuki thought the same because he was even more focused on detecting the ongoings of the space beyond this shut door. Soon, the archer waved his hand once and opened the door.
According to the map, they would immediately be confronted by the bridge taking them to the prison block. Wow!
Sol's jaw dropped from the impressive scale of the spectacle laid out before his eyes. Since they were ostensibly in the basement of a building, he kind of expected to see something similar to an underground floor of a school, but the sheer scale of this place blew his mind away. The two areas were connected by a sky bridge of some length suspended high up in the air, and the massive, wide-open chasm visible on either side of the bridge made him feel like he was now looking at a whole separate city, built underground.
It was kind of like looking at a bridge connecting two underground cities.
Out of nowhere, he felt a frightening chill run down his backside. Just how strong were the parasites exactly for them to destroy the empire that boasted such an incredible magic engineering know-how, in only 4 years? On the flip side, he was rather impressed by the tenacity of the Federation that managed to endure against such an incredible might of the invaders up until now. "It's far bigger than I thought," Kazuki whispered in a bitter voice as they crossed the sky bridge. The original plan was to spend no more than 2 minutes and 40 seconds to leave the hideout and cross this bridge. He tried to hurry the proceedings, yet over double that amount of time had been wasted already. He now needed to modify their search and rescue plan, so how could he not feel bitter about it? They crossed this railroad-like lengthy sky bridge and finally spotted the entrance to the prison block. That's where they would start their rescue mission in earnest. Kazuki killed his footsteps and placed his ear against the door. For the first time since the mission began, his eyes narrowed to a slit. He clenched his teeth and flipped open all 10 of his fingers. That signaled he had found a countless number of presences beyond. It was now the turn of Sol to do his thing. He did his very best to not make any sound and got to the front of the group. Worried gazes were glued onto his back. It didn't matter, he already knew pretty well how to use the rudium.
It wasn't that hard, actually.
He concentrated his mana towards the little black object dangling around his neck. The parasites maintained a pretty distinct command structure. The rudium didn't actually change the functionality of that system but emitted a unique radio wave signal to override the command for a bit of time, instead. Equating it to a computer virus infecting a network would be an easier analogy to understand.
Sol was thinking of 2 commands for today's mission.
First, disrupting the enemy's friend or foe identification system and making them see the 5 intruders as their allies.
2. Making every single one of them stop what they were doing and be on standby where they stood.
He could have gone with, kill each other, but that carried too much risk. The consumption rate of the rudium would shoot up by several folds if the number of the subjects being controlled increased, as well as when the given command became more complex and difficult to carry out. Most importantly, the odds of a high-ranking parasite that the rudium was ineffective against being nearby were not low, so they simply couldn't afford to cause some kind of a ruckus this early on.
Chiik, chiik. A sound similar to lighting up a cigarette could be heard.
Once mana was channeled into the rudium, a thin, thread-like strand of black smoke rose up. Perspiration formed on its surface, and a couple of drops of liquid fell quietly. Kazuki had been staring at the rudium with some amount of trepidation, but still, he pressed his ear against the door once more. Soon, he tightly clenched his fist.
"I can't believe this,"
Kazuki gasped out softly. Lots of things were busy moving about up until a second ago, but now, every single thing came to a standstill. That meant the rudium's control worked. Soul cried out in elation inwardly before forcibly suppressing his emotions. It was still way too early to pop a champagne bottle, wasn't it? The moment they run into a higher-ranked parasite, then never mind rescuing someone, this whole thing would quickly turn into a damn disaster. Can you sense anything moving in there?
None at all. Kazuki shook his head. He then placed his hand on the door.
Our mission is simple. Before opening the door, he addressed others. The important thing is to control your emotions. No matter what you see, do not get angry and do not try to kill them. Rather than him warning his team members not to waste their energy and valuable time, it sounded more like he was trying to remind himself, instead. We quietly search.
We quietly rescue them.
And we quietly make our escape from this place. That will be all. The rest will be an unnecessary surplus. Kazuki confirmed his team nodding their heads and shifted his gaze away.
And then, "Let's go." He opened the door. Creak.
The door opened a sliver and light entered their view.
It was hazy, grainy sort of light. Soul felt this sticky moisture cling to his skin before he abruptly stopped breathing altogether. "You hop!" Rhine craned her neck like a tortoise and then, hurriedly covered her mouth. Their noses didn't need a lot of time to get used to the smell of rancid air that hadn't been circulated for a long time, plus the combined whiffs of rusted steel and burnt ashes. The end of the stinkfest was soon followed by the sight of a mutated orc. Soul reflexively raised his spear only to barely hold himself back. The enemy's command structure was incredibly annoying to deal with. It also acted like interconnected spiderwebs, so him carelessly killing this creature might make a higher-ranked creature to suspect something was off. In any case, the monster in front possessed a truly abnormal-sized physique even at a quick glance. Every little thing his eyes could see on the creature's body, from its over 2-meter tall height to those tusks that jutted out sharply from the sides of its mouth, and even the bulging muscles the size of a grown adult's head on its arms, came across as incredibly threatening. Something like this is being mass-produced? He fell into a bit of panicked state but then, met the beastly eyes of the monster shooting out yellowing lights and immediately regained his wits. His scanning eyes immediately discovered dozens and dozens of these creatures but not one of them displayed hints of hostility. They simply stood still, not doing anything. Having fully recovered from his initial shock, Soul was able to notice something strange. The skin color of the mutated orcs came across as quite familiar. Sure, there were some differences in the depth of the shade, but at the end of the day, most of them had peach-like hue, just like humans. There were a few distinct colors mixed among them too, but their numbers were extremely small. That wasn't all. Other than those that resembled humans in appearance, there were also quite a few with animal-like manes or thick coats of fur all over their bodies. Could they be half? Just as an ominous foreboding was about to enter his head, Kazuki began walking forward again. There are 3 places we must search within the prison block. Just like his calm, collected voice, his steps had no hesitation in them. They walked past the linear corridor illuminated by the hazy, diffused light and arrived at a wide open space. There were quite a few mutated orcs here too, but the Japanese archer didn't even stop to give them a second glance. Only after they arrived at a crossroads did he finally turn around to address the group. We were supposed to move as one unit according to our original plan. But we wasted too much time getting here. I'm changing the plan. We need to conserve time from here onwards. Kazuki glanced at the corridors going to his left and right before speaking again. Chung Cho-hong, marry Rhine, and I will go to the left. Soul, you go with Yasser Roddy and search the right side. Whether you find someone or not, we meet again here in 5 minutes.
Shouldn't one of us search the passage in front?
Cho-hong offered her opinion, but Kazuki shook his head right away.
We'll have to go forward when going down to the second underground floor, anyway.
We'll meet up back here and go together.
But
it's already a big risk splitting up the team like this since we don't have another archer.
I do not wish to increase the risk factor even more than this.
Kazuki spoke quickly like a machine gun being fired. Cho-hong didn't look convinced, but she closed her mouth shut as if she too wasn't interested in wasting time butting heads with him.
I'm sure you have people you wish to rescue yourselves, but
you must keep your eyes open and be thorough.
Especially when you see a human.
Even if you don't know who it is, do not walk by no matter what.
Leaving behind those words, Kazuki and the 2 nominated rescuers disappeared down the left path.
Sol and Yasser Radi then moved to the corridor on the right side. Prison? They only walked a little bit ahead and soon encountered prison cells blocked off by iron bars on either side of the passageway. Not wanting to miss anything, the 2 men did their best to pay close attention to their surroundings.
Unfortunately, they had no results to show for their diligence.
Every prison cell they looked into was empty. They only spotted dirty stains on the stone floor. As they continued to advance forward, the already faint fuzzy light grew dimmer and dimmer. The corridor was enveloped in eerie silence.
Sol finally managed to figure out that the stains on the floor were all dried up blood.
Around the same time, Yasser Radi, studying their right side, slowly rubbed his mustache and murmured quietly, "Why can't we see anything?"
"I don't know."
Sol whispered back his reply. With only the 2 of them here, their nervous tension kept soaring higher and higher. He wanted to say something, anything, to alleviate this sense of foreboding that made him shudder constantly.
"I heard that the first floor was used as a pen." "I heard that, too. But we haven't even seen a hair of a captive so far, no?" Which could only mean that the enemy's mass production plan is for real.
How did you figure that? If they weren't killed during the battle, they would have been captured as prisoners. However, it already has been many days now since then. Yasser Radi's complexion hardened to a frightening degree.
He finally understood what Sol was saying.
Mass production meant, well, producing something in great quantities. It was rather obvious that no one would leisurely wait for the arrival of a rescue team. Even worse, something could have already happened to the prisoners the day they were captured.
Look, man.
That means. Yasser Radi's voice was trembling noticeably. Sol decided not to speak any further. What he said just now was the worst possibility he could think of.
All he could do right now was to pray for their survival.
Indeed, as long as they were still alive. They could see the end of the prison corridor and encountered a massive open dome-shaped space. There was almost no light in this darkened place. While Yasser Radi was cautiously scanning around, Sol activated his 9 eyes. The entire surrounding area was immediately washed in the riot of yellow color. Only one spot was in the deep orange hue that wavered into the red shade. Retreat was strongly recommended, in other words. Sol quickly recalled the layout of the laboratory. Since we went right from the middle of the prison block. He finally understood the reason for that red hue. Most likely, that was where he'd find the stairs going up to the surface. He had absolutely no reason to go there, and he definitely should not go anywhere near there either. Not only did they not have enough time to search the surface, the security there must be pretty incredible, too. Is there really nothing here? Sol tilted his head slightly and shifted his gaze slightly upwards, only to suddenly form a frown. He saw something gleam softly within the darkness up there. When he looked harder, he thought he could see ropes or some such resembling hooks. No, he was wrong. They really were hooks up there. Oi! Yasser Radi quietly pointed to the side. There were 4-5 mutated orcs standing around in a group in the distance. Other than them, though, there was nothing else to see here. How many minutes has it been? Time relentlessly marched on, yet he had no results to speak of. His heart was racing even harder, his throat getting drier. He knew he shouldn't be agitated like this, but he continued to get more and more anxious with every passing second.
What's going on with the left side, I wonder?
Looks like we
should go back.
He wanted to finish his sentence with those words, but his mouth stopped automatically by itself.
Something was off. Those mutated orcs were all looking above them.
Not only that, one of them was frozen still with its arms raised up above its head. Should we go back?
No, hang on. I just need 10 seconds.
Sol whispered quickly and entered deeper into the veil of jet-black darkness. He scurried and approached the group of orcs, and raised his head.
Quote ellipsis dot exclamation mark.
His steps came to a sudden halt, and in an instant, he became completely dazed. And shortly thereafter, his eyes staring above shot open even wider than before.
Chapter 82.
Because Sol Jihu was so hard-pressed for time, he almost missed it. It was already dimly lit in this place, and because of his darker skin, the man up there was hard to see. But, once up close, it was much clearer to see. A man with his lowered head was hanging in the middle of the air. And it seemed that the mutated orc was in the middle of reaching up to grab the man before its action was halted.
Hugo! Sol Jihu cried out loud and even without realizing it,
ended up touching Hugo's foot.
Ku-ah! The moment his body rocked slightly, Hugo threw his head back and cried out. No, his hoarse voice sounded much closer to a pained groan than an actual scream. Only then did Sol Jihu realize that Hugo was suspended in air with a hook piercing through his back.
What the hell? What's going on? Yasser Roddy also discovered Hugo up there.
He was hung up too high and they couldn't carelessly touch him. Sol Jihu chewed on his lower lip before glancing at the rudium, still emitting that black smoke.
Its size had been reduced noticeably, but, if it was only for a little while, it should be fine.
Lower Hugo as safely as possible. When he issued that order, 4 mutated orcs began moving at once.
One of them disappeared into the darkness, and not too long afterwards, the creaky sounds of a turning pulley echoed in the chamber. The hook was slowly lowered. 2 of them grabbed Hugo from both sides, and the last one cautiously extracted the hook from the human's back.
Kaya! Hugo!
Once his restriction was undone, Hugo toppled over, and Sol Jihu quickly caught him. The big man must have regained his consciousness somehow because he struggled through pain and forced his eyes to open up. His blurry eyes had a faint glow, a hint of life in them.
You-ah!
His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but only flute-like reedy sounds came out. Just one glance was enough to tell that he was completely enervated. Sol Jihu hugged his head and whispered softly. It'll be all right.
We came to rescue you.
It's going to be all right. Hugo must have heard those words because, even though he looked dazed and unfocused, the corners of his lips arched up.
He closed his eyes again and sagged powerlessly in Sol Jihu's arms.
Hugo?
Look, man.
Yasser Roddy quickly spoke up.
5 minutes might be up already.
I understand how you feel, but we gotta go, now.
We can only heal him after meeting up with everyone else. Ah, right. Okay.
Although his words were logical in nature, his voice sounded thick with restlessness. Of course, he wasn't wrong, so Sol Jihu hurriedly lifted Hugo up. Before they returned the way they came from, though, he stopped briefly to take a look behind. Why is Hugo the only one here? His head might be filled with questions, but he didn't stop moving forward. The important thing was, Hugo had been found and he was still breathing somehow. It was unknown whether his sturdy constitution was to thank for this feat, but he was definitely alive. That alone was enough for them to thank their lucky stars.
The 2 men carried Hugo to the intersection.
However, the team that went to the left corridor hadn't returned yet. They waited for almost a full minute, but there was no sign of even a single shadow.
The longer the time went, the more agitated Yasser Roddy became. Damn it!
Why aren't they here already? Could something bad have happened to them? I. Can't you be more positive in the way you think? You've been saying all these negative things. Sol Ji-hoo cautiously put Hugo down.
I'll go.
What was that? We can't wait here forever.
I'll go and take a look.
Yasser Roddy didn't look convinced at all.
He was feeling quite nervous right now.
In movies depicting similar situations, one of the two would get killed for sure. Didn't someone say this was a death flag, or some such? But then again, even he knew being still and not doing anything was a bad move to make.
Damn it.
Come back quickly, you hear me?
Sol Ji-hoo broke into a sprint right away.
The left passageway was the same as the right one, and prison cells lined up on both sides of the walls. He took several glances as he ran, but as he thought, he couldn't see any captives inside. Soon, though, he was able to spot 3 silhouettes in the distance. The closer he got to them, the colder the air became, and it pricked his skin. He wasn't sure what happened, but the atmosphere between the 3 of them was rather poor. Ace Kazuki carried this pale and utterly sickened face, while Cho-hong looked to be in agony over something.
Meanwhile, Mary Rhine was toppled on the floor to vomit her lungs out. She was even crying non-stop, too.
Perhaps Sol Ji-hoo's presence woke him up. Kazuki hurriedly opened his mouth. What are you doing here? You guys didn't show up even though we were waiting for you. Kazuki gasped out, "Damn it," in exasperation. He quickly grabbed Mary Rhine's side and tried to pull her back up on her feet by force. What happened? What's going on?
We stopped our search.
You stopped? Why? Now that Sol Ji-hoo looked beyond the trio, he could see a stone door of some kind. Whitish strands of cold air leaked out from the slightly open gap.
He finally understood why he was feeling cold like this. Bitingly chilly air was permeating out from inside that open doorway.
There's no point in searching beyond this area. Even if we find someone, there's no point. He sounded unnaturally calm. This ominous feeling suddenly wormed its way into Sol Ji-hoo.
Was it because of that cold air or the way the header said those words?
What are you even talking about?
He was about to say those words and tried to open the stone door, but then slam!
Cho-hong angrily shoved it close. Don't look inside. Her voice might have sounded a little emotional, but still, she was quite forceful when she stated her opinion. Sol Ji-hoo flinched a little.
Cho-hong was glaring with eyes full of unexpected chilliness.
No, when he took a closer look, she seemed to be scowling in order to hold back her tears. Cho-hong? You might end up with mental trauma.
So, do not ever look beyond this door.
Cho-hong even stood in front of the stone door to block it.
Meanwhile, Kazuki asked a question.
What happened on your end? Sol Ji-hoo had been taken aback from that unexpected response but barely regained his wits to make his reply.
We found one.
You found someone? Yes, we found Hugo. He's still alive. Cho-hong abruptly raised her head.
And then, without another word, flew down the passageway.
Kazuki worriedly stared at her departing back before looking at Mary Rhine. Have you calmed down yet? Can you move now? Why yes. I'm sorry.
I tried to hold back, but she managed to nod somehow. Okay, we should get going, too.
As we make our way back, can you tell me what you saw? Did you see anyone else? What was the situation on that side look like? Since Sol Ji-hoo himself was puzzled by several things, he decided to describe what he saw in detail and get some answers that way as they ran back the way they came from. It's the infection.
Kazuki nodded his head as if he thought of something.
Sol Ji-hoo stared at him blankly, so the Japanese man explained himself. Have you heard before that infection also has a success rate?
He had never heard of this story before.
You see, a parasite in itself isn't much to write home about. It's like a larva and is pathetically weak. If the host is a corpse, then it will 100% infect it without a problem. But if the host is still alive, the story changes drastically. Kazuki carried on. The stronger the host's constitution, the harder it is to infect that person. That's why the host gets hung up on the hooks. Just to sap out all of his stamina. Sol Jihu felt his heart tumble to the pit of his stomach. Only Hugo was found hanging on those hooks.
Which meant that the others were.
Hugo raised only his physical strength and endurance like a bona fide idiot.
And that saved his life.
Kazuki spoke in a bitter tone of voice. Sol Jihu cautiously asked him. Does that mean other people are?
Who knows?
At least, they aren't dead yet. After all, for this plan of mass production to work, they need to infect living hosts.
Mutated orcs could also be manufactured from infected corpses, but the overall numbers would ultimately be limited.
However, if the infected host didn't lose its reproductive capabilities, then the numbers could be produced indefinitely. That's what he meant.
No matter how many times one thought about it,
this whole thing still remained a disgusting plan through and through. Hugo got lucky on this one. If others have been infected already, then we can't do anything for them. It'll be better to kill them off, instead. Is it completely impossible to save an infected host?
It's not completely impossible, no.
It depends on how advanced the infection is or which part of the body has been taken over, stuff like that. However, 9 times out of 10, you can't save them. It's not for nothing that we have to incinerate any and all corpses, you know.
Even though he was still explaining things, Kazuki seemed to be trying to read the reaction of his team member.
Sol Jihu felt deeply uncomfortable, but he did his best not to show it. A short while later, the three of them arrived at the intersection. Mary Rhine immediately cast a healing divine spell the moment she saw Hugo. Cure massive wounds. Pure white light enveloped Hugo's body and his condition visibly improved before their eyes.
Good. We managed to find one person.
Kazuki checked the rudium, now about 1/5 smaller than before, and shifted his gaze over to Chohong and her pale blue face. He then looked at Sol Jihu, who was comparatively in a calmer state, and opened his mouth.
Chung Chohong.
You take Hugo back to the magic circle. What? What do you mean, what? Didn't we agree that every time we rescue someone, one person would take them back as long as the situation permitted it? There were several reasons for this decision, but the most important one had to do with making sure that the rescued captives returned safely.
No one knew what might happen during the mission, after all.
Also, if the number of people the rudium needed to protect decreased, its consumption would also decrease slightly, too. I know that. But, why me?
Because you'll become a hindrance to the mission.
Kazuki's cold, collected voice cut her off.
And also, he's your original team member.
It's not like you know the remaining captives any better than other members in this team, too. But what about Dylan?
Sol Jihu tilted his head slightly before understanding this reasoning.
After all, there were 2 members of Carpe Diem present here.
I'm not telling you to go there and do nothing, either.
You know how important the role performed by the first person to return is, don't you? That made some sense. It was worrisome to leave Ian alone for too long. A communication line needed to be opened up, and in case of emergencies, traps had to be installed to ensure their safe retreat, too. This is an order from the header. Know that the longer you waste our time, the greater the trouble you are causing us.
Chohong couldn't stand around after hearing those words. She was seething in anger, but in the end, picked Hugo up and turned around to leave.
Sol Jihu spoke to her. Be careful. Chohong's expression was gloomy, dark, but she didn't say anything out of place.
You too.
If you can help it, just come back, okay? With those parting words, she walked away with Hugo in tow. Kazuki quickly pointed to the front. We go ahead and continue with our search. If we don't find someone, then we go down to the second underground floor. The passageway in front was different from the other two and had no prison cells. Instead, the hazy, dim light was gradually getting clearer and brighter.
When the corridor finally came to an end, Kazuki pressed himself close to the wall. I don't sense anything moving, but… He suddenly stopped talking, then.
Sol Jihu was sticking very close to the archer, so he didn't miss the man's shoulders flinching just now. In the next moment, he heard the sound of someone sucking in his breath, hard.
He looked back, but Yasser Roddy was already running forward at full tilt.
Kazuki reached out to stop him, but could only bite his lower lip before entering the room beyond himself. The space they entered was a huge chamber reminiscent of a laboratory. Several wooden tables were laid out in a somewhat messy order, and what looked like equipment of some kind were placed in rows as well. Sol Jihu looked on at the mutated orcs standing around frozen still in the middle of whatever they were doing before his attention was snapped away from the sound of a tearful wail. Yasser Roddy was leaning against one of those tables as a flood of tears exploded from his eyes. "Oh, brother! What is the meaning of this?
We worked our butts off together, and we were barely. But this…"
Sol Jihu scanned the table the crying man was leaning against before his jaw nearly hit the floor.
There was a person lying on top of it.
No. He wasn't sure if that thing could be classified as a person anymore. The face, the torso, and down to his hips, they were all a human's features. However, none of his limbs, arms and legs, were visible, only to be replaced by a whole bunch of tentacles wiggling around in disgusting fashion, instead. It was as if something, or someone, had stuck a bunch of squid tentacles on a person's body.
What the FCK is this?
It was right at that moment his eyes latched onto the spot where several mutated orcs had gathered around.
And beyond them, he saw another wooden table.
He stumbled his way over there as if he was bewitched by something, and the first thing that greeted him was the acrid stink of blood. His eyes trembled, his hands quivered uncontrollably. The emotion of disbelief spread all over his body in an instant.
Dylan! Sol Jihu pushed past the unmoving mutated orcs and rushed in.
The closer he got, though, it became harder and harder to deny the reality. Just like the person before, there was Dylan, laid out on top of a table, with his limbs gone.
Oh God, Dylan, Dylan!
His quivering hands reached out, and quite out of nowhere, he realized that the surface of the table was soaking wet. There was a prickling sensation in his fingertips before they went numb altogether. He saw a bucket full of clear liquid substance located at the end of the table.
It's a sedative. A really powerful one at that. The voice was quiet, hushed.
Kazuki had come in closer with a deep frown on his face.
Dylan. Dylan.
Dylan was simply staring at the ceiling, his eyes wide open. It was as if he was already dead. Every thought in Sol Jihu's head got tangled up into a mess in an instant. He couldn't think, and he didn't know what to do. Mary Ryan looked at him with some amount of pity, but when their eyes locked onto each other, he suddenly felt as if his mind had finally cleared up. A divine spell.
Please, heal him.
Kazuki was about to say something, but she pulled out her crucifix and came closer to stop him.
Just in case.
What do you mean? There are only 2 people here. And Dylan's state isn't as advanced as Ali's. He might know the whereabouts of the other 3.
Kazuki didn't seem all that convinced but didn't try to stop her.
He clicked his tongue in anger and walked over to the still crying Yasser Roddy. Wait. I'll go and find the limbs first. Sol Jihu hurriedly looked around to find the missing limbs, but the priest didn't wait for him and cast her spell. Hold on, wait. The bright, white light enveloped Dylan's body.
He shuddered a little, just then.
His eyes, once dazed and distant, began blinking again.
Sol Jihu hurriedly ran over and blocked the view of the ceiling, prompting Dylan to open his lips.
Sol?
Dylan. Oh. My gosh.
Dylan let out a hollow chuckle and shook his head. Am I still dreaming?
No, this isn't a dream. We came to rescue you.
We are here to save you. Sol Ji-hoo grew tearful in an instant. To him, Dylan always looked confidence-inspiring and cool-headed.
Always.
Yet, seeing this heart-wrenching sight, tears wanted to erupt out of his eyes. What about Hugo? Dylan seemed to have completely recovered his faculties now. We rescued him.
Cho Hong took him back. Very good.
A languid smile crept up on Dylan's lips. His eyes darted around as if he wanted to understand the current situation before fixing his gaze on the priest. Aren't you Mary Ryan? You also here to save us?
I have something to ask you. She spoke in a calm voice.
It might sound confusing, but still, listen to me. Both Miss Agnes and Sir Ian returned safely.
We also rescued Hugo. And then, as for you and Ibrahim Ali, well,
If you want to know about the remaining three, I also don't know. As expected of Dylan, he immediately latched onto what she wanted to ask and replied to her.
I see. I understand. Well, then. We'll. She couldn't bring herself to finish her sentence.
Dylan nodded his head. Can you give me a minute? Sorry, but we can't. We've got a 30-minute time limit and have already used up about half of that. We gotta find others too, and considering how long we might need to go back, there's just not enough time.
All right.
I don't know the full story, but if you say so, it must be true. Sol Ji-hoo dazedly alternated his gaze between these two people. What were they even talking about here? Everything would be okay if he's brought back to the base, right?
Dylan, I know you've been through hell.
Thank you for surviving until now.
Okay, we'll.
Just as he reached out, Mary Ryan snatched his arm back.
She then wordlessly shook her head.
But why?
He's still alive. I know. Then, why?
It's already too late. She pointed to Dylan. There were dozens of worm-like larvae wiggling in and out from the wounds where his limbs should have been. Shit like this is. He tried to yank those larvae out, but the priest did her absolute everything to not let go of him. Don't touch those. Things might get complicated if you do.
0.30 seconds.
Sol Ji-hoo was going to shout out loudly, but Dylan spoke first and stopped him. Just give us 30 seconds.
I'll make him understand.
Quote.
You gotta understand.
This friend's bit soft about these kinds of things. But, he's got great abilities and has a good head on his shoulders. So, don't blame him.
I know that.
Mary Ryan let out a helpless sigh.
If it wasn't for this guy, we wouldn't even be able to come here in the first place.
Oh, really? Dylan looked as if his interest was roused. But that lasted only for an all too brief moment. He remained lying on his back as he looked up at the young man who didn't seem to know what to do and was sweating buckets in panic. Sol, if you got some water on you, can I have a sip?
I'm a bit thirsty, you see.
Sol Ji-hoo hurriedly pulled out the canteen filled with water.
He placed it on Dylan's lips and cautiously tilted it.
The latter gulped and gulped some more, clearly relishing the refreshing liquid. Kea tilde. Dylan exclaimed out softly. Thanks. When I was hanging on the hooks, every drop was precious, you see. You don't have to worry about that. Once we return, you can drink as much as you want. Dylan smiled without making a sound. Sol? He then carried on.
First of all, thanks. Dylan, I hear you, so let's hurry and…
To be honest, I did hope for the rescue to come. Did you know that, when you're stuck in a pit of despair, all sorts of weird stuff pop up in your head?
I even dreamed that you'd come to rescue me. I'm sorry for being late, but more importantly, Actually, I wasn't scared of dying.
But, when I thought about how I'll neither be alive or dead, I got scared. Sol Ji-hoo stopped talking, then. Neither alive or dead?
I almost gave up, but then, you showed up like this.
And I'm really grateful that you did. It's like, I knew you'd come for us, somehow.
Ha ha. Two men from the distance were walking closer.
Dylan sent them a knowing glance and reverted his gaze above his head. So, what I'm saying is, Dylan. Can you help me die? What was that?
Abruptly, a smell of something burning assaulted his senses.
Sol Jihu turned to look and found Ibrahim Ali, his head separated from the torso, going up in flames.
But why? Why die?
Sol Jihu stuttered. Dylan simply formed a refreshing grin.
Hey, Kazuki.
It's been a while, senpai. Kazuki bowed his waist smartly. You the header of the rescue team? Yes, senpai.
That's a relief.
A pathfinder of your quality will ensure that everything goes down smoothly. You're overestimating me. Overestimating my foot. In any case, hurry up and finish this, so you can get going. I heard that you guys have a time limit? Kazuki formed a complicated expression.
Got it.
Thank you for your understanding. He then grasped the hilt of his sword tightly.
Dylan. In an instant, someone grabbed Sol Jihu's shoulders and pushed him down.
Both Yasser Roddy and Mary Rhine clung onto his body and blocked him. Don't kill him. He freaked out. His arms flailed about, and he put up a frenzied struggle. Still, he was forced down on his butt.
Even then, he didn't stop shouting.
Why, you can't kill him, no. No, we must kill him.
Hang on.
I don't understand.
No time to explain.
And you already know this. Or, at least, you have an inkling.
You just don't want to accept it.
Kazuki spoke coldly.
Sol Jihu began babbling whatever came to his mind. Please, just listen to me. All I'm saying is, let's not kill him right now.
What if there's a higher rank parasite somewhere that starts suspecting something? Both of them have not been taken over completely. Kazuki rebutted him. This is the reality of the situation. Killing them now is for the good of both men.
But
stop. It was then when he heard someone else sobbing next to him. Sol Jihu flinched and stopped after feeling the warm liquid fall on his cheek. I know how you feel, okay.
I know, but
we gotta save others, too. Yasser Roddy was crying. His face was distorted like a crying, ha-ho, mask, thick tears dropping from his eyes. Dylan spoke in a dignified tone of voice.
Kazuki. Hurry.
Sol can't kill me. He's someone like that. So, you should act like a header. Kazuki raised his blade up high after hearing that.
I'm still grateful for that matter of 3 years ago.
Don't mention it.
Let's call it even with you doing this for me.
If it's you, senpai, you should easily overcome the death penalty. Well, it should be better than becoming a puppet of the parasites, unable to go back home.
Dylan cackled on.
Hey, Sol.
Thank you. For coming here to rescue me.
I mean it. He spoke with a relieved face.
And also, say goodbye to the other two for me, okay?
He then grinned. At the same time, the blade struck down.
Dylan.
In that next moment, everything slowed down to a crawl. Don't mind it if the tea tastes a bit bland, okay?
I've been practicing making tea lately, but I can't seem to get any better at this thing.
He couldn't believe this was happening.
I understand where you're coming from, but I agree with Sol's deduction he came up with outside the tomb.
This had to be a lie. Don't worry about it.
When you're ready, go ahead. I'll match your timing.
This was too fast.
Listen. I am supposedly the leader of Carpe Diem.
But even I find it pretty rough trying to control these two idiots. That's why, would you like to lend me an aid doing that? If nothing else, they should talk for a bit longer.
Ha ha.
In that case, I think this mission will be a perfect chance for you to pop your cherry. It may sound like a simple job, but once you take it on, you're going to learn about lots of things.
It was the same story for me, too. All the tears he was holding back flooded out. You wah.
Sol Jihu shot back up to his feet and raised his ice spear. He was about to take a wild swing at one of the mutated orcs, but Kazuki restrained him in time.
Tumble! He fell ungainly on the floor.
A short bout of silence later. Don't think of it that way. Kazuki sheathed his sword back, his complexion extremely gloomy. I said this before, didn't I? If the infection was in the early stages, fine, but Dylan was in the middle stages. Ali was towards the end. Over half of his body had been taken over already.
Even if the daughter of Luxuria was here, I doubt they could be saved.
Sol Jihu didn't reply. He couldn't, as all he could do was to shed his tears as choked up, gagging noises gasped out of his mouth.
He knew that.
He thought he was prepared for the worst possibility. But, in all honesty, his hopes were raised when he found Hugo.
He simply wished for Dylan to be alive, that was all. He simply didn't expect things to play out this way.
This was like having the worst of all the worst nightmares imaginable.
Isn't it better to let him die in peace rather than leaving him be?
At least, he'd be able to return to Earth and…
Kazuki spoke up to hear and lit the remains on fire.
Watching Dylan slowly turn to ashes, Sol Jihu slammed his head down to the floor. A sorrowful cry, akin to a wild beast howling, echoed in this chamber. Kazuki watched on, his eyes dejected and energyless, before his shoulders drooped even further. Yasser Roddy, take Sol back to the circle, please. This team was formed in order to save the captives. However, the sense of loss born out from the realization that the captives were no longer alive would be indescribable. He made this choice because he understood this point well. Forcibly taking along someone this heartbroken would only prove to be a hindrance later on.
I got it. I'm sorry about this.
Yasser Roddy tried to help the young man to get up. But Sol Jihu didn't want to budge. Sol, we don't have the time for this.
Hurry, and give me the rudium. I'm going.
What was that?
We'll go, together.
Sol Jihu spat out his words in short bursts before pushing himself off from the ground unsteadily.
Dylan was dead.
His emotions hadn't settled down yet. His tears hadn't stopped flowing out, nor had he accepted this damn reality. However, there were people still waiting to be rescued. That purpose was forcing his body to move again.
No can do.
Your current condition will only prove to be a hindrance. I know the princess's face myself, so you don't have to worry and go back first.
I know the princess's face too. Look, man.
There are 3 captives left.
We need at least 3 people.
Those words weren't wrong. Kazuki quietly stared at the young man, before massaging his forehead. Yasser Roddy, what about you? I'm sorry.
I can't.
I don't have the confidence anymore.
Fine.
You should go back. Us 3 will go downstairs. Yasser Roddy nodded without much energy and turned around to leave.
Let's go.
A short while later, one person disappeared down the doorway they came in, while the other 3 slipped into the stairway leading down to the second underground floor.
Princess.
As his steps led him down to the lower floor, pale cold flames burned fiercely in Sol Jihu's eyes.
Chapter 83.
If. The word, if, denoted those unexpected instances that may or may not happen. In dictionaries, it was used often in suppositions and assumptions, and humans attached only at the end in order to express their hope or regret. There could be 1 in a 10,000 chance that such a future would come true.
Arriving before it's not too late.
No, at least, arriving just before something terrible happened to the captives, the members of the rescue party would have been dreaming of such a future. However, there was no meaning in saying such things when the crap had hit the fan already. Paradise was the reality.
It was neither a cartoon, a web novel, nor a movie.
It was definitely a computer game where you could save your progress at the click of a mouse as you sit on your comfy chair. Once something happened, it couldn't be undone. When things had come this far, stuff like, if only, or, 1 in 10,000, were all useless suppositions. The final stop the winds called, just in case, or, maybe, would take you to was self-denial, that was all. The rescue, as spoken by Ace Kazuki, didn't simply mean the physical rescue of the captives.
No, it was much closer to saving them.
Sol Ji-hoo didn't necessarily think of that as bad. Instead, having such a determination to unhesitatingly find the best possible answer to any given situation was befitting of a pragmatic, realistic earthling.
Even then,
Sol Ji-hoo couldn't throw away the wickers of hope burning in his heart.
Even though he felt as if his body was sinking deeper into an inescapable quagmire the lower he went down the stairs, he was still searching for that ray of light buried somewhere within the murky depth. Even if it was just one ray, one small piece, as long as he could rescue another one.
But then, they arrived at the bottom of the stairs, and the flames of a candle burning faintly in his heart quaked violently from the spectacle laid out before eyes. "Oh, my God!" Mary Rhine hurriedly covered her mouth. Even Ace Kazuki was rendered utterly speechless. A true hell on earth. Crimson light illuminated this space as if it was a red light district. Spectacles of truly horrendous nature ran rampant everywhere, and they could hardly keep their eyes open. Even the so-called cities of depravity, Sodom and Gomorrah, wouldn't have been this heinous. The advent of living hell on humanity would somewhat resemble this place. "First time seeing such an unsightly hatchery in my damn life," Kazuki murmured to himself in a hushed voice before pulling out the paper with directions written on it. However, he began forming an expression of confusion.
First of all, his eyes could see well over 1,000 of them already. This was already a mind-numbing number to go through.
What will you do?"
Mary Rhine began chewing on her nails.
Kazuki whispered, "Hang on," and continued to pore over the paper, before he sniffed the air. They were standing by the entrance, yet there was this overly strong sweet odor wafting in from somewhere. It only brushed past his olfactory senses, yet he felt a light case of dizziness. This smell. His sharp eyes quickly shifted over to his left. The second underground floor was also divided into two districts, but it wasn't separated like how it was on the first floor.
For the time being, let's head over to the experimentation area.
They spotted almost no movements. Kazuki paid extra careful attention to his surroundings as he led the way.
The location the archer led them to was a structure with reddish walls.
The closer they got, the stronger that sickly sweet smell became. The interior of this small structure located next to the hatchery boasted a rather strange sight of its own, as well. There was only a single mutated orc inside, but then, there were dozens upon dozens of pots, large enough for a person to sit inside, placed here.
On top of them, there was a matching number of ropes dangling from the ceiling.
The source of the smell was, without a doubt, this building. The sweet smell had become so heavy that it almost made them gag. Kazuki stood on his toes to take a look inside the closest pot before his expression crumpled somewhat. The pot was filled with a sticky but clear liquid.
He cautiously dipped his index finger before withdrawing it.
A small strand clung onto his departing fingertip before snapping loose, evidence of the weak amount of viscosity present in this liquid.
"This is—"
The archer tilted his head and brought his head even closer to take a deeper look, only for his cold, determined face to crumple in an instant.
"Kook!"
He yanked his upper torso away in a hurry and quickly took several steps back. Sol Ji-hoo hurriedly lent his aid. Kazuki breathed heavily to regain himself before spitting on the ground with a disgusted face. "God damn it.
It's an aphrodisiac."
"Aphrodisiac?"
Even though things were in a bit of mess right now, Sol Ji-hoo still got to form a rather dumbfounded expression.
He realized that all these dozens of huge pots were filled with the same liquid. His gaze then drifted towards that lone mutated orc standing still, unmoving. His experiences told him that the creature wasn't standing there for no reason. Now that he could see, the rope going into the pot in front of the thing was stretched taut. He remembered how the mutated orc lowered Hugo from the ceiling, so he was able to quickly locate a pulley-like device nearby.
Even though he was unsure, he quickly ran over there and turned the handle. Creak, creak. The rope was pulled upwards as it wound around the pulley. Splash, splash. The sounds of liquid falling could be heard next.
Eventually, a person whose entire body was tightly wrapped around with rope suddenly emerged from the pot. The drops of liquid fell from the oily, seemingly naked body. Seeing the soaked but still abundant red hair, it must have been a woman. It was at this point in time that Mary Rhine began freaking out. Big sister! Kazuki moved swiftly. He leapt up in the air, sliced the rope off, and caught the woman before landing back on the ground. Sol Ji-hoo furrowed his brows immediately. All of her limbs were intact, but once she was laid down on the ground, he realized that her legs and arms were all bent in terrible angles. Damn it, did she drown?
And no, that can't be it.
Mary Rhine spoke with a pale complexion. Big sister Erica learned the ability to breathe underwater. There's no way she'd drown. Kazuki quickly pressed his hand near the unconscious woman's nose. He sensed her breathing.
Even her chest began rising and falling, albeit faintly. Suddenly, the woman's eyes shot wide open.
Her blurry irises stared up at the ceiling above, and then,
ihck. Flop, flap.
She began flailing her body this way and that.
Forget about the usual pained moans, she was busy emitting cries of horror right now. This person is.
She was none other than the Level 6 Imperial Knight, Erica Lawrence, a powerful being on par with Agnes.
ihuk. R.
While Erica Lawrence was breathing and panting in pain, the archer quickly checked for signs of infection and the priest cast her divine healing spell. A short while later, Kazuki stood up and addressed Mary Rhine. Take her back. That meant that Erica Lawrence was not infected.
Got it. Be careful, you two.
Mary Rhine didn't say anything unnecessary and supported Erica Lawrence. Their exit was fast enough to mildly surprise the others. The second person was rescued beside Hugo.
Now, only 2 remained.
They checked other pots to make sure, and they were all empty.
Kazuki squatted down and glared at the ground.
Sol Ji-hoo didn't urge him. Everything he saw of the Japanese man said that this guy was a dependable earthling. If he wasn't moving, then there must be a good reason for that. Sol.
Kazuki opened his mouth.
It'll be extremely difficult to search through this place with our remaining time. That was true. Even Sol Ji-hoo had been masking his frustration. It wasn't just 1 or 2 buildings in the experimentation area. And not to forget, the hatchery itself was huge, and there were just too many victims in here.
So, we gotta.
Was he trying to say that they needed to retreat now? Gotta think about this. What he said next was somewhat out of Sol Ji-hoo's expectation. Both Dylan and Ali were infected, their limbs cut off. What the B***stards were trying to do to them was clear. Sap away their stamina, infect them, and create more mutated orcs. Use some parts of the bodies as sustenance, use the rest to create more soldiers, and also use them as breeding stocks, too. Use as sustenance?
For a moment then, Sol Ji-hoo recalled the door Chohong stopped him from entering earlier.
However, the same thing didn't happen to Erica Lawrence. Her limbs might have been broken, but she wasn't infected.
No, she was just left inside the pot of aphrodisiac.
It probably means that they were trying to break her down mentally. They probably knew that no one would be able to survive for long the horrors of the hatchery outside. Kazuki's muttering sounded more like him trying to organize his thoughts rather than talking to someone else. Meaning, captives have been separated by their sex. Does that mean the chances of the remaining 2 not being infected are?
No, hang on.
That's not it.
Kazuki shook his head.
It's not that they are uninfected, it's simply that there's no need. Being violated by the mutated orcs will infect them naturally, anyway. Kazuki continued on.
Erica Lawrence has been fighting back.
Just like Hugo. If that assertion was flipped around, then the two captives not being here meant that they couldn't endure. It was then, Kazuki's eyes burned brightly.
Found it.
It's the trace of someone being dragged away. Looks like it's comparatively recent, too. Are there two people? No, just one. Kazuki seemed confused as well. If my theory is right, then there should be two, but…
Ace Yui, Teresa Hussey. I don't know who it could be between the two, but I can only see one.
Let's go and take a look regardless. The two men quickly left the building. But Kazuki's steps gradually slowed down.
Damn it.
Why are there so many traces now? That was inevitable, though. It wasn't as if this place had little to no foot traffic. Anyone could tell without looking too hard that the old traces would be covered up by fresh new ones being laid on top every single day, as this whole area was chock-full with all sorts of races and beings.
Even if he was a grand pathfinder, he'd be rendered helpless here. Tell me any distinguishing features of your sister.
There's a mole near her left eye. Her hair color is pitch black, and her physique is petite.
And she's cute.
Sol Jihu diligently searched his surroundings. No matter how many times he looked, this whole place simply was a series of unbearable sights one after another. Countless females were either tied and bound to various pillars and walls with chains and ropes. And a similar number of mutated orcs were standing around in several spots within the hatchery or sticking uncomfortably close to those tied-up females. The problem here had to do with the fact that the females weren't just from the human race. He paid closer attention to a certain figure because she seemed to be a human at a casual glance, but as it turned out, her ears were too pointy. Animal-like four-legged beings resembling a wolf. Even plant-based beings, and monsters that he had never seen before, had been captured in droves. Meaning, the parasites didn't care what they captured as long as the victims possessed the ability to give birth. Seeing this wretched sight, he could acutely feel how the parasites, supposed to be an alien race, thought of humans as well as other races living on this planet. With that realization, powerful rage boiled deep within his heart.
Sons of bitches.
To parasites, males were only good for food or as disposable meat shields. As for females, they were no different than livestock. Sol Jihu chewed on his lower lip almost to the point of drawing blood and grasped his spear tightly. He relied on the single strand of icy cold energy from the weapon to suppress his heart ready to explode in anger.
It happened then.
Yui. Kazuki abruptly pounced forward like a bolt of lightning. Sol Jihu hurriedly chased after him, but his steps came to a stop soon after. He found the archer standing still like a stone statue, his expression one of pure stupefaction. There was a female squatting on the ground, both of her wrists tied to the pillar behind her.
There was this vacant smile on her face, too.
Just as Kazuki had said earlier, she was a cute young girl.
And her entire body bore the evidence of all the violence done to her. Hey!
Even though her brother was standing before her very eyes, she maintained that aimless, creepy smile. He wordlessly stared at his sibling.
Sniff.
He sniffled noisily and with a clenched fist, wiped his eyes. He then knelt down on one knee and pressed his forehead to hers.
I'm sorry. The goodbye was kept short.
Kazuki stood back up and grasped his longsword. Sol Jihu gasped out in surprise. Kazuki? It's too late.
Too late? But
she only looks fine on the outside. There's no need to even look deeper.
Her insides would have changed by now.
Kazuki looked back at Sol Jihu with sorrowful eyes.
Are you going to step in this time, too?
You're free to intervene, but remember this. You doing that will decrease the amount of time we have to find the princess. Sol Jihu was unable to say anything. Eventually, Ace Yui's neck was cleanly separated from her body. Kazuki proceeded to incinerate her body and pulled at the youth standing there in a daze. Let's go.
We still have one more person to find.
Sol Ji-hoo stared at the older man with a great deal of awe. As befitting an archer acknowledged by Dylan, he was able to control his emotions to such an extreme degree and focused on his duties first. This calmness helped to cool down Sol Ji-hoo's anger that continued to play havoc with his mind ever since he climbed down to the second floor. He then promptly felt ashamed of his disgraceful conduct earlier. I need to concentrate on the mission. Thanks to finding the two ladies quicker than the initial expectation, the time wasted upstairs had been replenished by just a tiny bit. More determined than ever before, he looked at every nook and cranny to find Teresa Hussey. However, he couldn't spot anyone even remotely resembling her. Which was weird, because her unique features certainly stood out from the crowd. The time continued to tick on, but that unique rose-colored hair couldn't be seen from anywhere. He even resorted to using more of the valuable rudium just in case, but that also didn't work. He ordered the mutated orcs nearby to guide him to a human brought in recently and even added Teresa Hussey's distinguishing features for good measure, but the damn things didn't even want to budge. Did you spot any trace of Princess yet? I wouldn't be standing around here if I did. Kazuki chewed on his lips before cupping his ear. The communication crystal hanging near his earlobe was emitting a soft, pure glow. Where's Sol? The voice belonged to Cho-hong. He's with me, still searching. What about your side? Traps have been laid down, and everyone made it back safe. You haven't found the other two yet? Ace Yui was infected and I dealt with her. Haven't found Teresa Hussey yet. You have less than 10 minutes left. Don't push your luck and come back. If all else fails, we can try again in 72 hours, right? Got it. Don't worry. The glow from the crystal disappeared. The two men didn't say anything else afterwards and spent another minute searching their vicinity, but again, there was nothing to show for their efforts. Eventually, Kazuki sighed out in exasperation. Sol. Yes? Go back first. Kazuki quickly continued on. I can't be certain, yet. But, there's still some time left, so I'll try to search by myself. Kazuki was a high-ranker archer. His running speed was really fast, so even if he used up a bit more of time, he'd still be able to make it. That's what he meant. Sol Ji-hoo knew that he was being considerate, of course. But the Korean youth rejected the offer regardless. No way. I'll also help. I'm pretty confident when it comes to running, you see. I have this guy, remember? Sol Ji-hoo pointed to his left ear. Kazuki saw the Festina earring and began pondering something. The rescue team members had shared as much information as they were willing to before the mission commenced, so he knew what that earring was. Didn't you say you can't control it properly yet? Running in a straight line is fine. Well, I even led the parasites back in that dangerous canyon, so running the length of the first floor shouldn't be that difficult. That made some sense. Considering that the first underground floor was basically a straight line, his confidence was not unwarranted. Besides, if the effect was stacked 3 times, he'd be able to run 100 meters in 3, maybe 4 seconds. The speed he'd be able to exhibit during that 1 minute would be double that of Kazuki's maximum sprinting speed. Fine. We'll do it this way. Kazuki nodded his head and handed over another communication crystal attached to an earring. You also take one. We'll go our separate ways to search. If and when the contact is made, we return, no questions asked. Got it. I'll be sticking around for 4 minutes and 25 seconds before heading back. You shouldn't be going past 6 minutes and 40 seconds mark. Don't try to cut it too close and return at least before the final minute mark. Understand? He then added that he'd contact Sol Ji-hoo before going back, and the two men went their separate ways. Sol Ji-hoo inwardly began counting as he crossed the hatchery. He still couldn't locate Teresa Hussey, though. Princess. Princess. Sol Ji-hoo had been walking in deeper and deeper before he abruptly realized that the surroundings had changed somewhat. He couldn't see any pillars or chains here. What replaced them now were several structures that resembled ranches.
Sol Jihu began frowning. He was wondering why there was progressively lesser and lesser number of mutated orcs, but now he could see why. He spotted several smaller-sized mutated orcs roaming around these ranches. They looked to be cubs and not fully grown adults.
Females from various species were laying on top of dried grasses, moaning out and panting laboriously. Disgusting, acrid odors of blood and all sorts of filth wafted in the air.
Ah!
Out of the blue, his steps came to a halt. As he attentively scanned the area, he finally caught the distinct color he'd been hoping to see.
Although dirty, there was little doubt he was seeing pink hair.
The female was lying still as if she was dead, her belly swollen up so much that it now resembled a ball. Her broken, soulless blurry eyes flinched sporadically, soft gasps of "ah, ah," leaving her mouth.
His heart nearly tumbled to the pit of his stomach.
Princess Teresa! Sol Jihu hurriedly ran over there and was about to grab her shoulder, but his actions came to a sudden halt.
It wasn't Teresa Hussey.
Their hair color was the same, but this woman belonged to another race. He saw the carelessly unfurled black wings sprouting from her back and was sure of his findings. He felt relieved, but at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Time to go back was rapidly approaching. Should I go back? In reality, he was not duty-bound to find her at all cost. However, Teresa Hussey was a paradisian. If she died now, that would be it for her. No, even if he set aside that point, he still remembered that powerful attraction he felt when meeting her for the first time. It's like, I've met her from somewhere before.
He could have been mistaken about that.
But he knew that, if he gave up here and go back, he'd be beset with regret for the rest of his life. Indeed, he had to do his very best right until the very end so his regret wouldn't be as bad later. It's not like he didn't have any time left, did it? Sol Jihu shook his head. Right, it was still too early.
This isn't going to work. Walking around like this with no plan was not a solution.
He needed to think like Kazuki. Maybe she wasn't even in the hatchery to begin with?
Up until now, he had been roaming around the hatchery because of the header's theory.
But since she was nowhere to be found, that theory might not be applicable to Teresa Hussey. Sol Jihu quickly changed his thought process. What's the difference between princess and other captives? She was a paradisian, while others were earthlings. Sol Jihu pondered deeply until suddenly, a brand new possibility popped into his head. He only tested it out on 3-4 targets before, so the sample pool was small. But still, his idea stemmed from the fact that the mutated orcs didn't know of Teresa Hussey's whereabouts. Maybe, Princess's worth as a captive is different from the others? Meaning, she had another purpose other than being used as breeding stock. The biggest fighting force of humanity was Earthlings, but in reality, one could argue that the true foundation was none other than the 7 gods. The first person these gods contacted was a paradisian. Not only that, a royal. The royal oath. Considering that point, could it be possible that the princess of the Harem royal family received different treatment from the others? For example, could she be taken to elsewhere so the parasites could learn the secrets of the 7 gods? Unless he was talking about the parasite queen who even devoured a god. The command structure of the parasites could only control, but it was not an omnipotent network. Besides, a human would instantly turn into a mindless puppet the moment he or she was infected. So, princess holding valuable information would not be so carelessly turned into a host. He wasn't sure, of course. But his theory sounded plausible. There was a chance that he was being too optimistic about this, but he didn't mind grasping at straws in the current situation if it'd help him out somehow. In any case, the conclusion was that there was a good chance of her not being in the hatchery at all. In that case, he had entered pretty deeply into the second basement floor. Maybe that was the reason why there weren't all that many mutated orcs. On the far side to his left, he could see the experimentation area. If she was taken above ground, then there was nothing he could do, but then again, she could be in that experimentation area. Which one should I enter first?
It wasn't just one or two buildings there.
He figured that he might have to search every single one if he failed to think of a good way, but then decided to activate 9 eyes first, just in case. Everywhere transformed into a sea of yellow, with the sole exception of one structure. Is that orange? It was, "Do not approach." Besides the fact that it was built using bricks, it kind of resembled a container-like structure with only a single small window. He had no time to worry. Sol Ji-hoo quickly made his way and pressed against the structure's wall.
The door was closed, so he couldn't see the inside. He pressed his ear to the wall next, but it was all very quiet. There didn't seem to be any signs of movement.
But there must have been a reason it was, "Do not approach." Now originally, he shouldn't even be thinking about entering, but there was a chance that he'd find her here.
Just in case. He grasped the rudium.
He had a way to go around the danger, so there's no reason to take the risk.
Open the door as quietly as possible.
If you see beings of the same race as you moving inside, pretend that you made a mistake and get out immediately.
He used the rudium to control a mutated orc nearby and sent it ahead of him. Creak.
The door opened and a portion of the interior was revealed.
Looks like a torture chamber.
Sol Ji-hoo remained pressing against the wall as he sent out another command.
Nod if there is a human woman inside. The mutated orc nodded its head.
Sol Ji-hoo opened his eyes wider.
He forgot to breathe for a moment then.
The monster didn't come out of the structure, which meant that, at the least, there were no moving parasite-infected creatures inside. Sol Ji-hoo didn't hesitate and entered the structure immediately. And when he took a good look at the interior, he had to squeeze his eyes shut out of the sheer elation. His fists automatically clenched by themselves. He got to confirm that using up the valuable rudium was not a waste of his time.
He opened his eyes again and quickly strode forward.
A certain woman was tied to an X-shaped wooden frame, held by ropes binding her wrists and ankles.
Her face was obscured by her lowered head.
However, her cascading waterfall of rose-colored hair was definitely a familiar sight to him. Sol Ji-hoo placed the ice spear by his armpit and slowly extended his hand out.
He brushed past her hair and touched her still soft cheek.
His palm sensed her flinching greatly.
Kook!
Tremble, tremble. Her deer-like neck began trembling.
He even heard her gnash her teeth. Kill me? What a familiar voice that was, too.
Instead of answering her, though, he placed his hand on the communication crystal attached to his ear. It glowed softly when he injected his mana.
I will never submit to.
What's going on? Kazuki's voice prompted the pink-haired woman to stop her yammering.
And then,
Her head swiveled up. She spotted a certain young man speaking in a calm voice, with his hand pressed to his ear.
I found Princess Teresa Hussey.
I'll return as soon as I free her. The eyes of Teresa Hussey grew dazed as she stared at Sol Ji-hoo. Chapter 84. Seriously? Kazuki sounded really happy.
Where? No, hang on.
What about signs of infection? Teresa Hussey's condition couldn't be described as good even as lip service. One of her eyes was blackened. Dried blood was evident on her nose. Her lips were busted open unsightly, her swollen, reddened cheek. Several spots of her body were also reddened and bruised, and the stink from all sorts of filth wafted around heavily. Her current appearance attested to the indescribable hardship she had gone through. But Sol Ji-hoo couldn't spot any telltale signs of infection from forced breeding.
He displayed her condition through the communication crystal and opened his mouth.
I found her in the experimentation area. She seems to be tortured, but I don't think she's been infected. Tortured?
Ah!
Kazuki sounded as if he had just about figured out the process of how she was discovered. Now that he had seen her through the crystal, his suspicions would be satisfied too.
I was on my way back, but if you want, I can come and help you. No, hang on.
It's difficult to describe exactly where I am.
So, Go back first. Got it. I'll trust you. The communication ended there.
Sol Ji-hoo quickly checked her wrists and ankles. If she had been tied down with special restraints, things might have become troublesome, but thankfully, she was bound with thick ropes, instead. As he pulled out a dagger, his eyes met the princess's. She looked as if she had seen a mirage just now. Is this a dream? Her voice was really hoarse. Or a hallucination?
He simply grinned back at her. She must have found his response rather mean-spirited because large teardrops formed on those two jewel-like eyes next. She sniffled her reddish nose and continued on with a desperately pleading voice.
Please, say it ain't so.
Please. This is neither a dream nor a hallucination.
Sol Ji-hoo replied concisely back to her. I came to rescue you, princess. But, how?
I know you have lots of questions, but please, hold them in for now.
We don't have much time left. He quickly knelt down on one knee.
Ah!
Teresa Hussey suddenly became flustered for some reason. What should I do? What should I do?
Sob, I can't get married now.
Quote. I couldn't help it, that perverted bastard didn't want me to use the bathroom. She explained her situation in a voice that got progressively smaller. Perverted bastard? It's fine. Sol Ji-hoo quietly replied to her. I'm just thankful that you managed to stay alive until now.
Truly. He was being genuine here.
Because he was concentrating on cutting the bind on her ankles, he failed to see what her facial expression was like when she heard his words. Can I cry now?
Nope, you can't. What about a hot-blooded kiss, then? Obviously no, wouldn't you say?
While sharing a carefree banter, he brought the dagger closer to the rope binding her ankle, but then…
Dururic! He heard a sound from the other side of a wall. Gulp! He swallowed his breath. His hands stopped moving. His heart palpitated and the muscles in his entire body seemed to contract. Now that he took another look, this building was shaped like a rectangular container from the outside, but the torture chamber was much closer to a square box. Only then did he finally spot a doorway to the far corner. He quickly remembered that this whole place being marked, "Do not approach." But he forgot all about it because of Teresa Hussey. What should he do now? Too bad. Even before he had the chance to come up with a plan, he heard the sound of the door being yanked open. He instantly lowered his body and hid behind the large X-shaped frame. Meanwhile, Teresa Hussey quickly lowered her head and began opening her mouth. Someone, anyone, help me. Save me. I want to go home. Ah! She began muttering all to herself. Splash, splosh. Sounds of wet footsteps could be heard before a huge shadow was cast around the wooden frame. Here I was, wondering why I suddenly heard voices. You were yapping to yourself? Prrrr. An ear-grating voice akin to a bubbling quagmire came from the shadow's owner. Teresa Hussey's quick-witted thinking helped him to overcome the immediate danger. Of course, Sol Ji-hoo continued to remain vigilant. If this thing can move even under the rudium's control, then it had to be a really high-ranking creature. He didn't want to believe, but it was really here. Cold sweat trickled down his backside. Luckily, the thing must have been staying inside this building and didn't know what was going on outside. But, if it found out what was going on from the get-go, then… The unknown creature suddenly began frowning. How did this bastard get here? Right at that moment, Sol Ji-hoo thought his heart would explode, but… Didn't I forbid it from coming here? But, he quickly realized that the high-ranking parasite wasn't talking about him, but the mutated orc he spotted during his search and made it enter the building first. Although it was a good fortune among the sea of misfortune, it was also too early to feel relieved. He hurriedly grasped the rudium and undid all of the mental control bar the friend-foe recognition. The mutated orc turned around to leave. Even the hatchery, once deathly quiet, was filled back up with sounds of renewed activity.
The unknown parasite creature tilted its head as the mutated orcs began moving around again, but then, I'm thirsty. Then, it reverted its attention back to Teresa Hussey after hearing her pained moan.
Water, water. Ho! Splash, splosh. The creature approached the frame again.
Saliva quickly pooled in Sol Jihu's mouth.
He felt tension surge through his entire body and didn't even move an inch from the spot. He even stopped breathing altogether. Kakeke. Looks like you're seeing hallucinations now.
Is this your limit, then?
Water.
Gimme water.
To think, she'd break down already.
That's too bad. Where's your initial spirit disappeared to now?
Yuke.
Well, I guess that's because you're from an inferior species.
Still, you did resist more than expected.
The ridiculing words forced Teresa Hussey to chew on her lips.
So, you want to drink water? She quietly nodded her head.
And you want to eat something, too?
Yes. Then, speak.
She formed a conflicted expression.
It's not difficult. All you have to do is to tell me.
The unknown parasite opened its arms wide.
Our queen is magnanimous and merciful.
Quote.
Even if you're from one of the inferior species, she will not abandon you as long as you have one redeeming quality, however insignificant. So, speak up.
Speak everything about the oath made with the 7 gods. That is the only way for you to prove your worth.
Teresa Hussey looked to be in a deep dilemma before her head faltered even more. I need more time to think.
What a frustrating little fool. How much more time do you require? Maybe, you still haven't understood what I'm saying.
We humans are different from your kind.
I have people who believe in me, my family, my friends, my subordinates. If I do as you say, then I become a bitch that betrayed their trust.
Tisk, tisk.
That is why you're inferior.
All those emotions are useless when compared to the brand new world our glorious queen will bestow unto this world.
God damn it.
I get it. I hear you, so gimme time to think about it for myself.
Sol Jihu finally grasped what the princess was trying to do here. She was trying to send this high-ranking parasite away, thus giving themselves a window of opportunity to escape.
Foo.
Aren't you a funny one? You think I don't know what you're trying to do? What was that? Was it 4 days ago? Didn't you waste dozens of minutes by repeatedly telling me you'd think about it and then began demanding from me this and that? You think I'll be fooled twice? She already used this tactic before. Sol Jihu despaired inwardly. But then, Teresa Hussey began shouting out.
Damn it.
Even if it's for a short while, it'll be fine. With you around, I can't get my thoughts straight.
The unknown parasite snorted derisively, but it didn't say no.
Even without looking, one could tell the creature felt conflicted.
It wouldn't be so bad to give her time to rationalize her thoughts now, would it?
However, the being didn't back away peacefully. For a short while, is it?
I guess it doesn't really matter, but if you are trying to deceive me again, then you better prepare yourself. I'm really trying to think about it. Fine. I shall hope that you're being serious. If not, pow! You hook!
The creature's fist roughly slammed into her midriff.
Teresa Hussey's eyes shot open wide. Drool leaked out of her gagging mouth. The unknown parasite cackled on. We are going to enjoy yet another fun time together. Cough, cough. The creature ignored the coughing human and left through the exit.
Ugh, that hurts. Teresa Hussey complained bitterly.
Meanwhile, Sol Jihu quickly moved his hands.
He felt sorry for her reddened midriff, but there simply wasn't enough time to ask how she was doing right now. That high-ranking parasite's entrance had eaten up way too much time already. If it weren't for her quick thinking, he might even have overshot his time limit, too. The ropes were thick, but they didn't pose much of problems when he used his mana. Can you walk?
Yes. Finally freed, she unsteadily faltered as her feet touched the ground. Her arms flailed about and she nearly fell,
but Sol Jihu caught her in time.
He lifted her up in an embrace by her slender shoulders and below her knees.
Wasn't this the famed Princess Carrie?
Oh, my Tilda?
She blinked her eyes after inadvertently ending up in his arms.
Sol Jihu cautiously scanned the outside, worried that the unknown parasite was nearby.
I hope that thing won't show up soon.
No, it's going to, pretty soon. Remember, I tried to fool it once before, and besides, the bastard's got one hell of a short fuse. Teresa Hussey spoke in a wry tone. From the get-go, they look at things differently from us. And that thing is like a freaking insane loon. Perhaps she had suffered a lot at the creature's hands because she gnashed her teeth like crazy herself before she went, oops, and recovered her wits.
She pointed at the door within the torture chamber. Go there. There should be another exit from here.
It was only a matter of time before they got discovered.
Even then, that didn't mean they had to use the door he used to enter, now did it? A blitzkrieg it was, then.
As long as we can make out of the prison block. Sol Jihu quickly organized his thoughts and fixed his hold on the princess. She softly wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered to his ear.
Let's go, my prince.
And then, Sol Jihu began running like an arrow.
Asterisk.
Just as she predicted, the high-ranking parasite returned quickly.
In terms of actual time, it was around 2 minutes.
From the moment it spotted the mutated orc entering the forbidden building, this creature had been sensing that something wasn't quite right, so it took a look around but couldn't find anything was amiss. Did I see it wrong? The chain of thought that roughly went along that line shattered into pieces the moment it returned to the torture chamber. Well, the Harem princess who should have been bound to the frame was nowhere to be seen, after all.
The only thing remaining was the sliced-off ropes.
It freaked out and dashed outside, but it was impossible to find the princess in one breath.
There were just too many things walking around, disrupting its vision.
Of course, this high-ranking creature was no dummy.
Every single one of you, stop moving.
A mental wave containing powerful controlling will spread out everywhere, causing everything inside this place to stop moving at once. The unknown parasite being quickly scanned the area, but couldn't spot any movements. Either she was in hiding or had escaped from the hatchery already.
That damn rat-like bitch.
The high-ranking creature glared at the ceiling and roared out.
Meanwhile, Sol Jihu was in the middle of hurriedly running up the stairs.
Around the same time as that roar, the communication crystal dangling in his ear began glowing as well. Mr. Kazuki? A short bout of silence later, the communication resumed. I told you to arrive before the last-minute mark, didn't I?
He sounded a bit furious. I ran into a high-ranking parasite.
What?
For the time being, I managed to evade detection, but I don't know when. Pant, pant. Sol Jihu pounded on the steps until he arrived on the first floor, and that's when he stopped talking altogether.
As soon as he got here, he realized that the mutated orcs busy moving around until then suddenly began staring at him.
He used the rudium, but it didn't work. Thoughts of, oh, shit, entered his brain. Run!
Kazuki assessed the current situation through the communication crystal and shouted out loudly.
Coo-wee! Mutated orcs began rushing at him almost at the same time. Sol Jihu listened to his instinct and climbed on a wooden desk before leaping up from it.
The orcs rushing at him stopped and dazedly looked at his acrobatic jump.
He flew above them, and at the exact moment he landed on the floor. Pang!
Without a shred of hesitation, he activated the Festina earring and ran.
The surroundings rapidly blurred past him.
The light became hazy once more, and he spotted the path he took to get here. He couldn't tell whether the passageway had narrowed suddenly or that it was his own vision narrowing down. He didn't care and kept his eyes fixed to his front and ran like his butt was on fire. In no time at all, he reached the middle of the laboratory, but then… Du-du-du-du-du. He heard unknown sounds of humongous scale coming from the left side.
Even during his hurried escape, goosebumps broke out on his skin.
That direction was where he found Hugo.
And that's where the stairs leading up to the surface was located, too.
If he didn't hear it wrong, then it meant that even the elite parasites guarding the surface had all come down here. Rather than getting further away from him, the chasing footsteps grew only louder and louder, tenaciously clinging to his rear.
Pang! Sol Jihu activated the second layer of boost. Just a little bit, and he'd be able to escape from the research area. Too bad, the reality wasn't so kind.
The mutated orcs he saw when entering this part of the underground laboratory were roaming around near the lone exit. Their numbers weren't high, but what with their large frames, it would be very difficult to go right through them. It was then.
Keep running.
His ice spear was suddenly pointing to his front.
Teresa Hussey had picked up his weapon and began wielding it before he had the chance to notice her actions.
They couldn't fight here. Not only they would not win, but they would also get captured by the chasing pack, instead. Which meant that they had no other option but to break through from the front.
Kook!
Sol Jihu gritted his teeth.
He lowered his posture and pounced forward even harder. Kuake? Kuahaake?
The mutated orcs discovered the humans belatedly, their eyes gleaming dangerously now. All sorts of colorful weapons descended on the young human male, dashing in like an ice pick. He caught the sight of an axe being bounced away by the ice spear.
He felt a part of his armor breaking.
He even sensed something brushing past him, which immediately led to this burning ache coming from his back and his side. And then,
boom!
Out of the blue, he felt something hard blocking his path slam into his body. And soon, that pressure from the front disappeared and his view opened up wide.
He had finally broken past the exit door and escaped out of the research area.
He almost rolled on the ground from the remaining impact force after he broke past the door, but he somehow managed to not fall. With Teresa Hussey in his arms, it was far harder to maintain his balance. Even still, now that he could see the sky bridge, he was almost at an eighth of the way to his destination. Past the bridge, the passageway beyond it, plus to the room with the hideout, was all in a straight line. Better still, there was no obstacle blocking his way. He thought like that and activated the third level of stacking. It was also right then he felt this itching sensation on his neck. Bzz. Sounds of beating wings pounded on his eardrums. Not only that, the garbled shouting coming from the crystal, the thudding footsteps, all these indecipherable cacophonies of noises assaulted his hearing. He hadn't even managed to cross the sky bridge yet, but it felt like some things were drawing nearer at a frightening pace.
Jump!
Kazuki's shouting hit Sol Jihu's ear. I'm running.
No, that's not it.
Trust me and jump as hard as you can.
Hurry! Behind you!
At the same time, Teresa Hussey shouted at him. There was nothing to lose now. Sol Jihu stopped thinking and kicked the sky bridge hard to jump. It happened in that exact moment. Quang! An explosion suddenly rang out. The shock waves from that explosion swooped down on the youth as he was on the downward arc of his jump. He held Teresa Hussey tightly as his own body drew a parabola, before they crashed and rolled on the floor. Only after they slammed into the edge of the bridge's end did they come to a painful stop. Cough! Tang, 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 tang. Sol Jihu coughed, but when he heard the repeated noises of things slamming into a wall, he quickly looked up in a panic. Several flying creatures were stuck in a whitish barrier with cracks running through them. What the hell? His jaw dropped to the floor. Not in a bad way, mind, but in a good way. The middle of the sky bridge had been cut off. Should he say that a big gaping hole suddenly opened up in the middle? The leading pack of the tenaciously chasing parasites fell to the black abyss below while the rest quickly took steps back. Immediately afterwards, rather pleasing sounds of air being split could be heard, which in turn led to the flying creatures attacking the protective barrier to fall from the air one by one. Swish! Swish! They were the sounds of arrows whistling by. Only then did Sol Jihu realize what was going on. He also understood why Kazuki told him to jump. The trap! Wake up and start running. He immediately pushed himself up. Thanks to Mary Rhine's timely barrier, neither he nor the princess was injured.
We'll provide cover fire, so don't stop and run.
Sol Ji-hoo took a quick glance at the enemies, now looking like dogs chasing a chicken, before picking the princess up in one go.
He then broke past the protective barrier and ran.
How many seconds left?
11.
Although tight, it was doable. Enemies couldn't catch him, and the rest of the road was as straight as an autobahn. A situation several times considerably simpler than back in the Arden Valley lay in wait for him. SSSSHW wing. The sounds brushing past his ears were indeed quite joyful to hear. He couldn't hear anything else, though.
No, he simply concentrated all of his being in running.
The passage was considerably long at almost 200 meters, but with triple stacking of the boost, he only needed 6 seconds to cross it.
Ha! Ha!
When he entered the disused room, 5 seconds remained.
He saw Kazuki and Mary Rhine lower their bow and the crucifix respectively.
Yasser Roddy was jumping up and down on his spot with a flushed face, gesturing wildly.
4 seconds.
The bookshelf turned 90 degrees was right in front of his nose now. Sol Ji-hoo didn't slow down and simply changed his direction a little bit. Cho Hong had extended both of her arms out, ready to catch him. 3 seconds. A fleeting smile of relief entered everyone's face. Even Sol Ji-hoo formed a slight grin as if to reply. In that moment,
blam!
An abrupt gunshot rang out, and Cho Hong witnessed it with her own 2 eyes. She saw the young man carrying Teresa Hussey twist and falter before he was sent crashing to the floor. What was that? Sol Ji-hoo also formed a dumbfounded expression. They were almost there. They had almost succeeded. It felt as if his foot was stuck in something. His vision blurred. Everything seemed to go white, then the ceiling filled up his view before everything suddenly crashed into the floor in a mad descent. What the hell happened?
Abruptly, he remembered. Please, do not forget.
Be mindful of the unseen sniper.
Agnes's warning entered his head.
His spinning head kissed the floor, his poor forehead the first to bear the brunt of the contact.
Ah!
It felt like something somewhere in his body felt empty. The pain rushed at him a single breath later.
Arg! Ah!
Blood spewed out of his mouth. He curled up like a worm, but still, tried to reach out with his trembling hand. As his hand aimlessly wandered in the air, he thought he could hear Cho Hong cry out like a wild animal. He painfully raised his head up to see. She wasn't there. There was no one on the altar. Sol Ji-hoo's dazedly stared at the empty void. At the transfer magic circle where no one stood, with the light already switched off. Chapter 85.
Yu-wa!
Cho Hong cried out. She managed to shove away Kazuki, grabbing her arm to restrain her, and dashed out, only to slam into someone else and ungainly tumble backwards. Chinzia, with a cigarette hanging on her lips, was looking down at her with somewhat surprised eyes. They had returned, in other words. What is? Chinzia quickly closed her mouth. A total of 7 people had returned. 6 people went there initially, so at the least, it meant the team succeeded in rescuing 1 person.
Lawrence.
It's Erica Lawrence.
Richard Hugo is there, too.
The waiting contingent of people discovered the rescued captives and cried out in elation. However, their cheers didn't continue on for long.
From the get-go, the success rate of this mission was deemed low.
However, the atmosphere of the team that had rescued 2 captives was especially downbeat, more so than expected.
It was as if looking at a bunch of dazed, soulless people.
Chinzia's eyes, meanwhile, drifted off towards Ian's sweat-soaked face, now distorted into a sorrowful expression of defeat as he breathlessly panted out. Only then did she realize that the rescue team was lacking someone.
Ian.
Cho Hong had been sitting on her butt, looking dazed, before recovering her wits to rush towards the magician.
Hurry!
Hurry and reactivate the magic circle.
No! The moment she grabbed him by his collars, Ian crumbled like a straw.
It was because he had exhausted all of his mental power maintaining the magic circle.
Get up!
You gotta get up! Cho-hong cried out in desperation. The surrounding people began to murmur unsteadily.
Chinzia hurriedly entered the boundaries of the magic circle and forcibly suppressed Cho-hong.
She threw out a question while pushing down the crazily resisting woman. Ace Kazuki, what happened? The Japanese man couldn't open his mouth for a while. He was famed for his cold, collected demeanor, but right now, he looked just as confused as everyone else here.
First of all,
Kazuki finally broke his long silence and spoke in a low, quiet voice. We were able to get this far in the rescue mission all thanks to that young man. From the beginning until the end. Chinzia immediately knew who this young man was.
I know that. We didn't want to give up until the end. He and I remained until the end of the allotted time and searched everywhere.
Because of that, we were able to rescue Richard Hugo and Erica Lawrence, and also, could save Ace Yui, Ibrahim Ali and Edward Dillon in time. This meant that the Earthlings were somehow been all rescued in one way or the other.
What about Teresa Hussey?
The princess was. Kazuki faltered in his words and couldn't continue. He couldn't end his search even if she was nowhere to be found and he overshot his time limit?
No.
Chinzia's guess was met with a needlessly sharp rebuttal from Kazuki. It seemed that the princess was being held as a prisoner by a high-ranking parasite. A prisoner, is it?
Yes.
However, he managed to successfully rescue her.
Even though he was discovered in the middle of his escape, he somehow broke through their dragnet and made it out of the prison block.
There was a high-ranking parasite present?
No.
Hold on. He got discovered but still managed to escape?
Chinzia blinked her eyes.
She was only half convinced when she heard the news of the Arden Valley incident. But what with Kazuki being so serious like this, she had no choice but to believe. So, what happened, then? If he escaped, why isn't he here? Kazuki helplessly shook his head.
I'm not sure.
What?
Damn it.
I really don't know what happened. Yes, he was cutting it really close, but I was certain that he'd make it.
We blew up the sky bridge and delayed the enemy's pursuit and sniped every single flying creature. And he was just about to safely enter the hideout, but… Kazuki pushed his bangs up.
His forehead was soaked in sweat. He was about to, so what happened next? It was Agnes asking the question next. Kazuki's expression remained at a loss as he replied to her.
What I saw was…
Sol was running while carrying the princess in his arms before he suddenly faltered.
Are you saying he fell?
No, it didn't look like he tripped and fell. If he tripped on something, the momentum from his running speed would still ensure that he…
Ah!
Kazuki's eyes narrowed to a slit, and he continued on with a half-convinced, half-unsure expression on his face. Just before he entered the room, I think I heard a sound similar to a gunshot. A gunshot? That's the best I can describe. Even I can't be certain of this.
Upon hearing the word, gunshot, Chinzia sneaked a glance at Agnes.
Before anyone had noticed it, the surroundings had fallen deathly silent. No, Cho-hong was still loudly shouting at the top of her lungs.
And also…
Agnes quietly squeezed her eyes shut.
Asterisk.
He missed them. No. Should he say that they simply disappeared without a trace? In all honesty, a handful of livestock escaping wasn't something to lose sleep over, as far as the high-ranking parasite was concerned. However, it was a different story altogether when it came to Teresa Hussey. She was a royalty of Harem, one of the 7 kingdoms that played a pivotal role in the human faction.
And more importantly, she also was in contract with the 7 gods, as well.
Once upon a time, the parasite queen lost her war on a certain planet. She fought against a powerful god and was soundly defeated. She managed to barely escape with her life and somehow ended up in paradise where she set up a new base. She then rapidly expanded her influence and devoured the chief deity of this world to restore a portion of her powers. However, that was far from enough. She sought after absolute perfection for the sake of vengeance, and as a result, she craved after more power. To facilitate her goal, she wanted to absorb more gods. So, it was rather obvious that she'd be curious about the 7 remaining gods of paradise and also, to devour them, too. In other words, the secrets Teresa Hussey possessed were a type of tribute for the queen. Even if the secret itself turns out to be useless, it could still become a proof of this high-ranking parasite's worth. If things went well, it could have gotten an opportunity to evolve into an even higher being. Under the determined drive not to let her escape, it mobilized not just the forces underground, but even those elite creatures guarding the surface in order to track her down. According to its calculations, she should have been captured by now from the horde of parasites flooding the first underground floor. Unfortunately, her escape speed was beyond its expectations, and its actions ended up becoming a waste of energy, instead. It reflected on its mistake, knowing that she should have been presented before the queen upon her initial capture. The desire to evolve blinded the creature into holding the human woman as a captive to torture information out of her. It never dreamed of things turning out this way. Grr. The unknown parasite crossed the restored sky bridge and entered the research area. After clapping its eyes on the hideout, though, it could no longer hide its fury. Kuwa. It couldn't figure out how the rats managed to infiltrate, but this laboratory located in the former Delpinian Duchy was a critical strategic point and a military base for the future invasion of the human faction. Even more importantly, though, the plan of mass production actually began from here. So one could even say that this was the headquarters of all the mass production facilities out there. In order to get to the basement, one simply had to go through the surface first. And that was why the surface area was being strictly guarded, but now. You damn rats! How dare you resort to trickery like this? The high-ranking parasite flew into rage before discovering a pool of blood near the bookshelf. The sniping seemed to have succeeded, but no one seemed to know what happened afterwards. What was certain, though, was that there was nothing to find nearby here. Find her. Turn this place upside down and bring her to me. Since the ones guarding the surface had all come down to the basement floor, there was hardly any room left to move, but under that command, they noisily scattered to all corners of the facility. The high-ranking parasite breathed angrily for a while before stomping on the altar in the middle of the hideout. Crack! Just as the magic circle was shattered into fine dust. Rumble! Suddenly, the interior of the hideout shook around just a little. No, that didn't seem right. Quote. The high-ranking parasite raised its glare up to the ceiling. It could have been nothing, but the ceiling seemed to have trembled a little bit just now. Kook! However, this creature soon reverted his attention back to the manhunt. It spun on its heels and left the hideout. Asterisk. Going back slightly in time, just after Sol Jihu was sniped. IAHK. Tumble. Teresa Hussey was thrown away without any warning. Obviously, she was completely dumbfounded by this development. She failed to understand what happened. The end goal was almost within reach, but then, her body went airborne all of a sudden before slamming into a wall. It was difficult to say that the person carrying her had simply tripped and fallen because she felt something akin to a large impact force being transmitted to her the moment she became airborne. Ouch! She somehow regained her wits but freaked out again after clapping her eyes on the young man collapsed on the floor, trembling intermittently with his arm reaching out towards the empty void. "Hey, are you all right?" She crawled to where he was and sucked in a cold breath after discovering his current status. She wasn't sure what hit him, but a copious amount of blood was bubbling out from somewhere below his upper torso. Healer. She reflexively looked into the hideout before she became utterly dazed. Those people, wildly gesturing at the two to come quickly only until a couple of seconds ago, were no longer there. The magic circle was not emitting any light, either. There's no way they had abandoned her and Soul behind when the two were right in front of them. So this could mean… Hang on, they were in a rush, weren't they? There must have been a reason that she wasn't aware of. Teresa Hussey's thoughts arrived there, and rather than be at a loss, she decided to make a move. She had to do something, anything, rather than standing around in a daze.
Firstly, she dragged the young man's shuddering body away from the enemy's line of sight.
Then, she very gently scratched the location of the bleeding with the spear oozing with icy coldness. Ice spread out in an instant to cover up his wound. Next up, she firmly but gently grasped Sol Jihu's head with both of her hands and looked straight into his eyes. His irises were quaking around like lone leaf against stormy winds. He gasped out repeatedly as if he couldn't breathe, and his dark irises tried to go upwards, showing the bloodshot whites below.
It was the telltale sign of him going into shock. Most likely, he was not understanding his current situation.
Sol? I need you to listen to me. She pressed her face closer to his ear and spoke to him, making sure to enunciate every word clearly. It looks like we failed to escape. However, we came this far and I'm not planning to die like this.
Please, come back to me. Wake up.
The chaotic trembling of his confused eyes gradually lessened. He dazedly looked up at her before coughing out a mouthful of blood.
Sol. Kea. Kiuruk. Even though bubbles of blood oozed out from his mouth, he began searching around.
Teresa saw him rummaging around his pockets below and hurriedly slid her hand in one of them. That's where she found a piece of paper folded in half.
She pulled it out to find a map.
His trembling hand then pressed to a certain spot and, with a shaking finger, drew a broken, unsteady line. The winding, bloody line stopped at a different spot on the map. Dummy? Right next to where his finger came to a stop, there were a couple of lines on how to enter this space.
Teresa Hussey's eyes gleamed brightly. For some reason, it felt like he was telling her to go there. There was no time to waste. Even if the sky bridge had been cut off, they were still in the middle of the enemy camp.
It was pretty obvious that they would come knocking very soon.
This spot is where we are currently, and… Kook!
While grasping the map tightly, she used the wall behind her as a support to push herself up.
Although it was hard to control her own body right now, she was not planning to leave this young man behind.
Because of me, he… Somehow managing to help him up, Teresa Hussey began laboriously stepping forward, one step at a time.
Asterisk.
It's a dummy hideout. The village head rubbed his nose.
What do you mean, a dummy hideout?
I told you before, haven't I? I'm a meticulous person. The village head smirked confidently. The day they issued the order to shut down the laboratory, I was immediately expelled from the research itself. You told me that you were the loudest opposing voice. That's right. They pretended to ignore me, but I'm sure they marked me as someone to keep an eye out for. The village head continued on. Let's go back to the main topic, shall we? The hideout you're going to use will be a bit cramped. Actually, it's a bit ambiguous to call that room a hideout, to begin with.
However, the dummy hideout is a different story altogether.
Quote. Just its location alone, it's located in a place as deep as the third underground floor. The entry procedure is complicated, and it's been designed to withstand some hefty impact.
I'm pretty sure it can even withstand the dwarves' thunder. I really paid a lot of attention to that room.
But, you worked that hard on a mere dummy hideout? It's not mere, young man. The older man shook his head. That's how you get to perfectly fool others. I created that place thinking that it'd be found out eventually. However, if the hideout is too amateurish, what would those discovering it think?
Were you worried about them being suspicious?
That's right. I'm supposed to be a famous mage, so if I did things half-heartedly, they would have suspected me even more. That's why I decided to use that stereotype against them.
Aha!
Something like it being the darkest below the lamp, right?
Sol Jihu let out an amazed gasp. Indeed.
Now, think about it. Who would ever imagine that a mage known to be meticulous and thorough in his planning went ahead and created a hideout right behind his own bookshelf, a place right under everyone's noses? The village head smirked again. That's not all.
Besides fooling others, I also had a need for a second hideout.
Well, escaping isn't the end of the story, is it?
Are you talking about the possible pursuit? Right.
Long story short, the second hideout also has a transfer magic circle. Sol Jihu's eyes gleamed brightly. However, it'll be for the best that you don't use that one. But, why not? It's connected to somewhere in the center of the empire. Well, if you want an audience with the parasite queen, you can go ahead and use it.
The location the village head escaped to was the vicinity of Harem. In other words, the dummy hideout had one more trickery built in to fool the potential pursuers. You really have thoroughly prepared for all events, haven't you? Against the empire and the duchy, yes, doing that much was a must. At the time, I even thought that it might not be enough. Sol Jihu smiled wryly and replied, "In any case, I'm telling you about it just in case, but I'll pray that you wouldn't have to use that hideout during your mission." The village head spoke in no uncertain terms. The moment you close the door, that hideout will become a completely isolated space. There is no escape route out of there.
It's a totally useless place during your mission, understand? You don't have to worry.
30 minutes is already pretty tight, you know.
The village head nodded absent-mindedly and smacked his lips a little before murmuring with a slightly lower pitch voice.
Indeed.
You probably have no reason to go there, unless you find yourself in the absolute worst possible situation. How much time had went by? He opened his eyelids, his vision fuzzy and indistinct.
He felt dizzy as if dark and white things were dancing around the edges of his eyes. In the end, he closed his eyes again.
His neck, back, butt, and calves. The sensation of the floor supporting those 4 spots was cold and hard like stone. Somehow grasping onto the slender fabric of wavering consciousness, Sol Jihu woke up, only for his expression to crumple in an instant. The enormous outpouring of pain was one thing, but his body also felt quite different compared to before.
Kaya.
He tried to focus his mind and ended up gasping out a moan from all the pain attacking his body. He was suddenly reminded of the sensation he felt moments before entering the hideout. He wasn't sure what got him, but hell, he thought his shoulder had been blown clean off back then. However, it kind of felt like the insane pain had softened by just a tad now.
Specifically, the shoulder joint and the waist on his left side felt quite cool at the moment.
It was as if ice packs were pressed there before being taken away. However, the body parts above them were pressed by something soft and warm. This unexplainable warmth was being transmitted to him. It was cold but warm? What could be the reason for these completely contradictory sensations existing together?
He could only open his eyes again a long time afterwards.
The thirst scratching his throat prompted Sol Jihu to slowly shift his eyes this way and that.
Only then did he begin wondering, where am I?
The last scrap of memory he could recall was the face of Teresa Hussey. He summoned up every single willpower to point out the second hideout, and he couldn't remember what happened next.
He must have blacked out.
Just what the hell happened here? Where was this? How long had it been?
Were they even alive?
Once he got used to the pain to some degree, questions started rising up one at a time. One of the first things his blurry eyes caught was his partially destroyed armor over to the side. It served him so well since he bought it in the neutral zone, but now. Next up was the miniature chainmail, visibly bloodied and with a gaping hole on the side. Suddenly, he felt fearful of looking at his own body's condition.
Hang on.
His armor was off his body? Sol Jihu groaned in pain. He wanted to see what the current situation was, but he feared that moving only a little bit would subject him to an unimaginable torrent of pain. Also, his left side felt heavy too, as if he was being confined by something. "Am I a prisoner?"
His breathing was shallow and hurried as he forced his half-closed eyelids to open up.
The fuzzy vision cleared up almost instantly. Sol Jihu slowly lowered his gaze. And he saw his naked body, with the sole exception of his underwear. The clothing he wore beneath the chain mail had been used up as bandages wrapped around his left shoulder and his body. The parasites wouldn't stop the bleeding of their prisoners now, would they? MMNG. It was then he heard a nasal moan tickle his body and shifted his gaze over to his left side. His puzzled face soon morphed into one of sheer dumbfoundedness.
And there he was, wondering why he felt so heavy until then.
It wasn't just him imagining things. Teresa Hussey's naked body was hugging him tightly. Although he was somewhat distracted by the sensations of twin voluminous peaks as well as their inviting suppleness, he soon regained his calm.
She was doing this for the sake of sharing bodily warmth.
From all his body parts screaming out in pain, he could easily guess that he had been wounded pretty horrendously.
Which means, this emergency treatment was done by.
Finally, he could figure out what their current situation was. One of them being, he was neither dead nor captured by the enemy. Meaning, Teresa Hussey had successfully arrived at the second hideout.
Along with him in tow. Phew! No matter how many times he thought about it, it just didn't make sense.
He was almost there, yet what went wrong?
Sol Jihu licked his dried lips before trying to calm his agitation down.
For sure, the future prospect was still bleak. However, he managed to survive. And it seemed that the parasites had not discovered this place, either. Sol Jihu felt relieved for the time being and thanked the village head in his mind. And then, he quietly whispered to Teresa Hussey. "Princess? H-ing."
Teresa Hussey opened her eyes.
Chapter 86. Her sparkling pinkish eyes began emitting clear light.
Blink, blink.
She blinked her eyes a couple of times, and a thin smile spread on his lips.
"Good morning, Tilda.
Did you sleep well?"
She used her right arm to prop up her upper body. She then rubbed her eyes while yawning softly.
Sol Jihu was rendered speechless from her asking if he slept well. For a moment there, he thought they were a blissfully married couple waking up on the same bed to greet a refreshing morning together. In reality, we're in dire straits. He mocked himself just a tad but quickly changed his mindset. Their situation certainly wouldn't get resolved by stomping one's feet in anxiety. Of course, being calm didn't leave them in a better position either, but he thought that, at the very least, they needed to be realistic and be more relaxed about their fate. "Okay, my body first."
Who?
Sol Jihu regulated his breathing and slowly put strength into his body.
Yuck!
Knife-like pain stabbed him. He wanted to give up and lay down again but gritted his teeth and pushed his upper torso up anyway.
Leaning against a nearby wall infinitely made it better.
"You gotta move your body, even if it's only a little." Teresa Hussey stared at him quietly before offering up her opinion.
"I'd love to tell you that you can take it easy for a while, but unfortunately, we don't have that luxury.
If we're planning to move again, it'll be better to get used to the pain." He briefly recalled the forced nighttime marches he had to partake during his military days and unconsciously nodded his head. If one developed blisters on his feet, it might hurt like hell initially, but by walking on continuously, one would eventually grow desensitized to the pain. However, there was nothing he could do about the state of his left shoulder. There was a hole the size of a bottle cap on his shoulder muscles, and he could only barely feel the connection to his arm. He tried to clench his fist only to be subjected to pain so severe that he nearly blacked out. In the end, he gave up on his left shoulder and took a look around. To the side, he spotted an altar with the transfer magic circle on the surface, just like the other hideout. Just in case, he activated 9 eyes, but the altar rapidly turned red.
Indeed, it was a pie in the sky.
No, make that a poisonous pie. Taking a small bite would lead to one's immediate death. Is this true?
What's written here?
That we are not supposed to use that. Teresa Hussey spoke while looking at the map.
If you're referring to the transfer magic circle.
Yes. I heard that it's connected to the center of the empire. Seoul Jihu. What the fuck?
Let's just forget about it, then. Teresa Hussey immediately gave up on the idea.
Quote ellipsis dot quote. Quote ellipsis dot quote.
For a long while, they didn't say anything.
It wasn't as if either of them knew what to say, anyway. Thank each other for the rescue?
Or be happy that they managed to survive?
It was already a lot to ask for in their current situation. So how does your body feel? Both of them knew that they weren't okay in the slightest. Right now, they had to focus on escaping this place. Eventually, Teresa Hussey broke this rather awkward atmosphere.
We have 2 options available to us.
Her powerless voice was closer to, "We have no other choice," rather than, "I have a brilliant idea." The first one is to wait 72 hours before going back to the hideout. That would have been the most ideal option.
If only that was possible, of course.
I doubt the hideout is still in one piece. Given that bastard's personality, yes, it's probably destroyed beyond repair. Teresa Hussey helplessly sighed before continuing on. The second one is, we somehow escape from this place and walk our way back to Harem. That's it. Seoul Jihu was about to chuckle hollowly, but his expression hardened, instead. This was no laughing matter. If the hideout was really destroyed, then that was really the only way out. The problem was, the odds of success were just too low. Not only that, he had suffered a grievous wound, too. Staying here forever isn't going to work, either. Our stamina will continue to fall. We might as well take a gamble while we can still move about. Gambling again, is it?
He was bitter, but reality was unkind.
Besides the magic circle, everything within this hideout was in green, but that was just about it. There was nothing to eat or drink. Staying put just because it was safe would definitely lead them to die of starvation. By then, it'd be too late to do anything even if he wanted to. It's also unrealistic to wait for another rescue attempt. Them coming here would present another problem. The high-ranking parasite wouldn't sit back and do nothing now that it got burned once already. In the end, all his thinking led to one inevitable conclusion, and that would be them needing to make a move. Seoul Jihu deactivated 9 eyes first. The longer he left it on, the greater the wastage of his stamina was.
What do you want to do? Teresa Hussey pressed him for an answer. Will you stay here and spend some lovey-dovey time before dying of hunger together? Or get out of here regardless of what happens next?
Before he could say it's the latter, he asked her something else. How long do you think it's been since we entered the hideout?
I'm not sure.
She formed a troubled expression. I'm sorry.
Once I got here and finished your emergency treatment, I got so sleepy. She formed a weak smile before sticking her pink tongue out.
Who could blame her? She had gone through all sorts of hardship before finally being freed. If that creature has a short fuse, maybe it stopped searching for us already. We can only hope that's the case. It was throwing quite a tantrum before I fell asleep, though.
We must have really pissed it off. She handed the map back to Seoul Jihu.
The stairs going up or down were all located in the prison block.
The research area was located on the left side of the prison block, connected by the long sky bridge in the middle as if it was an attached building. In other words, the overall design of the entire underground floor was in a EO shape. However, the dummy hideout located in the storage facility of the research area was excluded from this arrangement. According to the village head, this place might as well be the 3rd underground floor in its depth alone. I can't think of anything. He carefully folded the map away and laboriously pushed himself up. Teresa Hussey was right. Rather than staying put, they had to move while they still could. Thankfully, his 2 legs were in perfect working order.
How much do I have left? He had about a fingernail-sized rudium left, but there was no more use for it. Both his shirt and pants were used up as bandages.
He took a look at the armor and could only lick his lips.
The left side of the boiled leather armor was completely gone, and its lower right side was also in a heavily crushed state. Rather than a piece of armor, that thing was more like a rag. Still, better than nothing. He groaned helplessly before abruptly remembering that Teresa Hussey wasn't wearing anything at all.
Would you like to wear this, at least?
He pointed at the chain mail with a hole in it, and she faintly smiled.
Wearing that with nothing underneath, well, that's gonna pinch my skin, but
I guess we don't have a choice now.
They gathered up their equipment and put it on. Teresa Hussey giggled afterwards.
Don't we look really funny like this? Sol Jihu also chuckled softly. One of them was wearing a small chain mail over her naked body that barely came down to her belly, while the other one was wearing a broken armor over his underpants. Where would you find a more hilarious sight than this? Well, it's refreshingly cool, so I guess that's a plus. I hope I'm not going to develop exhibitionism at this rate.
Teresa Hussey picked up the ice spear.
Sol Jihu naturally let her handle it.
No matter how he sliced it, it'd be better to let her handle any weapons for the time being.
Before we leave, let's make a deal first.
She suddenly pointed the spear at his neck.
She was not playing around anymore.
In a 1 in a 10,000 case. No, wait.
In 9,999 in 10,000 cases that something goes wrong, what do you want me to do? Quote.
I'm saying, I can end your life before you're captured.
There's no need. Sol Jihu replied immediately as if he didn't even need to think about it.
Teresa Hussey's eyes went round from a mixture of surprise and confusion.
Don't you know what will happen when you're captured? We don't know what's going to happen in the future. Besides, even if heaven collapses, there always will be a way out. But, you go back to Earth when you die, right? Even then, I'd like to do everything in my power to survive. Hey tilde. Teresa Hussey mouth opened a little wider.
That's new.
You sure you're an Earthling? Sol Jihu inwardly replied with the words of, I don't want to give up on the life on this side that quickly. A short while later, the two of them made up their minds and took their first steps.
The exit of the hideout could be reached by the long staircase.
One step after the other, they slowly climbed up.
Teresa then abruptly opened her mouth to speak.
If we go back there and find the magic circle intact, we are going to feel real stupid, won't we?
Even then, there is value in going back.
Sol Jihu replied to her.
Even if the magic circle is destroyed, there must be something we can salvage.
If you're talking about supplies, wouldn't they have taken everything back with them?
Not at all.
There is a weight limit per transfer, so they wouldn't have taken anything back with them. In that case, that's good. One more reason to go and check, then. It'd be wonderful if that's the case. The best case scenario was to find the abandoned supplies, return to the second hideout, and then wait 72 hours to reactivate the transfer magic circle.
Unfortunately, the odds of that happening was as good as zero. From the get-go, going outside like this is also.
Sol Jihu had to work hard to swallow back the sighs of lamentation from leaking out of his mouth. Soon, they reached the end of the staircase. A brick wall was blocking the end. You know, I really struggled to open this thing. Teresa complained unhappily while pressing her ear against the wall.
Even if they were taking a gamble here, he had no thoughts of walking out without a plan, so he reactivated Nine Eyes.
He figured that, at the very least, he should be able to tell the right time to leave. However, once he confirmed what color it was, he had no choice but to be surprised. Just like before, Teresa was colorless. That wasn't all that surprising since T-Hat was how she had always been. No, the truly strange thing was the brick wall, which was now green.
Did they give up on the manhunt for real? I can't hear anything from the other side.
Teresa lifted her ear away from the wall and squatted on the ground.
She pulled out the bricks at the bottom and the top before swapping their positions.
Sol Ji-hoo watched Teresa's back blankly before regaining his wits after hearing a distinct click.
Yes.
I'm really smart, aren't I?
Look, I memorized everything after doing it just once. Teresa proudly boasted herself before looking behind her.
Shall we? Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head. She lightly pushed with her hand, and a part of the wall rotated like a revolving door. He peered at the outside through the slightly open gap and realized that the same green color was pretty much everywhere. He tilted his head this way and that before taking large strides out of the door. Ah! Ah!
Teresa panicked and quickly chased after him. Even if you're in a hurry, we should at least check out the enemy's movements first.
She lowered her voice as much as she could and whispered to him.
He couldn't really think of anything to say because everywhere he looked was dyed green.
It really seemed that the parasites had stopped searching and withdrew from here. Let's head to the first hideout. Hang on. Teresa tried to stop him, but Sol Ji-hoo still took the lead anyway. The further he walked, the more puzzled he got. It was way too quiet here. And everywhere he looked was still dyed in the same green hue.
Even Teresa had formed a confused face now. He took a long, hard look around their vicinity before addressing her.
By the way, you said that you heard a loud commotion outside just before you fell asleep, yes? Excuse me?
That. Yes.
She quickly admitted. The dummy hideout was too deep and I couldn't hear it properly, but I thought there was an earthquake or something. How long did the commotion last for?
Not really sure.
I can't remember it all that well. But I don't think it went on for long. They arrived at the room with the first hideout while deeply immersed in the conversation. It was rather messy inside, probably denoting the fact that the place had been turned upside down. The bookshelf was shattered into million pieces too.
It was the same story with the hideout.
They were expecting it, and sure enough, not only was the magic circle broken, the whole altar had been turned into powder. Fortunately, they still got to discover a small discarded bag at the corner of the room, which proved to be a huge relief. Is there something to eat in there? Teresa's eyes sparkled in anticipation, but unfortunately, the rescue team hadn't packed any food. The items in the bag were 4 bottles of healing potion, a canteen of water, and a coil of rope and a handful of daggers they brought just in case.
Checked.
She was visibly disappointed, but
oh, well.
This is still better than nothing, I guess.
She quickly recovered and popped the cork off one of the healing potions.
The two of them used a bottle each and carefully applied the liquid across their wounds. Afterwards, they drank a bottle each to heal their internal injuries. Now that their thirst had been quenched somewhat, the condition of their bodies felt a bit better than before.
I finally feel like I'm alive.
As if she was trying to clean herself using this chance, she began rubbing her wet skin here and there. Meanwhile, Sol Ji-hoo sneaked another look at the corridor. It's the same story over there too? He hadn't seen it wrong, and it was really green over there. Not only that, the exit he could see faintly at the far back over yonder was also dyed in the green hue. But that doesn't make any sense. Half convinced and half confused, he stepped outside the room.
His puzzlement grew exponentially greater the closer he got to the exit. Only after he completely walked across the passage did he run into another source of disharmony.
The sky bridge isn't here anymore. It wasn't just the sky bridge either. He also couldn't see the prison block on the other side of the chasm. No, all his eyes could capture was the darkened empty void. Everything had literally vanished. What the fuck? He looked around in a daze before raising his head up only for his jaw to drop to the floor. He saw the night sky past a hole so large that he couldn't even begin to fathom just how big it was. That chilly blue thing floating way up in the sky was definitely the moon. Am I dreaming? Sol Jihu turned around and flinched. He found Teresa standing there with a shocked face, her line of sight looking diagonally at the bottom of the hole. He followed after her, and his eyes also ripped open. Isn't that? Yes, it's the research facility.
Teresa muttered in a hushed voice.
The bottom of the hole was in a state of pure chaos.
Although they couldn't see clearly, there were debris that looked like pieces of the building lying about.
The prison block, the hatchery, the experimental area. All of them had collapsed straight down to the ground.
Looking at this sight suddenly brought goosebumps all over Sol Jihu's skin. He recalled reading a news piece online about a sinkhole in the past.
Was it in Japan? The ground in the middle of a city caved in and created a giant hole. He remembered feeling his bowels tighten after seeing a convenience store hanging precariously on the edge of the sinkhole back then.
And this was exactly that spectacle. The previous layout of EO was gone and now only remained.
Princess? Don't ask me.
I don't know either.
Teresa Hussey looked just as confused as he was. What on earth had happened while they were knocked out inside the dummy hideout? The first one to recover her faculties was Teresa.
She quickly estimated the distance between the hole's entrance and where they were.
It was about 6 meters from the first underground floor to the surface.
Looks like we received the graces of the gods with those potion bottles. Teresa spoke in an excited voice and roused up her mana. Bluish aura enveloped both of her hands. Crack!
Her 5 bent fingers stabbed deeply into the bedrock as if they were crushing a block of tofu. Sol Jihu was momentarily taken back before remembering that she was a high ranker.
Nice.
With this, she proceeded to create 2 holes in the wall, then stabbed the spear deeply in a spot just below them.
She stood on the spear shaft and shoved her arm powerfully into the wall.
After that, she placed her foot on the newly created hole and climbed up. The spots she dug out became footholds. Her arms proceeded to move up and down, her climbing speed rather rapid to behold. He looked up in awe at her excellent rock climbing skill before lowering his gaze while feeling a bit sheepish.
Even if the current situation was like this, it didn't seem well-mannered to look up at her.
Not too long after, Teresa managed to escape out of the hole. However, Sol Jihu felt lost. All he had to was climb using the footholds she created, but his problem was with his useless left arm. It was at that point that a thick rope dropped down before his eyes.
Teresa was waving her hand at him from the surface.
Don't try to grab it with your hand, just wrap it around you.
I'll pull you up. Ah!
Now that he thought about it, there was a rope in the bag.
He pulled the ice spear out from the wall and tied the rope around his body. She roused up her mana as much as possible and began pulling him out. He became even more certain once he got near the surface. There was nothing moving around here.
The surroundings were decorated by collapsed ruins of buildings as if their current state was the result of poor construction. Seriously, what happened here? Did the high-ranking parasite get pissed off and… No, that just didn't make any sense. Perhaps a sinkhole really opened up with great timing.
Who?
Having successfully dragged him out of the hole, Teresa spat out a long, heavy sigh and plopped down on the ground. She might have consumed a bottle of healing potion, but that didn't mean her body had fully recovered. Seeing how tired she looked, he felt apologetic. It felt like he had become baggage, a burden.
I'm sorry.
Teresa Hussey had been catching her breaths with a relieved, light-hearted face, but her eyes went extra round from his words. About what?
Because of me, you.
The end of his sentence blurred, but she simply snorted disinterestedly.
Nonsense.
Even paying you a chest full of treasure isn't going to be enough to repay everything you've done for me. Hang on, you didn't say that because you really wanted to apologize, right? She grinned playfully and teased him while looking straight at him. At that moment, Sol Jihu felt this strange mixture of emotions. Her lips are smiling, but her eyes weren't laughing at all. Her 2 irises, the ones he always thought were rather pretty, were gleaming meaningfully under the chilly moonlight. "Isn't that right? You said that because you were being polite, yes?"
she asked him again, this time a little more probing.
Sol Ji-hoo swallowed back his saliva. He definitely didn't say those words because he was being polite.
Looking back, it was also the same story back during their first meeting. He felt this unexplainable attraction from her. For some reason, he wanted to stand up for her and take care of her. She was someone he wanted to help out.
No strings attached. However, he didn't know why. If he were to forcibly put it into words, then the feeling he got was akin to paying off his debt. Something like that.
I guess I was right.
You were saying it out of courtesy.
Teresa's eyes were now slightly lonesome as she averted her gaze, but then… No, not at all.
He finally addressed her. "Excuse me?
Before coming here, I was warned of a possible sniper.
But I completely forgot about that, and it resulted in our current situation."
I'm truly sorry for being unable to rescue you properly.
I'm serious.
All traces of smiles were wiped off Teresa's expression.
Her always carefree face suddenly became scarily emotionless.
He had never seen her react like this before.
Why?
She finally opened her mouth.
Why do you think that way? You're an Earthling, aren't you? You became like this because of me, right? Aren't you resentful? Why do you say it's because of you, princess? Sol Ji-hoo calmly asked back. Regardless of who did it, the destruction of the laboratory had to be carried out. Am I wrong?
Well,
that's true, but…
She blinked her rapidly.
As the light in her eyes grew stronger, the look of disbelief spread on her face even more.
What's gotten into her? He grew just a tad worried,
wondering if he said something he shouldn't have, but then…
Wow, so there really is a person like him in this world. Teresa murmured to herself. The gleam in her eyes also gradually quietened down. I'm surprised.
About? You were telling me the truth. Sol Ji-hoo scratched his cheek.
Aren't you trusting me a bit too easily here? Well, there's a reason for that.
She spoke with a rather hoarse voice.
You see, I have the ability to read people.
Excuse me? It's nothing much, really. One of my ancestors possessed the blood of a sky fairy, so… Teresa Hussey hesitated slightly before quietly carrying on.
Of course, a long time has passed since then.
Every now and then, though, a child is born with an innate ability.
Like me.
An innate ability? Sol Ji-hoo was shocked.
Yes. Princess, you aren't supposed to reveal that too.
Today is my first time revealing that.
Please keep it as a secret between us. Teresa flatly retorted back to him.
Sol Ji-hoo activated 9 eyes and reflexively checked her status window.
Teresa Hussey's status window. 4.
Abilities.
1. Innate abilities, 1. 2. Class abilities, 6. 3. Other abilities, 4.
She really has 1. What the heck is it now? There was another change that took place.
Her color changed.
A tinge of color began seeping into Teresa's previous, colorless, state. The blindingly gorgeous color greeting him now was gold. The Golden Commandment. She sneaked a couple of glances at the young man standing there like a scarecrow before trying to get up by pushing down on the ground with her palm.
But then… In any case, we…
Ouch!
She frowned and hurriedly lifted her hand up.
Are you all right? There was something sharp digging into her palm. The scorched black object looked like a shattered piece of shrapnel.
Arg, seriously now.
What the heck is…
Teresa tilted her head before her eyes narrowed to a slit.
Isn't this the thunder? Thunder?
She nodded her head. Yes.
It's a stone with the power of the earth spirit condensed within. It also happens to possess incredible explosive power. An explosive? You guys have explosives in this world? Not explosives, but thunder. It's called that because it makes a thunderclap when it goes off. She corrected what he said with a simple explanation.
In any case,
I never heard of such a thing existing before.
We're not the Empire.
The Seven Kingdoms obviously don't have the technology to manufacture something like it. I told you just now, didn't I? That the power of the Earth Spirit is condensed to create it. Teresa hurriedly waved her hands about as if to say it was impossible. If mana is the exclusive domain of humanity, then spirits are the exclusive domain of the Sky Fairies. Besides, the thunder is the result of a master dwarf artisan polishing his technique to his limits.
you could call it the secret weapon of the Federation.
Wow.
No. Wait, they have things like this, yet they are on the back foot against the parasites?
Teresa smirked softly.
It's the opposite, actually. It's only because the Federation possesses something like this that they are managing to hold onto their tenuous balance. The main forces of the parasites are truly beyond your imaginations.
What about the Medusa?
Sure, a Medusa is an ultimate evolution among the mid-tier parasites. But still, if I were to be honest, they are more like the leaders of local hoodlums.
Only when things like the Nosferatus pop up can you say, oh, the parasites are serious this time.
Nosferatus? They are the Queen's personal elite guards.
Anyways. Teresa replied with a short answer and scanned the ground.
Similar sorts of shrapnel could be found here and there. She seemed utterly at a loss by what she saw. Strange. Why are these things here?
We already thought about it. The Federation were the ones that gave us the information, so they must be operating their own infiltration squads, but… Sol Jihu recalled what Ian told him before and spoke up.
Could someone from the Federation have come here and destroyed this place? With that thunder thing, I mean. The current circumstance suggests that might be the case.
Teresa crossed her arms across her chest.
That possibility certainly made sense, especially if it was that alien race that invaded Paradise but proceeded to construct the unified nation called the Federation. Since they were capable of flight from the moment they were born, it would be comparatively easier for them to make their approach.
Doesn't sound too convincing though.
In what regard? Back during the first mission, I got to find out how much importance the parasites placed to this place. If it weren't for Agnes, we wouldn't even have gotten anywhere remotely close.
Teresa continued on.
And even though the thunder is really, ally powerful, you need to drop dozens of them in the exact same spot at the exact same time in order to create destruction of this scale.
I'm not sure how that could have happened when the parasites have been guarding this place day and night without rest.
She didn't finish her sentence, but he could more or less tell what she wanted to say. This thunder might be an earth-shattering item, but in order to use it, one had to be in the vicinity of the laboratory first. The thing is, the defense perimeter set up by the parasites around this place was just about perfect in every way.
It didn't matter whether it was the air or the ground.
They were keeping a very close eye for any intruders. Besides, the parasites would have stepped up with their security after the first infiltration attempt ended in failure. The longer she thought about it, the deeper it felt like she was sinking into a quagmire.
I don't know what to tell you either. He shrugged his shoulders before briefly yelping out loudly. She watched him suffering in pain and broke out into a chuckle. She tried to get up, but then… Ouch! That stings! She pulled her head back and shouted out. The chains had pinched her skin.
Ugh! In any case, that's not important to us now. That was true. They had no idea what happened here, but the important thing was that the laboratory had been crushed.
Plus, it was not the end of their trial just because they managed to crawl outside.
They managed to overcome the first hurdle through unexpected luck, but they were still stuck in the middle of the enemy territory.
Let's go, my prince. Teresa abruptly presented her hand. My prince, she said. Although Sol Jihu's cheeks itched just then, it didn't sound too bad for some reason. Sol Jihu sheepishly reached out as well. Two of them held each other's hand and began looking in the same direction. It was in the direction of Harem.
Let's go back home alive,"
she whispered to him, and he nodded his head in determination. The escape was only now beginning.
Chapter 87.
As far as the location of the Delpinian Duchy was concerned, one could say it was right next door to the Haremark kingdom. The laboratory itself was located in the far northeastern edge of the duchy's territory, and it wasn't all that far from Haremark's own borders. It was a great stroke of luck that Sol Jihu got to escape alongside Teresa Hussey. She may not have been an archer, but thankfully, she was rather well versed in the local topography, and there was no need to worry that they would head in the wrong direction. "We don't have a lot of time left."
She proposed that they take the shortest route to the Arden Valley. It was located in the border region, so it was close. More importantly, there was the Arden Fortress as well.
Since there was a new structure under construction, it was stocked up with plenty of supplies, and due to the previous incident, powerful combat forces were stationed there as well. Teresa recommended that they march there, saying that if they walked non-stop, they would reach their destination as early as on the 5th day, or at the latest, the 6th.
Their first day was trouble-free. Although it was only the periphery, Sol Jihu still got to see what the regions controlled by the parasites looked like.
The assessment he gave after walking the whole day?
A dead world.
Not a single hint of vitality or life could be seen. The ash-colored soil touching the soles of his feet were beyond the state of crumbling and now was as hard as a rock.
All the blades of grass he saw were yellow and dried up. On the rare occasions when he saw a tree, they were thin and desiccated as if they were an apple gnawed on by a rat. Teresa warned him not to carelessly touch anything, just in case.
But she also added that the condition in the Delpinian Duchy was actually comparably better than elsewhere. She said the changes to the conditions of the empire, now serving as the center of the parasites, couldn't even be imagined, and let a sigh escape from her lips. Sol Jihu decided to concentrate on walking, instead.
He simply wanted to get the hell out of this place as soon as he could. Around the time when the second day came to greet them,
he added one more item to his assessment. The changes in the temperature during the day and night were extreme, to say the least. When the evening came, the temperature dropped like a rock. It was too damn cold. Whitish steam escaped whenever they opened their mouths. As the night deepened, the coldness grew heavier. It was so cold that, for the first time in his life, Sol Jihu experienced the phenomenon of failing to fall asleep because of the coldness. Back when he was in the military, he had to participate in winter wilderness training that took place in the middle of a frozen mountainside. But even that wasn't as cold as this. Not only did the chilly air seep into his body, but it also seemed to be gnawing at his bones and digging up his bone marrows. He even had a hallucination of suffering frostbite and watching his toes fall off by themselves. During the dawn of that night, the two of them desperately huddled together without knowing who started it first. They had no choice. In front of the real need to survive, things like embarrassment or honor were readily thrown out the window. Sol Jihu's teeth clattered by themselves from the bitter cold, but he forced himself to close his eyes and rest.
He was on the brink of going insane.
The sole ray of comfort was the faint warmth transmitted through the skin pressing against his, and the soft sensations wrapped around his neck and back.
Third day.
Teresa continued to encourage the young man by saying that they were almost there, that they only needed to push themselves just a bit more. Sol Jihu knew that she was going through an even harder time than he was, so he did his best not to show his struggles.
Unfortunately, the feared event had come to pass around midday. For the first time during this journey, his 9 eyes returned a yellow color in the distant horizon. Considering that they were still within the enemy territory, there was a good chance that the color would become even more severe. What should we do now? While he stood there deliberating, the yellow-colored region suddenly widened in scope.
No, should he say that it was actually approaching closer? Soon, the yellow hue changed to orange, then morphed to crimson-red almost in an instant. Sol Jihu freaked out and hurriedly grasped Teresa's hand.
"Princess."
"Why yes.
We need to retreat, right now.
Retreat?
Teresa formed a puzzled face of someone asking, "What are you talking about?" He was pressed for time, so he simply dragged her along and hid behind a huge boulder. She remained puzzled, but her expression hardened soon enough after hearing the buzzing of beating wings.
Sol Jihu pointed upwards.
Oh, God! Teresa's eyes grew as large as a pair of large bells.
Strange flying lifeforms covering up the sky like a swarm of locusts were rushing in their general direction. As if they were merely scouting the area, the swarm circled around once and rapidly flew west. They never thought this would be easy, but now that they saw what they were up against with their own 2 eyes, well, this was well beyond their expectations.
I made a mistake, Teresa muttered in a daze. I figured that, with the laboratory gone, there would be no patrols around the border region.
It was the exact opposite. Their numbers had increased far more.
Still, let's continue on. Sol Jihu grasped the rudium hanging around his neck. Only about the size of a fingernail was left, but still, it was there and he could use it. From here on, let me take the lead. He also decided to leave 9 eyes on all the time. Teresa sneaked a glance at him.
Just how did he detect the approaching enemies?
He wasn't even an archer.
Her curiosity was roused up, but instead of asking, she simply nodded her head.
Asterisk. 4th day.
Their water finally ran out. They were already injured to begin with, and now that they were on a forced march as well, their bodies demanded to be rehydrated more often than usual. At first, they took small sips to wet their throats if the thirst grew too much. But that meant their water supply got reduced far too quickly, so they agreed to spit back into the canteen after sloshing it around within their mouths. And eventually, they stopped at wetting their lips and that was it. They tried so hard to conserve their water, but in the end, the bottle ran dry. Now they really had nothing left to eat or drink.
This sucks.
Teresa smacked her lips unhappily for a little while before telling him that she'd be back in a few. She soon returned and handed the canteen over to him, which issued the trademark sound of liquid sloshing inside.
Here you go.
Sol Jihu was about to ask, "What kind of magic did you just cast?"
But then,
"Sol, you should do your business in the canteen, too. Don't waste it. Piss.
You know, piss." He freaked out from her following words.
PP? Stop looking at me like that. Teresa's cheeks reddened slightly, but her words remained firm and resolute. If we want to continue living, for the time being, we have no choice but to drink this.
Still, I don't think it's very good for your body. Sol Jihu formed an unwilling expression.
Of course it's no good. Having said that, the first piss is probably the most tolerable of the lot. It's not as bad as you think to drink. Sounds like you've got experience in this.
Yes.
Teresa admitted to it without any hesitation. Was it back when I ran away from the capital?
I was wandering around the desert all alone, and I was really thirsty, so I pissed, I drank that, then I pissed again, drank that.
Well, that's how I survived, anyway.
It's not something you can continue doing, though.
At the end of repeating that cycle, I just couldn't drink it anymore. While inwardly being dumbfounded by her drive to survive, he formed a fed-up expression.
In any case, I won't force you to drink it. Even then, don't pee on the ground and waste it, okay?
Let me drink it, instead. Since she came out like that, he had no choice. In the end, he had to relieve himself by taking aim at the small mouth of the canteen. Grasping its warm exterior left him with somewhat dirty and complicated emotions. How much further do we need to go? The sun was up high in the sky, but the day was gloomier than he thought, as if thick clouds had rushed in. Sol Jihu sighed as he stared at the darkened sky.
Asterisk. 5th day. Their walking speed had plummeted to a crawl.
It was because the appearances of the parasites had become far more frequent now. Every time that happened, they had to hide or hurriedly go in another direction.
In some cases, they even had to go back the way they came from. Unfortunately, they had to tread on this path if they were to reach Arden Valley. When they really had no choice, he used the remaining rudium.
More and more things now required his attention, and that naturally led to a decrease in their conversation. In fact, they were trying to conserve their energy by not speaking to each other. That's how exhausted they were. However, what made Sol Ji-hoo despair the most was his 9 eyes. He forcefully carried on by telling himself that their destination wasn't far, but when he saw the riot of red color utterly dominating his view by the foot of the valley, he almost broke down mentally. Should we even attempt this? He was suddenly overcome with an inexplicable déjà vu. Didn't he go through a similar sort of experience back in the neutral zone? Back when he took on the impossible mission. The moment he walked past the dense forest, the red color instantly morphed into black. From immediate retreat recommended, straight to escape immediately. Sol Ji-hoo felt conflicted. He had rudium as well as his 9 eyes. No matter how optimistically he tried to analyze the situation, though, there was only one inevitable conclusion waiting for them at the end. They enter the valley, they die.
I guess the parasites haven't lowered their vigilance yet.
When he stood around unable to say anything for dozens of minutes, Teresa roughly figured out what was on his mind and tried to console him. "We shouldn't have come here to begin with,"
she softly muttered to herself, but Sol Ji-hoo forced his head to barely move from side to side. Teresa's idea was logical.
This was no one's fault. No, they knew there was a risk of things playing out this way. Their current problem had to do with the encirclement. Rather than disappearing, it had become even heavier than before, and that meant they couldn't advance even though the valley was right in front of them.
All the bloody hardships they went through were for nothing. Sol Ji-hoo finally managed to open his lips.
"What should we do?" Teresa couldn't immediately make a reply.
Inwardly, she wanted to recommend that they go in and risk everything.
No, she thought that he'd really do it if she said it out loud first. That was how undecided Sol Ji-hoo looked to her. However, there was something she grew to be sure of on their way here.
And that would be about this young man possessing some kind of unknown ability.
Without it, there was no way they would have avoided running into parasites to this extent. So, if he was stuck in such a deep pit of dilemma, that could only mean one thing.
Teresa also felt reluctant, but that didn't mean they could simply waltz right in.
It was just that her body was almost pushed to the edges of a cliff, and she simply couldn't make a logical decision. What would she have done under normal circumstances? When she thought about it this way, an answer arrived immediately.
"Let's go back." With some difficulty, Teresa spoke up her opinion. "We don't need to go through the valley necessarily. I'm sure there are openings somewhere else."
Sol Ji-hoo dazedly turned around to go the other way. 6th day. They had picked up pursuers. He couldn't be sure, but he still got this strong feeling that they did. His 9 eyes would constantly warn him whenever he tried to take a short break. It was the same story during the march too. It was as if the pursuers had picked up on their trails and were chasing after them. Eventually, they were discovered by the flying lifeforms chasing after them like crazy.
He hurriedly used the rudium and avoided falling into the absolute worst situation, but
It was gone.
Leaving behind only a slender smoke, the final bit of rudium was gone.
One of their most powerful protections was no more. Their march had become a lot harder as a result. They couldn't risk walking on wide open plains and had to walk on rugged terrains with many places they could hide. Their sleep had become very short naps, and they had to take them alternatively. They knew they would die if they lowered their guards even for a second. All they could rely on was Sol Ji-hoo's 9 eyes. 7th day. They stopped talking. Not a word was exchanged between the two of them. No one asked where they were going, nor did they volunteer to offer that information. Sol Ji-hoo used his 9 eyes to watch the surroundings like a hawk, and Teresa Hussey simply followed him from behind in silence. Eventually, they reached their physical limit. No, perhaps it was far more correct to say that their limit had been reached a couple of days ago. The knowledge of the Arden Valley being so close by managed to suppress their limit, but the moment they changed their direction, everything exploded out like water gushing out of a broken dam.
He no longer felt any connection to his left shoulder.
It was the same story for his right side waist. His wounds had festered and yellowish pus leaked out. They itched and burned as sunlight relentlessly pounded on him. He also came to realize that, although it was bitterly cold during the night, the daytime was incredibly hot in reverse.
Under the uncaring glare of the sun, it felt as if their flesh was being cooked alive. Even worse, not a drop of sweat showed signs of coming out.
Cough, cough. Sol Jihu heaved and coughed dryly. His entire body felt heavy. Not only on his skin, but even his innards seemed to be filled with bubbling rusty liquids. It wasn't all that surprising for serious internal injuries to develop after spending so much time in the land with such a pronounced difference in temperature. That wasn't all. Perhaps because he had been using 9 eyes for too long, he felt a dizzying sensation assault him.
It felt like a knife was busy stabbing and scooping out his brain cells.
However, the hardest thing to endure wasn't the pain. It wasn't even the persistent pursuit by the parasites, either.
No, it was the damn hunger and thirst.
The thirst was painful enough to nearly kill him. He followed his instinct and let his tongue lick his lips, but all he could feel was rough, cracked skin. His throat was so parched that it felt like it was on fire. He wouldn't have given a damn even if his throat was torn into pieces as long as he could drink a can of ice-cold Coke at this moment. Sol Jihu hurriedly bit into his ice spear. The cold aura emitted strongly by the weapon helped to cool down his mouth, but that was just about it. No matter how hard he sucked, the spear didn't want to melt. He dejectedly lowered the spear. Teresa had been wordlessly watching him and pushed the canteen at him. He slowly shook his head. He already tried to drink 3 or 4 times before but ended up wasting his energy after retching his head off. Once, he succeeded in taking just 1 mouthful but had to spit it out in the end. There was nothing he could do when his stomach violently resisted against drinking that.
Water. Water.
The young man bit his spear again.
Asterisk. 8th day.
Sol Jihu walked, his gaze staring fixedly at the ground. He walked, staring only at Teresa's calves shining gold. Perhaps because he had not slept properly in days, drowsiness was relentlessly assaulting him.
The inside of his head was numb.
His body didn't feel like his. He consciously blocked out all sensations and continued to trudge forward without a plan. And so, as he continued to march in this state of no thoughts or feelings, Teresa's legs suddenly went upwards in his view. Ah!
For some reason, his body felt much more comfortable.
The crumbling soil pressed against his cheek felt softer and cushier than any bed he'd been on. What's this?
Abruptly, he heard someone talk to him. He felt the sensation of his body being shaken around.
You gotta wake up. Wake up?
That's weird. I haven't blacked out, you know.
I'll help you up. His line of sight automatically rose up. It felt like he was being dragged up by force.
Only then did he realize that he had collapsed on the ground.
And he also could see something quite huge in the distance. Sol Jihu continued to silently glare with his blurry, unfocused eyes. What is that? Sol, that's a mountain.
A mountain. A mountain. Mountain.
Ah!
What is a mountain? We've arrived at the foot of the mountain range. If we cross that.
The mountain. Crossing a mountain? He dazedly looked on without any response, and Teresa Hussey observed him with worried eyes from the side. She couldn't see any hints of emotion beneath his half-closed eyelids.
Ah!
About 10 seconds later, Sol Jihu opened his lips.
A mountain. Mountain. Right, a mountain.
You.
He murmured over and over again, but then.
Did I switch 9 eyes off? A frown formed on his brows. Why can't I see any color? Sol Ji-hoo tried to force his legs to take unsteady steps forward.
Unfortunately, he collapsed again after barely making it past the foot of the mountain range.
Sol.
Teresa hurriedly approached him. His face clearly expressed his confusion regarding why he fell like that.
Ha. Ha. Ha.
Are you alright? Should we take a short break?
And no. Sol Ji-hoo used the spear as a walking stick and staggered back up.
Teresa tried to stop him.
This won't do.
Let's take a break, even if it's only for a short while.
If we continue on at this rate.
No, I can still walk. Pong. The sound of air exploding suddenly resounded out.
He had activated the Festina earring.
Look. You see.
He formed a soulless smile and shifted his legs.
He seemed to be walking forward without many issues before falling back to the ground again.
Ah! Seeing him flounder about and babble on incoherently like that, Teresa Hussey began chewing on her lower lip. His breathing was rough, his skin boiling hot. It was obvious that his body couldn't endure anymore.
There had been small hints throughout the march.
Actually, him being able to endure up until now could be seen as a legitimate miracle. Most average people would have crumbled in defeat in less than 4 days. Yet, Sol Ji-hoo managed to last 8 days, twice the average, with a grievously wounded body, being pursued day and night, and worse still, unable to eat or drink.
As a human being, one would naturally have his limits. Even if he was blessed with a tough physique and mana built up through a harsh training regime, he wouldn't be able to hang on forever.
Teresa dragged the unmoving young man and laid him down in between the several boulders jutting out from the ground. Stay here for a little while, okay?
I'll go and take a look if there is a fruit to eat or water to drink. Even if it's tree sap.
By the time he regained his wits, the princess was nowhere to be seen. Only the canteen and the spear lying on the ground were keeping him company.
He remained lying dead still like a corpse before forcing his upper torso to sit up.
He dearly wished to stay down and black out, just like that. He thought that, if he was unconscious, at least he'd not suffer through this hunger and thirst for a little while.
However, I can't drag her down anymore.
Unless he was by himself, it'd prove to be a huge inconvenience for her to black out when they were supposed to be moving together.
I gotta stand up.
In order to do so, though, he needed energy.
He needed to give his body nutrients so it could move again. Just one sip of water, and he thought he'd be able to get going again. It was at this moment that the canteen entered his eyes.
Sol Ji-hoo gingerly reached out to it. It's not dirty. Regardless of what, this liquid was expelled from human bodies. His trembling hands popped the top off and tilted the canteen over his lips.
Now cooled liquid dribbled down. Gulp, gulp.
He forced himself to swallow twice, and almost immediately, his brows furrowed violently.
Whoop. Whook.
Accompanied by a fit of heavy coughing, he began vomiting right away.
He supported his weight with both of his hands and retched over and over again.
He knew that he was being pathetic, but no matter what he did, he just couldn't get used to the acrid stink unique to human urine.
Kya, Hugh.
Once his gagging reflex came to an end, he began sobbing next. However, there were no tears.
Honestly speaking, he wanted to break down and cry several times during his journey here.
He didn't want to make her worry with a display of how badly he was suffering, so he held everything back. But now that he was left alone, the uncontrollable crying erupted out.
Compromise, my ass.
He'd been often thinking about this during the march. He thought that he shouldn't have come and that he threw his idiot self into this trouble. He should have listened to others when they tried to dissuade him.
But when his thoughts reached there, he began hating himself.
He felt like a pathetic loser.
Kook. Kekea.
His lips were sobbing, but neither tears nor snot came out. It seemed that there was not a drop of moisture left in his body.
He gasped and gagged for a long while before gritting his teeth.
Perhaps due to all that retching and sobbing, his once hazy mind had regained its lost focus.
I gotta endure.
His innards tumbled ceaselessly, but he still bit into the spear shaft. He planned to conserve as much strength as possible and leave right after Teresa Hussey returned. However, she didn't want to come back no matter how long he waited. Could she? Did he get left behind? His thoughts briefly reached there, but he immediately threw that notion away.
Teresa wasn't someone like that.
But, even if she did leave him behind, there was nothing he could say about that, really.
I gotta remain sharp.
He decided to wait for a little while longer and activated his 9 eyes. Only then did he finally realize that something was wrong. He couldn't see any color.
The mountains were completely colorless.
It was then.
Rustle, rustle.
Everything had been quiet until then, but he could now hear the sounds of dried leaves being stepped on. He tried to get up, thinking that it was Teresa, but stopped abruptly.
There was more than one footstep.
He slowly scanned his surroundings and almost bit his tongue. The mountains were still colorless, but the yellow color was slowly approaching him from behind. Parasites?
Again. These things were pursuing him again.
He just couldn't figure out how they were able to sniff out his traces, but nonetheless, what disgusting persistence this was. Eventually, the yellow color drew closer and closer until it began lazily encroaching past the jutting boulders.
Sol Ji-hoo grasped his ice spear tightly and crouched his body as much as he could. Keep going. Keep going like that.
He fervently prayed in his heart, but then, the footsteps came to an end.
He unconsciously held his breath.
A choking silence suddenly descended. Sniff, sniff.
There was the sound of something sniffing the air, and then, woof, woof.
Out of the blue, he was greeted by the sounds of some things barking angrily.
Tap, 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 tap. And then, there was the unmistakable presence of several things quickly running towards his location.
Instinctively realizing that things had gone very wrong, he raised his body up. If he were to be honest, he dearly wished that these things were just some wild wolves.
Unfortunately, what revealed themselves were a group of parasites.
They consisted of 6 never-before-seen mummy-like humanoid things with mud continuously dripping off, as well as 4 wolves infested with maggots. And the princess isn't even here. Sol Ji-hoo lifted his head up and stared at the sky, even though there were enemies in front of him. That was how great the despair he felt right now.
Just
die?
For a moment there, he was really tempted by the idea.
He somehow managed to force himself up, but he didn't think he'd win against these things. So, rather than wasting more energy and suffer more pain, why not cleanly stab himself in the neck and be done with it?
Wouldn't that be better?
Even then, I'd like to do everything in my power to survive. It was then, words uttered by someone entered his brain. No, it wasn't someone, but he himself said that.
Let's go back home alive.
Once he remembered Teresa, the temptation dissipated.
Alive. The moment he lowered his gaze, his expression vacant and distant.
That's right. His dried, cracked lips were firmly squeezed shut.
From the beginning, there ever were only 2 choices for him: either run away or fight.
It didn't matter which one he chose, he simply didn't want to die without a struggle.
Even if he did die here, taking one out with him would decrease the burden on Teresa's escape later.
When his thoughts reached there, his courage level shot up by several levels.
Cough. He dryly coughed out.
His eyes itched and ached. Just holding the spear made it feel like his arm would fall off at any second. His stamina had hit rock bottom a long time ago, so it was impossible to jump around and fight in a cool manner now. Despite all that, Sol Ji-hoo still made a move. He didn't even consciously think of doing this, yet his right hand grabbed his left and placed it on the spear shaft. Then, the right hand grasped the bottom of the weapon.
The spear unsteadily wobbled about.
Just like that, he lifted the tip of the spear and took aim at his front. If it's just one time.
Key!
With a loud screech, enemies powerfully pounced on him.
And he too thrust forward very naturally, as well. Whoosh!
He scrounged up every ounce of power he had and performed the thrust, the one he trained for hundreds of thousands of times back in the neutral zone. Now freed from all thoughts and feelings, he stared in trance at the enemy rushing at him and threw out his final attack. In an instant, the claw-like arm reaching out and the extending spear sharply exchanged attacks.
Chapter 88. Stab. He stabbed something.
Rather than penetrating deeply though, it felt like he just poked it. Having finally succeeded in pushing the spear forward, his body began faltering greatly. I can't endure anymore. He had scrounged up every ounce of energy until there was none left. As if it knew its job was done, what little strength left in his body scattered and disappeared completely. Just as he felt the irresistible enervation taking over him.
His eyes opened wide.
Every single parasite pouncing at him with murderous intent had all frozen in their spots. As for his spear, it was poking out from the chest of He stabbed it, but it was poking out. Something didn't feel right. He looked again, and as it turned out, the speared IP only managed to graze the parasite. He finally recognized that something had gone wrong. But at that moment, the parasites began falling to the ground one by one. Each fallen creature sported a rapier stuck in its back. What the hell? Before he could figure out what was happening, though, his eyelids threatening to close finally shut down on him. His knees went slack and his waist bent down. His body dangerously staggered about before powerlessly crumbling down as if to announce that it couldn't go on any longer.
But, just before he collapsed to the ground,
a single hand suddenly grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. With a body in this state, he still struggled right until he was about to pass out. When did this being arrive? A figure draped in an ivory gown was standing behind him. A rare willpower for a human. A hood was pulled low so only the half of her face was visible, but still, her red lips could be seen forming a slight grin. Take care of the remains, and join us later after covering up all traces. The being issued her orders and turned around to disappear towards the mountain, while dragging the unconscious young man behind.
Asterisk.
An unknown amount of time later.
You.
The first thing Sol Jihu felt after regaining his consciousness was this burning thirst.
Looks like he's coming around.
And then, he heard an unfamiliar voice, as well as, Sol, how are you feeling? Sol? A familiar one.
Water.
Abruptly, he felt something carefully slide under his neck and gently support his head upwards. Next up, something small but full entered his gaping mouth.
He followed his instincts and immediately clamped his mouth shut.
Ouch! The something supporting his head flinched a little. But he was far too focused on that small, roundish thing inside his mouth to notice.
It was soft, but also slightly moist. Although it didn't contain a lot of moisture, he was like a little puppy busy sucking on its mother's teats.
In the end, he couldn't hold back and bit down on it, causing rich liquid contained within to burst forth.
Pooh! The moment it did, he almost spat it right out.
What kind of taste is this? At once, bitter, sour, astringent, and salty tastes evenly assaulted his tongue. This taste had to be the result of mixing soy sauce and vinegar only to be left rotting for a few months inside the sewers. It was more than strong enough to cause terror in his heart. With it, the fog in his hazy mind was lifted up in an instant.
To think he'd bite straight into it, dulce. He must be a pretty brave human being.
A light chuckle followed after those words. He had no clue what she was saying, but regardless, he roused up a superhuman level of endurance to fight back. This was still liquid. Sure. It tasted like dog shit, but it wasn't as disgusting as one's pee.
He took it as life-giving water and swallowed everything down in one go. Kaya.
An incredibly bitter aftertaste seeped into his throat. The thirst remained as strong as ever. It felt as if a handful of water drops fell on the boiling hot metal plate and got evaporated in an instant.
Still, he found enough energy to open his eyes with that. Princess.
He saw Teresa's face.
You woke up. She formed a refreshing smile. Where? Inside a cave.
I'm sorry.
The pursuers arrived while I was away.
Now that he could think a bit clearer, just what had happened back then. Sol Jihu could only tilt his head in confusion. The last thing he remembered was the parasites falling down, not by himself but by someone else's hands. Was that you, Princess?
No, it wasn't.
Teresa shifted her gaze to the side.
It was these folks that saved us.
He followed after her gaze and spotted 6 other figures, 5 of them sitting near the entrance of a cave. All of them wore similar gowns with hoods pulled up so he couldn't see their faces. Sol Jihu was about to express his gratitude but flinched for a moment. How should he say this?
It felt a bit off to call them human. He studied them deeply and eventually discovered the reason for that strangeness.
He saw a pair of neatly folded black wings on the back of the figure standing in front of the group. An angel? An angel, is it? It's been a really long time since I last heard someone call me by that name. The black-winged figure replied. At first, there was a strong hint of toughness within that baritone voice, but thanks to the gentleness of how it was spoken, there was no doubt the voice belonged to a woman.
Well, I was called that once upon a time. Remorse could be felt from her voice. Well, on top of losing our place to be, we were even corrupted. I longer possess the qualification to call myself an angel.
What was she talking about now? They're from the Federation.
Teresa explained it to him. And, if my estimation is correct, then.
She sneaked a glance at the black wings and continued on. She must be a fallen angel. Sol Jihu panicked rather greatly after hearing those words. He knew almost nothing about these fallen angels.
Although they had taken the lead in establishing the giant unified nation called the Federation, the fallen angels were also a race alien to this planet.
In other words, they were not natives of paradise, just like earthlings and parasites. Sol Jihu's head was resting on Teresa's thighs until then.
He forced his body to stand back up again.
It was only right and proper that he expressed his gratitude to those that saved him. But, if one were to get serious about it, they were still his enemies. The fallen angel opened her mouth first. Well, I get why you don't see us in a favorable light. After all, we are invaders while you're being invaded. However, our situation being what it is, won't you set aside your hostile thoughts for a while? Yours and our positions are about the same right now, at least the way I see it. She's right. Sol?
Please, you don't have to be too stiff. Teresa willingly nodded her head.
Seeing her being like that, Sol Jihu could only scratch his head. Thank you very much for saving us. No need to say thanks. You, humans, reached out to us first, and we simply decided to join hands to cooperate, that's all. Reached out first? Sol Jihu tilted his head again. Did they owe the Federation something in the past?
Besides, there is worth rescuing a bloodline from the Harem royal family.
You're overestimating me. I only speak the truth.
You are a human holding a favorable view towards the Federation, after all. Teresa shrugged her shoulders.
We should be the one thanking you. With you people smashing apart their mass production plans, we can now all breathe a sigh of relief.
Foo.
There indeed had been quite a few unhappy voices on our side. The fallen angel grinned refreshingly and pulled out a bluish stone from within her gown. They said that, with the amount of thunder used to destroy the laboratory, we could have defended the Tiggle fortress. In the end, it was choosing between one or the other. You have chosen humanity's continued existence over the Tiggle fortress, in other words.
Many suggested that ignore your problems.
The Beastmen Alliance were especially vocal in their opposition.
Teresa smiled bitterly.
The Beastmen Alliance was second largest political power once upon a time, but they couldn't endure the assault of the parasites and ran off to join the Federation. Furthermore, the humans had simply watched the Beastmen Alliance's destruction from the sidelines.
It was then that you all stepped forward proactively. Quite unexpectedly, too.
If you're talking about the Arden Fortress, it wasn't much.
No need to be modest.
If you take into consideration the deployment of the parasites' forces, you can easily tell that the Queen's attention has been dispersed rather greatly. She probably can't afford to let the fortress go up in the Arden Valley. Thanks to that, we were free to roam this far into their territory, too. Sol Jihu inwardly went, can it be? He could think of a certain something when the Arden Fortress was mentioned in their conversation. Back then, he didn't think too deeply about it, but who knew that the gold color would come back to him in this manner? In any case, it was quite a bizarre thing. The fallen angel lightly tossed the bluish stone up and down repeatedly before muttering to herself. What was?
I'm talking about the plan to mass-produce the mutated species.
In order to disrupt that plan, we had to destroy the laboratory within the Delpinian Duchy. The other facilities aren't as important. Not only was that place the true headquarters of their plan, but it was also the advanced outpost for their upcoming campaign.
Right, now that I think about it, just what happened back then? I mean, the security must have been incredible, so how did you do it?
We can't be sure. The fallen angel spoke rather calmly.
In reality, we were close to giving up.
Supplies we brought were running out, yet we couldn't find a single opening. But then, a situation was suddenly created out of nowhere. Out of nowhere?
Yes. For some reason, every single parasite force guarding the surface rushed underground.
Thanks to that, we were able to bury not just every bastard below the surface, but those that went inside, too. She grinned, her pearly white teeth now on full display. Hang on. Sol Jihu hurriedly asked her. You said that every single ground force entered the underground floor?
That's right.
There's no doubt since I confirmed it with my own eyes. Do you know what happened? Could it be?
He blinked several times before quietly opening his lips.
If his memories weren't wrong, during his escape after rescuing Teresa and being chased by the entirety of the enemy forces, he distinctly remembered sensing the presence of parasites rushing down the stairs connected to the surface.
Teresa heard him explain this and cried out, "Ah! Ho!"
The fallen angel stopped tossing the bluish stone and pursed her lips. Is this human telling the truth?
She looked behind, meaning she wasn't asking him. One of the hooded figures sitting around nodded briefly.
He's speaking the truth.
I didn't sense any falsehood from him.
A beautiful voice came from this hooded figure. It was so beautiful, in fact, he grew curious now as to what she looked like.
The fallen angel chuckled softly.
In that case, this matter should be treated as the first cooperation between the Federation and the humans. Worth celebrating, don't you agree?
Teresa grinned and went along with the flow.
Celebrate. Celebrating sounds nice, but… The fallen angel fidgeted around with a bluish stone before letting a long sigh escape from her lips. That's for when we make it out of here alive.
Well, that.
At least, for us, that is. Those words managed to sink the mood in the cave pretty quickly. Indeed, their reality hadn't changed at all.
So.
The fallen angel's voice became lower in octave. Let's stop with the side talk and begin discussing more constructive things.
I agree.
Constructive things.
Teresa nodded her head.
Seeing you guys hole up here in the mountain range, that means there's no way out. Yup, that's what I thought. Teresa's shoulders sagged visibly. It was the same story for us. We tried to go through the valley first but changed our direction to here.
We made rounds along the entirety of the border region but still couldn't spot any openings. Sure. We knew that they had deployed their forces in strategic points, but
it feels like their net has become even longer and heavier than before. Does that mean the parasite queen is really pissed off about the bombing of the laboratory? We should assume that's the case.
EU.
Teresa Hussey smacked her lips before carrying on with a dispirited voice. This is seriously annoying. With us, sure, we only have our legs, but for you to find it difficult to escape.
She was referring to their wings, of course.
Their anti-air defense network is perfect. The fallen angel replied with a forlorn voice.
On top of flight-capable lifeforms, they have hundreds of snipers.
Snipers?
The creature that wounded this human's shoulder. Sol Jihu reflexively took a look at his left shoulder and his eyes grew wide.
He was wondering why his body felt a bit better than before, and now he could see clean bandages tightly wrapped around there. Ah! Huh!
Furthermore, his arm moved according to his thoughts. Although it still hurt, it was much more tolerable than before. They even healed me.
While he was being deeply moved by their generous gesture, the fallen angel continued on. It is impossible to break through their arc of firing and escape. We might be able to go through it once somehow, but we definitely wouldn't be able to deal with their pursuing force. We'll be shot down before we can escape the forest of denial. It was at this point that Sol Jihu's eyes opened slightly wider. That's why, we wanted to make an offer to you. We'll decide after hearing you out. Why don't you help us with causing a diversion? Teresa's expression crumpled. You want us to become baits?
Technically speaking, yes. Everyone here will become baits. What the fallen angel suggested was this.
Firstly, 4 out of 6 Federation members present would pair up into 2 groups and try their luck piercing the left and right sides of the enemy's manhunt. In case they were discovered, they would lead the pursuers away, creating a slight opening. Next, both Sol Jihu and Teresa would try their luck. The fallen angel and the remaining member would observe the situation and decide what to do. One could say that this plan was devised for the sake of this remaining member, the one that the fallen angel was to accompany. However, this plan may not prove to be such a bad one for both of you. She wasn't saying that the 2 humans should sacrifice themselves for their cause. Right now, the story was roughly the same regardless of which part of the border region they got to. If they couldn't find any other way, the situation called for them to attempt a forceful breakthrough anyway. So, doing it this way might give them a better chance. In theory, the percentage of their survival would increase, even if that increase was smaller than a teardrop of a newborn chick. Seems like the identities of you 2 are important enough to go back no matter what? We don't have a reason to let you in on that. In any case, what will you do? It's fine if you don't agree.
We shall leave the decision to you.
If not. The fallen angel looked at Teresa deliberating seriously and added something else. If you can think of something better, please tell me.
I'm all ears.
Teresa shifted her gaze over to her companion. The young man in question seemed to be thinking about something quite deeply. Soul? Quote ellipsis dot quote. Darling tilde? Quote question mark quote. Sol Jihu blinked his eyes. Did you say something, Your Highness? If you didn't hear it, it's fine. What will you do? It doesn't sound good. How come? It's a plan based on sacrificing someone.
But, there's no other way.
The fallen angel replied. Without someone sacrificing themselves, it will be difficult for even one person to escape.
Of course, I'm aware of how humans think.
However, our current situation dictates that we have to think realistically and act accordingly.
I understand what you're saying.
You know, yet you say that?
Yes.
Does that mean? I think I have a better plan. Sol Jihu replied before shifting his gaze over to his side.
Princess.
Yes?
Is this the mountain range where the Lioners used to live?
Well, That was the case, but, according to Ian's report, they seemed to have moved their nests to somewhere within the Forest of Denial. He knew that already. After all, he witnessed that with his own eyes. That means this mountain range is connected to the Forest of Denial. Yes, it is.
Teresa affirmed it.
In that case, do you know where the Maple Hill is in relation to our current position? The Maple Hill?
I do know where it is, but…
Why was he suddenly asking her about the Forest of Denial and the Maple Hill? Teresa dazedly stared at him. He looked to be slowly withering away not too long ago, but there was a hint of life returning to his eyes now.
Those were the eyes of someone who found hope. She wasn't sure what he was thinking of, but… Please, hear him out.
She suppressed her fluttering heart and glanced at the fallen angel. The defense of the Arden fortress and the infiltration of the laboratory, he was responsible for making them happen. I promise you, you won't be disappointed by hearing him out. Well, if it's only listening to him.
No, wait.
Before anything else could be said, the fallen angel asked him first. Before you speak, I want to ask you a couple of things. Sol Jihu nodded his head. First of all, this plan you're about to put forward, will there be no sacrifices?
I can't guarantee that.
Is there a higher chance of success than causing a distraction?
Individually speaking, yes. Fine. Lastly.
The fallen angel took her time before slowly throwing her question out. Your plan. Is it a plan for not just the two of you, but everyone present here?
Of course. Sol Jihu replied without hesitation as if to imply, why ask something so obvious? The fallen angel took a look behind her again.
The hooded figure with the beautiful voice opened her lips.
All truth. I couldn't sense a single shred of falsehood in him.
So that's how it is. The fallen angel crossed her arms. Her black wings softly fluttered a little, perhaps to signal that her interest had been piqued.
Fine. She grasped the bluish stone tightly and spoke.
Let's hear it. Asterisk. Around the time when the sun hit the middle of the sky.
All 8 of them stepped outside the cave.
They walked for a while before stopping at a certain point in the mountain range. It's not in a straight line, but this should be the general vicinity where you can see the Maple Hill. That's fine. We don't need to be too precise with the location.
Teresa Hussey spoke first and Sol Jihu replied back to her.
They didn't need to speak at length. They had finished discussing everything back inside the cave, so they simply got right into preparing themselves.
The fallen angel unfurled her wings wide.
The other 5 also unfurled theirs, but unlike their leader, their wings were like a butterfly's. The fallen angel embraced Teresa, and Sol Jihu was embraced by the one among the 5 that possessed a particularly beautiful pair of white wings. She was none other than the one who assessed whether he was lying or not earlier. With those 2 in the center, the remaining 4 positioned themselves to guard them. When the fallen angel gave out her order, all 5 of them began murmuring something out. They cast magic using chants that were distinctly different from human magicians, something no human ears could ever understand.
Swish, whoosh.
Out of nowhere, powerful gusts of wind showed up. The unseen winds wrapped their entire bodies, and they suddenly became as light as a feather. They said that this was spirit summoning. This also meant the one holding him was a sky fairy. Sol Jihu dazedly studied this never-before-seen spectacle. Then, his ears caught the sounds of wings flapping softly.
Wow!
His body began floating up. Slowly, slowly.
Oh! Oh!
The unfamiliar sensation of weightlessness caused his hugging arms to strengthen their grip. It was then, he heard a soft H-hum from above.
Please, don't hold so tightly.
Sorry. He quickly apologized while sounding a bit embarrassed. Soon, they were all airborne. They stuck to the lowest possible flying altitude and flew behind the mountain range. In order to get to the highest speed attainable, they needed a considerable distance first. After flying at an adequate enough speed. This far should be enough. Everyone did a U-turn like circling after the fallen angel raised her voice.
In the blink of an eye, they increased their altitude.
Sol Ji-hoo swallowed nervously as he watched the mountain range grow smaller. A short while later. This is it.
Finally, the time had come. He felt his body tilt at an angle now.
The Sky Fairy's head pointed straight to the front while her legs pointed to the back. And so, after she became a straight line in the air. Begin! The moment the fallen angel's words hit their eardrums, every single Sky Fairy present shouted out.
Yu-jin acceleratio. Chapter 89. Not a sound could be heard.
There was no prelude, either.
Still, Sol Ji-hoo could clearly sense it.
He sensed the enormous air pressure rushing at him in an instant as if to shut his mouth up for good. If the Sky Fairy didn't hold him with her arms tightly interlocked behind his back, he might have been flung away by now.
So, this is the wind spirit.
It was a completely different type of experience compared to the Festina earring.
The whirlpool of gushing wind
seemed to push against his entire body. Increase their speed as much as possible before emerging from the mountain range and, at the precise moment they leave the relative safety of the mountain, borrow the powers of the spirits to surpass their top speed to go faster. That was their plan. And so, 8 flying figures, gathered into one group, crossed the sky as if to split the heavens itself. Previously, the fallen angel called this plan, sink or swim, considering that they needed to overcome 2 large hurdles. Even they could somehow survive the first hurdle, she said that they would need to leave the second hurdle to luck.
Even then, there was a reason Sol Ji-hoo's plan was chosen.
That was because they had something to block the pursuers. With this speed, would it feel like this if he stuck his head outside the window of a sports car driving fast enough to overheat its engine? It was as if his face was about to peel off from the air resistance. He forced open his eyelids that were trying to close by themselves and kept glaring at his front. The mountain range passed by in an instant, and they arrived at the huge expanse of the forest stretching endlessly before their eyes.
Just before they entered it, Kya ha! From somewhere below, a loud screech exploded forth.
Sol Ji-hoo inwardly clicked his tongue. He would have much preferred to not get discovered, but it seemed that was not meant to be. After all, they were dashing past the wide open sky as if to shout out, "Hey, look at us!" Unless the parasites were blind, they would definitely discover the escaping party for sure.
Rumble. The sound of a swarm running on the ground resounded out.
Innumerable strange shadows appeared from everywhere near the entrance of the forest. That wasn't all.
Noises of powerful flapping wings and unpleasant insect-like buzzing began their vicious assault.
Not too long afterwards, Sol Ji-hoo witnessed the horde of parasites gathering into a swarm right in the escaping party's path and cleared his mind. Everything would be decided in a single moment. The distance between his group and the enemies disappeared in the blink of an eye. He kept his eye open and got ready to deal against the impact force. Just before the 2 sides were about to clash, the fallen angel and the Sky Fairies chanted out another spell.
Wong, Wong.
The first thing to make contact with this wall of creatures was the roundish barrier that suddenly appeared around the fallen angel. At the same time, the gust of wind picked up the pace by a notch, and an explosive elasticity was added to Sky Fairy's already fast speed.
Crack! Quang! Along with something loudly breaking apart, noises of explosions resounded in the air.
His ears were deafened, and his vision was filled up by a sudden splash of darkness. But a second later, the darkness was lifted, and the blue sky greeted him once more. It was at that point that Sol Ji-hoo knew they had safely navigated past the wall. Parasites flying around the vicinity were urgently gathering, no doubt having received a telepathic summon, but they simply weren't going to delay the group's determined effort to break through a single point. In other words, choosing to pierce through with a frontal assault resulted in them safely overcoming the first hurdle. Yook! The residual impact from that forceful breakthrough caused Sol Ji-hoo's body to shudder. However, he didn't even have time to pull himself together. The situation up until here had unfolded as they had expected. The reason the fallen angel deemed their escape impossible was the existence of snipers called evil phantoms. To make matters worse, there were apparently hundreds of them hiding in the area. Long story short, they had succeeded in entering the Forest of Denial, but it was still too early to celebrate because they all knew what kind of attack would follow next. They created as much distance as possible with everything they had while breathlessly chanting one protective spell after another.
Sol Ji-hoo nervously swallowed his saliva as he watched barriers upon barriers being stacked on top of each other.
It was then he suddenly felt his breathing come to a stop.
For some reason, his wounded left shoulder began aching again.
A certain ominous sensation began to creep up on him. If you were to put it into words, it felt like a very sharp needle was softly brushing against his ankle.
Unfortunately, that sensation didn't stop there, and it now felt like it was softly scratching at his flesh while creeping up higher and higher.
Their flying speed was so fast that his hair was threatening to pull out from their roots, yet never mind shaking it loose, the unpleasant sensation clung onto him even worse than before.
The
moment his brain rang the alarm bells.
Tang, 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 tang.
An unknown number of gunshots rang out and echoed in the air. He could vividly see what happened next. Sky fairies flying at the right-hand side as well as at the rear suddenly broke away from the group's flight path. The meaning behind that action was clear.
Their barriers had all been shattered.
The two fairies powerlessly fell to the ground, like butterflies with soaked wings. A portion of the pursuing horde of parasites rushed down and had them surrounded. After seeing all the fairies' bodies full of holes, they laughed loudly. As for the sky fairies, they smirked even as they shivered from the intense pain. Seeing those ridiculing grins, the parasites stopped laughing. The escape attempt was a failure, so why they were grinning? They soon found out. Summoning up the last dregs of strength, the sky fairies raised their trembling hands. Before anyone could do anything about it, the bluish stones held in their hands suddenly began emitting blinding lights.
Rumble. Rumble. Two thunders rumbled loudly enough to rock the world with a short interval in between. Sol Ji-hoo squeezed his eyes shut involuntarily at the blinding flash of light.
If he could, he would have covered his ears too. However, that line of thought lasted only for a brief moment.
Even though the first sniping attempts had ended just now, that unpleasant poking sensation still remained.
Rather than stopping, this feeling brushed past his heart, past his face, and then towards the front.
Front?
He quickly opened his eyes and realized the source of this strange sensation.
He was shocked out of his mind as he stared straight up.
Upon activating 9 eyes, he found that the empty air before him was a mix of red and black colors. Before he could shout out, "It's dangerous!"
Tang!
A gunshot rang out. It didn't hesitate or wait for Sol Ji-hoo's to finish his thoughts.
Awk!
A short scream pierced Sol Ji-hoo's ear. His line of sight suddenly tilted to the side.
He was now falling, while the others were still flying.
His eyes caught the fallen angel carrying Teresa getting further away with every breath.
And no!
The intolerable pain assaulted the sky fairy and her focus shattered.
Naturally, the gust of wind scattered as well.
She somehow didn't let go of the arm holding on to the young human man, but that was about it. She tried hard to flap her wings, but with one wing half blown away, all she could do was to ease the arc of descent. Eventually, they crashed into the forest like a paper plane having lost all of its momentum.
Foof!
They didn't make a safe landing. As soon as they touched the ground, both of them tumbled around like a hoop. It was as if they were being swept away by tidal waves powerfully crashing into them. Although Sol Ji-hoo was suffering from a severe case of dizziness, he gritted his teeth and held onto the thin thread of wavering consciousness.
He refused to give up here. Phew!
He felt dizzy.
He felt like the world was spinning around him, but he managed to force himself back up.
He turned around instinctively, and his narrowed vision discovered the sky fairy near his feet, moaning out in pain. Her hood was pulled back during their somersaults, and her azure-colored hair had scattered messily about.
For a brief moment, a flash of hesitation brushed past his mind.
But after he remembered how she held onto him tightly even during their crash landing, he moved his left arm. His wound hadn't been perfectly healed yet, so when he moved, the pain intensified almost immediately. The sounds of him gritting his teeth were so scary that it was as if he was actively trying to grind his molars down to nothing.
"We need to get out of here."
He barely succeeded in pulling up the sky ferry. He then activated the Festina earring. Just a little bit further. Just a bit further. That singular thought drove his feet to kick the ground. Unfortunately, time was fair to everyone and reality was cold and uncaring.
All the time spent falling, tumbling on the ground, standing back up, and lifting the sky ferry up was more than enough for the evil phantom to prepare a new round of sniping. Furthermore, it was also more than enough time for the crazily pursuing parasite horde to catch up to them. Before he could take a few more steps, the sound of gunshot cruelly rang out. AHK.
Sol Ji-hoo was shot cleanly through in his thigh and fell back down to the ground. To make matters worse, he sensed the noisy presences getting closer.
Ha!
The pain was crippling beyond imagination, yet a hollow chuckle still leaked out of his lips.
Didn't someone tell him this before?
That parasites were a bunch of bastards that always managed to exceed one's expectations.
Those words came back to haunt him now.
Should he say this was far too cheaty?
No,
he had been too greedy, hoping for his enemies to be lax. The parasites were famous for being vicious and cold-hearted. They weren't gracious enough to wait for the main character of an anime to power up or for a giant mech to finish its transformation. God damn it.
He had no way out. Truly. No matter how hard he wrecked his brain,
he couldn't think of a way to save himself.
He couldn't even tell where he was right now.
Worst of all, the future vision that always seemed to kick in during moments of danger showed no signs of activating at all. Is this the end? Once his thoughts reached there, tears suddenly began welling up around his eyes. The past 8 days of hardship brushed past his brain. Thinking about all the unimaginable hurdles he had to overcome to get here, he felt angry and resentful. Sorrow rushed in like a tidal wave.
Kook! Tears that he thought had long evaporated trickled down his cheeks. Even then, his arms flailed about as he crawled on the ground.
How wretched and pathetic did he look right now? Still, he didn't care.
Even if he had to roll around in dog shit, he preferred it over death. He didn't care if others berated him for being pathetic or for acting like an insect. I want to live. As long as I can survive.
He couldn't let go of that desire, even as death's footsteps continued to draw closer and closer.
So,
with his trembling lips,
help,
grasping the grass below like straw.
Please.
As he gasped and wailed softly under his breath.
Help, please.
He loudly cried out. Clunk. The noise of a certain door opening resounded out.
Asterisk.
Near a large tree among the many within this forest, a certain hidden creature slowly raised its body up.
It was about 2 meters tall.
At a casual glance, it resembled a human, but it also had a large red eye covering half of its face and a pair of pointy fairy-like ears. Its long arm was shaped like the barrel of a rifle. At the end of this arm, there was a hole designed to look like the muzzle of a gun, or perhaps the open end of a pipe, instead of an actual hand.
Keek, keek.
Seeing the human crawling on the ground like an insect, this creature began cackling to itself. Although a few did slip out of its net, it didn't care about that anymore because it had already performed its mission admirably. Seeing its kind rush towards the targets, the evil phantom slowly raised its body. And just as it was about to take a leisurely walk, SSSSK. Something brushed by its cheek. It reflexively turned around but could see nothing. But then, just as it thought there was indeed nothing here, a similar sensation brushed past its other cheek. The evil phantom froze up on the spot. The unknown thing's presence couldn't be detected.
However, that sensation was crystal clear. Even now, that thing was brushing past the creature's face constantly. What was stranger was that its body didn't want to move.
Inexplicably, every little portion of its flesh threw out urgent warning bells. "Do not move a muscle," they said. It was then that the parasite's sniper noticed how the forest had grown quiet.
Blink, blink. Its large red eye blinked several times.
The evil phantom eventually shifted its gaze to the side. It sneaked a glance and discovered a certain small foot right next to it.
Sway, sway.
The identity of the thing brushing the parasite's cheeks was that human foot, swinging back and forth like a rocking pendulum. The evil phantom stared dazedly before it flinched. It looked up subconsciously, only for a jet-black figure dangling on a tree branch to fall on top of it.
Crack.
That was the end. The evil phantom didn't even get to take a closer look at the falling figure before its neck was torn off from its body. It died instantly, unable to even squeak out a scream. The problem was, this creature wasn't the only one to sense the strange phenomenon unfolding around them.
Kirak.
The horde of parasites surrounding the collapsed male and female also froze in their spots. As they stood there unmoving, one of them cautiously took a look around.
Woo!
A quiet, eerie call rang out. After hearing this unknown, chill-inducing cry, the parasite began stepping back inch by inch.
Hugh!
However, as if the owner of the voice wasn't going to permit them to leave, another chill-inducing cry rang out. They couldn't see anything. They couldn't hear anything. They couldn't even feel anything. However, the parasites could acutely sense it. They could sense the horrifying malicious intent permeating in the entirety of the forest. They sensed the approach of a ghastly murderous intent large enough to crush every single parasite here like worms. It was inevitable that these creatures could sense this change. After all, they were monsters. A monster knew better than anyone else regarding other monsters. And manufactured monsters could never win against a real monster. It was then. Crack! The neck of one of the parasites suddenly snapped to the other side. Its eyes remained wide open as its head rolled on the ground. Soon after, the eyeballs of another one began spinning around before its entire body trembled pitifully. Pook! In the blink of an eye, its body exploded, flesh and bodily liquids spraying out everywhere. Ki! Pawak! The creature opening its mouth got its jaw completely ripped apart. Then, Kua! Another one's limbs were all torn apart from their sockets. Even before the remaining parasites could blink their eyes in shock at the deaths of their kin, jet-black smoke rushed at them like a poisonous snake. This smoke proceeded to tightly wrap around their bodies before lifting them up high into the sky as if it was a whip. Kiake! Kiake! Grr! Grr! The parasites belatedly struggled and resisted, but the smoke didn't scatter away. Instead, the horde remained tightly wrapped by the black smoke and rose up higher and higher in the air before they were thrust back down on the ground, heads first. Kung! 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 The earth rocked violently as vicious and horrifying sounds exploded out. Then, they were raised back up to the sky before smashing down to the ground once more. As if to say that once wasn't enough, the whipping motion continued on for several times more. The spectacle of dozens of heads being smashed apart like watermelons to the point where they now resembled minced meat was grotesque enough to avert one's eyes. Kya! Kya! Perhaps the black smoke thought this wasn't enough as the aura that managed to massacre dozens of creatures in an instant spread out to all corners of the forest. Soon, numerous screams resounded out from every corner of the forest. They sounded so sorrowful that one couldn't even imagine they were made by monsters. Asterisk. Teresa Hussey safely made it to the tomb and was quickly making her way back, but upon witnessing this cruel scene of the massacre, she just couldn't bring herself to close her slack jaw.
What on earth is?
All those terrifying parasites had been turned into bloody mush.
She dazedly stared at the bits of broken flesh and bodily fluids forming a thick river on the ground before spotting the young man nearby and gasping out in horror.
He had been injured greatly already, yet another heavy injury was inflicted on him. The panicking Teresa hurriedly ran towards him.
No, she tried to, but then. Kaiwak.
Soul. Ahhk?
A shapeless aura sharply poking her from all sides forced her to plop down on the ground. She didn't even mean to, but her body fought against her control and began trembling non-stop.
She would never be scared of anything under most circumstances, yet she was so terrified that her teeth clattered all by themselves.
Kierurururu. Teresa heard that supernatural growling and lowered her head before nodding it like crazy. She didn't have to hear any words to figure it out.
That black smoke circling around the young man was absolutely furious, so much so that it didn't even permit the approach of another human being. A short while later.
Tap, tap. Less than. Greater than she could hear soft footsteps crossing the grass. And then. Heave-ho.
Heave-ho.
Teresa blinked her eyes several times before cautiously raising her head to look.
She saw a slender, feeble-looking woman.
No, that figure was definitely not feeble at all.
Seeing the evidence of massacre staining the hands and the white gown of this unknown figure, the terror she forgot for a moment was revived in her head again. While Teresa's mouth bobbed up and down silently, this woman with a brilliant waterfall of silver hair cautiously held the young man and disappeared back into the forest.
Her direction was towards the tomb. Chapter 90.
The Forest of Denial used to be the center of a raging storm of thunderclaps and gunshots, but from a certain point onwards, it became eerily quiet as if things that happened before were all a hallucination. Within this leisurely flowing stillness, Teresa Hussey remained plopped on her butt for a long while.
Would being shipwrecked and floating aimlessly on an endless ocean feel like this? She might have suspected that the frantic escape of a few minutes ago was all a bad dream if it weren't for all the traces of blood and guts messily strewn about nearby. Eventually, she regained her wits after spotting the sky fairy lying still on the ground unmoving like a corpse. Now that she thought about it, Sol Jihu's injuries were rather grim too. If she didn't see it wrongly just now, then his thigh area was soaked in fresh blood. Most likely, he must have been sniped again.
His body was already in a sorry state, so would he be able to endure another injury?
And also, would that ghost lady be able to treat the young man?
Nothing seemed certain at this point.
She figured that his treatment should take priority whatever the case may be. Teresa pushed herself off the ground and helped the sky fairy to stand up. She really wouldn't have minded crumbling to the ground and taking a break, but this escape attempt was still far from over.
Taking a long, long rest could wait. She managed to drag herself and the sky fairy back to where the tomb was and saw that the fallen angel was occupied with treating two other sky fairies moaning heavily in pain.
Everyone had been inflicted with injuries, both big and small.
Two others couldn't shake off the pursuers and died. Even then, 6 of them had made it out. At a bare minimum, they could see this as a resounding success when compared to the plan of causing diversions.
Teresa laid the sky fairy down and asked the fallen angel,
"What about Sol?"
She took him inside.
The fallen angel replied with a calm face, but her voice was trembling slightly. It seemed that she had seen the ghost lady, too.
"We need to treat Sol, too.
Go in and fetch him, then." The fallen angel curtly spoke.
"I will never step a foot inside that place."
She then added one more thing, her attitude firm and unwavering.
"I do not know which human did what kind of atrocity in this forest, but there's little doubt that the person in question was a madman."
"What do you mean? Surely, you can figure it out for yourself since you've also felt that evil aura." That soul. She died as her heart was being filled with truly a horrifying amount of resentment. But then, in a situation where appeasing her may or may not even produce a desirable result, they even forcibly confined here. Concentrated resentment has been condensing here for several hundreds of years, so how can there not be a birth of a vengeful spirit?
Ooh! Teresa rubbed her exposed arms. She could still vividly recall all the corpses of parasites killed in a variety of cruel ways.
In all honesty, she should have been feeling liberated to see her sworn, hated enemies dying like that, but
scary.
The hostile aura emitted by the ghost lady was so ominous and vicious that Teresa could never consider her an ally. In all honesty, she was thankful that the ghost lady didn't harm them along with the rest. Teresa didn't want to face her again if she could help it, but she couldn't leave Sol behind, either. Summoning all of her courage, Teresa stood before the tomb.
Brr!
The evil aura oozing out from the structure was so scary that her body was trembling all by itself, but she felt sure of a couple of things. It was unknown just what methods Sol Jihu used, but that ghost lady seemed to be protecting him for some reason. That meant that words could get through to her. And also, although some animosity was displayed, the ghost didn't attack anyone else.
Teresa opened her mouth to speak.
Miss Ghost? Polite speech jumped out all by itself. She might be a veteran princess knight who had experienced all sorts of battles and hardships like aerial dogfights, street fights, etc., but still, there was no helping it. The thing was, she had a traumatic experience when she was a young child and that played a part in her really hating ghosts and specters.
Can you open this door, please?
There was no reply.
Still, Teresa persisted with it and continued on. I'm sure you have noticed it by now.
He's one of our comrades.
He's in a really bad shape right now, and if he's not treated soon, he could really die. I swear I won't do anything bad, so please, let me in. She explained herself so the other party could understand her. But again, there was no answer.
At this point, she began wondering if the ghost was using this opportunity to confine him and let him die. She couldn't help but suspect that the ghost lady was trying to turn Sol into a ghost too so they could live together all lovey-dovey. If that really was the case, then she simply had to risk everything and stop that from happening.
Please, I beg of you.
That guy. He Ray_LLY had to go through hell just to get here. We've just about survived our ordeal, but if he ends up dying here.
Huke? Click.
The sound of the door opening resounded out. Teresa was getting ready to cover her mouth with one hand and plop down on the ground to start crying just in case, but when she saw the metal door wide open, she fist-pumped the air. It's open! She yelled out in an excited voice, but the fallen angel simply looked back at her with a face that said, "So? What do you want me to do about it?" The fallen angel spoke. "Go in and bring him out."
Well, I
said this before. I'm not going inside.
Look here, Miss Fallen Angel.
I refuse.
No, hang on.
You're supposed to be a fallen angel, so how can you be scared of a ghost? It's not as if I started out being scared by them.
I just grew to fear them, that's all. Please, do try to understand.
The fallen angel turned around. It was then.
Swish.
Something exploded out from the interior of the tomb and brushed past Teresa's neck. The aura was so strong that it only brushed by her yet still ended up causing her messy, matted rose-colored hair to dance upwards. Ah! Just as Teresa's expression was about to blank out, a stream of black smoke suddenly wrapped tightly around the fallen angel's waist and yanked at her.
She desperately flailed her arms and legs, but still ended up getting dragged inside the tomb.
Her long scream trailed after her figure disappearing into the tomb, and right behind her, the metal door solidly slammed shut.
You-wah! For a scream, it sounded a bit plain. Asterisk.
Sol Jihu opened his eyes about an hour later. The condition of his body was really grave and sleeping for the whole day wouldn't have been all that surprising to see. However, the habit of sleeping for a short period of time became ingrained in his body after trying to stay awake as long as he could to look out for the enemy pursuers. That led to him opening his eyes much sooner than what should be considered normal.
Even then, He felt this snug coziness enveloping his senses. He couldn't explain why but began thinking that he was safe now.
Of course, he was still conscious of the fact that his problems hadn't been resolved yet. His body still felt like it weighed a ton. Hunger and thirst still tormented him.
He groaned and whimpered in pain before reaching out to grasp his spear out of habit and bit on it. He hurriedly sucked in the cold air spreading inside his mouth. "You look terrible."
When he did, he felt a hand cautiously brushing his head. Sol Ji-hoo was taken greatly by surprise, and his eyes quickly shot wide open to look around him. With a bit of flurry, he raised his upper torso up and found himself inside a rather familiar location. His jaw then fell to the floor after seeing the sarcophagus, too. How could he ever forget this place? Besides all that, the fact that he was in here meant. Saintess?
Yeah. He heard the voice he so badly wanted to hear. Even then, he felt a little bit uncertain.
Now that he was actually here, he just couldn't believe it. I killed them all. I ripped apart every single thing threatening you, so you don't have to worry anymore.
Although she spoke in a graceful tone of voice, the contents of her words were somewhat horrific in nature. Still, he felt deeply reassured by them.
Sol Ji-hoo couldn't say anything else and simply closed his eyes, instead. The memories of the past 8 or so days entered his mind one after the other. Starting from the moment he entered the laboratory, rescuing the princess, getting sniped, getting confined, escaping, going back the way they came from, getting surrounded, running away, and running away some more, until. If he were to be honest with himself, he never expected to make out of this ordeal alive. He tried to hypnotize himself, telling his brain that there was a hope of survival, but the knowledge of his death being only around the corner constantly accompanied him. Especially when he and the Sky Fairy got sniped in the air and fell, he really thought that he was done for. Just how badly frustrated and at the mercy of despair was he? More than once, he thought that going insane was more preferable than all this misery. However, here he was, not dead. Indeed, he survived. He made it out alive.
He didn't die and managed to stumble his way this far. It must have been really hard.
At that moment he heard those words. It's going to be all right now. Tears suddenly rushed out from his closed eyes.
Kook!
And he thought that his body had no more moisture left by now. Yet, hot tears he couldn't hold back trickled down his face. A flustered voice entered his ears.
While crying, Sol Ji-hoo opened his eyes.
The only reason he was able to live was all thanks to the Saintess. If it weren't for this soul, he'd have died 10 times over. He couldn't rein in the gratitude mushrooming rapidly in his heart and knelt down on the floor.
He pressed his hands on the ground and bowed down until his forehead touched the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What are you doing? Stop it.
Tug. She began tugging at his arm.
However, Sol Ji-hoo didn't move. His forehead remained pressed against the ground, his body trembling as he sobbed softly. It seemed that the Saintess was in a serious panic mode right now. The black smoke leisurely floating around in the air a moment ago suddenly began whooshing around uneasily all over his bowing figure. A short while later, the clearly panicking and confused black smoke abruptly stopped moving around.
It was as if it had come up with a great idea.
It slid around a sarcophagus and quickly returned to his side. And just like how one would try to pacify a crying child, it began sneaking something just below his face. There. Sol Ji-hoo saw a beautiful bracelet crafted out of gold and blinked his eyes several times. Let me give you this, so please stop crying.
And no, hang on. Please, I don't need it.
What you gave to us last time was more than enough for me. But I thought you guys love stuff like this? It's fine as long as you feel better.
I'm fine now.
Also, how can I accept something from you again, You even saved my life.
Eek.
Take it, I can't. They quarreled with each other for a little while like this, trying their darnest to make the other party give up, only to stop after hearing someone leak out a hollow chuckle from the side. This person seemed to have witnessed this weird scene in its full glory. Sol Ji-hoo used this opening to force the bracelet back, and only then did he discover the fallen angel squatting by the corner of the tomb. Why don't you accept it already? That artifact possesses quite a lot of mana. Even a leech knows shame, you know.
I didn't come here for the treasures anyway, and… Ah! Sol Ji-hoo replied reflexively, went, oops, and took a hasty look around his vicinity.
The fallen angel answered his silent query. You don't need to worry. They are waiting for us outside. Outside? Don't ask me.
I was also dragged in here against my will because of you.
The fallen angel spoke in a flat voice and quietly pushed herself up off the floor.
She glared at the sarcophagus and asked. In any case, he has regained consciousness, so…
I can go now, right? How is your body? For some reason, he felt a tickling sensation on top of his head, but he ignored that and looked down on his thigh first. It was wrapped expertly in bandages. The pain had dulled to a significant degree as well.
Meanwhile, the fallen angel snorted unhappily. I've done the emergency treatment, but it'd be for the best for you to return home as quickly as possible to get proper medical treatment. The wound caused by the evil phantom is truly vile and doesn't heal that easily.
Never before in his life did the words, return home, touch him so deeply. Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Thanks to you, 4 of us managed to survive as well.
The fallen angel stated her opinion clearly and turned around to leave without hesitation. Sol Ji-hoo almost asked, "You're leaving already?" but kept himself in check. It was only obvious that she'd leave now. Their escape attempt was a success, so with that, their cooperative relationship had come to an end, too.
Ah!
The hastily evacuating fallen angel stopped walking abruptly. What's your name? My name? You heard me, so why are you asking back? The fallen angel pouted and complained softly. Sol Ji-hoo sheepishly scratched his cheek and opened his mouth. It's Sol. Sol, is it? Thanks for the info. I shall remember you. What about you, Miss Fallen Angel? The fallen angel was nodding her head sagely until then, but she flinched slightly at his question. She seemed to be deliberating on something, just like the young man standing before her had done, and shrugged her shoulders. It's Michael. Michael, she said.
He heard that name a few times before in his life.
She really is an angel. Sol Ji-hoo looked back at her with mystified eyes. Why did she come to paradise? In a self-proclaimed, corrupted state to boot. He had more than just 1 or 2 questions he wanted to ask, but since the fallen angel who revealed her name as Michael was displaying obvious hints of wanting to get the heck out of this place, he didn't want to make her stay any longer than necessary. I'll remember the name too.
Michael grinned softly before turning around once more.
Soon, he heard the sound of the door closing. Seeing that the saintess was also keeping quiet, she must have given up on making him accept the bracelet.
Sol Ji-hoo scanned the tomb's interior one more time and smacked his lips.
Saintess? By any chance, do you have any water? How can you ask for water in this place?
But, of course. Obviously, there wouldn't be water in here.
Sol Ji-hoo could only bitterly chuckle from that answer.
Asterisk. He exited from the tomb 20 minutes later.
The ghost was curious as to how he ended up in this miserable state, and once he began with his detailed explanation, he ended up spending more time than he expected. He said that he was sorry about bothering her like this and promised to come to see her again soon with a pinky swear. The ghost lady seemed reluctant to part with him but didn't try to stop him. Even at a casual glance, one could see how poor his current condition was, so she judged that it was for the best that he returned to civilization as soon as possible.
The folks from the Federation were long gone by the time he came outside.
Teresa, now left all alone by herself, was squatting on the ground sucking on a blade of unknown grass. She jumped in delight seeing the young man emerge unscathed. The two of them hugged each other and celebrated their survival for a short while. That wasn't all, though. Take this. Teresa pushed forward an ivory-colored gown at him, saying that she got two of them from the fallen angel. It was small and barely covered his butt, but it sure was better than nothing. Besides, he was quietly getting worried about when they were to enter the city itself, so Sol Jihu gladly accepted them. By the way, what's that? What's what, princess? Why is there something tied to your head?
Teresa pointed with her index finger and asked. He reflexively felt around his head and became dumbfounded immediately.
The gold bracelet was tied to his hair. Es Saintus?
He remembered briefly wondering why his head felt ticklish. Of course, he tried to return the artifact, but the entrance remained tightly shut. He knocked and tugged at the door with all his might, but his efforts were in vain.
The door showed no signs of budging. He decided to leave it behind in front of the tomb, but then, less than 10 seconds later, his head felt ticklish again. By the time he freaked out and raised his hands up there, the dang thing was already tied prettily to his head.
Ehehe.
Seeing the back of that black smoke run away like a naughty child, Sol Jihu had no choice but to sigh under his breath.
It's not that I don't want it.
Indeed. Who would reject such a valuable gift? It was just that he had no right to ask for such a gift in the first place. Still, he decided to accept it. He bowed towards the tomb one more time and turned around to leave. They may have escaped from the grips of the parasites, but it was too early to say that they were completely safe. Their new priority was to escape from the forest of denial without running into another incident. Sol Jihu walked forward without a single thought occupying his mind but had to stop his steps after seeing Teresa suddenly go down on one knee. Your Highness? So, it has this kind of effect, huh? Are you alright? Don't worry about me, this is nothing.
Teresa slowly got back up again while wiping her lips with the back of her hand.
Compared to the pursuit of the parasites, this much is.
Her voice abruptly got louder before her eyes opened wider.
Sol Jihu wanted to ask her what was wrong, but she placed her finger on her lips first.
Shush. Please be quiet.
Her eyes narrowed to a slit next. He raised his spear and began scanning his surroundings, only for his own movements to come to a halt without warning, as well.
Trickle, trickle. They heard the sound of flowing water.
They looked at each other in a bit of daze. Did they even need to say anything here? As if they had made a promise earlier, they dashed in the direction of that flowing water. A short while later, they discovered a huge lake at the mouth of the Forest of Denial. It was connected by a small stream, and its surface glistened like a mirror under the sunlight, while the water itself was so pristine and clear that they could actually see the bottom of the lake. However, never mind stopping for a second to admire the beautiful scenery. They just dipped their heads straight into the lake the moment they saw this place.
Gulp, gulp. Slurp, slurp. They breathlessly and crazily drank the water. So delicious.
The lake's water was too pure and teeth-shudderingly refreshing. Heck, it even tasted sweet. The longer he drank it, the wetter his throat became, and it felt as if water was sticking to his tongue like glue. The sensation of burning flames instantly being quenched and his gut getting drenched in the refreshing coldness were powerful ecstasy that no words in human language could adequately describe.
So sweet. So good. Pooh ha ha.
Teresa finally lifted her head up and broke out into boisterous laughter after spotting Sol Jihu halfway submerged under the lake to drink. He was holding his breath right up until his limit to hoover up the water and belatedly raised his head while forming a sheepish grin. He had no idea that water could taste this great until now. He was truly happy. So happy, as a matter of fact, he might just die of happiness. For real, he briefly thought that he wouldn't mind dying right about now. The two of them drank to their heart's content. Their bodies that had been demanding for any kind of moisture for a long while began to completely sag in relaxation, now that they were topped up with water. But then, Teresa urgently stood up as if simply drinking wasn't enough for her.
She threw off the gown and the miniature chain mail to the ground, and then, "Hey!" Splash! She jumped straight into the water. Ah!
Ah tilde.
Hua tilde ang.
Her entire body trembled, and she let out a weird noise. Do you have any idea just how badly I wanted to take a bath?
She even grew tearful as she dived deep below the surface before emerging back again.
Seeing her go for a bath like that, Sol Jihu couldn't hold back anymore. Following his instincts, he shrugged off the gown and the yellowing underpants to dive into the lake's water.
You-ha-ah!
Sol Jihu's entire body shivered powerfully.
He now understood why Teresa did so earlier.
The sensation of water touching his body that felt dirty and caked in sweat?
In a word, refreshing.
So refreshing and eye-opening that he might even lose his mind here. Every time he felt the clean water flow past his groin, this wonderful chill brushed past his entire body, and he just wanted to cry out in delight and roll around on the floor without a care in the world.
He plunged all the way down to his head and began washing his body in great haste.
He rubbed and rubbed hard, causing the dried-up pus and caked-up dirt and sweat to melt off his skin. He felt pity for the fish population living in the lake, but still, he didn't stop cleaning himself. Ah tilde tilde.
I'm so happy tilde. Teresa hummed in pure joy as well.
Their gazes met, and simultaneously, happy peals of laughter escaped from their mouths. It wasn't funny at all, but they just couldn't hold back in. It's so much better to be alive, right? Teresa asked him with a wide grin on her lips. Sol Jihu nodded his head, but then, his gaze stopped moving out of the blue. The princess was enjoying the warm rays of the sun while sweeping back her drenched hair behind her.
Was this because all the accumulated layers of dirt had been finally removed from her?
Having regained its original look, her nude form was eye-searingly beautiful to behold. Her skin, wet with a copious amount of water sensuously dripping down, reflected the sun's rays and emitted this soft, peach-like ethereal glow. Her neck and her shoulders arched gracefully like a wild orchid, and just below them, a pair of peaks that proudly boasted unparalleled bounciness.
Very good.
Of course I'll tell you. First of all, she's 70D around her chest, and her waistline is like. Suddenly, Sol Jihu recalled Ian's words, quickly averted his gaze. He also didn't forget to sing Korea's national anthem in his head just for a good measure. After seeing him panic and get flustered like that, Teresa gradually realized what was going on here. A refreshing smile emerged on her lips. What are you feeling shy about? We've already seen pretty much everything there is to see, haven't we?
Well, that was true.
They were rather used to being almost completely nude now, and during the nights, they embraced each other tightly in order to fall asleep too.
But that's that, and this is something else.
Our circumstances have changed, wouldn't you agree?
Sol Jihu inadvertently stuttered somewhat. Teresa stared at him for a bit,
but then, the corners of her lips sneaked upwards. Now that she was feeling refreshed and alive, her mischievous streak clicked into gear again.
She easily parted the water and got closer to him before suddenly throwing out a question.
So, what do you think?
Quote question mark question mark quote.
It's pink, isn't it tilde? Quote ellipsis dot quote.
Honestly speaking, he did see it.
He couldn't pretend that he didn't know what she was talking about, but that didn't mean he could think up of something to say right this moment. Isn't it? Or am I wrong? He squeezed his eyes shut involuntarily. With that, she got him for good. Oh my tilde. My knight doesn't want to say anything. Are you disobeying a direct order tilde? I'd like to avoid being put to death for lèse majesté, your highness. What are you talking about? We don't have a law like that. In any case, I guess you did see it, right? Sol Ji-hoo barely managed to nod his head.
He really didn't want to be led around the nose by her.
Unfortunately for him, Teresa remained rather persistent now that she had bitten into her prey.
Tilda. So, where were you looking, then?
Pardon?
You know.
You said you confirmed it to be pink, so I'm asking you, which part?
She took a superhero pose, with her hands holding her waists, and confidently asked him.
You know already. I honestly don't. It's not just one or two places, so how can I know?
Teresa twirled her lush hair with her fingers before shrugging her shoulders.
While doing his very best to cover his groin, he studied her and her disarming smile.
Then,
why is she doing this? A certain emotion began boiling over in his chest. That they were still inside the forest of denial and inwardly went, ah, shit, but the effects had activated already. She must know that I'm getting embarrassed here, so why? The flames lit up inside and grew too powerful for him to control in an instant. Does she enjoy making fun of other people? Is her personality like that?
Sol Ji-hoo stopped covering himself. He was planning to let it slide after a while, but he couldn't hold back any longer.
I can't be sure. You said you saw it before. Well, I did see, but everything went past just too quickly. I can't remember all that well. Sol Ji-hoo began answering back in a cheeky manner now. Teresa sensed that something had changed, and her eyes blinked in confusion.
I really can't be sure, so. Princess, maybe you can tell me. Please, tell me in your own words where it's pink.
Seeing her get flustered in return like that, a victorious expression emerged on his face next. HNNG. She quickly recovered her composure and crossed her arms while shooting him a prim glare.
Oh, so, you want me to personally tell you?
Is that it? Yes, Your Highness.
Oh ho.
She smirked, her expression seemingly implying, you dare to go up against me? Of course, it's not like I can't tell you, right? She took a look around her surroundings before lightly clapping her hands. Can you ask me if I have seen a ghost before?
Why? No. Well, just.
It's not a strange request, is it, Tilda? You can ask such a question, right? Ask her if she's seen a ghost before?
Although he felt rather suspicious of where this was going, he still did as asked. Princess, have you seen a ghost before?
It was then, Teresa formed a refreshing smile as if he had fallen for her trap. Yup. And she replied back to him. You pussy-ed against it before, don't you remember? For some reason, she greatly emphasized that one word in the middle. What ensued was a short bout of silence. Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head a bit, but eventually, his expression stiffened up like a rock, and then…
splash! He hurriedly dived under the water.
On that day, SS Sol Ji-hoo raised its banner of rebellion for the first time ever, only to be sunken to the depths of the ocean by a single concentrated strike from SS Teresa.
Chapter 91.
Sol Ji-hoo and Teresa Hussey stayed at the lake for dozens of minutes, but they knew they couldn't stay there until the end of time. Now that they had quenched their thirst and filled their canteen with water, they reluctantly left the lake. Pain still pierced their bodies with each step they took, but things were much better now that they relieved their thirst. Their steps were much lighter as they exited the forest of denial and climbed up the Maple Hill. Of course, they didn't push themselves and took periodic rests, walking both day and night. On the third night since their departure from the forest of denial. What are you going to do first when you get back? Teresa asked in the middle of their night march. When I go back to Harem. There were many things he wanted to do. Meeting his comrades, eating delicious food and drinking beverages until he couldn't stomach them anymore, treating his wounds, going to the temple, training once he recovered, and… Suddenly, he felt like he was forgetting something important. In the future, when you need to go somewhere, anywhere, you give me a call first. Do you hear me?
Ah!
He barely stopped himself from shouting out loud. In truth, Sol Ji-hoo had hesitated in calling Kim Hana before he departed for the rescue mission.
Ultimately, he decided against it, knowing she would never approve of him going.
He wanted to complete the mission secretly and pretend he didn't know a thing about it. But, well, now that things had come to this, there was little to no chance that she wouldn't have found out.
My back.
Remembering the power of Kim Hana's slap, Sol Ji-hoo sighed inwardly. Teresa continued talking, not knowing what the youth was thinking. Do you want to follow me to the royal palace?
Royal palace. Yes.
Sol Ji-hoo hesitated.
He figured he might live if he requested protection from the Harem royal family.
However, he soon shook his head. Setting aside whether that was possible, he couldn't stay cooped up in the royal palace forever. Like the saying, the sooner the better, he didn't want to risk 5 slaps turning into 20 just because he was afraid.
Thank you, but I think I'll report back to Carpe Diem first. I have to let them know I'm alive.
Don't worry about that. We'll just invite them to the palace too. That's fine, but actually, I want to surprise them.
Teresa was rather shocked. You have quite a strange personality.
Okay, then, I'll summon you later. It seemed she was adamant on wanting to invite him to the palace. Sol Ji-hoo had no reason to refuse, so he nodded his head. The grassy path they were walking on soon connected to a wide artificial road. They could then see a gray wall standing tall under the night sky. Although they were still quite a distance away from it, it was undoubtedly a castle wall.
The duo stopped simultaneously.
For the next few minutes, they stood still and simply stared at each other. A castle wall. Without a doubt, it was Harem.
Asterisk. They finally returned to Harem.
Once they entered the city safely, Sol Ji-hoo couldn't hide his surging emotions. The roads pooling with filthy water, the old and dilapidated buildings shrouded by darkness, everything moved him.
Perhaps because it was late, there were only a few people out about in the streets.
Teresa and Sol Ji-hoo crossed the streets side by side, only separating once they arrived at the plaza. They stared at each other fixedly.
Were words even necessary? Teresa suddenly held out her hand. Congratulations.
It wasn't, well done, or, you did well, but, congratulations. Sol Ji-hoo took her hand firmly. The princess's palm carried warmth that wasn't present before.
Congratulations to you, too. Rest well.
I'll summon you soon to the palace, so don't refuse. Why would I?
Hee hee. You can look forward to it. Teresa winked.
It seemed she was referring to the reward.
I wonder how much she's planning to give.
Sol Ji-hoo chuckled indifferently. He was just about to jokingly ask, "Shall I be expecting you in bed?" but quickly swallowed it back. He had to go back and rest as soon as possible, so he didn't want to get himself in trouble by making stupid, teasing remarks. After saying their farewells, the duo turned around.
Teresa headed towards the palace, while Sol Ji-hoo headed to Carpe Diem's office.
Why does my body feel so heavy?
Was it because his body was no longer tense?
The built-up fatigue inside him seemed to have exploded when he entered the city as his body lost strength.
He used his spear as a walking cane to forcefully drag his feet forward.
When a familiar building entered his sight, he began to sob. One step after the other, he trudged up the stairs before pushing the door on the brink of fainting.
Tongue.
Ha!
The door was locked.
He tried to turn the doorknob again, but the door didn't budge in the slightest. Is no one here?
Quang, quang.
He knocked on the door, but there was no response. Could it be? A sudden thought popped up in his head. Could Cho-hong have left for the laboratory to save him? She couldn't have, right? In any case, he had no choice but to turn back.
Damn it.
If I knew no one was home, I would have followed the princess to the palace. A belated regret set in. Sol Ji-hoo grumbled inwardly, and after walking down the stairs, he let out a sigh and looked up at the sky. His eyes caught sight of the building on the other side of Carpe Diem's office.
I guess it finished. He became curious who moved in, but that only lasted for a moment. He smacked his lips and turned around.
Now that things had come to this, he only had one other place to go. Soon, Sol Ji-hoo arrived at Luxuria's temple after an arduous walk and dragged his feet inside with great difficulty.
The woman dozing off at the reception desk opened her eyes. When her sleepy eyes caught sight of the youth leaning against a blue spear, her eyes widened in surprise.
He barely managed to eke out his next words.
"I'm looking for a treatment."
Sol Ji-hoo was almost chased out because he threw off his gown completely when the female priest asked him to show her his wounds, causing her to scream. Thankfully, she stopped screaming in 5 seconds, and after noticing the gravity of the wounds on his body, she hurriedly called for better priests. After being escorted to the emergency treatment room, Sol Ji-hoo maintained his sanity as he was hit with a barrage of questions. He got to lay down on a comfortable bed for the first time in a long while, but his brain refused to let him fall asleep so easily. The several-day-long pursuit had made his body used to sleeping outside.
Of course, the unnecessarily loud treatment room also had something to do with it.
Spray more healing water.
Back, side.
His wounds are at least 7 days old.
We'll try massive. Wait.
His left shoulder and thigh are. What the hell? What happened to him?
This.
It looks like he received emergency treatment. Sol Ji-hoo let out a hollow chuckle.
The way everyone was running about shouting made him feel like he was at a real room. Are my wounds that bad?
At that moment, the talking in the room suddenly ceased. Sol Ji-hoo was looking at the ceiling with narrowed eyes, but when the room suddenly fell silent, he tilted his head to the side. Is the treatment over? Now that he thought about it, he had been feeling like someone was staring at him since a while ago.
I can't believe this, really.
What?
Who is that? He could barely catch a glimpse of a figure.
Why?
I might be half dead, but I came back alive, didn't I?
While he was feeling somewhat sad, he spotted a strapless priest robe that looked just like a white dress along with long, ebony-colored hair. Chung Cho-hong?
No, Chung Cho-hong didn't dress like that.
For some reason, Sol Ji-hoo felt as if he'd seen that robe before.
Mimi? I was so worried.
Her voice grew faint. Sol Ji-hoo strained his ears to listen to her mumbles.
It was then that a hand gently touched his forehead.
He might have been mistaken, but the hand seemed to be trembling intensely.
Soon.
Cure critical wounds. A familiar voice rang out.
Pot.
And his vision flashed white.
The erupting light shot out of the room and even dyed the hallway white.
Watching this scene, Sol Ji-hoo couldn't hide his shock. He had never seen such a beautiful, brilliant light before. Soon, he closed his eyes, feeling the light seep into every corner of his body. His flickering consciousness finally cut off. After days of staying alert, his brain finally fell asleep. Sol Ji-hoo left his body to the drowsiness flooding in. His sleeping face displayed a smile happier than anyone else in the world. That morning, the Harem royal family made an unprecedented official announcement. The content of the announcement was the return of Sol and Teresa Hussey that morning. With this, every member who participated in the rescue mission had returned alive.
The Harem royal family added a few more details.
The first was that the duo cooperated with the Federation during their escape. The second was that they destroyed the Delphinian Duchy's laboratory, the headquarters of the parasite's mass production facility. The last was that they had successfully returned after breaking through the parasite's increased encirclement. It was an added bonus that the parasite's plans had been foiled and their forces severely cut down in size.
The news. Hey! Cho-hong. Cho-hung.
Oh, old man? What's the fuss about?
Did you drink this early in the morning?
Where? No, just come back.
Hurry.
What is it? I already told you, I have to. Sol is back. Sol is back. What?
Not only spread in Haremark. What about the Temple of Luxuria?
Didn't that damn Ice Queen say she'll find him no matter what?
She even said she would become active again if he was found.
Yes, lady, we're looking into the matter. It seems to be true that he survived with his own strength. After all, the Order of Luxuria was still in their preparation stage and never left Haremark.
What an interesting turn of events.
What was the man's name again? It's Soul. Ah. Speaking of which, I heard rather interesting pieces of news today. Interesting news? That youth named Soul. It appears that the daughter of Luxuria is personally taking care of him.
But also in Scheherazade and other kingdoms.
In less than a day, the news of his feats traveled far and wide, reaching even the lands of the Federation and the parasites.
However, the talk of the world was Z's
currently wandering about in his dreamland.
Even after sleeping for a whole day, he didn't show signs of waking up.
Once his sleep-deprived body tasted genuine sleep, it desired it endlessly. Soul Jihu was currently feeling very happy with himself. He didn't know why, but there was a soft warmth constantly embracing his body.
No, that wasn't enough to describe this sensation.
It was cozy, relaxing, purifying. If there was an essence of warmth in the world, he firmly believed this had to be it. Plus, although it sometimes made him stifled for breath, there was also something tender and squishy. This unbelievably soft and elastic thing also packed quite a size. Every time Soul Jihu buried his face in this softness, an unknown comfort and kindness entered his brain.
This is happiness.
He became languid, so much so that he thought it would be okay to die like this. Even when he woke up, he immediately fell back asleep from the coziness. That wasn't all.
Here. The light was only scary at first.
It grew gentler as time went by, and more importantly, there were times that it talked to him in his dreams like a real human being. He just did as he was told, and delicious food would enter his mouth.
It smells amazing.
Is it porridge?
Soul Jihu sniffed repeatedly and opened his mouth like a baby waiting to be fed.
As expected, a warm porridge gently entered his mouth. Soul Jihu still believed he was dreaming as he gulped down.
Delicious, delicious.
However, he never let his guard down.
There were times when a bitter smell would be mixed in with the food.
Single quote exclamation mark single quote. As soon as he sensed it, he would shut his mouth instantly. It didn't matter whether he was eating delicious food before.
Just like now.
Hey. The light was taken aback. How did you know it was medicine? With this, Soul Jihu became sure. He was thankful to the person taking care of him, but he hated medicine. Come on. You have to eat this after your meal. Quote. Don't be like that. Do you know how precious this herb is? Be good, okay? Quote.
Come on. Say,
Quote.
Soul Jihu kept his mouth shut in protest,
but the voice constantly persuaded him. Eventually, he gave in to the gentle pressure and opened his mouth.
Yua.
The man-child grimaced. After barely managing to feed him the medicine, the mysterious person let out a deep sigh.
Really? When are you going to grow up? He could hear the voice say something, but he was sleepy now that he ate something.
After taking a big yawn, Soul Jihu dug into the warmth. He never imagined that someone stroking his hair and patting his back could feel so good. This is happiness. Like the saying, after the storm comes a calm. Soul Jihu thoroughly enjoyed the blissful life he now had.
Of course, he had no way of knowing what was going on in the outside world. Asterisk.
Seoul, Sin-Young Pharmaceuticals headquarters. Yes.
Today at 6:25 p.m. Yes, I understand. Click. The sound of a phone hanging up could be heard.
Kim Hannah had an odd expression as she looked down at the office phone on her desk. Soul Jihu. She had found out long ago that he joined the rescue mission without telling her.
Of course, it was already too late to stop him then.
She just received the report that he had returned alive. Because she had an urgent matter to take care of on Earth, the news of Sol Jihu's return had reached her late. In any case, she was relieved to hear that he came back alive.
Right, she was relieved. Ehu.
Kim Hannah covered her face with her hands.
You motherfucking son of a bitch.
He was already garnering unnecessary attention due to his golden mark, but the problem he caused this time was too great for anyone to ignore. This matter was on an entirely different scale compared to the defense of the Arden fortress. As it would affect the whole of Paradise, there was no way his name wouldn't spread. It was already well beyond Kim Hannah's capabilities to deal with alone.
Although Sol Jihu was still oblivious, Paradise wasn't a simple world.
As Earthlings could use achievement points to bring Paradise's items back to Earth, countless interest groups were battling it out in chaos. There was a reason Paradise housed large, violent organizations from Earth. If one got unlucky, he would have to be careful not only in Paradise but also on Earth. Kim Hannah had just received a call from her secretary, telling her that the First Lady wanted to see her. Kim Hannah could only come up with one reason that Pervert would suddenly want to see her.
Who?
Kim Hannah slapped her cheeks in despair. It was a stroke of fortune, no, a stroke of miracle from the heavens that the daughter of Luxuria was taking care of Sol Jihu. Seo Yuhui was undoubtedly one of the most influential Earthlings in Paradise.
Although she retired from her position a long time ago, her abilities, fame, influence, and organization did not go anywhere. She would be able to become a stronger shield than any other Earthling.
Kim Hannah breathed a sigh of relief when she found out Seo Yuhui volunteered to help herself. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder. Why is she protecting Sol Jihu? Kim Hannah was positive the two had no prior connections. There was no one named Seo Yuhui among Sol Jihu's network of friends, family, and acquaintances. In fact, Seo Yuhui was a woman wrapped in a veil of mystery. Practically no one knew her identity on Earth. Is she trying to raise him? That was certainly possible. Of the acclaimed Earthlings playing an active part in Paradise's conflicts, more than a few had crossed her hands. After all, even that Sung Shi-hyun was her work. Thinking about it this way, Kim Hannah could begin to understand. Of course, she had too many things on her plate at the moment to think too deeply into it. For now, she decided to focus on the problems at hand. I'll need to pull the plan forward. But before that, there was something she needed to do. Bastard, just wait until I see you again. Her eyes flickered with a cold, grim light. I'll show you. Chapter 92. One could say that an organization was a societal group in which people gathered under the banner of achieving a common goal. Members of an organization understood each other through frequent interactions and gave their effort in accomplishing a shared goal. Such organizations prioritized profit the most, and given the unique nature of Paradise, different groups were called different things. One thing to note was that a group's name did not reflect its power in any way. Usually, the number of organization members determined its title. Small-scale or independent organizations were called teams, groups, crews, societies, or associations, while mid- and large-scale organizations were called alliances, guilds, unions, or companies. Put this way, Paradise's temple was also an organization. The Temple of Luxuria was an organization of priests who served the goddess of lust. Described in more detail, this organization once held the biggest influence in all of Paradise. Of course, this was all a glory of the past. That was when both Seo Yuhui and Sung Shi-hyun were active. To be precise, the Temple of Luxuria was at the height of its glory before these two executors split up after a falling out. Sung Shi-hyun left for Sinyang after this incident, and Seo Yuhui announced her retirement from Paradise. Naturally, the Temple of Luxuria's influence plummeted. But just like the saying, an old eagle is better than a young crow, the Temple of Luxuria still could not be looked down upon. Given its nature as a temple, there was no need to worry it would fail either. It was just that its current influence was lacking compared to when it was led by two executors. Naturally, priests who could not forget the past glory constantly sought out to revitalize the group. For example, today,
a level 6 bishop wearing a mitre visited Haremarch's Temple of Luxuria for this exact reason. Please help.
He knelt on the ground. He knew very well that the person he was talking to would feel bothered by his actions. The bishop's status wasn't so low as to kneel so frivolously, and he definitely wasn't the type to enjoy such indignant actions. In fact, he was someone who liked to flaunt his authority. However, the woman in front of him was more than worthy enough for him to endure minor humiliations such as this.
The order's caste system is breaking down. Please return to guide us, executor.
No. A gentle voice cut him off.
I will not return to the Order of Luxuria. She sounded firm as if there was no room for negotiations.
However, the mitre-wearing man didn't back down. Didn't you promise? That you would return if we make an expedition to the Delphinian Duchy's laboratory. I certainly did.
The woman retorted clearly.
But the expedition is no longer needed. The laboratory has been destroyed completely, and all members of the rescue team returned alive. The order never set out on the expedition, yet you're asking me to keep my side of the promise? Her logical response put the man at a loss of words.
The woman was well known for keeping every promise she made.
As someone who has watched her for a long time, the bishop knew that better than anyone else. He had prodded her just to be sure, only to end up being put into his place. Miss Seo Yuhui, you may have resigned from your position as an executor, but you know that Goddess Luxuria has not allowed it.
You are mistaken. She allowed me.
But don't you still possess the apostle's authorities?
I'm sure you know what that means. I made my intentions clear.
You are better off asking her personally if you are curious why she has not taken the authorities away.
Please, our order and Lord Luxuria are both rejoicing at the news of your return.
If you're an earthling, I'm sure you know about how contracts are made within paradise. I am also just another earthling. Hearing Seo Yuhui's unyielding position on the matter, the bishop stared at the floor and bit his lower lips. It had been a long time since he experienced her iciness. Seo Yuhui was known as the Ice Queen within paradise precisely because no man had ever succeeded in wooing her, including the famous Sung Shihyun. But having served by Seo Yuhui's side for a long time, the bishop knew that wasn't all there was to it.
Although Seo Yuhui was benevolent and generous, she never approached someone beyond what was necessary and didn't allow anyone to approach her beyond what was necessary.
This didn't apply to only her romantic life but all facets of it. A man lured in by her outer magnanimity would surely run into her iciness one day.
Although most knew they stood little chance, they remained hopeful that they might just melt her heart.
We have long fallen out of our relationship with the Temple of Gyula. Now that you are no longer with us, the number of deserters is increasing by the day.
I don't think it's proper to call them deserters.
Besides, I was never happy with the way the order exerted influence on other organizations by using the priest's rare healing capabilities and its unique status as a temple. But you must know why that was necessary. Even now, outside organizations are trying to steal our priests away with sweet talk. Some are even using them to interfere in our internal affairs. Seo Yuhui didn't say anything in response. The temperature of the room suddenly plummeted. The bishop must have been pressured by Seo Yuhui's cold gaze as he dropped his head until his mitre almost touched the ground. After staying silent for a long time, Seo Yuhui finally opened her mouth. That's quite a problem, isn't it?
Flinch.
The man trembled. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be? But that has nothing to do with me. Seo Yuhui quickly put down any hopeful thoughts in the bishop's head.
I have already left the order.
In a way, I guess I am also an outsider. Pardon? So it is none of my business what the Temple of Luxuria is up to or how it is faring.
Are you Are you truly saying you will abandon the order and remain a bystander? Yes, and one more thing.
Xiao Yuhui replied without a moment of hesitation. What we talked about today. You can make it public.
Her words caused the bishop to blink his eyes in shock.
I'll repeat one more time.
What we talked about today, you can use it however you want.
I don't mind. What do you mean? The bishop was about to raise his head and ask but froze stiff on the spot. What?
Cold sweat flowed down his back.
The woman who was modestly sitting on the couch was now in front of him. Xiao Yuhui leisurely reached out her arm, took off the bishop's mitre, and carefully brought it to her eyes.
So. She studied the shining jewel decorating the center of the mitre. Please, don't bother me any more than this, Miss Yun Seahui. She gave a refreshing smile. Peetst. The jewel's light flickered off.
This meant one of two things. The other side had either severed the connection or destroyed the crystal. Of course, both Xiao Yuhui and the bishop knew it was the latter. After a moment of silence, the bishop revealed his teeth. You knew. I noticed that you changed the mitre's jewel.
I know you aren't the type to change something like that so easily.
Ho! With just that? Whether it be liquor, clothes, or friends, you always say you prefer old ones. Xiao Yuhui placed the mitre back on the bishop's head before returning to her couch. She then continued. Go back. With just those two words, the bishop knew that the thin thread of connection they still shared was cut off. He had nothing to say and could only stand up helplessly. Do you not blame me? I don't want to.
I understand where you're coming from, after all.
I see. Rather than being devoured bit by bit, it might indeed be better to join hands with Xingyang. So she knew everything. The bishop let out a bitter chuckle. I know I am in no position to say this, but please, I would be eternally grateful if you came back. My answer is the same no matter how many times you ask me. Xiao Yuhui never lost her gentle smile from the beginning to end of this conversation. In the end, the bishop sighed dejectedly and turned around to leave. It was then. Click. The door clicked open. The bishop looked up reflexively and saw a youth trudging into the room. His face was full of drowsiness. His eyes were barely open, and judging from the way he looked around in a daze, it seemed the youth had woken up only a moment ago. The youth was walking half asleep, but he didn't look like he was sleeping walking. After appearing out of the blue and looking around the room, the youth's gaze suddenly landed in one place. This is? The bishop asked belatedly, but his word immediately came to a stop. Tap, 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 tap. Like a baby with some sort of a sensor on his hands, the youth quickly crawled to his target. Once he reached the couch, he buried his face in Xiao Yuhui's laps. Oh! Xiao Yuhui, who had been watching the youth in a daze, muttered out in surprise. What? The bishop was even more shocked. He had never seen Xiao Yuhui allow someone to approach her so easily. Not even once. Geez. Again? Xiao Yuhui made a troubled expression, then. I told you to sleep quietly, EHEW. She clicked her tongue and gently stroked the youth's hair. She seemed to be at a loss for what to do, yet she was clearly patting him willingly. Seeing the youth rub his cheek on her thighs with a happy smile, the bishop was shocked once again. Not only did Yun Seahui allow him to approach her, but she even let him touch her? Impossible. He almost wanted to scream out, that's blasphemy. He began to doubt whether the woman in front of him was the ice queen he knew. This is my fault. Xiao Yuhui must have seen the bishop's culture-shocked face as she heaved out a deep sigh. It's Miss Xiao Yuhui's fault? Yes, I spoiled him a bit too much and he developed a habit. Xiao Yuhui mumbled in embarrassment. Excuse us. She got up from the couch as if the situation couldn't be helped. Come on, let's go back to your room. Hurry. Drag, drag. The youth was dragged out of the room, his arms still interlinked around Seo Yuhui's waist as he made his exit. The bishop stood still for a long time without moving a single muscle.
Cho Hong had headed to the border region for Seoul Ji-hu.
She shook off countless voices holding her back and ran to the border, but she had no intention of jumping in recklessly. It was just that Cho Hong had baseless confidence that Seoul Ji-hu was alive.
She was planning on patrolling the border region in case she might be of help in his escape.
If she didn't do at least this, she felt like she would regret it for the rest of her life. However, she received news of Seoul Ji-hu's return less than a day after her departure. Immediately, she turned her carriage around. As soon as she arrived in Harem, she ran to Luxuria's temple. She grabbed the earthling working as the reception lady by her collar and strangled Seoul Ji-hu's whereabouts out of her. As soon as she kicked the door open and burst into the room he was staying in. She could see the youth sitting on a bed.
She studied him carefully, and indeed, it really was him. She panted to catch her breath. "You!" But her mouth automatically closed in the next moment.
She had many things she wanted to say to him, but her mouth refused to open now that he was in front of her.
She was both happy and sad.
A part of her even wanted to beat him to a pulp. It was a strange, confusing feeling. "Say something." After exchanging glances for a long time, Cho Hong finally spoke up. "What are you looking at? You forgot my face in just a week." She spoke curtly out of embarrassment, but Seoul Ji-hu showed signs of being confused and taken aback.
"Ah,"
he stammered a bit before quietly muttering. "Who are you? What?"
Cho Hong's brows twitched.
"Who are you? You said. You. Are you mad? Is there a problem with your brain?" Seoul Ji-hu then put on a dejected look.
"Yes."
What? I recently got into a huge accident.
"I can't remember anything because of it."
He can't remember anything? Cho Hong's eyes trembled noticeably.
"Why, you piece of shit?
You're just messing with me again, aren't you?"
She shouted angrily, but her voice of shaking.
Her heart began to pound as a sense of unease crept up inside her.
The way Seoul Ji-hu massaged his temples really made him look like he was confused.
"By any chance, do you know me?" When he carefully asked her this, Cho Hong's legs almost gave in.
"You."
She suddenly remembered the moment before their attempted escape. Seoul Ji-hu had desperately reached out with his arm even after he collapsed on the ground.
That moment haunted her every night. Why couldn't she have grabbed his hand?
She couldn't remember how wrought with guilt she was.
"You really don't remember?"
I'm not sure. Everything is just a mess." Cho Hong collected her breath.
She couldn't believe it. No, she didn't want to believe it. She walked up to him step by step.
"What about Dylan?"
"Dylan."
"And Hugo?" "Hugo? What about Carpe Diem? Samuel? Alex? Ian? What about Teresa? And the Forest of Denial? The Ramen Village?" Cho Hong spat out every keyword she could think of, but her shock only grew bigger. "You really forgot everything? You don't remember even a single name? That can't be, right?"
"Right?" She was practically pleading with him now. Hearing how desperate she sounded, Seoul Ji-hu dropped his head. "I'm sorry." When she saw Seoul Ji-hu apologizing for doing nothing wrong, her heart sank.
"Why are you apologizing, you idiot?" The edges of her eyes turned red, and Cho Hong sniffled quietly.
"I should be the one who's sorry."
At that moment, the youth suddenly brought his head closer to Cho Hong's.
"Ah."
Now that I think about it. Why, you remember. Seoul Ji-hu stared at her intently and furrowed his brows. Then, he spoke.
"I think I'm kidding."
"What?"
"I'm kidding."
"Kidding?" Cho Hong's complexion flattened in a daze.
"Yeah." Sol Ji-hoo grinned mischievously and added, "This is called tricking Cho-hong again."
It was then. Kwang! A sudden explosive sound erupted in the treatment room.
Sol Ji-hoo's jaw dropped open.
Cho-hong's punch had broken the drawer next to the bed.
You
Tremble. Her throat trembled as her eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Sol Ji-hoo could even sense a murderous intent rising up in the air.
It didn't take long for him to come to the conclusion that he had screwed up. Sorry. He immediately brought his hands together and apologized.
You son of a bitch. You toyed with me.
Sorry, I won't do it ever again.
Believe me. You motherfucking piece of shit. Do you know how much I was worried? Kook. When tears burst out from Cho-hong's deathly glare, Sol Ji-hoo felt his heart drop a beat in terror.
Cho-hong, I'm really sorry. I went overboard with my joke. Fuck off.
Cho-hong spat out a curse and turned around angrily. Sol Ji-hoo quickly hugged her back. Don't go.
I told you to fuck off. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm not going to say it again, you bastard.
Cho-hong twisted her body to free herself, but Sol Ji-hoo clung onto her as if his life depended on it. In truth, Cho-hong could have easily shaken him off, but she couldn't do so since she knew he was injured. Soon, after he barely managed to drag Cho-hong to the bed, he rubbed his palms together and begged for forgiveness. He had no excuses to offer, and after putting himself in her shoes, he truly felt apologetic. As he was listening to Cho-hong's endless cursing, the sound of the door opening rang out. Cho-hong, who couldn't bring herself to hit him and could only yell at him angrily, furrowed her brows. It's quite noisy in here. Ha! What are you two doing hugging each other?
Two women entered the room, each carrying a basket in their hands.
The first wore a maid outfit, while the other only had a simple white t-shirt. Miss Maria?
Miss Agnes.
The unexpected guests surprised Sol Ji-hoo, yet he welcomed them nonetheless. What? Why are you here?
Cho-hong asked with a confused expression. Obviously because we heard we could visit him now. He apparently fully regained consciousness today.
Today?
No, so why are you here?
What do you mean why? We're here to wish him a quick recovery. Maria retorted as if she was asked the stupidest question in the world. You came to wish him a quick recovery? You, Maria Yeriel? He came to my place too when I wasn't well.
I'm just repaying the debt. Maria returned a concise answer and gently placed the basket down.
I'm here to see my disciple. No one asked, but Agnes also mentioned her terrible excuse for coming to visit.
Would you like some fruits?
Ha!
Ah. Yes.
Who the hell cares about fruits?
I brought some liquor, so let's have a party.
Are you mad? You're trying to get a patient to drink hard liquor?
Maria nodded her head at Cho-hong's shouting.
Your dumbass brain makes sense for once, but still, I'm sure it's fine if…
Aw, get your hands off the basket.
I didn't bring it for you to shove it down your throat. Leave me be.
I need some liquor in my system. Otherwise, I'm going to explode from anger because of that bastard. Maria and Cho-hong bickered as usual, and Agnes calmly peeled fruits on the side.
Sol Ji-hoo never expected Maria and Agnes to both come visit him. However, those two weren't the only guests.
In fact, they were just the beginning. Thud!
A black man kicked the door open just like Cho-hong. He stomped into the room and immediately embraced Sol Ji-hoo.
Sol. Sel.
Who? Hugo?
Ah!
You're alive. You're alive. Wait, I can't breathe.
Starting with Hugo. Hey! Sol.
I heard the news.
Here.
Congrats on making it back alive. Mikhail and Veronica came. You really were alive. Mr. Kazuki? You're here too?
You were a member of my team, although it was only for one mission. I need to thank you too. Ah, take this.
Ace Kazuki came.
Oops, are we late?
Why do you look so surprised? I missed you so much. And even Ian and Teresa came. The treatment room quickly became rowdy.
The room was already small.
Now that it held 10 people in it, it was filled to the brim.
Wow!
Sol Ji-hoo felt a bit lightheaded. Do I really deserve this? Frankly, he was dumbfounded. At the same time, a big grin emerged on his face when he thought they all came to see him. He tried to hold back his joy, but his mouth refused to listen.
Ha ha!
In the end, joyous laughter escaped his mouth. Cho-hong grumbled, asking what the hell he was laughing about, but his laughter continued without stopping. This is fun. He didn't know why, but Sol Ji-hoo found this moment surrounded by people happy. He was so happy that he wanted time to stop. It was to the point that he didn't want to go back to Earth.
Chapter 93.
While the treatment room was bustling with visitors, Ace Kazuki stayed silent with his back leaning against the wall. It's quite loud here, huh? He found the situation quite rowdy, but he was surprised at the same time. I heard he was a level 2 warrior.
Almost everyone in the room was a well-known Earthling.
Seeing how they all came to wish the youth a speedy recovery, Ace Kazuki could easily guess they had some sort of a connection with him. In other words, these people were friends, if not acquaintances, of the Earthling known as Sol. Just as he turned around thinking it was time for him to leave, he caught sight of a woman peeking into the room through the half-open gap behind the door. That's...
Kazuki was shocked inwardly but tilted his head at the same time.
The woman was staring at one particular man in the room. Her eyes were fixed on him somewhat uncomfortably.
Rather than being sad, she looked more worried.
Who is she looking at? Following the woman's line of sight, Kazuki turned his gaze, which landed on the youth sitting on the bed.
The youth was talking with a bright smile while occasionally bursting out into a hearty laughter.
He said he was fully recovered, and he seemed fine mentally as well.
Looks like there aren't any lasting effects.
Kazuki turned back to the door and his gaze met the woman's. Kazuki quickly unfolded his crossed arms and respectfully bowed.
The woman smiled gently and bowed back before turning around. Asterisk.
Ace Kazuki was the first to leave.
Following him, the visitors began to return one by one.
Sol Ji-hoo's safe return was something to celebrate, but it was hard to see it as a perfectly happy ending. The loss of the level 5 arch shooter, Edward Dillon, was a cold, harsh reality. Losing the leader of a team was a matter of serious consequences, especially if that leader was a high ranker. It was no different than losing the captain of a ship mid-voyage. It was an undeniable fact that Carpe Diem would no longer hold the position it used to. After all, no one was insane enough to entrust an important mission to a team with only 3 warriors. As visitors purposefully took their leave, the treatment room was eventually left with just 3 people. Once the commotion died down and silence descended on the room, Sol Ji-hoo was left feeling a bit bitter. He couldn't help but think how happier he would be if Dillon was here with the rest. Why are you so depressed? Cho-hong must not have liked how he was acting as she shouted with a displeased look. Raise your shoulders. Open your chest.
The mission was a success. We rescued 3 people and saved 3 others. You even screwed the parasite's plans big time. Do you know how big of a wave you caused in paradise?
She's right, Sol. There's no reason for you to feel guilty. No, you should be proud.
Dillon would have surely said the same thing. Hugo also chimed in.
Dillon. Sol Ji-hoo carefully raised his voice after listening quietly for a bit.
He's doing well, right?
If you're talking about the penalty, well. Hugo scratched his nose. It's not easy.
The sense of emptiness and loss you feel when you lose your memories of paradise is something that's hard to deal with for most.
Then.
But if it's him, I'm sure he will be able to overcome all difficulties.
I trust Dillon.
Hugo continued with a firm voice. What's important is that Dillon returned to Earth as a human.
We should focus on that.
Hugo's words touched Sol Ji-hoo. He really did wish Dylan would be able to overcome the infamous penalty.
No, he was certain Dylan would be able to overcome it.
Sol Ji-hoo clenched his fists. A moment of silence ensued before Cho-hong opened her mouth. "What are you going to do from now?" Sol Ji-hoo was slightly taken aback.
Was she talking about the future of Carpe Diem? He wanted to ask her about that himself.
He never expected her to be the one to ask that question. "Hugo and I are going to return to Earth for now," Cho-hong continued. "We're, well, a bit exhausted. We want to rest easy. And we also need some time to organize our thoughts."
Are you disbanding Carpe Diem?
"What are you talking about?" Cho-hong snorted and waved her hand.
I'm just saying we should rest since we just completed a huge mission.
Don't jump the gun. Thankfully, it seemed Cho-hong had no plans to disband Carpe Diem.
That was enough.
Sol Ji-hoo internally heaved out a sigh of relief. "Oh, also, I need to tell you something." Hugo, who had his hand in the basket, suddenly spoke as if he just remembered something.
Miss Foxy wanted us to pass you a message. She said you should come to Earth when you're awake. Miss Foxy.
You mean, Kim Hana? Sol Ji-hoo asked in surprise.
Yep. I was surprised too.
Who knew you were contracted to Sinyoung?
No, I'm not.
You're not? No, they did ask me to, but I refused.
Kim Hana and I just have a personal contract between us.
You refused? And you signed a contract with Miss Foxy?
Yeah.
Hugo's eyes widened in surprise. Then, his hand started moving again.
He took out a well-ripened fruit and muttered in admiration. Wow!
I can't believe you refused Sinyoung. Ah. Well, I guess you are a gold mark.
Crunch. He bit down on the fruit and began snickering.
Still, I was really surprised. Why? Did she say something?
No, not that. Kick.
Don't take this the wrong way, but how come all the women in your life are crazies? Crazies? What does that mean? Cho-hong must have been curious too. Hugo continued to snicker as he pointed at Cho-hong with his chin. I mean, you have 4 of Paradise's 6 crazies around you. 4 of the 6 crazies?
Ah, Miss Foxy, Maria Yeriel, Claire Agnes. Ah, you're right.
Cho-hong counted with her fingers and eventually burst out laughing. He's contracted to 1 and 2 came to visit him.
He's screwed. Are we going to find his corpse one day in an alleyway somewhere? Pa ha ha. Cho-hong cackled as she smacked Sol Ji-hoo's back.
Who's the other one?
Aw! Chinzia Noonam. Pa ha ha ha.
But for some reason, Hugo wasn't laughing at all. In fact, he was staring at Cho-hong with an expression that was a mixture of bitterness and confusion. His lips were twitching like he wanted to tell her something, but he just clicked his tongue and bit down on the fruit again.
Be careful, Sol, especially of the one close to you.
I'm not kidding. He whispered to Sol Ji-hoo while chewing on the fruit. Sol Ji-hoo returned a wry smile. But calling them crazy, isn't that a bit rude? Rude? Do you know how long I've known her?
Crazy doesn't begin to describe her. Her nickname is Slaughter Maiden.
Slaughter Maiden? It's not even Battle Maiden. Slaughter Maiden? While Cho-hong was busy cackling to herself with her hands on her belly, the 2 men whispered to each other. Didn't I tell you before?
She acts all coy and innocent around you. Really?
Cho-hong? Coy?
She almost beat me up today.
Though, that was my fault.
Exactly.
That barely counts as being angry. It has to be at least 10 times what you've seen today to say, "Ah, she's really triggered today." 10 times? Sol Ji-hoo couldn't believe it. He immediately activated 9 eyes and glanced at Cho-hong. Chung Cho-hong's status window. General information.
Summon date, November 18, 2015. Marking grade, red. Sex, age, female, 22. Height, weight, 170.2 centimeters, 58.6 kilograms. Current condition, healthy.
Class, LV.
4 Divine Champion. Nationality, Hong Kong, Area 7. Affiliation, Carpe Diem. Alias, Go Stop, Slaughter Maiden, 6 Crazy, Chung Tricked Again. Huh.
It was true. Sol Ji-hoo was just about to ask Cho-hong to read her aliases on her status window. But then his eyes spotted the shattered drawer next to his bed. Suddenly, a chill ran down his back.
Ah, I haven't laughed that hard in a while. Cho-hong finally grabbed a hold of herself and was wiping tears off her eyes.
Anyways, you're going, right?
To Earth.
Sol Ji-hoo suddenly felt he was caught off guard. Hello? Don't you need to go back?
Your contractor is calling you, you know.
Aw. Yeah. I'll give her a call. What are you talking about?
How are you going to call someone on Earth from here?
What, is there something you need to do? Why do you sound reluctant to go back? Princess Teresa said she'd invite me to the palace. Who cares?
That can go once you come back.
Sol Ji-hoo was a loss for words and could only stammer.
Cho-hong felt that something was off, and her eyebrows perked up.
Do you really not want to go back? And no. Sol Ji-hoo answered reflexively, but he couldn't hide his Adam's apple trembling slightly. It was then that Sol Ji-hoo noticed his fingers shaking and hid them under the blanket. To be honest, he wanted to tell her he didn't want to go back. He didn't know why. It was just that when he thought about leaving paradise, an instinctive sense of rejection swelled inside him. He felt his chest congest uncomfortably and even felt a bit of anxiousness. But he couldn't bring himself to say all this. If he did, he knew Cho-hong would ask why. He didn't want to lie, but he didn't want to tell the truth either. No. Now that he thought about it, he did have to go back at least once. It was hard to say he was in a secure position on Earth, and he also figured it would be easier to find basic knowledge of spear throwing and energy circulation on Earth. Thinking about it this way, he felt a bit better. Right, if I want to live in paradise. Of course, I'm going back. I have things to take care of, so it might take a while until I'm back. Yeah, I'm sure. Don't worry about it and have a safe trip. Cho-hong erased her suspicions hearing Sol Ji-hoo's straightforward answer. Sol Ji-hoo smiled. He was already excited when he thought about learning mana spear and mana circulation once he returned. Asterisk. Carpe Diem's new direction was revealed. The 3 remaining members decided to take a break and use the time to think about the future. Cho-hong and Hugo said they would go back to Earth today. Sol Ji-hoo figured he shouldn't waste any more time. After asking Cho-hong to bring him a bag, he contacted Kim Hannah through the communication crystal ball she gave him. She's not picking up. However, he couldn't get in touch. It seemed she still had not returned from Earth. He grabbed the clothes Cho-hong brought him and left the treatment room. Since he wasn't in a hospital, he didn't need to go through formal procedures to be allowed to leave. Still, he had to pay for the treatment he received. It looks like my body's gotten a lot better. Sol Ji-hoo cracked his neck and swung his arms around, only to be surprised beyond belief. His physical body was simply too healthy. His wounds had all closed up, and although he might just be mistaken, he felt like his mana was circulating more intensely than before. Overall, it felt like he powered up, almost like he ate a precious herb or pill. However, he couldn't remember a thing about the priest who healed him. It was because he did nothing but sleep after seeing that bright light. That said, he knew someone had taken care of him deeply for the 24 hours he was asleep or barely awake. Who could it be? To pay for his treatment and to thank the priest who took care of him, Sol Ji-hoo headed to the reception desk of the temple. However, he was met with an unexpected predicament. She's not here? No. She said she had something urgent to take care of. Then can I at least know her name? I apologize, that isn't something I can reveal without her permission. He was even told that he didn't need to pay. Apparently, whoever treated him had given the priests a strict order not to receive payment. Still, Sol Ji-hoo remained persistent, and the reception lady eventually said that the treatment cost at least 1 gold coin. Sol Ji-hoo couldn't hide his shock when he heard that.
How amazing was the person who treated me. In the end, he gave in and stood in front of the returning warp gate. He told himself that going back was the right choice, yet he was still hesitant.
Don't expect anything. Don't expect anything. He muttered to himself multiple times before he entrusted himself to the blue light.
Returning to Earth. He had experienced it once before, but he couldn't help but feel a little strange. It wasn't that he was unfamiliar with the sensation of returning. He was unfamiliar with the clean room he returned to.
How long was I gone?
He looked around his room like he was standing in someone else's place.
He then found his phone lying on the ground. Perhaps because of the constant reminder to not expect anything, he muttered in his head. His hands didn't immediately grab it.
He knew he would only be disappointed.
However, he still needed his phone if he were to contact Kim Hana. Sol Ji-hoo smacked his lips and picked up the phone.
It looks like it's still morning. When he opened the window, he was greeted by blazing sunlight.
He furrowed his brows as stuffy hot air rushed in. It was early May. The weather was too hot considering summer had only just begun.
Guess I'm back. He watched cars running through the streets under his apartment buildings. Then, he suddenly grabbed his wallet.
Like a donkey stung by a bee, he hurriedly left his apartment building and ran to the convenience store by the road.
Kiu!
When he bought a can of Coke and chugged it down his throat, he felt like he had the whole world under his grasp. He never thought carbonated drinks would feel so good. Only after purchasing a pack of cigarettes on top did he feel like he was finally back on Earth. After emptying the can of Coke and finishing a cigarette by the roadside, he felt relaxed. He wanted to go grab some tasty food but knew he had better things to do. He took out his phone and pressed the power button with his thumb, his eyes constantly staring at the screen.
The moment the phone finished booting and the screen popped up.
BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. The phone buzzed crazily. Although there was a short pause between each vibration, he could count at least 10 of them. His eyes now widened. Sol Ji-hoo checked his messages. His jaw dropped slightly.
Mom. And Hung, too?
Most of his missed calls seemed to be spam calls, but his mother had called him twice and his older brother, Sol Woo-sok, once. Why? It wasn't as if someone was chasing him, but Sol Ji-hoo panicked. He checked the date of the calls.
Although it had been a while since then, he was still tempted to call them back.
But after thinking about it a little more, he decided that wasn't such a good idea. They had to be calling to ask where he got the money he previously showed up with. Sol Ji-hoo had yet to come up with a good answer. As such, there was only one person for him to call right now. It was April 17th, the last time I was here, right? He remembered Kim Hana yelling at him for not picking up his phone as he scrolled down the list of past callers. An unregistered phone number had called him several times on April 17th. Judging by the time the calls were made, he became positive that this was Kim Hana's number. But now that he thought about it, calling her wasn't so easy either. He tried his best to calm his beating heart as he pressed the call button.
Beep! Before the ringtone sounded out once. You!
Sol Ji-hoo quickly pulled his phone away from his ear.
He could barely hear the voice coming out of the phone, but he picked up on a few words, including son and tard.
%@ hash caret and at caret hash at. Like a sparrow that met a bird of prey, Sol Ji-hoo blankly stared at his crying phone.
Chapter 94. The coffee shop's door opened, and a youth walked in.
After looking around the place carefully, he spotted a young woman sitting by the window. She was in a semi-formal attire rather than her usual gray business suit, but her neatly tied ponytail was a definite trademark of Kim Hana. The youth walked up to her stiffly, but Kim Hana showed zero reactions. She had her arms folded and her legs crossed, staring in front of her with an expressionless face.
Like a criminal with clear evidence against him, Sol Ji-hoo hesitantly sat down on the seat across from her. Kim Hana.
He called her quietly, but Kim Hana wasn't even staring at him. He couldn't be sure whether she was zoned out or just ignoring him, but her eyes were staring at the empty air.
A heavy silence filled the atmosphere.
Sol Ji-hoo looked down somewhat in shame.
The awkward atmosphere was hard to bear.
He would have much preferred Kim Hana to spit out curses as he expected her to, but she had a different air about her. This can't be good.
He schemed to look for the right opportunity to gloss over the subject,
but that thought vanished completely. No matter how mischievous and immature he was, he knew when and when not to joke with someone. Just as he was starting to get worried that his pounding heart might pop out of his chest.
"I've thought a lot about it,"
Kim Hana finally began. "You might have thought that I was being overprotective of you. Of course, I don't agree with that at all, but I understand if that's what you thought."
She continued in a quiet voice. "I thought doing so was best for you, but I guess what's important in the end is how you perceived it.
And putting it that way, giving you the communication crystal was careless of me. Using my status as your protector to interfere in your life or to get you to do what I want. You might have thought about me that way." Kim Hana sounded serious. Sol Ji-hoo was just about to say, "No, I've never about you that way," but when he saw Kim Hana taking out a white envelope from her purse, he flinched.
"So?" She put the envelope on the table and placed her hand on top of it.
Her hand trembled as if she was about to push it forward. "If you really want."
"No,"
Sol Ji-hoo replied as his instincts told him to. "What?" Kim Hana sounded like a well-sharpened blade. "I don't think of you that way."
"Not now."
Sol Ji-hoo shook his head.
When he activated 9 eyes,
the envelope changed color. Kim Hana was gold just like before, but the envelope had a murky yellow color. This was the first time Sol Ji-hoo was seeing the Golden Commandment with the attention required. "I'm being honest," Sol Ji-hoo quickly added.
He didn't know what was inside the envelope, but he had a strong feeling he must never receive it.
The moment he did, he felt like Kim Hana would disappear from his life. "You don't think of me that way, yet."
Kim Hana's eyebrows perked up.
For the first time since Sol Ji-hoo entered the coffee shop, she met his eyes. "You acted that way?" When he saw her icy gaze, he shrunk back like a frog in front of a snake.
One thing he could be glad about was that her hand holding the yellow envelope went loose.
However, she still had her hand on it. Tap, tap, tap. Kim Hana rapidly tapped on the envelope with her index finger before opening her mouth. "How was it?" "Those 8 days. It couldn't have been just once or twice that your life was at risk. It was fun, right?"
Hovering over the boundary of life and death, weren't those moments electrifying?
"Ah. You even had a beautiful princess by your side, so it must have been exhilarating." "Don't say it like that." Sol Ji-hoo smiled bitterly. "Am I wrong? If it looked like it wouldn't work out, it would have been as simple as committing suicide before getting caught." "Kim Hana, I know you're angry and I can understand why. Since I didn't keep the promise I made, it's my fault 100%.
But
I'm not the type to enjoy trouble. No, it's not even right to call that incident trouble.
I'm not a psychopath who enjoys death."
Sol Ji-hoo's serious tone put a frown on Kim Hana's face. "That experience was a nightmare. It was like I was standing before a huge wall with nowhere to go. I was starving, my throat was parched, my body screamed in pain, and I couldn't even sleep properly because of the constant pursuit from the enemies. What happened was my fault, but it wasn't just once or twice that I wanted to kill myself in despair. Right, those 8 days were a nightmare, one that I never want to experience again." Tap, tap. Kim Hana's index finger became slower.
She furrowed her brows.
"So you weren't enjoying yourself? Think about it carefully. Of course, it might have been hard for you at the time, but now that everything's gone and past, don't you think about it this way? What way? You know, content, satisfying, even something along the lines of, I knew I could do it, or, it was a good experience. That makes no sense. Sol Ji-hoo chuckled as if he waved his hand around.
I don't even think that way about my time in the military. Plus, I already told you how I felt. I won't think about it that way even in 10 years.
Really? You really don't think this way? You probably don't understand. Returning alive, eating, drinking, sleeping on a bed, and even talking with you here. Everything feels like a dream to me.
I'm happy, but sometimes, I'm worried I would close my eyes and open them, only to find myself in that situation again.
Tap, tap. Kim Hana's tapping sped down noticeably.
She studied Sol Ji-hoo as if she was trying to sniff out a secret.
Her expression was clearly one of confusion. Her eyes narrowed, and as if to give up, she bit down on her lips. Then what is it? Quote, question mark, quote. If it's not that, then why did you go?
Money?
No, if you cared about money so much, you wouldn't have rejected me previously.
Is it honor, then? No, the Sol Ji-hoo I know isn't someone who's obsessed about honor.
Quote, ellipsis. Quote. So if it's not money or honor, what is it? I just can't understand. Whatever, fine. If you're telling me the truth, prove it to me, right now.
Thunk.
Kim Hana kicked the table and asked in a forceful tone. If something similar happens in the future, what will you do? Since you know it's tough enough to make you want to kill yourself, you won't go again, right? No, that might not be the case. What?
I'm saying it depends on the people involved.
Sol Ji-hoo replied firmly. If it's for a complete stranger, I won't go. It's not like I'm some altruistic saint.
But.
He paused momentarily and stared at Kim Hana. If it's you who I need to save, then I'll go. No matter what I have to do.
Huh.
Kim Hana looked as if she had just heard the most absurd pickup line. Am I supposed to be touched? I didn't mean it that way. Then tell me. I've been asking you for a while now. Why? Quote, ellipsis. Quote.
I'm not your family member or your girlfriend. I'm just one of your acquaintances.
It was clear to anyone listening in that Kim Hana still couldn't understand. So why are you saying you'd save me? What's the reason? The golden rule. Tap. The tapping stopped. Seeing Kim Hana's frozen index finger, Sol Ji-hoo smiled gently.
Because you are my golden commandment.
Kim Hana stared at him in a daze. I don't understand what that means.
She shook her head as she muttered in a raspy voice.
Sol Ji-hoo suddenly opened his mouth. Do you remember the first time we met?
What are you on about now?
You told me to reveal my secrets in exchange for the invitation. Kim Hana's eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly.
Let's say it's a part of that.
Hey, you better not be trying to gloss over this with some random bullshit. You're saying you can't tell me because you don't trust me. Don't say it like that.
In the first place, you're the one who approached me to use me.
Sol Ji-hoo said curtly.
I had no intention of revealing my secrets.
Not to you or anyone else. Since you're the one who made me fall into a pit of despair in my dream. He swallowed this line down. But after seeing how you were treating me, I changed my mind. It's still changing.
I'm debating whether to tell you everything or not.
I feel like I can trust you, but I can't be sure. I'm in a constant struggle. Kim Hana tilted her head.
She looked up at the ceiling with a puzzled look. I'm not sure what. Huh.
In the end, she turned her gaze back down and massaged her temples with her hands.
Anyways.
Sol Ji-hoo continued to talk. We established a new relationship back when we last met, and it's true that I'm the one who broke our promise.
I have nothing to say other than sorry.
A long sigh rang out along with the murmuring, golden rule. Golden rule. Soon.
Okay, I think I get it.
Kim Hana? Shut up for a bit. I'm still organizing my thoughts. So what you're saying is that you're justified in participating in that mission and that you're not addicted.
Okay, fine, I get all that.
Kim Hannah muttered in a somewhat feeble voice, then, "But you need to know this." She locked her fingers together and stared straight at him. "There's no incident without a problem. But not only are you actively looking for incidents, but you're also walking into them with your own 2 feet. That's
quiet.
Do you know what I went through a few days ago? You and I are bound by a contract. Your actions have consequences that directly affect me.
Whether those consequences are good or bad doesn't matter. I prefer not to be swept into things I can't handle any more than this.
I promise. Something like this won't happen ever again."
Well, we'll see about that. I'm not the type of person who thinks people can be changed to my liking.
Kim Hannah told him flat out but revealed a hesitant expression. "But, looking at you, I'm starting to change my mind. At the very least, the Seol Ji-hoo that's in front of me isn't the gambling addict I know."
Right? Yeah.
"But you still broke our promise twice."
I hate people who habitually break promises more than gambling addicts.
Kim Hannah leaned forward.
So, Ji-hoo.
She grabbed Seol Ji-hoo's hands and held them tightly. "Don't disappoint me any more than this." The pressure coming from her palms seemed to say, "There won't be a third time."
Please, knowing how special you think of me.
I don't want to be a fox to you too. Kim Hannah's alias was Miss Foxy.
Hugo even said she was one of the 6 crazies.
Now that he was looking at her like this, he didn't feel like Hugo was joking. He slowly nodded his head, and only then did Kim Hannah let go of his hands.
She glanced at the white envelope on the table.
After a moment of hesitation, she carefully picked it up.
Seol Ji-hoo swallowed hard, watching the envelope disappear into Kim Hannah's purse.
"So this is the Golden Commandment?
Treat others how you wanted to be treated."
Seol Ji-hoo trembled as he remembered these words.
Until now, he only saw the Golden Commandment in a positive way. Treat others like gold and you will receive gold. So what will happen if you treat others like trash?
A double-edged blade.
He felt like he was beginning to understand the concept of the 9 eyes right side.
Having finished organizing her purse, Kim Hannah asked, "Breakfast? H-hum? Have you had breakfast?" The air suddenly cooled down. Seol Ji-hoo subconsciously let out the breath he had been holding in. He scratched his head and replied, "Not yet." After leaving the coffee shop, the duo headed to a restaurant. Kim Hannah introduced him to a high-class ginseng chicken soup place called Chicken Cloud Palace, and ended up watching Seol Ji-hoo eat with a shocked expression.
Nom, nom. Slurp, slurp, slurp. He picked the chicken up whole and picked it apart piece by piece.
Kim Hannah had never seen someone eat ginseng chicken soup as if it was a bowl of noodles. "Eat slower. You're going to have problems digesting all that." When she filled his empty cup with water, Seol Ji-hoo paused for a moment and gulped it down in one shot. Kim Hannah shook her, perhaps feeling bad about making him check for her reactions constantly.
"I won't say anything, so just eat.
Eat to your heart's content." Rather than going back to stuffing his face with chicken, Seol Ji-hoo grabbed a napkin and wiped his mouth. "I have a question." "What? Did something happen? Why do you think something happened? Today, you were a bit more hysterical than usual." "Wise. What did you say?" Kim Hannah's eyes turned into daggers. Seol Ji-hoo quickly changed the topic. "I mean, you said so before. That you went through something a few days ago." Hearing this, Kim Hannah's glaring eyes loosened and was replaced by bitterness. "It's not something to talk about while eating. Don't worry, it won't ruin my appetite." Kim Hannah smacked her lips. "It's just that. I met someone." "Who?" "The First Lady." Seol Ji-hoo was about to take another bite out of the chicken but paused midway. "By First Lady, you mean? Who do you think?" "She's Yun Seora's older sister." "Her?" What, did she beat you up or something? She's not like that. Kim Hannah chuckled and took out a document the size of an A4 paper from her purse.
Here, it's 252.5 million won.
I sold it for 500 silver coins. Sold what?
The ornament you gave me, stupid. Seol Ji-hoo dropped the chicken.
Really?
Yep.
I already converted it to Earth's currency. You understand why, right?
Seol Ji-hoo was about to shout,
of course, I do. It's not like I'm short on money in paradise, but he didn't and fell into deep thought.
It didn't look like Kim Hannah was all that happy about it.
Did someone steal the money? I would have preferred that, actually.
That way, I would have something over them.
What was that supposed to mean? Seol Ji-hoo couldn't quite understand what she was talking about, so he decided to just listen for now. This problem actually started from you spending the 100 million won I gave you. Seol Ji-hoo immediately coughed, and Kim Hannah burst into laughter.
Anyways, I plan to give this money to you over the course of 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
Like a salary, I plan to give you 4 million every month and give out the rest through various bonuses and benefits. Seol Ji-hoo blinked repeatedly before going, "Ah. You were trying to make it look like I got a job. Like Sinyoung's system." That was good news for him. When he visited his parents before, he told them he got a job. But the reality was that he would be at a loss for words if they started asking him about it. Once they began asking questions like, "What company do you work for? Let me see your contract," or, "Let me see your bank account," they would discover the truth in no time. But with a fake job, everything would be resolved. Given Kim Hannah's skills, she would have undoubtedly come up with a legit source for the 100 million won she gave him. You're really smart when it comes to things like this. Kim Hannah snorted at Seol Ji-hoo's compliment and continued. Right. I wanted to arrange a secure source of money for you and give you a secure environment so that you wouldn't have to worry about life on this side. So I wanted to push you into a foreign company I trust, but… Chapter 95. After hearing Kim Hannah's brief explanation, Seol Ji-hoo couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. To Sinyoung? Apparently, Kim Hannah was faced with the words, "Is there a need for him to go to another company? Bring him to Sinyoung." The person who said this was supposedly Yoon Se-hui, Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals' top-level executive. So, I'm going to become affiliated with Sinyoung? Not necessarily. Kim Hannah swirled her chopsticks around the ginseng chicken soup, her ponytail dancing in the air. I told you before, right? That those with the authority to invite Earthlings to paradise have the duty to develop a safe environment for Earthlings to cross worlds. Yeah. Think about it that way.
Nothing more, nothing less. You said you were going to the place I recommended you, so Sinyoung basically volunteered themselves. Frankly, it's not a bad deal.
In fact, it's a great one. It seemed Sinyoung stepped up when nobody asked them to. Of course, they couldn't force Kim Hannah to invite Seol Ji-hoo or force Seol Ji-hoo to accept their offer. Right, there's no problem on the surface. Kim Hannah suddenly grabbed her chopsticks as if to split them in half. But it still feels like shit.
She then furrowed her brows and bore her teeth.
That bitch. Do you know what she said? Oh, Miss Hannah, don't you think you're being a bit too greedy? Fuck her. What business does she have with my belongings? I'm the one who got that gold stamp, and I'm the one who's contracted to you. That fucking whore. The emotions behind her voice surpassed the level of rage and resentment and treaded into the level of abhorrence and cursing. It seemed Kim Hannah's pride had really been hurt. Anyways, there's no problem on the surface, but you still need to stay sharp.
This gives them a point of contact with you.
Do I have to go to them? Can't you just say I declined their offer? There's no reason for you to.
Well, you could always say it's personal preference.
That's true, but that will only create more enemies for you.
Plus, it will trouble me too.
But Seol Ji-hoo was about to say, but why would it? But he swallowed his words back down. He made a somewhat meek, helpless expression.
I'm just finding it hard to understand.
Understand what? Did I do something wrong? Kim Hana's eyes widened. Sol Ji-hoo twirled his spoon around as he continued. Why is everyone so bent on harassing me? I just wanted to save them, that's all.
I didn't have other intentions.
It's true that I just did what I wanted at the time, but it's not like I hurt them or inconvenienced them somehow.
I'm busy trying to mind my own business, yet.
That's just how paradise is. Kim Hana looked at him bitterly and quietly cut him off.
The world isn't as simple and clear as you think. I can guarantee you one thing.
Guarantee? Sol Ji-hoo asked. Kim Hana hesitated for a long time before finally opening her mouth.
Wait.
Even if you don't do anything, there will be people who curse you.
The more famous you get, the more hate you'll receive.
Some people will even resent you. That's not the end of it. There will be a ton of people who are going to try to use you, even if you didn't do anything wrong. But why?
Sol Ji-hoo looked visibly confused.
Because you're trying to jump ahead. Kim Hana said with a bitter smile. That's just how the world is. She muttered in a low voice.
She wasn't done yet.
That's not all.
Even on Earth, there are thousands of incidents people find hard to understand.
For example, a serial killer randomly murdering people. Assailants don't care about the victim's intentions at all.
Just look at celebrities. Sure, some of them might deserve the hate they receive, but there are a lot more who don't.
Do you know why haters leave mean comments or attack them on their social media? It's simple. Because they're unhappy, because they want attention, because they're bored, because they don't like the way someone looks, because they just want to argue, because they're jealous. There are countless reasons. Sol Ji-hoo was at a loss for words.
He still couldn't fully understand, but he couldn't think of anything to say either.
Don't worry about it too much. Seeing Sol Ji-hoo's depressed expression, Kim Hana remarked as if to console him. You know who I am, right?
I'm your protector.
I'll make sure no harm comes to you because of this, so don't worry. Kim Hana seemed to have a plan from the way she was talking. Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head, feeling somewhat apologetic in his heart. He wasn't comfortable seeing Kim Hana run around trying to clean up the mess he made. After a moment of silence, Kim Hana opened her mouth. Anyways, let's stop talking about that now and move on to something else.
You?
Me?
I thought you'd fool around more in paradise. I'm surprised you actually came here at the right time.
Kim Hana cleaned the table and put a big basket on top of it. The basket was decorated with flowers and a ribbon, and 2 bottles of wine could be seen inside. Sol Ji-hoo could tell they were high-class wines just by looking at their labels. Wow, what's this? They look expensive. Dom Perignon, Rose Vintage 2004. It's not that expensive, about 500,000 won per bottle. Dom. What?
Never mind that.
Here, write. Kim Hana handed him a pen and a simple but beautiful letter. When Sol Ji-hoo stared at her blankly, she muttered as if she was looking at a fool. Don't you know what day it is today? It's not my birthday, at least. Ah, is it yours?
No, mine is August 1st.
Then, a celebratory day for me getting a job? Are you crazy?
Kim Hana narrowed her eyes and chuckled.
Geez, do you really want to reconcile with your family? Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head. His father, mother, older brother, and younger sister. None of them had their birthday in May.
Today is your parents' wedding anniversary. Wedding.
Anniversary. Really? Sol Ji-hoo's eyes widened. How do you know something I don't?
Oh please, I investigated your background for half a year.
Besides, how do you not know your parents?
No, never mind. I guess I expected too much from a gambling addict.
Kim Hana shook her head before throwing the pen and letter at Sol Ji-hoo.
Of course, Sol Ji-hoo wasn't really sure what to do with them. Never mind knowing what to write, He wasn't even sure if he should go visit them.
Do I have to go?
He suddenly remembered the last time he visited them.
Stop fucking wasting my time, okay? You think I'll fall for your lies again? Horse racing? Or sports betting? More than a few weeks had passed since then, but thinking about that day still pained him, like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Also, it made him afraid. Come on, what are you waiting for?
Right.
Let me see what you can come up with.
You know.
Sol Ji-hoo forced a smile and carefully opened his mouth. Can I send this through their mail?
I'll even pay extra to get it to them fast.
Hearing this, Kim Hana glared at him sharply. Sol Ji-hoo flinched and quickly continued talking.
I mean, today is supposed to be a happy day for them.
If I go, I'm only going to ruin the mood.
I don't even think they'll let me in. Hey!
Kim Hana frowned and folded her arms.
If you have a brain, use it.
You're already a piece of trash. If you were in your parents' shoes, what would you think if their trash of a son sent a single letter by mail for their anniversary? You think they'd go, "Oh, our son is taking care of us now that he's financial stable, what a good boy, Ha." Sol Ji-hoo had nothing to say to Kim Hana's sarcastic remark.
To your family, you're still a gambling addict.
Don't you want to escape from that image?
Tell me. I do.
Sol Ji-hoo barely eked out an answer.
Kim Hana pointed to the basket with her chin.
Then take this and go tell them. Look at them in the eye and beg for their forgiveness.
Isn't that the least you can do as their son?
Sol Ji-hoo could only wordlessly wet his lips. You're joking, right? Do you have any idea how long it takes to heal a wounded heart? Begging for their forgiveness dozens of times might not be enough, but mail? Kim Hana snorted as if she just heard the most absurd joke in the world.
And let's get this straight.
Just like you said, they might not even let you in.
You'll definitely ruin the mood if you go.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't. You don't want to go because you know how they will treat you.
You're avoiding them.
Sol Ji-hoo felt dazed by Kim Hana's violent flurry of facts.
No, that's not.
You really are a bastard, aren't you? After leaving them with so many wounds, you're scared of getting yelled at? Are you for real?
Hey!
What? You think I'm exaggerating? You want me to stop?
Fine, do what you want.
They're your family, not mine.
Okay, I get it. In the end, Sol Ji-hoo gave in and grabbed the pen.
Seeing him take the letter, Kim Hana snorted once again.
What matters is you going to see them. And make sure to write each word carefully and cleanly.
What heals a wounded heart isn't time or medicine. It's sincerity.
I know. Sol Ji-hoo pouted his lower lips but began to slowly move the pen in his hand.
Seeing him wrecking his brain trying to come up with the right words, Kim Hana smiled secretly.
She had made thorough preparations for their meeting. She had answers ready for anything they might ask, including information regarding the company that hired him and the source of the money he previously received.
She even prepared a formal suit for him to wear. Of course, it wasn't a brand new one. The collar of the dress shirt was loose, and the suit jacket gave off an aged smell.
Simply put, it was the suit of a typical company employee working overtime every day.
That was the hard-working company employee look Kim Hana was going for. Do I have to go this far? Sol Ji-hoo couldn't help but wonder, but he still did as Kim Hana said and waited until it seemed like the right time to visit. The sun was setting, and the sky was dyed in orange light.
It was a little past 7. He had purposely avoided visiting them during dinner time.
Given what he knew about his parents' personalities, he knew they would be having a celebratory dinner. Rather than coming before dinner time and making it difficult for them to swallow food, he judged it would be better once they had time to digest what they ate.
Calm down, heart, please.
As familiar buildings came into view, his heart pounded harder and harder. He had experienced the same feeling once before, yet fear flooded in like a tidal wave. He knew what would happen, but he couldn't help but remain a little hopeful. Don't expect anything, don't expect anything.
He recited the same line over and over again in his heart like it was some sort of a magical spell.
Before long, he arrived at his destination.
He carefully opened the main gate and walked up the staircase.
His legs moved quickly at first, but when he arrived at the front door, they slowed to a pause. With a briefcase in one hand and the basket Kim Hana prepared in the other, Sol Ji-hoo stared at the closed door for a long time. His pounding heart didn't slow down and only got faster.
He was even beginning to worry that it would burst out of his chest. Who?
He smacked his chest a couple times and pressed the doorbell after much deliberation. Ding, ding. The ringing sent a shiver down his spine, almost like it was an alarm alerting the start of his execution. A queasy feeling was beginning to well up inside his stomach when
The ringing ended. He pressed the doorbell again, but he couldn't hear anyone coming to the door.
The front door remained shut. Are they out? Given the occasion, it would make sense if they went out for dinner. Once his thoughts reached here, he suddenly felt air leaving his body, and a sense of relief rushed in. What should I do? Should I wait? Or just leave the basket here?
Sol Ji-hoo paced back and forth in the hallway for dozens of minutes before finally deciding to place the basket in front of the door.
After putting the letter he took great effort to write between the flowers, he turned around. It was then.
Ha ha. Yeah, so I. He could hear the sound of harmonious talking coming from a distance. I was almost disappointed when you said you couldn't make it.
Sorry, something came up suddenly. The sound quickly grew louder. You resolved everything?
Yes, thankfully.
And it soon approached the main gate.
Ah.
By the time Sol Ji-hoo snapped out of his daze, they had already gone inside.
For some reason, Sol Ji-hoo was looking for a place to hide. Of course, there wasn't anything like it. Wait, why is the main gate open?
Did you not close it on your way out, Oppa?
I did.
Wait, maybe someone came?
Sol Ji-hoo began making his way down when he ran into them. The moment the 6 pairs of eyes discovered the youth, their harmonious chit-chat stopped. The first one to speak was Sol Jinhee. The hell? Why is that son of a bitch here? Her curt tone stung. Sol Ji-hoo was just as flustered as anyone else. He somewhat suspected that this would be the case, but on top of his father, mother, older brother, and younger sister, Yu Sonhwa and Yu Sunghae were there as well. The 6 of them seemed to have returned after eating out. As the youth wasn't expecting to meet them this way, he only stared at them in a daze. Seeing this, a brown-skinned middle-aged man opened his mouth slightly. You. But that only lasted a moment. His face quickly distorted, and he immediately shut his mouth. Kuum.
He gave the youth a sharp glare before stomping up the stairs silently. After that, he didn't look at the youth, much less talk to him. He purposely ignored the basket in front of the door and pressed the door lock password. Son? As the youth was about to turn into a fish out of water, a nostalgic voice flowed into his ears. His mother was looking up at him with an entranced look. Mom. Ago, my little son. She staggered up the stairs and was about to grab his hand when his father threw the door open and shouted. What are you doing? Come inside. Startled, the mother's complexion distorted. What are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Why don't you ask that bastard? When the youth's father came outside and began approaching him with his fist clenched, his mother quickly stepped between the two of them. Calm down. He came to visit us. Visit us? So what? Dear, can't you tell Ji-hoo's been walking on eggshells since a while ago? How can you just ignore him? Don't you feel bad? Ha! A loud snort followed. You're the problem. How many times have you been tricked until now? You still don't get it? This bastard isn't a human being. He's just a piece of trash. He's worse than a beast. The atmosphere quickly changed for the worse. Perhaps because loud voices were flying back and forth, Yu Sunghae hid behind her older sister, and Sol Jinhee watched the spectacle with a satisfied look on her face. Everyone had different reactions, but one thing Sol Jihoo could be sure of was that they were looking at him with eyes that seemed to say, "Why did you come?"
"This is why I didn't want to come." Facing the looks of scorn and being battered by coarse condemnation, Sol Jihoo closed his eyes tight.
His father and mother were still arguing.
He said he quit gambling and is working hard now.
And you believe that? The casino ban? Seoric Land isn't the only casino in Korea. It's obvious what he's up to. Do I need to spell it out for you? Stop it, would you? He already paid back what he owed. He even came to see us with a gift knowing it was our anniversary. We should at least hear him out. Paid back what he owed. You want to talk about money?
Fine. Thud. The door shot open.
Loud stomps rang out, and something smacked Sol Jihoo's face.
Up. Sol Jihoo opened his eyes,
only to see an envelope falling down with a wad of cash inside. You bastard! His father yelled with his finger pointed at him. You think the past's all gone and done now that you returned the money? You want to go back to acting like a son? Father.
Shut it.
Don't call me father.
I don't remember having a bastard like you as my son.
His thunderous roar made his wife flinch.
Sol Jihoo opened his mouth as calmly as he could. Father, I'm sorry, I
told you to shut it. He yelled as if he didn't want to hear a thing. His anger didn't seem to reside after all that yelling as his breathing continued to get rough. I told you before, didn't I? That you should never do anything ever again to make you apologize or give an excuse. His growling way of talking made Sol Jihoo shut his mouth. Why, you shameless son of a bitch? You think money was the problem? You think everything's over after throwing us an envelope of money without even a simple explanation?
Father. I told you to shut up. I dare you to open your mouth again. I'll rip it to shreds. Dear. Now screw off.
I don't want to see you again.
Hey!
After a loud grunt, Sol Jihoo's father turned around and stomped into the house. His mother chased after him to plead with him. Soon, loud arguing rang out once more, and Sol Jihoo bit his lips from rising guilt. They must have been having fun. I shouldn't have come. A heavy silence descended. Sol Woo-sok, who was standing still a distance away, scratched the back of his head. Looking at his younger brother standing there like a stone statue, he opened his mouth. You came from work?
Oh. Yeah.
Sol Jihoo nodded with a dazed look. He might be mistaken, but Sol Woo-sok's voice seemed to have gotten a tad gentler. You should have come a bit earlier. We went to the place you like. Bong Pyongyang?
Yep. You love their naengmyeon. Well, if I came earlier, you guys probably wouldn't have eaten anything. I guess. Sol Woo-sok chuckled bitterly. Sol Jihoo swallowed hard.
How long had it been since he last held a conversation with his older brother?
He didn't know what to make of it. Sol Woo-sok glanced at the basket in front of the door and opened his mouth. Are you busy today too?
You're not planning on going back after just dropping this off, are you? No, I've been waiting for you guys to come back. Then come in.
Sol Woo-sok held up the black plastic bag in his hand.
Come eat some dessert. It's ice cream. Sol Jihoo blinked repeatedly.
For a moment, he doubted his own ears. I
can? You came to talk to them, right? God, spare me the bullshit.
At that moment, a sharp voice cut in between them.
Where do you think you're going? Sol Jinhee walked closer with a sneering smirk on her face.
Jinhee. Stay out of this, Oppa.
Hey, can't you take a fucking hint? She raised her hand and poked Sol Jihoo's chest with her finger. In truth, it was closer to a stab as he flinched in pain. You saw what happened last time and you still came? Don't you get it?
I know how they'll treat me, so I shouldn't come here again.
That's the least I can do for the people who were once my family. Didn't something like this pop into your head? Ha! Poke, poke. Because of Sol Jinhee's repeated stabbing pokes, Sol Jihoo stepped backwards without even noticing it. If you paid back your debts, please disappear from our lives. You saw how you ruined the atmosphere, right? We're happy and healthy without you, so why do you come and cause this mess? Sol Jihoo couldn't deny it.
He could still hear his parents arguing inside the house. You
get it now? Stop trying to crawl back in and fuck off. And don't ever appear in front of us again. Okay? You get me?
Yuke.
Poke. Sol Jinhee suddenly stabbed his solar plexus, causing him to bend down and groan. Sol Jinhee. Sol Wusok stepped in, unable to watch this any further. However, Sol Jihoo raised his hand and stopped him. It's fine. He rubbed his solar plexus and forced out a smile.
I'll go back for today.
Not just for today, but forever.
Please. Leaving behind Sol Jinhee, who harassed him until the end, Sol Jihoo staggered towards the staircase.
He felt like his brother and sister would start fighting if he stayed any longer, so he figured it would be better for everyone if he just left now. But just as he was about to walk down the stairs, his eyes met Yu Sonhwa's. She seemed to be at a loss for what to do, but she was clearly looking at him with mixed feelings of pity and sympathy. Unable to endure the sense of humiliation that dawned on him, Sol Jihoo quickened his pace. It was then. Hey! He turned around hearing Sol Jinhee's voice. Take this.
Whoosh! The basket came flying towards him. Clang!
After hitting the corner of the concrete stair, the wine bottle shattered with a loud bang. The liquid dripping out from the broken bottle wet the letter Sol Jihoo wrote, and the petals of the flowers danced in the air before scattering everywhere. Sol Jinhee. What? You're going too far. You're the one to talk, Oppa. The brother and sister finally began fighting.
Sol Jihoo blankly stared at the liquid spreading out on the concrete before squatting down. He picked up the flower petals and the pieces of broken glass.
He then heard the sound of someone's footsteps rushing down the stairs. This person squatted down across from him. Don't pick up the broken glass. It's dangerous. SSK, SSK, she spoke as she swept the broken glass together with her hand. This young woman with long, flowing hair was Yu Sonhwa.
Sonhwa.
Wait here.
I'll go bring a vacuum cleaner. Sonhwa.
Yu Sonhwa's hand paused. The piece of broken glass in Sol Jihoo's tightened fist dug into his palm.
Blood dripped down to the ground. A crimson liquid began to spread out, and Yu Sonhwa jumped in surprise seeing the youth's trembling hand. Go back. I'll clean it up.
Sol Jihoo murmured quietly. Why, you're bleeding. It's fine. You can go back.
But. Please, go back. Please.
Sol Jihoo's calm voice only made Yu Sonhwa look at him with sorrowful eyes.
He clenched his teeth.
Soon, after picking all the flower petals and pieces of broken glass up from the ground, Sol Jihoo staggered off like a drunk. During that entire time, his head remained tilted down.
Asterisk.
Time passed and darkness descended on the streets after dusk. Under a streetlight illuminating a street, Kim Hannah stood leaning against her car and looking up at the night sky. It wasn't until footsteps neared her that she lowered her gaze. Seeing a youth walking closer with a basket in hand, she smiled brightly. She waited until he got closer before finally opening her mouth. If you keep staring at the ground like that, you're going to run into something.
The youth came to a stop.
Kim Hannah could hear him inhale a small breath. You were waiting?
Surprisingly, his voice seemed fine.
I came just in case you ran off elsewhere. Well, judging by that basket, it looks like you really went.
You don't have to keep tabs on me.
What are you, a stalker? Stalker? I prefer the word, protector. Kim Hannah said with a languid smile. How was it?
I'm sure you can tell. I can.
But do you regret going? Sol Ji-hoo didn't immediately reply. Kim Hana patiently waited for him. After about 5 minutes of silence, he finally opened his mouth.
You know how I
lived like a piece of trash.
In the past.
I made a lot of wrongs, too many to be forgiven with just 1 or 2 apologies. I deserved everything I got today.
Well, you and I both know that.
He sighed.
Yeah. Then. I know I deserved it.
His voice began to tremble.
I know I'm the one who's at fault.
His shoulders shook.
I know. All that.
After listening to him for a while, Kim Hana took her back off her car and slowly walked forward. She bent forward and looked up at the youth whose face was lowered.
TK.
Seeing the drops of tear flow down his already wet cheeks, she smiled. It's fine. Kim Hana hugged the silently crying Sol Ji-hoo and patted his back. You did well, Ji-hoo. Chapter 96. The light of the scorching sun knocked on Sol Ji-hoo's eyes. With blurry eyes, he gazed at his tilted room.
He closed his eyes and pulled the blanket up to his head. But now that his mind was awake, sleep didn't return so easily.
In the end, he let out a deep sigh and pushed his blanket aside.
He dazedly smoked a cigarette by the window and headed straight to the bathroom. Once he doused himself with cold water, he finally felt alive.
He was drying his hair with a towel when, tang!
Tang! He heard a knock on the door.
Who is it? It's me. That reply was just as out of the blue as the morning visit itself, but Sol Ji-hoo could easily tell who it was. She's here again?
He put on his clothes even as he tilted his head curiously.
Hold on. Lamborghini Gallardo LP 570-4 Superleggera. That was the name of the car Kim Hana brought with her.
Vroom.
Sol Ji-hoo glanced at the driver's seat as he listened to the deafening exhaust sound. Light persimmon-colored sunglasses and a blue dress that matched her skin tone. She wasn't wearing her usual formal business attire, but it was easy to tell that she took great care in choosing her outfit. What are you looking at? Kim Hana asked as she gently turned the steering wheel. Just curious. Do you need to be suspicious of everything?
I already told you Tilda we're just having fun today.
Kim Hana talked as if she was singing. As a protector, I have a duty to lighten up the mood of a depressed client in my care. You say that when you're the one who made me depressed? Sol Ji-hoo was about to snap back at her but swallowed his words. He was the one who made the decision to go, and he didn't want to be the type of person who would fault someone after buying stocks on a recommendation and losing money. So, he changed the subject. Don't you have work? Taking care of you is my biggest work, is what I want to say, but don't you know? Kim Hana's car came to a stop at a red light.
She turned to the passenger seat with a grin. It's Saturday today.
Even if it's a weekend. Going to work on a weekend? I could go if I wanted, but no one is going to force me to. Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals has a strict 5-day work week. Its employees only need to clock in by 10 a.m., and it has a set closing time of 6 p.m. Sol Ji-hoo shook his head at a loss for words. Yeah.
Well, it's great to know they wipe their employees' asses.
That's not something you should say to a lady. Kim Hana snickered and turned back front.
Anyways, I'm proud of you. I thought you'd grumble and say, please leave. I want to be left alone.
Am I a kid? You're like one sometimes. You didn't know? Kim Hana giggled, and Sol Ji-hoo immediately retorted while feeling wronged.
Is it just me or are you in a good mood today?
As far as Sol Ji-hoo could tell, Kim Hana was laughing and smiling ever since she came to visit him this morning. Do I look that way?
She lowered her sunglasses slightly and asked.
Sol Ji-hoo simply nodded. You're right.
I feel like I lost 10 years of fat weighing me down.
Kim Hana agreed while snickering. Did she eat something wrong?
Or did she finally go crazy?
Just as Sol Ji-hoo was beginning to worry, she suddenly straightened her neck.
I dealt them a blow.
To who? You know, those sons of bitches who are constantly eyeing other people's things. Kim Hana explained in a roundabout way, but Sol Ji-hoo immediately understood who she was talking about. What did you do?
Nothing much. I just spread the rumor that you might join Sinyoung.
Kim Hana continued. Those bastards have been pressuring me because I couldn't get you to join Sinyoung before, and I just proved them wrong.
I'm sure they're realizing now that they were barking up the wrong tree.
Spread the rumor? Prove them wrong? Sol Ji-hoo thought about her words carefully before raising his hands.
I don't get what you mean. Wait and you'll find out.
Just sit back and enjoy the show. Kim Hana spoke confidently as she stretched hard. So, where do you want to go? Sol Ji-hoo stared at her dumbfoundedly. Well, there's the saying that a well-plated dish tastes better, so why don't we go to the beauty salon I frequent? So I'm a plate of good to you. The traffic signal changed at that moment. Yeah, like a plate of gold.
Kim Hana smiled brightly and stepped on the accelerator.
After being dragged around for the entire day, Sol Ji-hoo finally came back home after dinner.
Huck.
The moment he entered his room, he threw the shopping bags in his hands to the side and staggered sideways until he leaned against the wall. What kind of girl?
He lost count of how many shopping malls they visited. Looking at the dozens of shopping bags lying around him, he made an exhausted expression before grabbing two of them.
Inside them were a pair of white sneakers and white workout clothes Kim Hana told him to bring to Paradise. His eyes flickered with light as he stared at the items worth hundreds of thousands of won. When he thought about training in new workout clothes and shoes, his heart pounded a bit in anticipation.
It was then that he finally remembered his main reason for returning to Earth. He had forgotten about it until now because of the shock he received yesterday.
In all honesty, he wanted to jump back to Paradise now. But he knew he couldn't do that. If he wanted to go back to Paradise even a day earlier, he needed to make the best use of his time on Earth. Thinking about Paradise, he felt a shot of endorphin rush through him. Sol Ji-hoo's eyes shone as he turned his laptop on. Sol Ji-hoo endured the time he spent on Earth thinking only about Paradise. To be exact, he made Paradise the focus of all his thoughts. By doing so, he could forget everything else. Every morning, he put on the workout clothes Kim Hana bought him and headed to the gym. Having workout equipment really is convenient. It's more efficient too. Now that he thought about it, he first thought he wanted to join Carpe Diem when he saw their first-floor training ground. Since electronic equipment couldn't be brought into Paradise, they didn't have things like treadmills, but they had dumbbells, pull-up bars, and other non-electronic workout tools. Sol Ji-hoo reminded himself to look at the list of non-prohibited items as he grabbed the lat pull-down bar. His scapulae tightened as his back muscle protruded. Bring the bar down until it's almost touching the collarbone. Use the latissimus dorsi muscle, not the arms. He focused on maintaining the posture and breathing that Agnes taught him. Because of this, he didn't notice that a woman sitting on a yoga mattress was stealing glances at his lean and muscular body. Once he finished his workout and left the gym, he headed straight to a large bookstore. He purchased 3 books, Javelin Throw, published by an athletics competition committee. Analysis of Techniques for Javelin Throw Delivery, a DVD-included book published by an athletics research group. And Traditional Acupuncture, something he got to prepare for an acupuncture license. When he brought the 3 books to the counter, a young woman who seemed to be a part-time worker opened her mouth hesitantly. Here's your receipt.
No, it's fine.
Pardon?
I don't need the receipt. And no, I think it's better to keep it.
She put the receipt in the plastic bag containing his books and handed it to him with both hands. Although it was somewhat forced on him, it didn't really matter.
so he just walked out of the bookstore while scratching his head.
Why are books so expensive? He was looking at the prices of the books on the receipt when he found a phone number written at the bottom and tilted his head. Seeing as how it was written with a pen, it didn't seem to be a printing error. What's this? Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head confusedly before putting the receipt in his pocket and making his way to the local library. Sitting down inside the library, he opened the book on acupuncture only to be taken aback.
Pictures of the human body strewn with complex dots and lines, traditional Chinese characters, and countless technical jargon. All his eyes recognized was black ink on top of white paper. Damn!
He expected it to be difficult, but he didn't think it would be to this degree. Do I have to go this far? Considering the amount of contribution points he had saved up, he could instantly acquire the level 2 skills without a problem.
Although he was tempted briefly, Sol Ji-hoo quickly shook off the thought. He remembered what Agnes told him. Although it wouldn't be easy, he believed he would be rewarded handsomely for acquiring the skills on his own.
Since he firmly trusted Agnes when it came to training, he doubled down on his resolve and raised his mechanical pencil.
I don't need to study everything.
He told himself he didn't need to be intimidated since he only needed to learn the core concepts.
Moreover, he thought of himself as a quick learner.
It's been a while since I last studied, huh? After a brief chuckle, he began to display a frightening level of focus. If the human body and the meridians were to be compared to trees. The 8 extraordinary meridians, the 8 vessels connected to the extraordinary organs. The 24 conception vessel acupoints consist of the sauce receptacle, celestial chimney, chest center, turtle dove tail, central venter, spirit gate, sea of qi, origin pass, meeting of yin.
On a desk illuminated by bright sunlight, a handsome youth was focused on studying with his sleeves rolled up. A heartwarming air naturally filled the atmosphere. Although it wasn't so important now, Sol Ji-hoo was a graduate of Soyoung University, one of Korea's top 4 universities. Other than going to the restroom once, Sol Ji-hoo's butt stayed on his chair the entire time. It wasn't until dinner time that he finally got up from his seat.
He quickly headed home. The book on acupuncture was a chore to get through, but the books about the javelin throw were easier than he expected.
Of course, there was a limit to how much he could absorb just by reading.
Thankfully, one of the books came with a DVD. He was thinking about watching the DVD once he got home, but his eyes were glued to the book as he walked.
I see. Throwing doesn't mean I should only be using my hand.
If I use a tool called the spear thrower, I can propel the spear much faster than farther than throwing it by hand alone. Excuse me.
Sol Ji-hoo was muttering to himself when he raised his head after hearing someone block his path. Are you Mr. Sol Ji-hoo?
He was almost home, but there was a man standing in front of his apartment's main parking lot.
Yes, I am. Immediately, he went, "Ah, shoot."
A formally dressed man was waiting for him at this hour in front of his house? He activated 9 eyes. Colorless. After checking his color, he raised his guard and opened his mouth. Who are you?
Ah. This is who I am.
The man took out a business card and handed it to Sol Ji-hoo respectfully. The word, Sinyoung, was clearly printed on the card. What business does Sinyoung have with me? I know this may be sudden, but can you come with us? The man cut to the chase and pointed at his sedan. Sol Ji-hoo only stared at him blankly. Why? It's for the fake employment we will be handling, but… Sol Ji-hoo shook his head.
I don't think this is the right time.
It's too sudden.
Please.
There's something I need to take care of urgently.
I'd like to put this off to a later time. It won't take long.
I promise. Hearing this, Sol Ji-hoo closed his book. That sounds like you'll take me no matter what. I apologize if that's what it sounded like. It doesn't look like the fake employment is the only reason.
I won't deny that. But, I promise, the meeting will be short.
The man seemed strangely impatient. Sol Ji-hoo asked bravely. If I say no, will you take me by force?
Not at all. I was told to treat you with the utmost respect. I have no intention of forcing you to do anything. But if possible, I would really like you to come.
And if I say no?
Then.
The man blurred the end of his speech and let out a bitter smile. I will back off here, but our miss will be extremely sad. Our miss? When Sol Ji-hoo's eyes narrowed, the man bent his back.
Please.
It's fine if you only stay for a cup of tea, so. Sol Ji-hoo clicked his tongue. He didn't want to go. To be exact, he didn't want to involve himself in this problem. But Kim Hana advised him not to do anything that would create suspicion. If he declined here, there was a huge chance Sin-young would not see him favorably.
For the fake employment, huh? Damn it. It was true that he needed to meet with them about it.
The only problem was that Kim Hana wasn't here.
I don't want to burden her any more than this.
After careful deliberation, Sol Ji-hoo put his book away. If I only need to meet with them. 9 eyes did not reveal the color of danger. As long as he stayed sharp, he figured he wouldn't be in any life-threatening situation. He would just need to hear them out and nod his head a couple of times. Let's go. The man straightened his back as if he was waiting for these words.
Thank you. This way, please.
He guided Sol Ji-hoo to his car. After personally opening the door for Sol Ji-hoo, the man got in the driver's seat and said as he turned the engine on. Pardon me for being rude and thank you for being so understanding. Sol Ji-hoo didn't say anything.
The man continued as he stepped on the accelerator.
In truth, Director Kim Hana warned us not to approach you, Mr. Sol Ji-hoo, as you are having trouble due to a family matter. That's why our miss waited patiently.
Vruong.
He couldn't hear the rest of the man's sentence because of the engine sound. Come again? Sol Ji-hoo meant to ask him to repeat what he said, but he seemed to have understood him differently as he nodded his head. I'm not lying. Because she's been having trouble sleeping, she's getting weaker and weaker by the day. What was that supposed to mean? Sol Ji-hoo blinked repeatedly with a confused face. Although he had never met Yun Seahui before, in his head, she was a mastermind hiding behind the curtains, dressed in black with crossed legs and a glass of wine in her hand. The vampire-like woman was smiling seductively while murmuring, "Ho ho, I wonder when I'll get my hands on that toy." But this person was having trouble sleeping at night because she couldn't wait to see him? Rather than a mastermind, she sounded like a maiden in love.
He likes to exaggerate quite a bit, huh?
Thinking that this might be a ploy to make him lower his guard, Sol Ji-hoo reminded himself to stay sharp.
Asterisk. The man drove him to a high-class Chinese restaurant.
I thought I only needed to stay for a cup of tea? Sol Ji-hoo wondered as he walked through the VIP area, but when he saw their menu hanging on the wall, he jumped in surprise. They had tea, but 60 million won per cup?
He felt like he was in a completely different world.
The man guided him to the top floor of the restaurant before carefully knocking on the traditional-style sliding door.
I brought him, miss. Next. Thank you. A sweet, melodic voice rang out.
The voice was high-pitched but light on the ears. You can take your leave now.
But I'm fine.
The man glanced at the youth behind him before bowing respectfully and taking his leave. It feels like I'm here to meet the daughter of an esteemed family.
Ah. Well, I guess I'm not that far off.
Sol Ji-hoo muttered inwardly when drrrk. The door shot open as if the person inside was sure that the man had left. The person inside wasn't a vampire nor a maiden dressed in traditional Korean dress. When Sol Ji-hoo met her bloodshot eyes, he couldn't help but drop his jaw. Wish. The red-eyed ghost, no, woman ran up to Sol Ji-hoo wearing only her pantyhose. Her bloodshot eyes glistened as they looked up at him. Ah! Her lips pursed as if she had much to say. She got on her tiptoes and grabbed his arms. Finally. Her voice was completely different than before. It now carried a hint of yearning that made Sol Ji-hoo snap out of his daze. However, he couldn't hide his shock. He expected to see Sin Young's first lady, but the woman shining in a brilliant golden light wasn't Yun Seohui, but
I wanted to see you.
Yun Seora.
Chapter 97.
The youth's brain found it difficult to accept that the woman in front of him was Yun Seora. Sol Ji-hoo carefully examined her delicate facial features, which reminded him of a sculpture from the Renaissance. His first impression of Yun Seora was that she was an arrogant, prudish city girl. But after he saved her from Kang Sok during the tutorial and lived with her in the neutral zone, he found out that she had a warm, puppy-like personality as well. Her eyebrows were still perked up like a mischievous cat, and the shape of her eyes still gave off a cold aura, but her gaze was so obviously yearning for him that he began to wonder if she came back home after years of hard labor overseas. Ji-hoo Nim?
He barely managed to hold himself back from choking on air. She must have called him since he wasn't saying anything, but, Nim. Nim.
Yun Seora must have seen his look of shock as she muttered carefully. Did you tell me a fake name? She had the wrong idea. The problem was with how she addressed him. Sol Ji-hoo shook his head strongly. No, you got the name right. But, addressing me as Nim is a bit.
Being the smart girl that she was, Yun Seora quickly realized that he was embarrassed about being called Nim. Then
she tilted her head slightly before opening her mouth. Ji-hoo Oppa?
Oppa.
He never imagined a simple word could hold such destructive power. He realized that the same word could have different nuance and flavor depending on who said it. It's better than Nim at least. Once he deactivated Nine Eyes, he finally understood the cause of the sense of incongruity he was getting from her.
It was her outfit. Leopard print sunglasses hung above her milky forehead. A lacy, navy blue tweed dress encapsulated her slim figure, a maroon leather belt outlined her waistline, a small diamond earring sparkled on her left earlobe, and a thin, 20 denier polka dot stockings adorned her legs. Even at a glance, her clothes were yelling, "I'm the daughter of a rich family." As Sol Ji-hoo had only seen her in loose hoodies or a set of armor, he could only feel unfamiliar with Yun Seora in her carefully chosen outfit. Right, she was the youngest daughter of Sin Young. It was then that Sol Ji-hoo realized Yun Seora looked anxious. It's been a long time since they last met. Seeing how he criticized the way she addressed him and has said nothing since, she couldn't be blamed for thinking that Sol Ji-hoo was annoyed for being forced to come when he didn't want to. Of course, it would be a lie to say that Sol Ji-hoo wasn't annoyed, but the moment he found out that Yun Seora was the one who wanted to see him, the ill feeling in his heart disappeared like melting snow. Although Yun Seora was affiliated with Sin Young, she was also a good friend who has been with him through joy and sorrow. Moreover, Kim Hana called her the sole ally who could protect him from Yun Seohui's hands, and the Golden Commandment was the proof. Knowing this, Sol Ji-hoo was able to smile. I'm surprised.
Yun Seora's eyes widened.
I didn't think it would be you, Miss Yun Seora.
Her worried complexion finally softened, and a smile emerged on her face. If it's okay with you. Yun Seora grabbed Sol Ji-hoo's hand tightly and turned to look at the sliding door.
Of course.
He entered the room without hesitation. The only thing he couldn't understand was why she sat next to him when there was a seat right across from him. She was even on her knees like a prim lady. The way she stared at him affectionately from the beginning to end reminded him of a chihuahua begging to be patted. Sol Ji-hoo found this whole thing a bit troublesome. What should he say? Have you been well? Felt a bit too simple. Why did you call me? Felt too formal and businesslike. As Sol Ji-hoo wrecked his brain to come up with the right words, Yun Seora began the conversation.
I'm sorry for calling you here on such short notice.
Did any problems come up on your way here?
No, not at all.
Her cautious, apologetic tone immediately made Sol Ji-hoo shake his hands in denial.
I was just a bit surprised.
I didn't expect to see Miss Yun Seora, and…" When he blurred the end of his speech, Yun Seora fixed her posture with her knees still touching the floor. In essence, she overlapped her hands together and placed them on her lap.
Should I say it or not?
Sol Ji-hoo could practically read her thoughts as her nervousness increased. Soon, she opened her mouth in a serious tone.
I heard you were coming to Sinyang.
Sol Ji-hoo's uncomfortable smile quickly disappeared and a serious expression took its place.
I also heard you were planning to go someplace else
but was forced by Yun Seahui pressuring director Kim. He felt a bit strange hearing how she addressed her older sister like a complete stranger, but he kept silent and continued to hear her out.
I'll be straight with you. Please apply to the department I'm in charge of. Sol Ji-hoo dropped his jaw and went, "Ah." What Kim Hana told him yesterday flashed in his mind.
Has the fake employment matter been decided already? The details, I mean.
No, nothing is set in stone at the moment.
Yun Seora shook her head, while Sol Ji-hoo nodded his. He began to understand why Kim Hana was gloating so much last time they met. Although Sol Ji-hoo's employment to Sinyang was only in name, as he would be their official employee by document records, he would need to be associated with a department. There was, of course, a high chance that this department would be Yun Seohui's. In other words, using the excuse of providing a secure environment, Yun Seohui would obtain a point of contact with him. She could easily ask him to show his face every once in a while or summon him by mentioning a mandatory company dinner. There were dozens of ways she could go about this. Yun Seora must have been the trump card Kim Hana took out to prevent this. By spreading the rumor of Sol Ji-hoo joining Sinyang, she had resulted in Yun Seora making a move. Yun Seora had perfect justification for doing so as well. Since she received such a big help during her time in the neutral zone, who could say anything if she said she wanted to pay back her debts? So this is what she meant by barking up the wrong tree. He discovered the missing pieces of the puzzle, but he still asked just to be sure. Is there something I need to do if I enter Miss Yun Seora's department? Or a rule to follow, even? No, I can promise you there will be nothing like that. Yun Seora replied firmly as if she had been waiting for this question. Her nervous demeanor clearly signaled how much she was waiting for an answer. Okay, then that works with me. A flower bloomed on Yun Seora's face. Seeing the look of relief spreading on her face, Sol Ji-hoo now became positive of something. That expression was one that said, I protected him, rather than, I did it. Looks like I'll have one thing less to worry about. The problem that had been bothering him from the corner of his mind was taken care of thanks to Yun Seora's intervention. In a way, he was lucky. The favor he did for her during his time in the neutral zone had returned to him as an unexpected fortune. At that moment, several dishes came in. Sol Ji-hoo stared at the luxurious food and widened his eyes. There was just too much. I figured you haven't eaten yet. Yun Seora clasped her hands together and spoke bashfully. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I prepared a little bit of everything. Crabmeat soup glistening in a tasty light, mouth-watering fried pork belly and soy sauce, parboiled bean sprouts, large grilled abalones, and more. All sorts of savory and flavorful aroma stung his nose, making him dizzy. He couldn't take his eyes off the dishes as he asked while drooling. Can I eat all this? The moment he heard the words, of course, he picked up his chopsticks. He was the type of person who lost his mind in front of a tasty dish, so he concentrated on eating. After watching him for a while with a satisfied grin, Yun Seora began to recommend some to him, saying, try this. She didn't forget to constantly refill his cup with water and remind him to eat slower. After eating whatever he was given for a long time, he suddenly snapped out of his entranced state. Ah, Miss Yun Seora, you should eat. He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence with, too. All the plates on the table were wiped clean. When he looked up in a daze, he could see Yun Seora with her eyes closed tight and one hand over her mouth.
She was clearly holding in her laughter. Ah!
He screamed internally, unable to endure the sense of embarrassment rising up inside him. On the other hand, he felt like this was the first time he saw Yun Seora laugh. Then again, who wouldn't find it funny if someone asked to eat together after devouring everything? Don't worry. There's still some left. Yun Seora suppressed her laughter and began to eat the leftovers.
Even as Sol Jihu was trembling from shame, he couldn't help but find Yun Seora's small, nibbling mouth cute. I heard the news.
Seemingly trying to save the nervous train wreck in front of her, Yun Seora brought up another topic. It was, of course, about paradise.
They began to chat about all kinds of things. One thing that surprised Sol Jihu was how Yun Seora knew everything about his achievements.
But Kim Hana also knew about his major achievements, and since they were acquaintances from the neutral zone, he understood why she might have been interested. Once his thoughts reached here, he wondered how Shin Sang-ah and Yun Sang-min were doing and asked if she knew anything about them.
I have no idea.
Yun Seora gave a cut-throat response. Noticing Sol Jihu's dazed expression, she went, "Ah," before hurriedly adding more detail.
But I did hear about Sol Ah.
Apparently, her talent as an archer is excellent. It's looking like she will reach level 2 in a few months. After asking about his old friends from the neutral zone.
Me? I'm a level 2 berserker. And no. I'm not that amazing.
It's not like I leveled up through my own accomplishments like you, Oppa. He asked about Yun Seora. Since he had time on his hand, he was deeply engrossed in the conversation. He found it both fun and interesting. When he first met Yun Seora, he never imagined they would be meeting outside of paradise like this. After drinking an expensive tea to keep his mouth fresh, Sol Jihu finally left the VIP room with Yun Seora. By then, they had already spent 2 hours talking inside. Sol Jihu walked a step ahead to pay for the meal. But he felt a bit guilty once he found out that the meal had already been paid for.
I'll pay for our meal next time. Sol Jihu vowed to treat her to a tasty meal to wash away today's shame.
However, Yun Seora flinched when she heard what he said. Really? Hearing her high-pitched tone, cold sweat went down Sol Jihu's back. Yun Seora had laughed about the matter before, but he couldn't help but think she was angry about it inside. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Seora took out her cell phone and stared at it fixedly. Then, "Can I call you again?"
Of course.
Sol Jihu nodded his head immediately. After exchanging their numbers, the two of them left the restaurant.
The sky was already dark, showing just how long they talked inside. On the parking lot outside, the man who drove him here was waiting with his car.
Sol Jihu insisted on taking a taxi home, but he found himself in the back seat of the sedan before he noticed what happened.
An awkward air filled the atmosphere.
Yun Seora was chatty back when it was just the two of them, but she remained silent, perhaps because there was someone else with them. Huff. Huff, he could only hear her soft breaths. TK. Suddenly, he felt something hit his forearm. When he rolled his eyes to the side, he saw Yun Seora leaning on his shoulder with her eyes closed. Miss Yun Seora? When he moved his arm out of the way, she fell and ended up with her head on his lap. When he nudged her to wake her up, Yun Seora grabbed his hand abruptly and covered her eyes with it.
MMNN. She whimpered softly, seemingly content.
He wasn't sure if she was doing this in her sleep, but he was taken aback by how bold she was acting. Sol Jihu Nim. At that moment, the driver called his name.
Do you enjoy driving around at night?
Sol Jihu blinked repeatedly at his seemingly random question.
I know a good place to drive around at this time of night.
Watching the night scenery while driving slowly brings a whole new meaning to life. You won't regret it. When Sol Jihu kept staring at him in a daze, the man let out a bitter smile. It's been a while since young lady didn't throw a. No, it's been a while since she fell asleep peacefully.
So please. Only then did Sol Ji-hoo understand what he meant. Are you related to that place? Of course. I'd be happy to so long as I have someone to talk to. I will duly oblige.
The man changed course and asked with a grin. I'm asking just out of concern, but you don't happen to swing that way, would you?
I'll get off. I'm kidding. The two men laughed wordlessly. Asterisk.
Sol Ji-hoo made a new friend. To be honest, her social standing was too high for him to consider her a friend, but he decided not to think about all that. What mattered was that they shared a secret they couldn't tell others about. The biggest change in Sol Ji-hoo's life was that he started to look at his phone more often. In the past, never mind looking at it, he hated having it with him.
More often than not, he had his phone off and refused to look at it.
But after he made a friend from Paradise, he began to carry his phone with him. Currently, he was reading a martial arts book about qi circulation.
From what he could tell, the concept of qi was extremely similar to mana. Qi circulation refers to the movement of internal energy along one's meridians.
It soothes the mind and the heart, while also.
He was studying arduously when a light flickered on his phone screen.
A message was shown on his notification bar. He unlocked his phone with a smile. It was great seeing how you gobbled them up so voraciously.
I'm glad you liked them.
It hasn't been long since they last exchanged messages, yet another one came. Ever since Yun Seora messaged him in the morning, the periodic messages have been going back and forth non-stop.
I'm going to need a chance to redeem myself.
What do you like?
I'm fine with anything. I'm not really a picky eater. Fine with anything.
That was the trickiest type to deal with. Sol Ji-hoo tapped on the phone's keyboard with a blooming smile on his face. Anything?
I've never heard of a dish like that.
It doesn't show up on the internet either.
Opening square bracket ellipsis dot closing square bracket.
Seeing Yun Seora's reply, he laughed in his heart.
I'm kidding. There's actually something I really like. I want to treat you to it.
Really? What is it? Have you tried Kwangdong Sanghua Tang from the convenience store? If you put it in the microwave and drink it when it's warm, it's really good for relaxing your body.
I hate you. Haha, I'm just joking.
Anyways, give it a thought and let me know. It's fine even if it's expensive. After the brief conversation, Sol Ji-hoo went back to studying while being satisfied with his own jokes. Now that he thought about it, it had been a long time since he last laughed so hard on Earth. Of course, that didn't mean his desire to go back to paradise lessened. In fact, this desire grew stronger every time he made progress in his studies. After all, he still had no one around him on Earth. Kim Hana was busy with work, and he couldn't just text Yun Seora all day. The sense of loneliness and isolation was especially great after chatting and laughing with Yun Seora. The feeling of solitude and bitterness that visited him before sleep was unbearably painful. Once he was reminded of these feelings, Sol Ji-hoo quickened his pace. The earlier he finished studying, the earlier he could return to paradise. SSK. His writing speed hastened.
Asterisk.
Let's go back. Exactly 10 days had passed since Sol Ji-hoo's return to Earth. Kim Hana was surprised by how long he stayed on Earth and quickly permitted him to go.
She emphasized that he was going to paradise, not returning, but Sol Ji-hoo didn't care either way.
Perhaps because of Yun Seora, he was a bit more at ease compared to last time when he was practically chased away to paradise. 6 packs of cigarettes, sandbags, toiletry, clothes, sneakers, notebook. After packing everything he wanted to bring into a large shopping bag, he took out a small, palm-sized piece of paper. Suddenly, he spotted his phone, which was connected to the charger. Yun Seora had not contacted him since that day. After staring at it for a moment, Sol Ji-hoo ripped the paper in half without hesitation.
Quack! Along with a ripping sound, brilliant light filled his vision. Asterisk. He finally returned to paradise. Yuwa.
After leaving the temple, Sol Jihu stretched hard and watched countless earthlings going in and out of the temple. Once his eyes turned to the dilapidated buildings of the city, vitality slowly emerged in his eyes.
Like its nickname, Crime City, Haremark was messy and decadent.
However, it was also filled with a mysterious vigor and an electrifying virility. The heaviness suppressing his chest slowly disappeared. With light steps, Sol Jihu hopped down the stairs to the temple. As he looked around the city in excitement, he noticed something strange.
The overall atmosphere of the city was rather grave.
Rather than somber or dark, it was the opposite.
Almost as if an incredibly elastic spring was pushed down to the limit, a current of excitement waiting to erupt filled the air.
Did something happen? Sol Jihu found a small group of people muttering about something with a serious face. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. He brought his animated body to Carpe Diem's building, but the office was completely empty. There wasn't any trace of anyone having visited it either. Are they not here yet?
The difference in time between Earth and Paradise was 1 to 3.
In other words, the 10 days he spent on Earth was equivalent to 30 days in Paradise.
He thought he would have been the last one to come, so no one being here was quite a surprise.
I'm sure they'll be here soon. He unpacked his things and took out a cigarette.
After plopping down on the couch, he blew out a puff of smoke.
Now that he was home, he felt alive. Of course, he had no intention of just sitting around and doing nothing.
He did not spend 10 days on Earth just to relax in paradise. Sol Jihu fell in thought as he continued smoking.
He thought back to what Dylan said.
That an expedition or an exploration wasn't over just because one came back. That one could only get stronger by reflecting on even the tiniest details and putting in the effort to decrease future mistakes. Since Sol Jihu fully agreed with this sentiment, he slowly reminisced about the previous incident.
Not long afterwards, a bitter smile surfaced on his face. No matter how much he thought about it,
he could only thank Lady Luck for helping him escape. Destroying the laboratory and making it to the Forest of Denial? It was all thanks to the Federation's secret weapon, Thunder, and their members' ability to fly. Managing to survive after the parasites caught up? That was thanks to the Forest of Denial's ghost scientists. Of course, it wasn't that he contributed nothing. But what if this didn't happen? What if that didn't happen?
Once he eliminated the elements of coincidence, he could see the reality crystal clear. If he were alone, he never would have made it back alive.
In truth, that was something he didn't even need to think about. He had already thought the same thing over and over again during his escape. If I was stronger. If only I had more strength.
I can't keep going being drunk on my accomplishments in the neutral zone. Although he was the top dog among the newbies of the neutral zone, that no longer mattered once he was in paradise.
He could simply go outside now and find a random passerby who was stronger than him. Just like Chinzia said, the difference between the two areas was the same as heaven and earth.
In the end, there was only one conclusion. I need to get stronger.
Then what did he need to do to get stronger? Sol Jihu's eyes flickered with light. He clenched his fists and raised them up high. It's time for some real training.
Chapter 98.
Whether it be studying or training, just putting in effort wasn't enough. To put it bluntly, one had to put in effort well. Knowing their weaknesses, knowing what to do, knowing how to distribute their time efficiently. One had to get their priorities straight for systematic training to be possible and for that training to be efficient. Thus, Sol Jihu decided to first reaffirm his current potential. And to do that, he needed to visit a temple to check whether he could level up. Although he wasn't sure, he felt like the previous rescue mission had earned him enough merit to level up. But disregarding everything else, was it right to level up in his current situation? Most people would be ecstatic to do so, and to be frank, Sol Jihu was no different. There were moments in the past when he was thirsty for levels. But this thought changed as time passed and he joined Carpe Diem.
In truth, this problem had to do with the unique circumstance he was in.
Excluding external factors, there were two benefits an Earthling received by leveling up: the stat points and the ability to acquire new skills. However, Sol Jihu put restrictions on these benefits to achieve success himself. Going from level 2 to level 3 would give him 3 stat points. But since he vowed to increase his stats only through training until he became a high ranker, this benefit was irrelevant. He could acquire class abilities that became available after leveling up, but he promised Agnes that he would not learn them by using his contribution points.
In other words, leveling up would not give him a boost in power. Plus, Sol Jihu had yet to learn any of his level 2 skills.
This was the biggest factor in why he hesitated to go to the temple. I understand why you're amassing your stat points, but skills are a different story. If you're not using your points and not learning new skills, what's the point in leveling up? Kim Hana pointed out his problem perfectly.
Of course, becoming level 3 wouldn't pose any problems, but it's not normal.
He was afraid. Never mind the class abilities, he feared that his physical stats would remain the same with only his level going up. In the worst-case scenario, he might end up achieving only a third of his maximum potential. Don't be rash. As such, Sol Jihu decided to add another restriction: to not visit the temple until he learned his class abilities and could use them proficiently. In other words, he would wait until he mastered mana spear and mana circulation before seeing Gyula again. He didn't regret his decision. In fact, he considered this moment the perfect opportunity. Since neither Chohong and Hugo had returned, now was the only time he could focus on training.
Let's start right away.
Like the saying, strike the iron while it's hot. Now that he made up his mind about focusing on training, he immediately got up from his seat.
Asterisk. Do you know the origins of javelin throwing?
That was what Agnes asked him.
Although he nodded his head at the time, he didn't fully understand her in his head.
He acknowledged that he needed to learn the correct postures and techniques, but was there a need for him to learn its history?
Sol Jihu realized why this was necessary during his studying of mana circulation.
To be more precise, he arrived at the answer after asking himself, what is the difference between mana application and mana circulation?
If it was just moving his mana, he could do it even now. But mana circulation was one of the skills revealed when he reached level 2.
There had to be a difference. One thing he could be sure of was that mana circulation had something to do with training the mana rather than the body. As for the details, he had to figure it out starting from now. He sat cross-legged in a quiet room and closed his eyes.
First, he breathed through his lower core.
He forgot about breathing through his nose and only breathed in and out using the inner core of his lower stomach. Take a deep breath, then slowly let it out.
He began to move his mana while focusing on his breathing.
From the sauce receptacle to the celestial chimney, from the celestial chimney to the chest center, from the chest center to the turtle dove tail, from the turtle dove tail to the central venter. From the top of his head to his neck, from his neck to his chest, from his chest to his abdominal region, from his abdominal region to his perineum.
Following the concept vessel meridians and the governing vessel meridians. Circulating the internal energy as if to create a whirlpool in your body.
His mana moved inside him like flowing water following an irrigation channel. Not long afterward, he noticed a few oddities. The first was that the mana circuit was indeed similar, if not the same, as the chi pathways.
I didn't feel anything blocking the movement.
After he started circulating his mana around his body, it flowed smoothly and rushed to its destinations without ever coming to a halt. Different people possessed different amounts of mana.
Likewise, their mana circuits were unique.
How wide, numerous, elastic, and tough their circuits were was determined by their innate talent and training. If a level 1 warrior circuit was like a straw, then a level 5 magician circuit was like an intricate spiderweb. However, The mana circuit Sol Jihu observed in his body was like the map of a subway system. It was normal for one or two pathways to be blocked, but never mind the pathways he frequently used, even the pathways in the remote corners of his body were pierced clean. Psyche's tears. It was at this moment that he remembered Psyche's tears, the miraculous item that eliminated the body's impurities and strengthened it exponentially. As expected of the item that ate up hundreds of thousands of survival points, it had duly done its job. That wasn't all. What truly surprised the youth was something else. The speed, no, even the mana. As he continued circulating his mana, its speed rose drastically.
Although he looked fine from the outside, a fierce gale strong enough to sweep away his consciousness was blowing inside him.
What's going on? Once he observed his body more carefully, he could figure out the cause. Energy was bubbling up from every vein in his body. The energy his body was unable to digest and had thus stored away was reacting to his mana circulation.
Was this what it felt like to suck in water with a vacuum cleaner?
Sol Jihu felt the energy hidden in nooks and crannies of his body seep out and join the flowing mana. This was, of course, a whole new experience for him. For now, he held onto his consciousness and, like a starving shark seeing a school of fish, he concentrated on controlling the wild energy. It almost felt like his mana was complaining why he started circulating it so late. How much time went by? After barely managing to suppress the roiling energy inside him, he was able to confirm that the strange phenomenon wasn't his imagination. His lower belly feeling heavy was a telltale proof of it. My mana increased. Although it might be minuscule, the amount of mana he had indeed went up.
Mana circulation can increase the amount of mana in your body?
He tilted his head and pondered for a long time before eventually deciding not to worry about it.
No matter the case, it wasn't a bad thing for him. When he opened his eyes, he finally let out the breath he was holding in. Wah!
He only now realized that he was soaked in sweat. His body was also burning hot, and his breathing was rough. So this is what it feels like. He remembered reading about qi circulation from novels and manhwa, but experiencing personally made him see it a new light. His body felt light and his mind felt refreshed. He was more relaxed than ever before, almost like he just left the most luxurious sauna. If I feel the same way every time, I might get addicted to it. Sol Jihu wiped off the sweat dripping from his forehead. It was then that he saw several messages in the air. The class ability, Mana Application, Intermediate, has evolved to Mana Circulation, Low. Your innate ability, Future Vision, is responding to the creation of a new ability. The class ability, Mana Circulation, Low, evolves to Mana Circulation, High Intermediate.
Please confirm your status window. When? I didn't hear any alerts.
It seemed like they popped up while he was in that transient state of having no thoughts and ideas.
Wow!
After reading the messages with an entranced look, he spread his arms out in an expression of joy. He had finally learned one of the two level 2 class abilities. Although Future Vision and Psyche's tears played a huge role, it was a good start nonetheless. I feel like a martial artist or something. With a bright smile, Sol Jihu went back to circulating his mana. Sol Jihu prioritized obtaining his class abilities, but that didn't mean he was lax in training his physique. Since he was leveling up at an unprecedented rate, he also wanted to bring his physical body up to par. As such, just like in the past, he spent most of his morning training his body. His day started with running around Harem. Since the day Yi Sol Ah taught him the joy of running, he never skipped his morning run except under inevitable circumstances like being injured or participating in an expedition. Hoo! Ha! Hoo! Ha! With new sneakers and new workout clothes, he was running through the streets of Harem while breathing regularly when his eyes suddenly opened wide. A familiar face was walking toward him from the other side. Carrying a large paper bag filled with bread and vegetable, the woman wearing a maid outfit was.
Miss Agnes.
Sol Jihu slowed down as he waved his hand happily. The sharp-eyed, bespectacled woman passed by him indifferently with only a glance. However, the youth chased after her like a duckling that met its mother.
Who?
Agnes let out a soft sigh and paused. Didn't I tell you not to get sidetracked while you're training? She chastised him in a serious tone, but…
Miss Agnes,
I did it. Sol Jihu rambled on.
I learned mana circulation.
That was unexpected. However, Agnes quickly regained her calm.
She had already experienced this youth's irregularities several times in the neutral zone.
Him learning mana circulation was nothing to be surprised about now. It was undoubtedly a cause for a celebration, but Agnes was the type of person who rarely praised someone. Her teaching style dictated that she set a new goal for her disciples rather than praising them and making them arrogant. Agnes fixed her grip on the paper bag and opened her mouth.
From now, you should be able to train your mana too. I recommend practicing mana circulation for at least 4 hours every day.
For 4 hours? Why are you surprised?
Agnes snorted.
Your mana and mana circuit should be like an iron ore mixed with impurities. You need to constantly refine it in order to increase its purity. As I'm sure you know, mana becomes stronger the purer it is. Sol Jihu nodded. Now that he experienced mana circulation, he understood what she meant. Mana circulation might seem like a simple ability, but it has the effect of strengthening your circuit and even purifying your mana. There is no reason not to invest your time in it. It makes sense if you put it that way. Since it also increases the amount of mana in your body, I guess I should really make it my main training method. Pardon? Agnes's eyebrows twitched. What did you just say? That I'd make it my main training method.
No, before that. That it increases the amount of mana in your body?
Is that what happened to you? Yes, though it wasn't much. Sol Jihu raised his hand and formed a fist to give her an idea of how much it increased by. However, Agnes looked confused. That can't be. To my knowledge, mana circulation doesn't have the effect of increasing your total pool of mana.
But…
The youth argued and said he wasn't lying. Agnes had a rare concerned look on her face. I doubt you raised it with your stat points.
I know of a few instances where someone's total mana pool increased after risking his circuit and squeezing out every ounce of mana, but…
Agnes muttered to herself before asking half in doubt. Does your mana increase every time you practice mana circulation? No, it went up for the first 3-4 days but stopped going up afterward. Agnes finally understood. It must be the effect of consuming precious medicine. Medicine? Yes, when someone consumes a precious herb or medicine, he is usually unable to absorb all of its energy, causing it to get stored in parts of his body. And when he practices mana circulation, his body will absorb that indigested energy. But I don't remember eating anything like that. Think about it carefully. Sol Jihu fell in thought. But soon, he shook his head. No matter how much he scanned his memories, he had not even seen a precious medicine, much less eaten one. I ate something called a dulce while I was being chased. Dulce isn't a medicine. It's one of the most flavorless fruits in paradise. Unless someone is desperate or is on the verge of starving to death, no one will eat such a thing. Agnes raised her glasses and continued. Anyways, you might not understand the cause, but it's not a bad thing. First, raise your mana circulation rank to intermediate. When it evolved from mana application, its rank should have dropped as well. The youth stared at her fixedly. Although it fell to low when it first evolved, future vision had quickly changed it to high intermediate. Once you reach level 4, mana circulation can be evolved again. It's called mana cultivation. Mana cultivation?
An ability isn't something you learn once and forget about.
Agnes continued. Mana application becomes mana circulation, Monocirculation becomes monocultivation. Monocultivation becomes monotechnique.
Ah. So monocirculation will evolve to monocultivation next.
Agnes paused for a moment.
Of course, it's best to learn it directly with your own understanding.
She continued only after a certain amount of time went by.
But with monocultivation, I recommend you use your contribution points to evolve it.
Huh? You want me to learn them with my contribution points?
Not learn, evolve.
Agnes denied it immediately.
Although there was a difference in the meaning behind the two words, learn, and evolve,
Sol Jihu looked confused about such a minute difference. Agnes explained slowly. Mana application and mana circulation are fundamental skills. Because of this, they are fairly easy for an average person to acquire. But starting from mana cultivation, the difficulty skyrockets.
Right. I guess it'll be hard to find a cultivation manual for something like that.
Right. Even if you find an ultimate mana technique through all sorts of hardship, it will be useless if you can't learn it. Even a genius needs dozens of years to master such techniques, but an average person might not even be able to stand on the starting line after hundreds of years. You mean it's a matter of efficiency?
Yes.
If it seems too difficult, you need to be decisive in giving up.
You can be more than happy with having learned mana application and mana circulation on your own.
Since the God's divine providence gave this world a game-like system, there is nothing wrong with making use of it. Sol Jihu thought for a moment before opening his mouth. So it'll be important to learn the fundamentals of any ability on your own. A thin smile emerged on Agnes's face.
The youth had pointed out the core of the matter.
She was worried he might get obstinate, but she was happy seeing how intelligent her disciple was. You're absolutely right. What matters is knowing the fundamentals. No matter what the ability is, it's important to master its fundamentals.
That is one thing you cannot yield.
Sol Jihu nodded his head in agreement before asking again. How far did you get, Miss Agnes?
If you're talking about the use of mana, I learned up to mana cultivation on my own.
Agnes revealed a coy look. I managed to find a mana technique, but it was too complicated. It simply wasn't something I could learn on my own, so I chose to use my contribution points. She smacked her lips as if it wasn't a good memory. Anyways, that is still far off for you. Take your time to think about mana cultivation. And like I always say, when you're training, focus only on training. Having learned new knowledge, Sol Jihu nodded his head with a bright smile. Something Agnes didn't know was that his mana circulation had already surpassed intermediate rank. In other words, he could learn mana cultivation as soon as he reached level 4. Of course, he would need to wait and see to know if he would learn it on his own or acquire it with contribution points, but just the fact that he had a new goal made his heart race.
She helped me again.
He was grateful that he had someone to explain things to him in such detail. After staring at her fixedly, Sol grinned happily. Agnes's eyebrows twitched at that moment, but when he tried to talk without having realized it.
Thank, Kook. Thwack.
His back bent over. From his stomach, a surge of pain spread through his body.
When?
He couldn't even see her fist.
He felt wronged, thinking he did nothing to deserve this.
Why?
Are you really asking me that?
Agnes glared at him with icy eyes. I just wanted to thank you for the advice. Oh, really? I'm sorry. HMPH. Agnes snorted and turned around. That was too much.
When she heard the youth's mumbling, she suddenly erupted in anger.
Too much? That was too much. Did he light her fuse? Agnes went past being hysterical, grabbing him by the collar and beginning to shake him around. Too much? Can you say that after looking at this?
Claire Agnes's status window.
1. General information.
Summon date, 2013. 09. 20. Marking grade, silver. Sex, age, female, 27. Height, weight, 172.4 centimeters, 60.8 kilograms. Current condition, healthy. Class, LV6. Evil hunting tarantula.
Nationality, Europe, Area 2.
Affiliation, Sicilia.
Alias, Miss Teddy Bear, Ground Zero, Cecilia's bitch, Cecilia's demonic instructor, cold-faced super maid who secretly loves cute underwear, Harem slaughterer. Super maid? Who are you calling a super maid?
Tell me. Tell me. She shook him around in a craze. When Sol Ji-hoo saw the alias she revealed,
he couldn't help but burst into laughter.
You ha 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 ha.
Once Agnes heard his laughter, her complexion froze. You think this is funny? Wait. You think it's funny adding this shit to my alias?
See calm. Ack. Awk.
He didn't even say a word about Miss Teddy Bear, but ended up being beaten to a pulp regardless. That was it for the boy who cried wolf.
Asterisk. Huke. Although he was beaten severely, he wasn't dead.
He was sore all over his body, but he still finished up his morning run before staggering back to the Carpe Diem office. He couldn't bring himself to start weight training, so he pulled himself upstairs to rest. Just as he was about to open the third-floor door, he discovered an unfamiliar piece of paper stuck between the door. A letter? He took the paper out and opened the folded letter.
Chapter 99.
The letter was written in characters he had never seen before, but the words soon wiggled around and transformed into Korean. There were times when synchronization took a second or two to happen, so Sol Ji-hoo didn't find it too surprising.
I heard from the temple that you came back.
You didn't pick up when I called you, so I'm leaving you this message. You remember our promise, right? Come to my place tonight for dinner. A look of surprise and joy flashed in Sol Ji-hoo's face. The tone of the letter was light, almost like someone inviting their neighbor to catch up over dinner. The problem was that the sender was Teresa Hussey.
In other words, he would need to go to the royal palace and potentially meet the king.
The Harem royal family was famous for abandoning formalities after their conflict with Earthlings, but the word, royal palace, carried weight in Sol Ji-hoo's head.
Even though the letter said to come comfortably, there was an invisible pressure weighing down on him as an average person going to a palace.
However, for Teresa's sake, he couldn't skip out, and to be honest, he kind of wanted to go as well. Sol Ji-hoo read the letter until the end. When he read the final two lines, P.S. Don't go back after dinner. Come hit up a special dessert with me so we can digest what we ate heart. A chuckle escaped his mouth.
Good thing I brought something nice to wear.
It was an invitation from the royal palace. Not wanting to embarrass himself by acting like a fool, Sol Ji-hoo headed to the library to study basic decorum.
Asterisk.
After finishing up his afternoon training early, Sol Ji-hoo washed himself clean. Since he didn't know what would happen at the palace, he filled his belly up a tiny bit too. At the very least, he wanted to avoid eating mindlessly like that time he ate with Yun Seora.
He changed into the clothes he picked out beforehand.
As soon as he looked at himself in the mirror and thought, good, perfect, something unexpected happened. He was about to head out, but a giant man was standing in front of the door. Of course, it wasn't all that surprising for Carpe Diem's office to have visitors, but…
Are you the earthling known as Sol?
His well-toned muscles were protruding out from his 2-meter-tall figure, and a long scar from a blade stretched across his nose. Just looking at his appearance, he didn't seem like he would lose fighting an orc one-on-one. I'm Jan Sanctus. I've come to escort you under Princess Teresa's orders. He had a tough voice befitting his intimidating appearance. Hearing that the princess sent him, Sol Ji-hoo put down the spear he subconsciously raised up. Will you come? He asked rather bluntly. Sol Ji-hoo regained his composure and answered. Of course. Follow me. I will guide you. Just like that, Sol Ji-hoo followed Yan Sanctus and entered the premises of the Harem royal palace. Everyone's so busy. It was dinner time, yet the palace seemed very busy. He could often see people running about in a haste and others who were urgently shouting at a communication crystal.
The atmosphere was completely different compared to the city.
By walking through the palace gate, he felt like he entered a whole new world.
Who would have thought so much is going on behind the wall?
Harem was well known for having a strong local color even with the presence of a royal family. But as expected of the home of a king, it had all the right appearances befitting a palace.
Sol Ji-hoo asked quietly while walking through a long corridor. "Is there anything I need to watch out for in the palace?" Although he already looked up Paradise's decorum in the library, he still asked just to be sure.
"No."
Jan Sanctus returned a brusque answer. Rather than hostile, he seemed to be cold naturally.
"You just have to not point your weapons at them or curse them out. Doesn't that go without saying? All I'm saying is that you only have to keep basic manners." Jan Sanctus looked back at the youth.
"Earthlings aren't like us."
My lord acknowledged and accepted the difference in culture between Earth and Paradise. "As long as you keep basic manners that anyone would know, there won't be any problems." They arrived at the entrance after a brief conversation. Apparently, when the Harem Palace was being constructed, an emphasis was placed on aspects of communal life rather than functionalities, war, or solitary living. Jan Sanctus left once he guided Sol Ji-hoo to the Grand Hall. Once Sol Ji-hoo went inside, he was able to see a young woman wearing a pink dress, as well as a middle-aged man sitting on a throne being attended by two maids.
Teresa gave a beaming smile when she saw the youth, but his attention was somewhere else.
"So that's—" He met the middle-aged man's calm eyes that also seemed to carry a spark of fire.
Unlike Teresa, he had blonde hair and beard, which was groomed neatly.
Prehi Hussey, the king of Haramark, one of the 7 kingdoms that survived the foreign races' invasion.
"Are you the earthling named Sol?"
A clear voice resounded. His willowy appearance made him look more like a scholar than a warrior. "There's no need." When Sol Ji-hoo tried to get on his knees, the king immediately stopped him. "On Earth, I heard that people are the owners of a nation, while the king exists to serve the people. I respect their culture." Sol Ji-hoo was surprised by his humble manner of speech.
He obediently got up.
"It is my honor, your majesty." When he spoke with a slight bow, Prehi chuckled.
"Your honor, huh? I understand what you mean by that, but it's fine.
Think of me as a village head. Or if even that is not enough to make you comfortable, think of me as whatever you'd like." The word, whatever, was quite a tricky one.
He felt like he was just told, "Put however much salt you want, in cooking."
Prehi Hussey calmly stared at the youth before opening his mouth. "First, I would like to express my gratitude for your deeds.
I've heard what you have done for this world. You're too kind."
From the way he talked, it seemed he was aware of his position as a king. Sol Ji-hoo was quite glad to learn this as he was somewhat worried the king might act like a backstreet hoodlum like his daughter.
"I would also like to thank you for responding to our summons.
You see, my daughter kept pestering me about wanting to meet you." He made it sound like Teresa forced him. Prehi used both hands to slowly push himself off of his throne. "Then, let us go." "Pardon? We invited you under the pretext of a dinner. How could we let our guests starve while talking about boring things?" He talked somewhat jokingly as he waved his hand around. When Sol Ji-hoo gazed at him dazedly, Teresa skipped over to him. "Hey, aren't you too tense?" "Am I?" Sol Ji-hoo rubbed his face. His facial muscles indeed felt a little tighter than usual. "You don't need to be so formal.
Just relax.
We're just going to chit-chat while we eat."
For some reason, Teresa's eyes seemed to be sparkling with anticipation.
She carefully grabbed his arm as if to link arms. "Let's go." He wouldn't describe the food as delicacies, but all sorts of appetizing dishes were placed on top of a long table with a white tablecloth. Prehi asked a few questions that had nothing to do with the state of affairs. but because Sol Jihu was too busy paying attention to the way he talked, he had no clue what food he was stuffing into his mouth. Of course, he thought he was doing a pretty good job, but Teresa only smiled wryly. As someone who once ruled the high society filled with shameless scheming and secret strife, she was immediately able to tell that the young man in front of her was paying too much attention to being courteous.
There was no need to even mention Prihi. Looks like our hero doesn't find the food to his liking. No, they're excellent.
Sol Jihu immediately refuted, but Prihi continued without batting an eye. It looks like I'll have to do something about it. As the one who invited you, I have the duty to help you relax.
Let's see.
Why don't we talk about something?
Prihi spoke as if he just remembered something.
Have you heard of the past conflict between Earthlings and the Harem royal family? Prihi said he would help the young man relax, but the topic he brought up made him tense up more. Sol Jihu opened his mouth. If you are talking about the revolt, I have indeed heard about it.
Right, let's skip the details and talk about the outcome.
Sinyoung helped create a room for negotiation between the two groups. You see, since it was meant to be a place of reconciliation, I thought they would at least keep the minimal decorum. Did something happen?
Yes, I've never experienced such disrespect before.
Rather than sending the ringleader of the revolt, they sent some bastard I've never seen.
Still, I revealed my identity out of courtesy first.
And when I asked for his name, this is what he said: "Nice to meet you, Haramark's king." Seeing Sol Jihu's confused look, Prihi cleared his throat before continuing.
My name is Prihi's belly, king-sized belly.
PFT.
Cough. When Sol Jihu coughed and looked up, he saw Prihi calmly slicing his steak.
He didn't seem to be joking. Did that really happen?
I'm not talented enough to make up such stories.
The people who know this story are too many to count. There's a live witness right here. When Prior High looked at Teresa, she immediately nodded her head. He's right. It was so shocking that I still remember it clearly. I can't believe. That's not all. The bitch sitting next to that bastard went a step further and said this with a smirk: "Nice to meet you."
My name is Teresa Pink. Princess.
Sol Jihu quickly cut her off. However, Teresa wasn't fazed in the slightest. Just listen, the pink part doesn't matter all that much. So after saying that, she...
Princess.
Sol Jihu's voice went up. Teresa shrugged her shoulders, while Sol Jihu massaged his temples and asked the king. You stayed silent, Your Majesty? The man insisted his name was Prihi's belly while his surname was king-sized belly. Once he got angry and asked if we were making fun of the name he received from his parents, there wasn't much we could say. What a bunch of psychopaths.
I agree.
They're a bunch of lunatics. Prihi agreed with dignity. But that's when I began to realize how the Earthlings thought of this world. A fun game.
Nothing more, nothing less.
He suddenly rubbed his beard.
Well, we got to learn an important piece of info because of it.
By that, you mean? Prihi continued. We found out they had a spy in the palace. Hearing this, Sol Jihu fell in thought. The king found out there was a spy because of the rude man making up such an absurd name? That was hard to understand. Why did you think so?
Think about it.
If they didn't have a spy in the palace, they would not have known about our physical traits so clearly. Prihi said in a firm tone. He's right. Since they were able to acquire information about our private regions, the spy must have been fairly close to us. Teresa added bashfully. Sol Jihu gave up on thinking. We were angry, but we laughed and let it slide. We refused to give in to such an obvious provocation.
I see.
That must have been tough.
It certainly wasn't easy.
But this is quite a surprise. The Earthlings I've met so far giggled whenever I told them this story. My apologies. I do not believe it's a laughing matter. Sol Jihu was straightforward. Prihi stared at him fixedly. You don't need to apologize.
Just when it was looking like the conversation was coming to an end.
Oh, yes, I heard you slept with my daughter. The king's sudden question made Sol Jihu calmly spat out the water he was drinking. He thought that was certainly better than spraying it everywhere.
Your Majesty. What's up with that sour look?
From what Teresa told me. Sol Jihu quickly turned to Teresa.
She was acting embarrassed with her hands over her cheeks.
Why is she blushing? No, why is she pretending to be coy all of a sudden? When he stared at her intently, Teresa shook her head. Geez, father, say we shared a bed.
Sleeping. That's too candid.
What are you talking about?
I understand the phrasing was a bit explicit, but you're the one who told me to.
Suddenly, the end of his speech blurred. Prihi dropped his head and groaned, but Teresa played with her steak knife as if nothing happened. That hurt.
Ho, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I should have known from when you put on a dress for the first time in 8 years.
I told you to say it jokingly to help him relax.
Who told you to say it so bluntly?
Ah, how embarrassing.
Words Sol Jihu couldn't understand went back and forth. What did I expect?
He smacked his lips.
He experienced it when he met the princess for the first time, but they were quite an extraordinary father and daughter duo.
I apologize for the unsightly behavior.
Prihi sighed and brought a piece of cloth to wipe his mouth. Anyways, there's no need to be so tense. This isn't a place for punishment or arrest. Rather, it is a place to grant awards befitting one's achievements. The king spoke in somewhat of a heavy tone. Sol Jihu wanted to tell him it was too late to act dignified, but what actually came out of his mouth was, "Thank you for your kindness." At first, I thought the rumors were exaggerated. Prihi spoke as he put down his napkin. But since Teresa said the same thing, I had no choice but to believe it.
I'm not so doubtful as to not trust the words of my own blood. I'm humbled, Your Majesty.
Can you stop with that way of talking, please? Pardon?
I got used to the Earthling's culture after years of painstaking effort.
Trying to match the proprieties of my position is only confusing me. In paradise, the concept of nobility was faint.
Even if one looked to find one, they would only come up with a lord in charge of a large town. Even then, the lord would be close to a village head.
Furthermore, many paradisians had either died in the long war or escaped their birthplace to survive. So this is why.
Sol Jihu began to understand why the Haremark royal family abandoned formalities.
He spoke quietly.
Got it. Asterisk. The dinner ended quietly. The maids cleaned up the table and brought out tea.
After enjoying a sip, Prihi put his cup down before opening his mouth. The Haremark royal family is always fair when it comes to rewards and punishments. Your achievements. Yes, you saved the Raman village, came up with the plan for the rescue operation and helped greatly in the rescue and the subsequent destruction of the laboratory. Hearing Prihi's words, Sol Jihu felt an unknown sense of incongruity. The way he was listing out his achievements. How should he say this, rather than for praising him? It felt like it was for a clear payout. Prihi ruined the mood by throwing in jokes here and there, but for some unknown reason, the king looked like someone who had given up since the first time they met. After much deliberation on rewards befitting your achievements, I came to a conclusion. When talk of his reward came up, Sol Jihu's ears perked up. I truly hope you like it. Despite saying this, Prihi sounded confident that Sol Jihu would love it. He gestured at his maid, who promptly returned with a plate covered by a white cloth.
Sol Jihu's eyes opened wide. This is...
A quiet moan escaped his mouth. Sitting on the plate was a rectangular, shining bar of pure gold that emitted a reddish light. Sol Jihu was entranced by its beauty, yet he couldn't keep his eyes open properly. A gold bar? Considering how jealous Cho Hong and Hugo were of a pinky-sized piece of gold, A whole gold bar was well beyond his imaginations.
Gulp. He swallowed hard, and his Adam's apple twitched. On Earth, the power of money was absolute. Although paradise was currently in a state of war, the value of gold shouldn't be any less. With this, it would be quicker to count the things he couldn't do rather than counting what he could do. Greed slowly rose from the young man's eyes.
At that moment, a thought crossed his mind.
Ah!
Sol Jihu suddenly closed his mouth. His ecstatic expression disappeared, replaced by a frown. He stared at the gold bar with a complicated expression.
This item is extremely easy to convert to Earth's currency.
In terms of gold coins, I believe it should be, Prihi stopped when he looked at the young man. Do you not like the reward? Pardon?
Ah, no.
Sol Jihu shook his head vigorously as if the notion was absurd. You don't look satisfied.
No, it's not that. Then what?
If there is something you want, then speak without reserve. Hearing Prihi's benevolent voice, Sol Jihu stared at the gold bar conflictingly and nibbled on his lower lip. We don't have a place to go. We're not living outside the city because we like it. There was the village head who gave his precious rudium to make a foothold for the rescue mission's success. But, couldn't he be satisfied with buying food and sending it to the village?
Come again.
There was the ghost saintess who saved his life and became the gift-giving tree.
But.
After much internal conflict, he activated 9 eyes instinctively.
When he saw the gold bar, his face contorted and he went, ah.
Soon, Sol Jihu let out a deep sigh.
He then opened his mouth, a bit calmer than before.
There's something I need to tell you.
Chapter 100.
What is it?
Also, I have a couple of favors I'd like to ask you.
Prihi stared at Sol Jihu, who suddenly turned serious. What was the youth trying to say? I'll listen to the favors first.
Can you prepare a new habitable land in Harem using this gold bar?
Land? Prihi's tone went up, and his usually calm eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if he heard something completely unexpected. Sol Jihu continued without a pause.
In addition, please lend me Master Ian.
Ian Denzel? Prihi's eyes clearly narrowed to a slit, his expression forming a frown.
Ian Denzel was a magician affiliated with the royal family and one of the few earthlings Prihi trusted.
There was no need to even mention the value of a magician. He might understand if the youth gave a good reason, but he didn't feel good being told to lend him, out of the blue.
Father.
When Teresa tried to step in, Prihi raised his hand to stop her. Is this related to what you wanted to tell me?
Yes.
Prihi gave the young man a deeply profound look. Seeing this gaze that seemed to be asking for an explanation, Sol Jihu opened his mouth. He told him about the village head of Ramen village and the ghost saintess trapped in the forest of Denial's tomb. As the story continued, the king's indifferent expression changed to one of interest.
I see. Prihi leaned forward, locked his fingers, and rested his chin on them.
You want us to accept the villagers into the city? I heard that the castle has limited capacity, but I'd like to ask you if it is at all possible. To be frank, it is quite difficult. The castle is already at max capacity. A couple dozen might be acceptable, but accepting hundreds of villagers is a bit. Prihi sounded reluctant. Helping a large group migrate wasn't an easy task. If he simply allowed them into the city and forgot about them, they would only become homeless and displaced. If that were to happen, it was better to not accept them in the first place. Thus, granting Sol Jihu's request meant he would have to prepare them shelter as well as means of living. Your Majesty, you said that the royal family is fair in rewards and punishments. One is a retired old man living in seclusion and the other is a soul, but I believe they have the right to be rewarded more than anyone else who participated in this mission. Seeing the king in thought, Sol Jihu pleaded earnestly. It is true that Ramen village is in an awkward location. I won't deny that I thought it couldn't be helped. Prihi let out a deep sigh and nodded his head. This isn't a matter I can decide on easily.
But with this gold bar, I can examine it favorably. Then, just as the youth rejoiced.
But, why?
Prihi's eyes suddenly flashed. I want you to hear me out without misunderstanding me.
Are you not an earthling?
Your Majesty. I am not trying to discuss philosophy, nor am I trying to discuss right and wrong.
It is just that. You are an earthling. Prihi emphasized the last line. Setting aside the matter of the Forest of Denial, is there a need to do so much for Ramen village? I don't doubt that you understood me, but I will be frank. The villagers will be ecstatic and grateful if you simply send them a supply of food. You will also have repaid your debt to the village head.
It wasn't that Sol Jihu hadn't thought of this.
A part of him wanted to put on airs and take the gold bar for himself.
If it is weighing on your conscience, I shall tell you this.
The current Haramark cannot afford to look after its people.
I can easily decline your request of kindness given the circumstances we face.
He was right. Pleading with the king only to be turned down because it was difficult. What better excuse was there?
In other words, no one will criticize you for taking this gold.
He was right again.
Who would criticize him? All he had to do was keep his mouth shut. Moreover, he would become rich as long as he took this gold.
You want to use this gold for a cause which will not benefit you. I can't help but be curious about your ulterior motive.
Right, it wasn't that he was selfless.
However, to him, there was something even more important than the gold in front of him. If he didn't look at the gold bar with his 9 eyes, he wouldn't have noticed it until the end. But he had seen it and come to a conclusion. There is nothing I'd call an ulterior motive. He could now say this without hesitation.
I am only acting according to my rule.
Rule? If you owe a debt, it is only natural to pay it back. An opportunity to do so has landed right in front of me. What reason do I have to not take it? Prihi looked dumbfounded.
I do not understand you at all.
You don't seem to be the type who likes to play with words. Sol Jihu almost answered, I do, actually, but he managed to stop himself from ruining the tension. He got to the main point. I call it the Golden Commandment. Golden Commandment?
The ghost saintess and the village head.
Both of them treated me well. I cannot shamelessly pretend the achievements were mine alone, and it is improper for me to compromise with myself when I am treating others. After all, doing so would be deceiving my benefactors. I would rather not treat them unless I do it to my fullest power. Your Majesty, if I cannot pay my debts to those two, I cannot expect them to treat me the same again. That is what I fear the most. When the youth looked up at the king after a long monologue, he saw the king blinking his eyes repeatedly. He looked as if he had taken a blow to his face. You cannot expect them to treat you the same again. A few minutes went by before the king decided to open his mouth again.
Indeed.
He leaned back on his chair and said as he massaged his nose.
I am beginning to understand you better. Humans all have a limit to their vessel.
The same goes for ghosts.
A limit to their vessel. For some reason, that line touched him.
He felt like it was the perfect summary of the Golden Commandment. Thank you for your understanding. I didn't give a clear answer yet, so I want to ask you one final question. Prihi asked in a soft voice. Is this truly what you want?
Yes.
Sol Jihu answered with hesitation. Rather than being uncomfortable, spending the gold this way made him feel 1,000 times better. Seeing the bright smile on the youth's face, Prihi made his decision.
I see.
So this is why you wanted me to meet him so much. He murmured to himself quietly so that Sol Jihu couldn't hear him. Then fine.
Finally, the decision was announced.
I, Prihi Hussey, hereby permit all villagers of Ramen village to settle in the city. The gold bar rewarded to Sol Jihu shall be used to support them both materially and spiritually. A royal decree. Although his position no longer possessed the glory it once held, the weight it carried made it such that his decisions could not be flipped lightly.
Furthermore, we shall partially support the appeasing of the pitiful soul trapped inside the forest of denial's tomb.
Partially support? What did that mean? He means he will raise the level and quality of the ceremony.
Teresa whispered in his ear.
Her status does not disappear just because she became a soul.
Although it was hundreds of years ago, didn't you say she was canonized by the Empire?
I mean to show her the appropriate level of respect. Sol Jihu's jaw dropped at Prihai's statement. He had been expecting a simple rite where she was offered food and someone to talk to. When he imagined how much the saintess would rejoice, a smile bloomed on his face. And seeing this satisfied smile, Prihai rested his chin on his hands. And? Pardon?
We can finish discussing official work here.
Why don't we continue what we were talking about before? Something small, if possible. Sol Jihu wasn't an idiot.
He realized what the king was implying right away. Although he put a restriction of it having to be small,
he was saying he wouldn't allow the young man to return empty-handed.
Well.
The king waited patiently, but Sol Jihu didn't know what to say. This truly meant that the youth did not want anything other than what he requested before. You can take your time. The night is long. After saying so with benevolence, I will have to get going.
I'm not the type of person who likes to procrastinate. It will take a few days for us to come up with a solid plan. He picked up the gold bar and got up. Father, you're leaving?
You should stay a little longer. Teresa muttered as if she was asking how he could leave a pair of healthy man and woman alone at night. Prihai looked dumbfounded. Ho. I have quite the vixen as my daughter. Don't say something you don't mean a tiny bit.
The one who told me to look for an opportunity to leave was. He was mumbling with a wry chuckle.
I came up with a perfect excuse to leave you two alone. How can you be so blind? Crack, but he changed tune as soon as he heard the sound the bones cracking.
Teresa, who was cracking her neck and knuckles, smiled brightly.
Oh, this young lady misunderstood her father's intention. Please leave this to me and focus on state affairs.
My!
It's like I am entrusting a fish to a thieving cat. Did you say something?
I'm going to risk my well-being and just say this.
You can enter the storage, but don't touch anything from the royal treasury. Geez, don't be such a worrywart. Besides, it's not like the royal treasury deserves to be called that.
Teresa grumbled, and Prihai smiled bitterly. I'm just telling you not to empty out the way of living.
I know that a married daughter is no better than a stranger, but have some self-restraint. When your older sister got married, she…
Hey, who do you think I am? I'm not like older sis. I'll leave the furniture and tableware at least.
While saying that, Teresa stealthily avoided Prihai's gaze. By now, even a fool would realize what they were talking about, yet Sol Jihu was staring at them blankly with an innocent face. Prihai clicked his tongue. Really, both in this world and that world, heroes are quite the peculiar group of people. Maybe it isn't a matter of genes, but some sort of outside interference.
He mumbled regrettably before saying his farewell.
That was an interesting story and an enjoyable meeting.
It was a time well spent. I'll take my leave so you can enjoy at ease.
Sol Jihu didn't know what he meant by enjoying at ease, but he quickly got up as well. However, Prihai placed his hand on his shoulder as if such motion was unnecessary and spoke.
Also.
His clear eyes stared at the young man, and a gentle smile spread across his face. It was the first smile he was showing since their meeting.
Teresa's eyes widened. Thank you for saving my daughter.
At that moment, the sense of incongruity Sol Jihu had been subtly feeling disappeared instantly. Should he say the distance between them had shortened drastically?
I'm humble. Please.
And no problem. With a chuckle, Prihai tapped on his shoulders twice before leaving. Well, that was a surprise.
Teresa also chuckled, seemingly caught off guard by her father.
It's been a while since I've seen father laugh. Does His Majesty not laugh often? Rather than that, he. Teresa was about to say something but swallowed her words back down.
She felt like it was something she didn't need to mention. Anyways, why don't we go somewhere cozy and finish talking about your reward?
Oh, are we going to the storage? Geez, don't be in such a rush. Let's chat while we slowly seat some dessert.
We have lots of time.
Dessert? Sol Jihu didn't have any reasons to refuse. He was nervous and full of tension while he was eating, so he could barely taste the food. Now that the talk had gone well and he was left with someone he was more comfortable around, his taste buds returned and were roaring to eat. He gulped.
I'd love to try it.
You can look forward to it. Once you taste it once, you'll never be able to forget it. After announcing this confidently, Teresa got up.
All right, let's go.
Where?
My bedroom.
Huh. We're not eating it here? It was a justified question given that they were in the dining room.
Teresa giggled.
This dessert has to be eaten in a secluded place. Though, eating it where you can be found out would give it a special flavor as well.
The youth tilted his head. Teresa made an alluring smile and wagged the bait seductively.
Come on, get up.
Hurry.
Not anyone can eat this dessert, you know. Wow, it must be really precious. Teresa looked as if that was obvious. Of course, it is.
Father and mother only made one in the world.
The king and the queen personally made it? What is it called? It's no fun if I tell you beforehand. Come on, tell me. Sol Jihu asked again, wondering how eating a dessert could be fun in the first place. Ing.
Teresa licked her lips before staring at him coyly.
Then, she exclaimed. It's me.
Asterisk.
Sol Jihu refused vehemently, but when Teresa threatened to not give the reward, he bit the bullet and followed her to her bedroom. Thankfully, the dessert was a true delicacy. It was soft and flavorful, making him devour it eagerly, forgetting about saving face. He enjoyed eating Teresa hussy, and because the princess got happy seeing him eat so tastily, he was able to return with all sorts of additional rewards she gave.
Who would have thought there was a dessert like that? There really was a dessert called Teresa hussy. It was a refreshing strawberry-flavored pink cake. Apparently, the king and the queen had personally made it for their youngest daughter, who was a helpless sweet tooth. The cake was then given Teresa's name as it was created on her birthday. That was great. He wanted to taste it again.
Enjoying the cake's sweetness still lingering in his mouth, Sol Jihu returned to the office. It's a good thing I went. He felt like today was his lucky day. Not only did he pay back the debt he owed the village head, but he was also able to care for the ghost saintess. That wasn't all.
Looking at the rewards he put on the office table, a feeling of satisfaction spread across his face.
Although he didn't get to enter the nominal royal treasury, the items he received made him wonder if it was okay.
First was a metallic mace called +2 Thorn of Steel.
Crafted by refining a meteorite, it boasted hardness that was 10 times that of ordinary steel, and it was enchanted with magic that doubled its attack power when it successfully hit its target. Chohong should love it. He got it as a gift for Chohong, who was likely to become a high ranker soon. He could only imagine how giddy she would be. He also received a crucifix artifact. Although it wasn't as good as the proof of chastity, it was still an item that money couldn't buy. He was certain it would be an excellent bait to lure out Maria when he needed her. When he was about to leave the palace's storage room, thinking just these two were enough, Teresa told him to wait before bringing him a black belt. The belt was enchanted with a permanent pocket magic, allowing it to store 2 bags worth of items. The one thing that bothered him was how she carefully looked around the area while telling him to hide it on his way out. When he asked if he could really take it, Teresa immediately exclaimed that she didn't steal it from the royal treasury. As Sol Jihu trusted her wholeheartedly, he took it at ease. Finally, she handed him 500 silver coins, saying it was a small expression of gratitude.
While he was happily looking at the items, he suddenly remembered the bracelet the ghost saintess gave him. He immediately took it out from his pocket. I wonder what effect it has. Since it was an item from the Empire, it was unlikely to be simple.
Sol Jihu activated the 9 eyes color of general observation and gazed at the golden bracelet.
Soon, his smiling eyes opened wide.